Lin Yuan could only hope that no accident took place and that Sun Ningxiang's grandmother could immediately recover after eating the Moon Dew revival pill. Sun Ningxiang's emotions were out of control, and Lin Yuan could not just hang up on her. As such, he decided to wait for Anang to deliver the Moon Dew revival pill and see what happened to Sun Ningxiang's grandmother after consuming it. The next half an hour flew by with Lin Yuan struggling to comfort the sobbing Sun Ningxiang. At that moment, Sun Ningxiang received Anang's delivery. Lin Yuan said to her seriously, "When I received this Moon Dew revival pill, Uncle Mystic told me that it contains the tears of the moon-crying sacred beast. Hence, it can't be taken with water. Moreover, once it comes into contact with a human's aura, the tears of the moon-crying sacred beast will rapidly dissolve. You have to be careful not to touch it with your hands when you're retrieving it from the jade bottle." Although Sun Ningxiang had decided to thank Lin Yuan with her actions and not speech, she still could not help but utter her thanks. Her voice was grim and brimming with emotions. Lin Yuan hurriedly replied, "You're welcome. Feed the Moon Dew revival pill to your grandmother, and let's see what happens." Sun Ningxiang did as Lin Yuan said. While she was feeding it to her grandmother, she noticed that her grandmother's body had gone slightly stiff, and dark red pus was oozing out of her rapidly decaying wounds. If not for her grandmother's weak but still existent pulse, Sun Ningxiang would have assumed that her grandmother was already dead. Her grandmother was truly on her deathbed. If Lin Yuan had not rushed the delivery or offered to send the Moon Dew revival pill without hesitation, her grandmother would have been gone by the time the Moon Dew revival pill arrived. Sun Ningxiang's heart pounded anxiously as she fed her grandmother the Moon Dew revival pill. Although the Moon Dew revival pill was a sacred medicine that came from the Moon Empress and had revival abilities, she could not be at ease when her family member's life was at stake. She held her breath when the Moon Dew revival pill dissolved and entered her grandmother's body. Sun Ningxiang carefully observed her grandmother. At that moment, a warm moonbeam shone from within her grandmother's body. The moonbeams were also laced with 1,000 faint and poignant fragrances. Slowly, color returned to her grandmother's pale face, and a healthy flush bloomed. Sun Ningxiang carefully unwrapped the bandages that covered her grandmother's wounds. The wounds that had been decaying moments ago were already starting to improve. The decayed portions were dissolving, and new flesh had started to grow. In less than a minute, all the wounds that she had struggled to treat for so many years were healed. Sun Ningxiang was over the moon, but when the moonbeams and fragrances dissipated, Sun Ningxiang tensed up again as she realized that her grandmother had yet to awake. Lin Yuan caught her confusion and said with a smile, "Has your grandmother's soul ever been heavily injured? From your description, it sounds like your grandmother's wounds have all healed. The Moon Dew revival pill has the ability to wake the spirit. Your grandmother should be waking up soon." The moment the last word left Lin Yuan's lips, Sun Ningxiang's grandmother opened her eyes. Sun Ningxiang had stopped crying. But when she saw that her grandmother had regained consciousness, tears started spilling from her eyes again. This time, it was tears of joy and not sadness. The moment Sun Ningxiang's grandmother awoke, Lin Yuan hung up the phone and let out a small breath of relief. Her grandmother had been pulled out of death's arms. In Condensed Fairy Orchard's residence in Flower City, Sun Ningxiang's grandmother had awoken with a look of disbelief on her face. As a Thearch class expert that had been living every day expecting it to be her last, Lu Yuan was well aware of her body's condition. From the moment she spat out the first mouthful of blood, she knew that the moment she had been dreading was finally here. Just as she had been about to explain the situation to Sun Ningxiang, her wounded soul exploded, and she fainted before she could get a single word out. Lu Yuan's heart was full of worry and self-reproach right before fainting. She was afraid that Condensed Fairy Orchard would fall into ruin without her, and the other top factions would bully Sun Ningxiang. Lu Yuan regretted insisting on using the legend muscle growth camellia's roots to attempt to clear all the poison from her body. If she had been successful, she would be able to live for much longer than a measly 3 to 5 years. But before she could do so, the poison had reached her brain and triggered her wounded soul that she had spent a great deal of effort subduing. If she had still attempted to clear the poison using the roots of the muscle growth camellia, the poison would have caused her soul to blow apart. As such, she had no choice but to abandon the idea and use the muscle growth camellia to treat her external wounds. The legend muscle growth camellia's leaves were the best medicine for removing poison. However, Lu Yuan had taken a gamble by using its roots, which were several times more powerful. Once the roots were gone, the muscle growth camellia couldn't continue living. Lu Yuan had relied on the muscle growth camellia's leaves to suppress the poison. But after losing the muscle growth camellia, the poison returned even more fiercely than before. It resulted in Lu Yuan vomiting blood and fainting every 2 days. The poison had also affected her heart and caused it to shrink. When her heart pumped large amounts of poison into her brain, it aggravated her wounded soul. The recently conscious Lu Yuan touched Sun Ningxiang's head while wiping the tears from her face. She sensed her body's changes in a dumbfounded state. Her body was completely different now. Lu Yuan noticed that not only had her wounds been healed and poison removed, but her weak roots had also been strengthened. For an unknown reason, the remnants of impurities in her body had all been cleansed. This reminded her of the Radiant Moon Palace's silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. In its prime, Condensed Fairy Orchard had once been able to obtain a few drops of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar from the Moon Empress. The silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar had cleansed her body of all impurities but had been unable to heal her wounds. Lu Yuan looked down to look at her granddaughter, who was wailing like a child. Her eyes were full of love and pity. She knew full well how difficult the past few years had been for Sun Ningxiang. Lu Yuan sighed to herself and lamented the hardship that her granddaughter had experienced. Sun Ningxiang was carrying the heavy burden of Condensed Fairy Orchard all on her own. Now that Lu Yuan was not only healed, but her body was even stronger than before, her granddaughter finally did not have to bear that yoke on her own. Finally, her granddaughter could live the kind of life she wanted. Lu Yuan wanted to know how she had recovered. When she fainted, only Sun Ningxiang had been by her side. Her recovery had to be linked to her granddaughter in some way. Xiang, what happened after I fainted? Sun Ningxiang suddenly remembered that she had been on the phone with Lin Yuan. She hastily looked at her phone, only to see that he had already hung up. She thought, thank God he hung up. I wouldn't want him to hear my wailing. She had completely forgotten that Lin Yuan had heard her cry for close to half an hour. During that time, he had tried his best to come up with a way to comfort her. As she looked at Lu Yuan's questioning expression, Sun Ningxiang said, Grandma, Lin Yuan was the one who saved you. After he found out what happened, he sent a Moon Dew revival pill to us through Ostrich Logistics. Lu Yuan froze, and one thought filled her mind. I can't believe I consumed the Moon Dew revival pill. No wonder I was able to recover and feel like a completely different person. Lu Yuan knew much more about the Moon Dew revival pill than Sun Ningxiang. During Condensed Fairy Orchard's prime, Lu Yuan's husband had offered half of all of Condensed Fairy Orchard's resources but had still been unable to obtain a single Moon Dew revival pill. One Moon Dew revival pill was more valuable than the life of a Thearch-class expert because it had similar effects as offering immortality. Recently, Lin Yuan had lost count of the number of times she heard Sun Ningxiang mention Lin Yuan's name. Although her body had been so weak that she had been unable to go outside much, she still kept up with the news in the Radiance Federation and knew that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. Sun Ningxiang had not revealed that Lin Yuan and the City Lord of Sky City were the same person. Lu Yuan was filled with intense gratitude toward the City Lord of Sky City and Lin Yuan. Sky City's collaboration with Condensed Fairy Orchard had solved Condensed Fairy Orchard's lack of creation masters and strengthened their plant-type Fey resources. This ensured that Condensed Fairy Orchard could continue their domination of the plant-type Fey market. Lin Yuan had stood behind Sun Ningxiang at the Guard-Yi banquet and told the other factions about his relationship with her. This deterred other factions from targeting Condensed Fairy Orchard after the Guard-Yi banquet. Before the Guard-Yi banquet, Sun Ningxiang mostly talked about the City Lord of Sky City. But after the Guard-Yi banquet, Sun Ningxiang mostly talked about Lin Yuan instead. Although Condensed Fairy Orchard and Sky City had deepened their collaboration, Sun Ningxiang still did not mention the City Lord of Sky City again. It seemed as though all the topics that used to include the city lord of Sky City now featured Lin Yuan instead. Lin Yuan was also being brought up more and more. With all her experience, Lu Yuan noticed that something was off. Lu Yuan's expression changed when she saw Sun Ningxiang's gaze, as she talked about Lin Yuan. Her granddaughter was extremely impressive at expanding the faction. Otherwise, she would not have been able to sustain Condensed Fairy Orchard for so long in spite of Condensed Fairy Orchard's lack of resources. However, her granddaughter's affinity as a combat class spirit chi professional was rather weak. Even when Condensed Fairy Orchard had no shortage of resources, she could only reach number 40 of the Radiance 100 sequence at best. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was the champion of the martial arts stage. The art stage, martial stage, and martial arts stage had taken place separately during the Gargi banquet. Although the martial arts stage champion could not be crowned as the member of the younger generation with the strongest creation master abilities or combat power, he was still considered an outstanding creation master and combat class spirit chi professional. During the fight with Zhongzhe, Lin Yuan's combat style had been extremely special, and he had not summoned a single Fey. Instead, he had revealed an exceptionally strong sacred source lifeform that could shapeshift. Now that an order of radiant light had fallen into the hands of such an outstanding individual, he would definitely become a radiance envoy, notwithstanding an unexpected accident. Moreover, Lin Yuan had the support of the Radiant Moon Palace. Sun Ningxiang was a far cry by comparison. This distance would only increase as Lin Yuan continued to grow. My body is fine now. I can handle Condensed Fairy Orchard now. Xiang, you should take part in the Radiance 100 sequence selection this year. All of Condensed Fairy Orchard's resources will go to you now. You should take that antique jade piece that can increase the comprehension of willpowers that your grandfather left for your brother. Do your best to comprehend a second willpower rune as soon as possible, said Lu Yuan. Sun Ningxiang's eyes widened. Although she never mentioned it, she knew that her grandmother doted on her brother more. The piece of antique jade her grandmother mentioned was an heirloom of Condensed Fairy Orchard. She could not believe that her grandmother would allow her to carry it around with her. Grandpa left that antique jade for my brother. Before Sun Ningxiang could finish speaking, Lu Yuan said gently, if you hadn't kept Condensed Fairy Orchard afloat, your brother wouldn't even have the chance to use this antique jade. There are still 2 years till the next Radiance Envoy and Radiance Knight selection. Xiang, if you have any hopes, you should do your best to charge toward becoming a Radiance Knight. Otherwise, the gap between you and Lin Yuan will only grow larger until finally, even looking up to him will only be nothing more than a pipe dream. Lu Yuan did not speak to the point for fear of discouraging her granddaughter. As such, Sun Ningxiang did not realize the meaning behind her grandmother's words. She did have one dream that she hoped would come true. However, she had a more important matter to discuss with Lu Yuan. She looked at Sun Ningxiang seriously and said, Grandma, I want Condensed Fairy Orchard to become part of Sky City. We should become one of Sky City's branch factions. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned before she started contemplating deeply. Suddenly, she remembered that Lin Yuan had saved her with the Moon Dew revival pill. Yet, Sun Ningxiang did not propose for Condensed Fairy Orchard to join Lin Yuan but to become part of Condensed Fairy Orchard instead. Previously, all the gratitude that Sun Ningxiang should be showing the City Lord of Sky City had been transferred onto Lin Yuan. When she put 2 and 2 together, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Even during Condensed Fairy Orchard's most difficult times, Lu Yuan would rather go down with the sinking ship than allow Condensed Fairy Orchard to become a branch or another faction. This was why Lu Yuan had been against working with Connected Beast Park. However, if Lin Yuan were the City Lord of Sky City, the circumstances would be different. It was not just that Condensed Fairy Orchard owed debts of gratitude to both Lin Yuan and the City Lord of Sky City. Solely based on Lin Yuan's status and future, as well as Sky City's creation master resources, Condensed Fairy Orchard's future would be secured. Moreover, Condensed Fairy Orchard would have a real chance of surpassing other top factions. Moreover, the resolution in Sun Ningxiang's eyes and her feelings for Lin Yuan were important factors that persuaded Lu Yuan. Just as Lu Yuan was about to give in, she asked Sun Ningxiang, Xiang, be honest with me. Are Lu Yuan and the city lord of Sky City the same person? Due to Lu Yuan's tone of certainty, Sun Ningxiang hesitated for a moment before nodding. Lu Yuan affectionately touched Sun Ningxiang's hair and said, "I'm old now. All of Condensed Fairy Orchard's decisions lie in your hands. If I'm able to support you for a few more years, I'll consider that I've made good use of something as precious as the Moon Dew Revival Pill." Lu Yuan smiled warmly at Sun Ningxiang's surprised expression. This smile represented a new chapter. Unknowingly, spring had arrived. The spring sun was warm and blinding. The sun was currently slowly climbing towards its apex. Within the imperial court, an elderly man was currently seated on a seemingly normal recliner that was brimming with life force. He stared at the sun as he was lost in his thoughts. The blinding sunlight not only did not force the elderly man to avert his eyes, but it even highlighted the gold in his mostly black eyes. A smiling man walked in and said hurriedly to the elderly man, "Did you call me over in such a hurry because your old problem has relapsed?" The elderly man turned his eyes away from the sun and said to the grinning man, "My body is still very sturdy. That problem hasn't affected me in over 5 years. Cicada Song, I notice that you've been staying at the imperial court with your disciple of late. How does it feel to have a disciple?" Cicada Song rubbed his temples in frustration and replied, "Gao Feng is great in every way. The only issue is that he's set on competing in next year's S tournament. He can't stop the moment he gets excited. I would rather adjust his mental state before we start increasing his power." The elderly man was surprised to hear what Cicada Song said. Cicada Song was always smiling and appeared to be extremely gentle. However, he was actually exceedingly rational and composed. The elderly man could not believe how much Cicada Song cared about his disciple. Initially, he had been concerned that Cicada Song would not be able to take up the mantle of being a master. But now it seemed that he had been worried for nothing. Rather than Cicada Song training Gao Feng's character, it seemed that Gao Feng was the one training Cicada Song's character now. The elderly man flipped his hand over and a blaze yellow wooden box appeared in his hand. Cicada Song hurriedly reached out his hand to receive the blaze yellow wooden box. "There is a drop of Earth Center fine milk inside the box. Deliver it to the Moon Empress. It should extend her life for a year." A look of obvious repressed pain appeared on the elderly man's face. The fight from a decade ago had caused the 3 federations around the Radiance Federation to sink to the bottom of the sea. During that fight, the 4 immortal experts from the Freedom Federation had been killed. However, the Moon Empress attack had resulted in her losing a large portion of her lifespan. Given her personality, she would not lock herself away to train for more than a decade after that incident. Ever since she accepted a disciple, she had been paving the way for him. This indicated that her lifespan was coming to an end soon. Otherwise, the old her would never have chosen to pave the way for her disciple. She would only be fulfilled when she saw her disciple make a name for himself. At the Moon Empress level, any further breakthrough would be accompanied by huge risk and the danger of losing her life. An expert's lifespan was the most precious thing in the world to them. Constant training could prolong their lifespan but not extend it endlessly. Hence, any expert of the Moon Empress level would first have to weigh the cost of their possible failure. Yet, the Moon Empress had charged forward without any qualms in recent years. This was her way of putting up a last-ditch effort against her lifespan. When the look of intense pain appeared on the elderly man's face, Cicada Song left the imperial court with the box. Cicada Song had also experienced the incident himself. If 2 people who had experienced the incident together reflected on it at the same time, they would only increase each other's sorrow. As Cicada Song headed to the Radiant Moon Palace, he muttered, "My old friend put down his sword. I did everything, but he still couldn't return. Yet, you who are as arrogant and cold as the moon still have 15 years of brilliance left to do whatever your heart desires." Lin Yuan, who was currently playing with the tangerine and red lifespan mouse, was completely oblivious to all of this. Lin Yuan did not have any important business to attend to in the Divine Wood Federation, and the Moon Empress was still in the midst of her training. Lin Yuan also needed to handle the blood-packed ultimate fight between the Sea Bliss clan and the Miao family. As such, He intended to finish everything he had on hand in the Radiance Federation before returning to the Divine Wood Federation to focus on training. As he looked at the lifespan mouse scamper energetically, he felt that it would definitely become fat and good friends with the Moon Empress White Rabbit. Naturally, this would only happen if the lifespan mouse knew to stay away from the rabbit's carrots. Otherwise, the rabbit would start hiding its carrots behind its tail again. Lin Yuan had been so busy with setting up his establishment in the Divine Wood Federation that he had not rested properly. As the agarwood wafted into his nose, Lin Yuan felt sleep creeping up on him. He summoned Genius out and instructed it to wake him up at 1 p.m. Before he snuggled up on the water rhinoceros leather sofa and started napping. While Lin Yuan was napping, four other figures from different parts of the main world with different states of mind entered dreamland together. Bei Su had spent a fruitful last few days and was elated. After sweeping through the working area of a rock insect, he finally managed to obtain subordinates. With these subordinates, Bei Su could officially start building his own faction. It was tough for normal people to survive in the subterranean world. Hence, Bei Su was extremely picky with his subordinates. There happened to be some people who had awakened a willpower rune, but they had no use for it in their manual labor work. These people who had the curse of the rock insect on them dared not reveal anything special about themselves for fear that they would be treated as pariahs or threats that needed to be killed. After Bei Su obtained their consent, he used the sharp shadow bat's fang's bloodseed to change his two subordinates into blood zombies. Next, Bei Su just needed to sweep through more subterranean dimensional rifts to search for suitable source-type items for his two subordinates. This would greatly increase the overall power of Bei Su's faction, and he would not need to attend to every matter anymore personally. This was a huge step up for Bei Su's development. Lin was currently seated on the island whale along with the rest of the convoy from the Azure Federation and was headed toward the Radiance Federation. She spent her days lazily atop the island whale. All she did was increase her power while looking forward to the next astronomical parliament. Compared to the carefree Lin, Ta Lei was in the middle of the biggest change of his life. Due to Lin Yuan, Ta Lei was no longer a young man from a small tribe but a Class 1 creation master recognized by the Iron Hammer Imperial Court. As such, the Horseshoe tribe had also become a Class 1 tribe. Ta Lei had caused a significant stir in the Iron Hammer Imperial Court by becoming a Class 1 creation master at a young age. In order to show how much they valued Ta Lei, the Imperial Court dispatched a powerful soldier to protect Ta Lei. When the Cuprite tribe found out that Ta Lei had become a Class 1 creation master and was being favored by the Imperial Court, they decided to reach out a friendly hand to them instead. They promised the Horseshoe tribe that they would share ownership of the high-grade energy ore and gold frost silver mines in order to form an alliance with them. These events had deeply stunned Ta Lei, and he could not help but reflect on all the benefits he had gained after the Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting. It was because of this that Ta Lei did not lose sight of what he needed to do. He resolutely convinced his grandparents, parents, and brother to do as Lin Yuan asked and take the Horseshoe tribe to the boundary toward where the Divine Wood Federation was. Ta Lei's decision would result in the loss of the high-grade energy ore and gold frost silver mines. The Horseshoe tribe had never known what it was like to be wealthy and refused to give up on this chance. Eventually, Ta Lei told them about the master that he could see once every week, which had turned him into a Class 1 creation master. Hence, the Horseshoe tribe began their day-long journey to the boundary that separated the Iron Hammer Federation from the Divine Wood Federation. Su Iren was currently stooped in an alley in the Divine Wood Federation. She was a drifter and considered worthless in the Divine Wood Federation. Thus, she even had to be careful with every breath she drew. During the last Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Lin Yuan had healed Su Iren's injuries, but now she was covered in fresh wounds. In order to survive, she had no choice but to set aside her pride as a dark envoy and rummage through trash cans for food scraps. The struggles of her current reality made Su Iren all the more determined to survive. The man's voice amongst the constellations reverberated within Su Iren's mind. As long as you're alive, there's always hope. Albeit, this hope came with the cost of losing her freedom. However, Su Iren did not come away with nothing after spending the last few days foraging through the trash. She found a usable phone with a broken screen. During the last Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Su Iran remembered that the figure wrapped in countless willpowers had instructed the person next to her, who only had one willpower, to travel from the Iron Hammer Federation toward the Divine Wood Federation. This meant that there was a high chance that that figure wrapped in countless willpowers was currently at the Divine Wood Federation's boundary. After a full month of surveillance, Su Iran knew that Oak City, where she was in, was the city that was the closest to the Divine Wood Federation. As such, the phone she found was vital to her. She wanted to try to ask the figure for his number at the next Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting and contact him through this damaged phone. She would not always be so lucky to continue living as strongly as she was doing after every beating she received. After all, her soul was injured, and her sacred source life form was in a near-death state. While crouching in the alley, Su Iran's skinny body curled up like a feeble kitten. In such a circumstance, she could not sleep soundly. In order to provide herself with the deepest sleep possible, she had gone hungry for 2 days and traded for a cup of inferior quality alcohol from a homeless man. She never drank alcohol, so this one cup was enough to induce sleep. She even started snoring, and it was likely that she would sleep for at least half a day. Genius used to be a housekeeping beast and was used to performing wake-up calls. Once the clock struck 1 p.m., Genius used its 8 long tails to tickle Lin Yuan's neck. Lin Yuan was very susceptible to being tickled. When Genius' tail brushed across his neck, he immediately woke up while chortling with laughter. After Lin Yuan woke up, he cradled Genius in his arms and stroked it until Genius melted into content purring. Lin Yuan carried Genius over to the water rhinoceros leather sofa and asked, "Genius, are you planning or staying in the mansion? Or would you rather return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone?" Genius hurriedly replied, "Lin Yuan, before I return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, I want to concoct a spirit fluid that will divide the soldier ration radish. I'll take the divided soldier ration radishes to the marsh world and plant them there." Genius swayed its tails, and its eyes sparkled. Lin Yuan was curious about Genius' happy behavior. He touched Genius' small head and asked, "Genius, why are you so happy?" Genius meowed and replied, "Genius, once I divide the soldier ration radishes, there will be 15 of them. The marsh world has the ideal environment for the soldier ration radishes. The wind-speed rapid antelope hasn't been able to rest because of the soldier ration radishes. Moreover, I don't think there's much use for the soldier ration radishes branches. These branches can be buried in the ground of the territory in the marsh world, and all the branches will decompose into nutritious humic acid quickly by the bacteria in the ground." There's a scholarly article on StarWeb which describes an experiment conducted by a Class 4 Creation Master and 3 Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters. They discovered that when marsh soil is present in an environment full of humic acid, there's a high chance that the marsh soil will fuse together to form new marsh soil that contains all the benefits of its component marsh soil. Given the rate that the 15 soldier ration radishes grow branches, I want to try and change all the marsh soil in the territory to the fused form of marsh soil. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Genius was just like a mini-scientist, and its brain was full of ideas to help his territory. Lin Yuan did not have much use for the high amount of soldier ration radish branches that he kept stored away. Although the soldier ration radishes branches were full of nutrients and a person only needed to consume one of its leaves to be full, its impressive feature was its rapid rate of growth. When it came to nutrition, many other production-type phase produced fruits or leaves that were more nutritious than the soldier ration radish. However, none of them could match the soldier ration radish's speed of growth. Once the soldier ration radish increased its grade, it would be a powerful source of food. If the source of food was planted at the base, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about food stock at all. If the soldier ration radish's leaves were planted in the territory in the marsh world and turned all the marsh soil into fused marsh soil, the fused marsh soil strength would be multiplied as time went on. At that point, not only would Endless Summer's barren river orchid bud be able to grow quickly, but the territory would also become a paradise for plant-type phase. At this time, someone walked into the mansion with a grin spread across his face. This person was Ji Feng. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Ji Feng said, "Young master, my prior decree sleeping lotus exclusive skill heaven's secret promise has given me a sign." Lin Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. Lin Yuan had seen Ji Feng's Karma Sword Lily and prior Decree Sleeping Lotus wondrous abilities. Lin Yuan was most amazed that the prior Decree Sleeping Lotus had the ability to read the fortunes and misfortunes of the people around Ji Feng after every set interval. Given that Ji Feng was beaming brightly, the prior Decree Sleeping Lotus prediction had to be positive. Ji Feng, what's the good news? Young master, this piece of good news is special because it doesn't just affect one person. When I first arrived at the mansion, the prior Decree Sleeping Lotus made frequent predictions. At first, it predicted fortunes for Wen Yu, then Lu Jie, followed by Listen, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, Zhou Luo, Hu Quan, and today it was for you. By using own truth, I can be certain that all your fortunes are linked. As such, I think that these fortunes affect the entire mansion. All of us will return to the mansion to stay. It is here that we will be affected by the fortune. I used own truth to test this idea and did not experience fate's recoil. This means that my idea is right. Then, I used own truth to test the time frame and discovered that all our fortunes will be arriving in 2 days' time. Although Ji Feng was bringing good news, Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched wildly. He remembered that when he used true data to check on the prior Decree Sleeping Lotus, own self would result in the user experiencing recoil that would grievously harm their soul if their prediction failed. Ji Feng continuously used own truth despite being aware of the risks. It was said that curiosity killed the cat. Did Ji Feng identify as a cat? Ji Feng's actions were the equivalent of grabbing a power line with his bare hands at the risk of being electrocuted. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to advise Ji Feng for his safety's sake. Ji Feng, you should use own truth as infrequently as possible. A soul injury is truly unbearable. Ji Feng beamed and replied, even if my prediction fails and I experience fate's recoil, my soul won't be seriously injured. Young master, have you forgotten that my prior Decree Sleeping Lotus can heal soul injuries? All I have to do is use it to heal my soul when needed. Ji Feng had been traumatized by his past decade of being tortured by pain in his soul and would never casually put himself in danger to confirm a pointless fortune. Currently, Endless Summer, Listen, and Zhou Luo were traveling to Indigo Azure City to collect the Zheng family's resources. Ji Feng had over Endless Summer and was guarding the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. After Sky City revealed its strength, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had not been in any more trouble. As such, Ji Feng was very bored at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce of late. But since he had chosen to be with Lin Yuan by receiving Lin Yuan's help, he could not allow himself to do nothing. Thus, he tried his best to find things to do, even if it meant that he ran the risk of injuring his soul. This fortune had descended on Lin Yuan and the rest of the people who were part of the Return from Faraway Mansion's family. Ji Feng had watched his family die a decade ago and had been alone when he met Lin Yuan. After interacting with the rest of the people from the Return from Faraway Mansion, Ji Feng naturally came to see the Return from Faraway Mansion as his home. Lin Yuan gazed at Ji Feng silently as Ji Feng had just given him too much information at once. Since Ji Feng was willing to ignore the risks of injuring his soul in order to express his kinship, Lin Yuan would not treat his intentions lightly. Moreover, Ji Feng used to be the young leader of Whale Ocean Commerce and knew where to draw the line when he conducted himself. Lin Yuan intended to be on full alert from now on in preparation to receive the fortune and ensure that the fortune did not slip away. Ji Feng immediately returned to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce after he reported his news to Lin Yuan. As the expert that was assigned to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Ji Feng could not leave it unguarded for too long. Lin Yuan returned Genius to the Spirit Lock spatial zone so it could divide the soldier ration radishes. Next, he walked to the 3rd floor and knocked on Wen Yu's door. Wen Yu was a light sleeper, so her eyes snapped open when Lin Yuan knocked on her door twice. After she opened the door, Lin Yuan noticed that she was sporting an intense bedhead. However, her eyes were clear and energetic. Wen Yu opened the door wider and said, "Young master, come in and wait. I will start the parliamentary meeting once I wash up." Lin Yuan strode into Wen Yu's room. The Return from Faraway's construction had been completed some time ago, and Wen Yu often sent clothes to Lin Yuan's room as well as discussed the events of the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting there together. However, this was the first time that Lin Yuan entered Wen Yu's room. In fact, this was the first time he was entering the room of a girl that was not Chuxi's room. He sat down on a chair, and Wen Yu entered the washroom to clean herself up. As Lin Yuan listened to the sounds of water, he took in the interior design of Wen Yu's room. He noticed that her room was decorated in a style that vastly differed from her fashion designs. The spirit chi clothes she designed were elegant, and she used the elaborate palace-style cut on all her pieces. As such, the spirit chi clothes that Lin Yuan wore on a day-to-day basis appeared simple, but the embroidery on them carried an opulent air. In contrast, Wen Yu's room was minimalistic as there were no other decorations in it besides a bed, 2 chairs, and a large table. Even Lin Yuan had placed some jade-textured wooden carvings that Hu Quan made in his room. From the moment he entered the room, Lin Yuan could smell a faint sweetness. This sweetness was of different flora and fauna and had a soft freshness about it. If Lin Yuan had not gained peak smelling abilities after all the impurities in his body were cleansed, he might have missed this almost non-existent fragrance. Wen Yu had walked out of the washroom with her eyebrows tightly furrowed. It was clear that she had a question she was struggling with. She took 2 steps forward and asked Lin Yuan seriously, "Young master, what are your plans for recruiting Su Iren during this parliamentary meeting?" Lin Yuan did not find this question strange. After the last astronomical parliamentary meeting, when you had done a thorough investigation on Su Iren and was well aware of Su Iren's value. However, Lin Yuan felt that Wen Yu was being overly worried and that she was thinking about Su Iren's recruitment more than Lin Yuan was. After 7 days of grappling with her excruciating reality, Su Iren should have been racking her brains to come up with a way to join the astronomical parliament. A moment of silence later, Lin Yuan told Wen Yu about his plans for recruiting Su Iren. "We don't need to make any preparations for Su Iren. If she joins this astronomical parliamentary meeting, we'll need to lay down the terms with her. She's currently in the Divine Wood Federation, and I'm bound to meet her when I'm training in the Divine Wood Federation. Once I meet with her, I'll have to heal her soul injury and her near-dead sacred source life form. She'll be of no use to us if she can't even summon phase. But now her head is filled with thoughts of revenge. We'll need to change her mindset during this astronomical parliament's parliamentary meeting. The parliamentary meeting requires both parties to be agreeable to collaborate. One side can't be bent on revenge." Wen Yu immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant and what his plans were for Su Iren. It seemed that Lin Yuan was going to devour Su Iren. After listening to what Lin Yuan said, Wen Yu's misunderstanding had been cleared. Upon finding out that Su Iren was a dark envoy, she had placed a high value on Su Iren. But what she valued was Su Iren's identity and not her abilities. Now, Wen Yu realized that Su Iren's abilities were far more important than her identity as a dark envoy. Lin Yuan also valued Su Iren's abilities, which was why he wanted to lay down the terms with her. From this, Wen Yu could tell that Lin Yuan had far more foresight than her. Wen Yu truly enjoyed this feeling of constantly progressing that she experienced at Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu entered the training room and used the ritual to activate the astronomical parliament. A banquet of stars erupted once again. When Lin Yuan and Wen Yu sat down on the Leo throne and Libra throne, he realized that 4 figures were already neatly seated on the north-south constellation seats. Yin Lin was seated on the Andromeda seat, Bei Su on the Perseus seat, Ta Lei on the Leo minor seat, and Su Iren on the Corona Australis seat. Ta Lei had formed a contract with the Leo minor seat without hesitation during the last astronomical parliamentary meeting and was now an official member. However, Su Iren had hesitated and had doubts about the astronomical parliament. As such, she had not formed a contract with the Corona Australis seat. When Su Iren saw Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, she immediately readied herself to form a contract with the Corona Australis seat. However, the moment she reached out her hand to touch the Corona Australis seat, the woman on the Libra throne said calmly, "Wait, if you want to join the astronomical parliament, you have to prove your worth first." Wen Yu's words stunned Su Iren. She did not remember Ta Lei being asked to prove his worth before he formed a contract with the Leo minor seat. This made Su Iren feel as though she was receiving special treatment. Although she was living a life worse than death in the Divine Wood Federation, She was in a dreamlike meeting where her figure was formed from willpowers. She could puff up with the pride of being a dark envoy here. She would have backed out of the astronomical parliament without hesitation if she had received such special treatment the last time. Ever since the last astronomical parliamentary meeting ended, Lin Yuan had used Star Spirit Seat to transfer the Jasmine Lily's vitality to Su Iren to heal her injuries. This had allowed Su Iren to see how powerful the astronomical parliament was. She also knew that being in the Divine Wood Federation did not affect how much help she could receive from the astronomical parliament. Moreover, Lin Yuan had mentioned hope that enabled Su Iren to plan out her future path over the last week. This was why Su Iren could not wait to form a contract with the Corona Australis seat the moment she entered the astronomical parliament. She had decided to join the astronomical parliament and was determined to survive. She would not abandon this chance just because she was receiving unfair treatment. Su Iren looked at Wen Yu and asked, "How do you want me to prove my worth?" While Su Iren was speaking with Wen Yu, Lin Yuan looked through Su Iren's memories again to see how she had spent the last 7 days. When he saw that Su Iren wanted to form a contract with the Corona Australis seat, he was about to stop her, but Wen Yu beat him to it. Since Wen Yu had spoken first, Lin Yuan left the rest of the interaction to her. He wanted to see how Wen Yu would act and what she said. Wen Yu said, "Proving one's worth does not depend on what the person has but what they can do. Can you work with the astronomical parliament wholeheartedly without a single thought of scheming?" Su Iren fell silent. Instead of replying to Wen Yu, Su Iren pointed at Ta Lei, Yin Lin, and Bei Su and said, "Can they wholeheartedly work with the astronomical parliament without a single thought of scheming? How are others supposed to know what a person is thinking? This promise seems childish to me. If I say I'll do it, will you believe me?" Yin Lin cut her off and snapped, "Don't forget how you entered the astronomical parliament in the first place. What did you swear before entering the astronomical parliament?" Libra is already being kind by using the term working together. After the astronomical parliament fulfills your wish, you should do whatever you can to repay them. Bei Su and Ta Lei frowned as well. Su Iren could clearly sense the other three's distaste for her. Yin Lin's words were a reminder to Su Iren. She had been so set on entering the astronomical parliament again because she wanted to lead a better life and fulfill her goal. It was true that she had completely forgotten how she entered the astronomical parliament in the first place. At that moment, the woman on the Libra throne said calmly, "You're currently thinking of ways to receive more benefits from the astronomical parliament. Once you're able, you'll return to the Dark Continent and use your identity as one of the 7 Dark Envoys to enjoy the benefits of your status. Am I right?" Su Iren's eyes widened as Wen Yu had hit the nail right on its head. It was like Su Iren was an open book to Wen Yu. Last time, Su Iren had wondered how the 2 people seated on the throne knew so much about her. Something was off about this meeting. Could the woman seated on the Libra throne have the ability to read everything in another person's mind? While Su Iren was thinking, Wen Yu went on to say, "I always assumed that people who have the capabilities to become a Dark Envoy are able to judge matters clearly. If you want revenge, you have to be more powerful than 7th Page War at the very least. If you charge ahead without this power, it will only result in the deaths of those closest to you. You should know this well. I'm giving you a final chance. Tell me what you can do for the astronomical parliament. Otherwise, you can continue to live a life of struggle by drifting around the Divine Wood Federation and scrounging for food in trash cans. There is a Class 4 family in Oak City, some Class 3 families, and many Class 2 families. In such a huge city full of wealthy families, the death of a drifter will be less than insignificant. No one will know that the once great Dark Envoy has died in a dirty corner of one of Oak City's alleys. You know I'm not saying this to scare you, and you shouldn't think of forming a contract with the astronomical parliament as a simple matter. Once you form a contract with the astronomical parliament, you'll have to make good on your promises to the astronomical parliament. Otherwise, you'll have a much higher price to pay." Everything Wen Yu said was like arrows shot directly through Su Iren's heart, as they were all the struggles that Su Iren was being tortured by. Su Iren was terrified by Wen Yu's ability to read a person's mind. She gnashed her teeth and replied, "There are many things I can do. If you hand me a federation, I can guarantee that it'll be organized and prosperous. If you want me to do anything else, you'll have to heal my wounds first. Moreover, my sacred source lifeform is special. Its abilities are tied together with the rest of my phase. If my sacred source lifeforms doesn't recover from its near-death state, I won't be able to summon my phase even if my soul injury is healed. Although Su Iren spoke pompously, when you knew that she was telling the truth. There were 7 federations in the Dark Continent, and one of the tests to become a Dark Envoy was to manage a federation for a year to prove that they had the ability to plan with the big picture in mind. Lin Yuan took over the conversation from Wen Yu. If you choose to become a member of the Astronomical Parliament, the Astronomical Parliament will make sure your needs are met. Your soul injury can be healed very easily, so you don't have to worry about that. Now, we should discuss ways to treat your sacred source lifeform. Su Iren's eyes lit up. She now knew that the Astronomical Parliament had the ability to heal her soul injury and was willing to attempt to heal her near-dead sacred source lifeform. Frankly, Su Iren was not certain about the exact circumstance of the Absolute Love Poppy's injury, as its flowers and leaves had all been crushed by 7th Page War. Immediately after, the Absolute Love Poppy had fallen unconscious in the depths of Su Iren's soul. If she wanted to communicate with the sacred source lifeform and check on it, she would have to use her soul power. However, she could not do so due to her injured soul. Nonetheless, she was certain that it was still alive. Under normal circumstances, plants would continue to absorb nutrients to heal themselves as long as they still had their roots. The Absolute Love Poppy was just too weak now. It dared not absorb nutrients in its near-dead state, as it would start to awake from its dormant state. Once it woke up from its dormant state, the Absolute Love Poppy's vitality would rapidly deplete. If it could not absorb nutrients to replenish its vitality at the same rate that its vitality depleted, the Absolute Love Poppy would truly die. The last thing that Su Iren wanted was for its near-dead Absolute Love Poppy to take on any risk. As such, Su Iren said boldly, "It'll be very difficult to treat my Absolute Love Poppy. I have only managed to come up with 2 ways. Either plant my Absolute Love Poppy in the top-grade marsh soil Eternal Life soil, or use the Lifeform Sacrificial Fire to burn it. There might be other methods to heal my Absolute Love Poppy, but these 2 are the safest ways. If we try anything else and it fails, my Absolute Love Poppy might die. I don't want to put it at any risk." Lin Yuan frowned when he heard Su Iren mention the top-grade Eternal Life soil. Not many Class 5 marsh dimensional rifts had opened in the Radiance Federation, and the amount of top-grade marsh soil produced was even more limited. The Moon Empress had told him about top-grade marsh soil before, but there was no mention of Eternal Life soil. This meant that he would not be able to obtain Eternal Life soil in the Radiance Federation. Although Lin Yuan had a territory in the marsh world, and it would be easy for him to search for marsh soil, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to search for a specific type of marsh soil. Moreover, there were always powerful dimensional lifeforms in the vicinity of top-grade marsh soil. Given Lin Yuan's current strength, he could not afford to take on those powerful dimensional lifeforms. But Lin Yuan's brow relaxed when he heard Su Iren mention the Lifeform Sacrificial Fire, because he already had that within the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The twin red pagoda had been absorbing the pure spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, as well as fire-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Due to this, the life-form sacrificial fire had grown exponentially. The life-form sacrificial fire had reached half-maturity. Although Endless Summer could not eat it yet, it was more than able to burn and trigger plant-type sacred source lifeforms. Since Su Iren only needed the life-form sacrificial fire to burn the Absolute Love Poppy and not consume any of it, Lin Yuan did not need to hold back. After Su Iren spoke, she immediately felt that she had misspoken. The 7 states of darkness had once obtained 1 piece of eternal life soil, and it had been treated as an extremely precious treasure by the entire 7 states of darkness. Meanwhile, the life-form sacrificial fire was something Su Iren had only heard of but never seen. She felt that her requests were rather outrageous. She was no longer in the 7 states of darkness, and the Dark Continent had been conquered. She could not use her experience as a Dark Envoy to communicate with others. Yet, she did not expect the man seated on the Leo throne to reply casually, "If so, you can go ahead and form a contract with the Corona Australis seat, and I'll heal the absolute love poppy. Su Iren was taken aback by this unexpected piece of good news and amazed by Lin Yuan's resources. She enthusiastically formed a contract with the Corona Australis seat. She felt that the more resources Lin Yuan possessed, the more benefits she would receive in the future. When she formed a contract with the Corona Australis seat, the Corona Australis constellation above her lit up, and she remembered the phone she had found amongst the trash. She was about to ask Lin Yuan for his number when he announced a string of numbers. Call this number 5 days later, and it'll tell you what to do next. Lin Yuan had given Su Iren the number of one of the 2 phones he had taken from the 5 adventurers from the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. The members of Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps were all small fry in the Divinewood Federation and did not have many ties to others. Now that the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps had been ruined, there would be no one left to call these 2 phones. Su Iren's question had been right on the top of her tongue when Lin Yuan made his announcement. Her eyes widened to the size of saucers at his prophetic abilities. As a person of considerable status, Su Iren was well aware of how terrifying the ability to read another person was. Lin Yuan, and when used all-knowing and all-powerful abilities, cast a deep impression on Su Iren. She now knew that she could never lie to Lin Yuan because it would be futile. If Lin Yuan knew what Su Iren was thinking, he would be patting himself on the back for giving out his phone number. In actuality, when Su Iren formed a contract with the Corona Australis seat, Lin Yuan, and when you had lost their access to Su Iren's memories, Lin Yuan had announced his phone number because he had seen from Su Iren's memories that she found a phone and wanted to ask for his number. Additionally, he had already wasted too much time on Su Iren. The astronomical parliament could only be held for a limited time, and he could not dedicate it all to Su Iren. He had to tend to Lin, Ta Lei, and Bei Su as well. Lin Yuan turned back to Wen Yu. Wen Yu's lips moved slightly when she saw Lin Yuan looking at her. From the shape of Wen Yu's lips, Lin Yuan knew that there were only 10 minutes left to the astronomical parliament. Hence, he asked Lin, let me know in advance about all the types of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls you need so that I can prepare them. Lin was in the Azure Federation and was going to enter the business of rare coral resources. She would need a mammoth number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls for this endeavor. Dark Blue and the Island Whale were still growing in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and needed to continuously consume water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Thus, Lin Yuan needed to properly plan for Lin's needs. It would not do for Dark Blue's consumption of water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to affect Lin Yuan's trading. When the last astronomical parliamentary meeting ended, Lin had calculated how many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls she would need, and she planned on discussing it with Lin Yuan during this parliamentary meeting. Leo, the more water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls I have, the better. I would like to stock up on 300 elemental pearls of each of the other types. Lin Yuan was astonished by how many resources Lin possessed. There were 4 types of elemental shellfish. Lin did not even know how much one water-type elemental pearl was worth. Yet she was ready to trade for 900 elemental pearls with Lin Yuan. In order to comprehend willpower runes, Dark Blue needed strange water the most. Once Lin Yuan completed the trade with Lin, he would be able to obtain a large amount of strange water that would enable Dark Blue's power to skyrocket. However, Lin Yuan was not satisfied with the number, as many as possible. There was still some time before Lin arrived at the Radiance Federation. If Lin Yuan stopped Dark Blue from consuming any more water-type elemental pearls, he would have more than enough time to collect 5,000 water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, given the aquamarine elemental shellfish's current rate of production. Would Lin be able to transport all 5,000 water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls? I have a considerable number of water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. State a number, and I'll set it aside for you. This way, I'll be able to use the rest of the water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls as I need instead of leaving them all aside while waiting to trade with you. Lin immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant. She carefully estimated the number of resources she had brought to the Radiance Federation and replied, Leo, I would like to trade for 2,000 water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. I only brought 4 types of top-grade strange water with me on this trip, but I have a lot of high-grade and mid-grade strange water. According to my calculations and given the price at the Radiance Federation, I should be able to trade for a premium rate of an additional 12%, bringing the number to 2,900 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched wildly. The Azure Federation truly lived up to its position as one of the three great federations, and Lin was truly an Azure envoy. The family also lived up to their title as one of the 12 great Azure families. They had so many resources that they could even offer 4 types of top-grade strange water at once. Even if Lin Yuan used all his means, it would be difficult for him to obtain resources such as top-grade strange water and strange flames without asking the Moon Empress for help. Once a faction obtained resources such as strange flames, strange water, and marsh soil, they would never let it out of their hands unless it was absolutely necessary. If Lin could offer 4 types of top-grade strange water at once, it also proved her rank within the family. Could also be said that this trade with Lin Yuan was exceedingly important to Lin. Although Lin Yuan was uncomfortable with trading at a premium like Lin said, he was not obligated to provide the additional 12% of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls either. If he did so, Lin would feel awkward as well. However, Lin assumed that she would be trading for regular heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls when actually, all the elemental pearls that Lin Yuan was going to give her would either be Cloud Dream Lake or Defined Life elemental pearls. As such, their price would be far beyond the market premium rate. The thought that in a few days, the Spirit Lock spatial zone would be filled with piles of elemental pearls made Lin Yuan feel extremely satisfied. He reveled in this feeling of owning a stock of resources. Ta Lei and Bei Su had no idea what the top-grade strange water and heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were. They were in no position, nor did they have the ability to come in contact with such resources. However, Su Iren was different. She was utterly dumbfounded by this trade of 4 sets of top-grade strange water and 2,900 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. There were very few trades of such magnitudes even amongst the 7 federations of the Dark Continent. One thought filled Su Iren's mind. Where did the people in the astronomical parliament come from? During her last visit, she had realized that this meeting was an effect of a sacred source lifeform's ability. The person who conducted the meeting had to be outstanding to own a sacred source lifeform in the first place. However, everyone who entered the astronomical parliament should be pathetic creatures who needed to sell themselves to the astronomical parliament in order to save themselves. So how could one of these people be able to offer 4 sets of top-grade strange water? Su Iren's heart pounded wildly. The trade between Lin Yuan and Lin allowed her to see hope for the 7 states of darkness futures. Lin Yuan turned to Ta Lei and asked, "Ta Lei, how is the situation in your tribe?" Ta Lei hurriedly knelt and raised both hands up toward Lin Yuan and said, "Teacher, thank you for teaching me and enabling me to become a Class 1 creation master. Everything is fine with the Horseshoe tribe. As per your suggestion, we've started traveling toward the boundary between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation." A strange look came over Lin Yuan when he heard Ta Lei address him as teacher. It was not he who had taught Ta Lei but Genius. Thus, Genius should be the one Ta Lei should be calling teacher now that they were on a clock. Lin Yuan did not correct Ta Lei. He was very happy that the Horseshoe tribe had listened to his suggestion. Once they arrived at the boundary between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation, it would be much easier for him to communicate with them. After all, he had hopes of establishing himself in the Iron Hammer Federation through the Horseshoe tribe. Just as he was about to ask Bei Su about how he had been of late, Ta Lei suddenly said, "Master, now that I'm a Class 1 creation master, I can request territory for my tribe from the Imperial Court. If you have any piece of land to your liking, let me know, and I will request it. The area at the boundary is considered unimportant by the royal capital. I'll be able to request for a larger piece of land there." Lin Yuan immediately became excited. He was building the underground base at the boundary between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. The area was remote, but it still experienced footfall. If Ta Lei could truly obtain a territory at the boundary between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation, the Horseshoe tribe would become the first line of defense for his underground palace. Lin Yuan wanted the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers to form a restricted area that would attract adventurers from all over the Startling Lines continent. Once he put his plan into action, it would progress quickly due to the gathering of many adventurers. As he continued thinking, Lin Yuan asked Ta Lei, "How likely do you think that the Horseshoe Tribe will be allowed to take over all the land at the border of the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation?" Ta Lei's jaw dropped in shock. Such a scenario had never crossed his mind. The border between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation was a huge area where there was even more than enough space to build a city. However, this area was also extremely dangerous. The Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation were always at odds. There were also many occurrences of deadly fights between warring merchant groups from the Great Lush Federation. This was why no tribe from the Iron Hammer Federation had settled in that area. Ta Lei had dauntlessly led the entire Horseshoe Tribe to the border because Lin Yuan had suggested he do so, but also because he considered Lin Yuan as his teacher and trusted Lin Yuan explicitly. As long as Lin Yuan ordered him to move, Ta Lei would advance fearlessly. As a Class 1 creation master, it might be possible for him to obtain a territory with a radius of 10 kilometers. But in order to request for the entire border, he would have to be a Class 4 creation master at the very least because every major city in the Iron Hammer Federation was built around Class 4 tribes. In the major cities of the Iron Hammer Federation, Class 4 tribes held absolute power. Ta Lei could not fulfill Lin Yuan's interest. He pouted in self-disappointment. "Teacher, if you want the entire border between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation, you might have to wait a long time. My grandfather says that Class 4 creation masters are all a bunch of old men." Now, Lin Yuan knew the requirement for owning the entire border between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. When Lu Jie had used the hurricane owlet moths to survey the area, they flew up into the sky to get a bird's eye view of the area. They had discovered that the Iron Hammer Federation's area cut into the Divine Wood Federation's area like a needle. Lin Yuan's underground palace was situated within the needle. Essentially, his territory was at the crux of the link between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Wood Federation. If this crux could be recognized by an official that it belonged to Ta Lei, Lin Yuan would definitely seize the opportunity. This would save a significant amount of trouble for Lin Yuan. Naturally, Lin Yuan could not place his hopes on Ta Lei to become a Class 4 creation master. It was not that Lin Yuan did not have the ability to turn Ta Lei into a Class 4 creation master, but that he would not do so. If a 9-year-old Class 4 creation master appeared, it would shock the entire Startling Lines continent. It was likely that the Divine Wood Federation would send many experts to kill Ta Lei. This would put Ta Lei in danger. Lin Yuan's Class 4 creation masters consisted of Master Hongshen, Hu Tian, Elder He, and Feng Shuang. Any of these Class 4 creation masters could contract a fae that would take on a human form and announce itself as Ta Lei's teacher. This would be enough for the imperial court to grant the territory. Creation master skills lay in their abilities to nurture faes, evolve fae qualities, and heal faes and wounded roots. As such, it was difficult to identify a creation master based on appearances. Frankly, if Lin Yuan stepped in personally and brought genius along with him, the Imperial Court would likely also believe that he was a Class 4 creation master. There were many scholars in the Great Lush Federation. Hence, there were many more creation masters in the Great Lush Federation than there were in the Iron Hammer Federation. There were many high-class creation masters from the Great Lush Federation who traveled to the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation to expand their influence. Although the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation often attacked and stole from the merchants from the Great Lush Federation, they always welcomed the creation masters with open arms. Due to the lack of creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation, the value of creation masters was a widely accepted fact. A high-class creation master's family or tribe would be able to take on the expansion of their family and lead in increasing their powers. A plan took shape in Lin Yuan's mind. However, he felt no need to tell Ta Lei of his plan yet. "Ta Lei, let's discuss the territory again. Once you reach the boundary between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation, when you motioned to Lin Yuan that there were only 2 minutes left till the Astronomical parliamentary meeting ended, Lin Yuan hurriedly turned to Bei Su. Bei Su had just started putting his plan into action in the subterranean world and had many things to tell Lin Yuan. Yet now was the only chance he had to speak with Lin Yuan. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan denied Bei Su that chance and used the remaining 2 minutes to use Star Spirit Seat to transfer a resource that he felt Bei Su would need in the subterranean world. This resource was the Sunlight King Lotus. Bei Su's Spirit Chi professional rank was stuck at its current level, and Lin Yuan could not transfer any more spirit fluid to him to increase his phase power. After giving Bei Su the sharp shadow bat, Lin Yuan had also given him the life knot rock crystal. Lin Yuan could not give Bei Su any more phase until he comprehended more willpower runes. Although sunlight did not reach the subterranean world, enough light trickled down between the rocks to sustain the Sunlight King Lotus. It could release the light it absorbed during the day at night to light up a space. Bei Su would be able to construct a place to stay with the Sunlight King Lotus. Moreover, the Sunlight King Lotus was mobile, so Bei Su would not be restricted to one location. This gave Bei Su much more objective mobility to decide where he wanted to construct his home. When he saw more cold sweat breaking out on Wenyu's forehead, Lin Yuan hastily said to Bei Su, "You'll probably like this little gift." Once the words left his lips, the constellations dispersed, and the dreamers awoke. Wenyu had not rested for long, and she had used up all her spiritual energy sustaining the astronomical parliament. She teetered unsteadily before collapsing. Lin Yuan anxiously rushed over to catch her and gave her some roasted angelfish of bliss fish coats. After taking a small bite, Wenyu's dizziness slowly disappeared. Lin Yuan made sure she was fine before saying in one of his rarely heard stern voices, "I will go to the territory on Star Web to wait for the people from the Sea Bliss clan while you go take a good rest. You must rest properly before the next astronomical parliamentary meeting. Otherwise, the frequent complete drains of spiritual energy will take its toll on you and affect the rate at which your spiritual energy grows." Wenyu had never seen such an insistent Lin Yuan. She stuck out her tongue slightly. Somehow, Lin Yuan's domineering manner made her heart skip a beat. "Young master, I will immediately head to my room to rest after eating these fish coats. I won't wake till tomorrow morning. My spiritual energy will be completely replenished by tomorrow," replied Wenyu obediently. Lin Yuan's tone softened as he said, "The mother of Bloodbath specially set aside several grilled chicken wings for you. Big brother Lu also left some fish balls. I'll go and make you a bowl of fishball noodles. You should eat before you sleep. How can you let yourself go hungry for an entire day?" Lin Yuan rose and walked out of the training room toward the kitchen. During New Year's, Lin Yuan had learned how to cook from Lu Jie in order to cook for the Moon Empress. Moreover, Lin Yuan had cooked for Chu Xiai and himself when it had just been the two of them. As such, cooking noodles was like child's play to him. He used the soup and fish balls made by Lu Jie and made a dish that could not be too far of a cry from Lu Jie's own cooking. Additionally, Lin Yuan would eat noodles for almost every meal back in the Xia region in order to save money. Hence, he might even be more experienced than Lu Jie when it came to cooking noodles. When you finished eating the fish coats and came downstairs, she saw Lin Yuan walking out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of fish coats and a plate of chicken wings. She hurriedly walked over to take the meal over from him. Wenyu had chosen to remain by Lin Yuan's side to help him. Yet, her creation master skills had always been insufficient to be of any help to him. Lu Jie took care of feeding everyone in the mansion, so Wenyu was only left with the responsibility of dressing everyone. Now, her young master had personally cooked a bowl of noodles for her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Yuan was confused when he saw Wenyu lowering her head as she ate and wondered when she started eating with her head dipped so low that she resembled an ostrich. Her face almost made contact with the bowl. Lin Yuan sat on the water rhinoceros leather sofa and used his Star Web card to enter Star Web. As the city lord of Sky City, he could not remember the last time he had entered Sky City's private territory. He had taken his hands completely off and left everything about the territory to Wenyu after he finished setting it up. The territory had clearly been well managed by Wenyu, and everything outside of the territory still maintained the original style. There were no decorations anywhere. Currently, the territory was still as crowded as it had been when it was first opened. These people were not here to contend for fate letters as that event ended in the early afternoon. They had all come to admire the decorations in the interior of Sky City's private faction territory. Lin Yuan could not help but scratch his head as he thought, Sky City's private faction territory is about to become the #1 attraction on StarWeb. He opened StarWeb's private territory rankings and saw that Sky City was seated at #7 on the visitors ranking. Sky City only gave out 100 fate letters per day, and other territories that had merchant roles saw hundreds of thousands of clients every day. Evidently, the crowd that visited Sky City's private territory on a daily basis was massive. When Lin Yuan arrived inside the private territory, many people recognized him from his mask. Lin Yuan had come to the private faction territory to wait for the inevitable arrival of people from the Sea Bliss clan. Thus, as much as he did not want to change how popular Sky City's private territory was, he had to set up a lock. However, he did not brutally kick out those in the territory as the Sea Bliss clan had done. Instead, he quietly waited for all of them to leave and walked over to give reminders to those who still lingered. Half an hour later, the interior of Sky City's private faction territory was empty. Lin Yuan sat down on the chair and played with the Oath Lily of the Valley as he waited for Qi Wangyang and Qi Haitao to arrive. A faint frigid light appeared in the afternoon sky. A round moon slowly emerged amidst the light. However, noon had just passed, and the sunlight was blinding. Hence, ordinary people did not notice the changes that had taken place in the sky. The round moon's shape changed continuously as it lit up the sky. Mystic Moon was currently in the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace, staring speechlessly at Cicada Song. Apparently, Cicada Song had something so urgent to say to the Moon Empress that not even Mystic Moon was allowed to pass on the message. Mystic Moon would have chased him out long ago if this was anyone else. Alas, Cicada Song was a member of royalty like the Moon Empress. Mystic Moon had no right to chase Cicada Song away given their similar statuses and close relationship. However, the Moon Empress had locked herself away to train. Mystic Moon was uncomfortable with the fact that Cicada Song was currently in the inner palace of the Moon Empress, which was only separated from the Moon Empress bedroom by the Moon Shadow walkway. Suddenly, Cicada Song's eyes sharpened, and his gaze locked in the direction of the Moon Empress bedroom. At the same moment, the lotus flowers in the pool closed, and their stems sagged. It was not just the Radiant Moon Palace. All the fresh flowers on Leaning Moon Mountain that had ever been in contact with the Moon Empress aura closed up and sagged. It looked as though they were all crying. Mystic Moon noticed this and immediately looked worried. Cicada Song said grimly, "The beautiful are sharing their pain. The Moon Empress is too impatient. It's not that easy to take that last step. Your lifespan decreases by 5 years each time you attempt it. I might be able to try it many more times, but you can't try it a single time more." Initially, Mystic Moon did not think much of Cicada Song's words. But when he heard the latter part of what Cicada Song said, his heart skipped a beat. What did Cicada Song mean? What did he mean by the Moon Empress could not try it? Just as Mystic Moon was about to disregard his station and ask Cicada Song what he meant, he suddenly remembered all the changes that had happened to the Moon Empress over the last decade. These changes had left Mystic Moon shell-shocked. He had been with the Moon Empress for half a century. By now, he understood the Moon Empress even better than he understood himself. Images from the past decade flashed through Mystic Moon's mind, and he realized that the Moon Empress had turned into a completely different person after that incident. Previously, she had been so unbelievably haughty, confident, and iron-willed that it almost hurt to look at her. If you ever saw yourself as a genius, you would quickly wither in despair once you met her. Yet, she had not done anything of note in the past decade besides accepting a disciple. Her sole focus had been increasing her power. Mystic Moon did not think that the Moon Empress' astounding power came from her hard work, but from her incredible talent. Her talent had enabled her to become the strongest expert in the world easily. Additionally, she had been focused on paving the way for Lin Yuan ever since she accepted him as her disciple. This did not fit with the person she had been 10 years ago at all. If the Moon Empress had accepted Lin Yuan as her disciple 10 years ago, she would have allowed him to make his way on his own and only stepped in to clean up his messes, just like Chef Supreme did with Zhongzhe. In the past, she would only have started paving the way for him after he gained an understanding of the world. She would never have planned out every step of the way for Lin Yuan when he was only 18 years old. Lin Yuan had once been in danger in the water-world dimensional rift outside Indigo Azure City. Given the Moon Empress temper, she should have definitely stepped in to take on Tower Cannon even if she did not care for Lin Yuan. Moreover, he was the apple of her eye. Before that incident 10 years ago, before 7th Page War had even started causing trouble, it had arrived in the Radiance Federation for the first time 15 years ago and had been riding on the Radiance War Chariot when Aura had stained the plants on Leaning Moon Mountain. At that moment, a brilliant moon had swallowed up the noon sun, and waterfalls of moonbeams had crashed down on 7th Page War. As a result, even the Radiance War Chariot had cracked. If 2nd Page Revival, who had been hiding in the shadows, had not stepped in to help 7th Page War flee, the Moon Empress would have continued to unleash her wrath on 7th Page War. Yet, 15 years later, the Moon Empress had chosen to control her temper after learning of the circumstances. All these changes poked and prodded at Mystic Moon relentlessly, and only one possibility arose in his head. Could something have happened during the incident 10 years ago that he did not know about? Inside the Moon Empress bedroom, she had collapsed from her original upright seated position as moonbeams leaked from the moon imprint on the center of her forehead. Her long hair and eyebrows had all turned as white as the moon. In between breaths, she spat out moonlight. All in all, she did not look human at all. At this moment, her tightly shut eyes flew open. A look of wild indignance dominated her gaze. But slowly her gaze shifted. The small rabbit lying on her knee hurriedly handed its carrot over as an offering to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress smiled ruefully and gently pushed the carrot back as she said, "Zishi, it's no use. My soul power is completely depleted. In this state, there's no way I can continue to put my life on the line while trying to carve out a path to that heavenly road." The moon imprint on the Moon Empress' forehead gradually darkened. She paused for a moment before adding, "My birth horoscope is set. I am fated to draw my last breath within the next 5 years. Zishi, this is my destiny." The Moon Empress stopped speaking and looked down at her slender ivory hands. Her life thus far had been a series of breakthroughs, and she had never known the taste of failure until now. Unfortunately, this failure would bring about the ultimate end. At that moment, the humming of what seemed to be numerous cicadas accompanied by a gentle breeze reached the Moon Empress bedroom. Each cicada seemed to be using its music to weave a world that was brimming with soul power. As the cicadas weaved their worlds and their songs amplified their efforts, thousands of rays of light appeared beside the Moon Empress. The Bodhis started from sprouts and grew into huge trees that soon produced adlays that fell onto the Moon Empress. Every adlay replenished the Moon Empress' diminished soul power. The breeze danced around the Bodhi trees and soothed the Moon Empress' riled-up spirit. Soon, the Moon Empress' soul power had recovered. She closed her eyes and made a final charge toward the heavenly road in the interval before her birth horoscope was truly set in stone. Cicada song was currently suspended in the air as winds circled him. A cicada that was fervently rubbing its wings together sat on his palm. Dragon horns had grown from the top of Mystic Moon's head, and silver patterns covered his body. But just as he entered his battle mode, Mystic Moon was promptly wrapped up in and trapped by a torrent of wind. Cicada Song lowered his head and said, 32 lotus heads and 23 years of cicadas. In order to help the Moon Empress, I used the cicada's merciful guidance to give 23 years of merciful cicada songs to the Moon Empress. I'm sure you know of the abilities of my cicada's merciful guidance. I am helping the Moon Empress, so retract your aura. If it explodes, it might distract the Moon Empress. At first, Mystic Moon's eyes flashed, and it seemed that he was not going to back down. But when he heard the latter part of Cicada Song's statement, he struggled for a moment before decisively restraining his aura. Mystic Moon knew a fair amount about Cicada Song's signature fey, the cicada's merciful guidance. Amongst all the 13 members of royalty, Cicada Song was the only one that was purely a support-type spirit chi professional. Every 1 year of merciful Cicada Songs would enable the target to replenish its soul power rapidly. If Cicada Song was willing to give 23 years of merciful Cicada Songs to the Moon Empress, it meant that he did not have any ill will. Moreover, Cicada Song had also used the alleviating wind, which would reduce its user's lifespan by a year each time it was used. Now that Mystic Moon was calm, he could tell how much Cicada Song had sacrificed. If he was even willing to give up his own lifespan, there was no way he intended any harm to the Moon Empress. But at the same time, he was shocked by Cicada Song's power. In that split second, he had completely overwhelmed Mystic Moon. This meant that Cicada Song had also taken that step and wielded power that was a cut above Mystic Moon's own power. Judging from the strength of the aura, Mystic Moon could be certain that Cicada Song was not as powerful as the Moon Empress. However, he was not far off. Just as Mystic Moon was about to ask Cicada Song what he meant when he said that the Moon Empress no longer had any chances, the Moon Empress had traveled through the Moon Shadow Walkway to arrive at the inner palace. She was carrying a small white rabbit and looked exactly the same as how she did on any other day. When she saw Cicada Song suspended in the air, she said, "The errant gust of wind alleviated me. Cicada Song, you have improved significantly in the past few years." Cicada Song raised his hand, and a blaze-yellow wooden box appeared in his hand. A strange look appeared in the Moon Empress' eyes. Cicada Song handed the blaze-yellow wooden box to the Moon Empress and said, "This is Earth Center fine milk from that old man. Once you drink it, it'll increase your lifespan by a year. I'll take my leave now. Take care of yourself." Since the Moon Empress left so quickly, it meant that she had failed. Those who seemed unfeeling were often the most sensitive. Cicada Song knew that the Moon Empress did not have much longer to live and did not want to linger in the Radiant Moon Palace where his old friend, who was about to be gone, was. The always calm Cicada Song felt an uncontrollable urge to rush to the Freedom Federation and unleash his murderous wrath. The Moon Empress looked at the wooden box in her hands and said, "Thank you for this. I owe you one. I'll definitely return the favor in the future. Also, please thank that old man on my behalf." After Cicada Song left, the anxious Mystic Moon could no longer hold himself back and burst out, "Moon Empress, your body." The Moon Empress gave the wooden box to Mystic Moon and said, "I failed to reach that stage this time. My birth horoscope has been limited to 5 years. Now that my lifespan is shortened, I only have 3 years left. Give this drop of Earth Center fine milk to little Yuan when he returns from the Divine Wood Federation." Mystic Moon was immediately overwhelmed. He had never heard the Moon Empress say such things in the past. However, this was clearly not the time to struggle over this issue. The Moon Empress' lifespan was already short to begin with. If she used the drop of Earth Center fine milk, she would immediately gain another year. In such a circumstance, why was she not using it for herself but choosing to give it to Lin Yuan instead? Could it be because the drop of Earth Center fine milk would completely transform a body that had been cleansed of all impurities? Mystic Moon was always subservient to the Moon Empress, but he could not help but suggest, "Moon Empress, I think you should use this Earth Center fine milk on yourself. The young lord is still young. Given his talent, he'll have the opportunity to transform himself in the future, even without the Earth Center fine milk." The Moon Empress looked up at the sky. Thanks to Cicada Song's Cicada's merciful guidance and alleviating wind, she was able to use her life to make another attempt to carve a way into the heavenly path. She had managed to make headway during the final strike and felt that she would be able to break through during her next attempt. However, she also knew that her lifespan could not handle it. Even if she used the Earth Center fine milk, she would not even have 5 years left. The Earth Center fine milk could not be consumed carelessly. After one consumed a resource that could increase one's lifespan, they would need time to digest it and allow it to take effect. In fact, the person would need about 3 to 4 years to digest it, only to add 1 year to their lifespan. Precious items like the Earth Center fine milk that could increase one's lifespan were rare. But even if they were common, the Moon Empress would not be able to consume anything else to increase her lifespan in the 3 to 4 years after she used the Earth Center fine milk. Her lifespan was set. No matter how proud the Moon Empress was, she had no choice but to accept her fate. Hence, she felt that it would be best to leave the Earth Center fine milk for Lin Yuan. During the tail end of the Moon Empress' life, her only hope was to watch Lin Yuan grow slowly, become a Radiance Envoy, and achieve happiness. If she could nurture Lin Yuan into a Radiance Envoy, It would be the most meaningful thing to contribute to the Radiance Federation at the end of her life as a member of royalty. When she saw how worried Mystic Moon was, she explained softly, "Only Cicada Song and that old man know about my body's condition. I can't help that you found out from Cicada Song, but don't tell little Yuan and Cold Moon about this. I'm sure you can imagine how serious the impact will be if this piece of news gets out." The Moon Empress' resolute tone made Mystic Moon swallow the words that had already formed in his throat. He looked at the wooden box in his hands and said, "Moon Empress, young lord called you this afternoon. He has returned from the Divine Wood Federation. Why don't I contact him now? I told him that I would inform him at once when you're available." Mystic Moon felt that Lin Yuan was the only person on Earth who would be able to talk sense into the Moon Empress. Yet, the Moon Empress had forbidden him from telling Lin Yuan about this. Usually, Mystic Moon would definitely have listened to the Moon Empress. However, he would do anything if it meant that the Moon Empress would be able to live for another year. Mystic Moon decided to tell Lin Yuan about this even if it meant that he would be reprimanded by the Moon Empress when she found out. The Moon Empress' expression softened for a moment, and she said, "If so, you don't have to rush. There are still a few hours to go before dinner time. I haven't had dinner in the Radiant Moon Palace with little Yuan in some time. Ask him to come over to have dinner with me tonight." Before her lifespan was set, she rarely asked Lin Yuan to come to the Radiant Moon Palace to have dinner. She liked to have him by her side, but she also hoped he would be able to create a bright and far-reaching future for himself. But now that her lifespan was set, she did not have time to wait. As an expert that had made her name with power, she understood that one was helpless against death and that death would bring about the end of everything. There was no afterlife. In her remaining 3 years, she hoped that Lin Yuan would visit the Radiant Moon Palace as much as it did not infringe on his life. As her disciple, he was the closest person to her. Mystic Moon felt tears welling up as he felt the Moon Empress describe herself as though she was an ailing hero that could no longer live up to her past self. At her level, she should still be in her prime now. Yet, she was reduced to making do with another measly 3 years. Mystic Moon could not do anything about any of this. If it was possible, he was willing to exchange his lifespan with the Moon Empress and die in 3 years instead. The more he looked at the Moon Empress' resigned expression, the more his heart ached. He could not bear to look at her, so he turned his head away and said softly, "Moon Empress, I'll go and ask for dinner to be prepared now that young lord is coming." The Moon Empress placed the listless Zishi on the jade table and said, "I think little Yuan should consume the Earth Center fine milk today. Once he does, he should be able to contract golden wings. In order to ensure that he's able to absorb the Earth Center fine milk perfectly, we need to include more soul-protecting spiritual ingredients in tonight's dinner. Since I have nothing on my plate, I will prepare the dinner myself. Mystic Moon, help me with the preparation." Mystic Moon had no choice but to go and inform Lin Yuan now. As the Moon Empress continued to take her usual confident and dignified strides, Mystic Moon said tensely, "Moon Empress, I'll go with you when the time comes 3 years later." The Moon Empress immediately rebuked him. "Mystic Moon, what nonsense are you spouting? Even when I'm gone, you still have your own life to lead. I won't force you to do anything once I'm gone, but I hope you'll be able to keep helping little Yuan." She could not help but think about Lin Yuan's performance during Sky City's blood-packed ultimate fight against the Zheng family. In the short span of a few months, Lin Yuan had grown Sky City into an enormous beast. This filled the Moon Empress with happiness and pride. Mystic Moon's handsome face scrunched up in distress as he said, "Moon Empress, you forbade me from telling Lin Yuan and Cold Moon, but you know Cold Moon's temper best. She'll definitely make the same decision as me when she finds out. On the other hand, Lin Yuan is your disciple. If he encounters some danger and his lifespan is shortened to another 3 years as well, but he chooses not to tell you, will you be able to accept it?" The Moon Empress stared deeply into Mystic Moon's eyes without saying another word. Both Mystic Moon and Cold Moon had accepted disciples as well. Over the next 3 years, the masters and disciples would only become closer. When the time came, Mystic Moon and Cold Moon were bound to make the right decision. As for Lin Yuan, The Moon Empress had decided not to tell him after contemplating the matter thoroughly. If she told Lin Yuan about her condition, there was no way he would accept the Earth Center fine milk without any reservations. If she told him after he consumed the Earth Center fine milk, he would be tortured by the knowledge. Lin Yuan had just turned 18 this year, and the next 3 years would be a period of exponential growth for him. Since she was able to safeguard him for the next 3 years, she did not want Lin Yuan's growth to be sidelined because of her. The Moon Empress prepared a feast for tonight's dinner. After the jade-eating blood swallow evolved to suzerain, its nest would also become jade. When its nest was cooked, it would be able to replenish a person's energy to the maximum extent. Amongst the blood energy spiritual ingredients, the jade-eating blood swallow's nest was even higher ranked than the life-form sacrificial fire was amongst fire-type spiritual ingredients. There were only about 16 comparable ingredients to the jade-eating blood swallow's nest, among which were the island whale's brain oil and spirit marrow gold ginseng. Whenever one of these ingredients surfaced, they would incite a mad competition amongst the factions. In the main world, federations that had good relationships often gifted treasures to each other. Any of these ingredients could be given as a treasure. From the way the Moon Empress did not hesitate to use such ingredients, Mystic Moon could tell how important Lin Yuan was to her. On any other day, the Moon Empress would not even be able to bear using so many of these ingredients on herself. But when it came to Lin Yuan, she did not care about how precious these ingredients were at all. Nonetheless, these ingredients were all necessary in order for Lin Yuan to perfectly digest the Earth Center fine milk and use its energy to transform himself. Since the Moon Empress was set on Lin Yuan consuming the Earth Center fine milk tonight, Mystic Milk felt that he needed to visit the return from faraway mansion now to tell Lin Yuan about the Moon Empress condition. While these thoughts were running through Mystic Moon's mind, he was completely oblivious to the fact that the Moon Empress had already completely seen through him. Mystic Moon checked the time and said, "Moon Empress, it's getting late. I'll go and invite the young lord now." The Moon Empress said knowingly, "Mystic Moon, you stay here and continue prepping the ingredients. I'll call little Yuan myself. I've already made up my mind. Don't disappoint me tonight." She turned and left the kitchen. Mystic Moon watched the Moon Empress leave with great sorrow in his eyes. Meanwhile, Qi Wangyang and Qi Haitao had arrived at Sky City's private faction territory, where Lin Yuan was already waiting for them. They gingerly stood before Lin Yuan with their heads lowered and sour expressions. Small beads of sweat were rolling down Qi Wangyang's forehead. Lin Yuan looked at them the same way he would look at morons and said, "Exciting! It's so exciting. The Sea Bliss clan sure has planned this out so well. Do you take Sky City for a bunch of idiots?" Qi Wangyang and Qi Haitao jumped and jerked their heads up to explain themselves. However, Lin Yuan beat them to the chase and said, "I don't know what's going through your minds. You're on the brink of doom, yet you're still trying to do business with Sky City. You currently have no right to talk business with Sky City. The Sea Bliss clan is now on Connected Beast Park's chopping board, and they've already made a request to the Spirit Guards to issue a blood-packed ultimate fight with you. As long as they are persistent, the Spirit Guards will force you to agree. It will be impossible for you to win over Connected Beast Park. According to the rules of the blood-packed ultimate fight, Connected Beast Park will be able to decide your fate and gain control over all your businesses. Do you think they will allow the both of you to keep your lives?" Lin Yuan's words were like knives that stabbed Qi Wangyang and Qi Haitao's hearts. They were well aware of this, and it was the reason they felt utterly cornered and had no choice but to force themselves to seek out Sky City. They had also come with the goal of adding fuel to the flames of Sky City's animosity with Connected Beast Park in order to gain Sky City's help in exchange for offering them benefits. But from the way Lin Yuan reacted, Qi Wangyang and Qi Haitao knew that they had to scrap this plan. Lin Yuan frowned as Qi Wangyang and Qi Haitao's silence dragged on. Apparently, they still did not completely understand the situation and what they needed to do. It had not been long since Connected Beast Park initiated the blood-packed ultimate fight. As such, Qi Wangyang and Qi Haitao had not begun feeling the desperation of impending death yet. There was no point for Lin Yuan to continue talking to these two men in such a circumstance. Just as Lin Yuan was about to put an end to their discussion, Qi Wangyang raised his head and smiled pleasingly as he asked gingerly, I lost my head for a moment and crossed the line. If you are able to help the Sea Bliss clan overcome this trial, we'll give you 50% ownership of the Sea Bliss clan. Sky City will be entitled to half of everything that the Sea Bliss clan obtains. We will take care of managing ourselves so you won't have to do anything at all. Sky City will also be entitled to trading for a suitable amount of top-grade angelfish of bliss resources. Qi Wangyang anxiously watched Lin Yuan's gaze. When Lin Yuan did not nod after 3 seconds passed, Qi Wangyang added, according to the rules of the Blood Pact Ultimate Fights, the Sea Bliss clan can hand over all of Connected Beast Park's resources and members' fates to Sky City after Sky City aids the Sea Bliss clan during the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Lin Yuan immediately started to guffaw. It seemed that Qi Wangyang was already expecting to take over all of Connected Beast Park's resources even before he successfully convinced Sky City to help. Lin Yuan felt that this was a stupidly ludicrous way of thinking. Currently, Lin Yuan did not intend to wipe out Connected Beast Park. If he did, he would have issued a Blood Pact Ultimate Fight challenge to them on the basis that they had lent their experts to the Zheng family during Sky City's Blood Pact Ultimate Fight with the Zheng family. Firstly, the Creation Master resources that Connected Beast Park possessed were not of much use to Lin Yuan. Secondly, Connected Beast Park was now linked to Whale Ocean commerce. Lin Yuan wanted to use the relationship between Connected Beast Park and Whale Ocean commerce to obtain another strange seed that would enable Redthorn to evolve even further. Hence, even if he defeated Connected Beast Park in a Blood Pact Ultimate Fight, he would only take over their resources so as to maintain the fear that Whale Ocean commerce felt toward Connected Beast Park. If Connected Beast Park approached him after losing 3 Thearch-class experts, he might have to produce more Thearch-class experts for them. He did not want to unleash deadly wrath on Connected Beast Park before he obtained the strange seed. Thanks to the mask, the true meaning behind his smile could not be discerned. When Lin Yuan smiled, Qi Wangyang instinctively assumed that his words had taken effect on Lin Yuan, so he hastily made use of the opportunity to say, City Lord, it's clear that Connected Beast Park lent 2 Thearch-class experts to the Zheng family with the aim of destroying Sky City. It's the right time for you to act now as well as cement the impression of Sky City's power and strike fear into the hearts of the other factions. If you defeat Connected Beast Park during the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight, your rank will definitely climb to the top 15 during next year's ranking. Lin Yuan could not despise Qi Wangyang more at that moment. He could handle dealing with stupid people, but he could not accept doing business with stupid and ignorant people. The Star Web card could be linked to the phone, and Spirit Chi professionals received notifications when someone called them while they were in Star Web. When Lin Yuan saw that the call was coming from the Moon Empress, he immediately left Sky City's private territory on Star Web. Qi Wangyang and Qi Haitao were left staring at each other in an empty room. The confident Qi Wangyang's face turned grim as large beads of sweat rolled down his head. The Sea Bliss clan and Sky City's previous collaboration had been rocky. Qi Wangyang and Qi Haitao knew that they had taken advantage of Sky City by giving them angelfish of bliss that could not reproduce. Thus, Qi Wangyang did not immediately think of Sky City when they were sourcing for help. Yet, after swallowing his pride and visiting numerous top factions only to be rejected, he finally thought of Sky City. But now, it seemed that he had angered Sky City's city lord. What to do now? Lin Yuan picked up the Moon Empress call, and she told him that she was done training and wanted him to go over for dinner that night. He smiled and replied, Master, I haven't even had time to take a shower since I returned from the Divine Wood Federation. I'll head to the Radiant Moon Palace right after a shower. Lin Yuan hung up and picked up the lifespan mouse like a tuft of orange fur and said to it, Little one, you're about to meet your true master soon. Even before the lifespan mouse had been transformed into a fae by the pure spirit Qi, it already possessed impressive intelligence. Although it was not as smart as housekeeping beasts like Genius, it was as smart as Chimey before it transformed into a fae. The lifespan mouse still could not speak, but could easily understand Lin Yuan's intentions. For example, when Lin Yuan fed the soldier ration radish to the lifespan mouse, he noticed it liked to eat the stem. However, the most nutritious part of the soldier ration radish was its leaves. Hence, Lifespan Mouse instructed the Lifespan Mouse to eat the leaves instead. As much as the Lifespan Mouse preferred to eat the stem, it started to eat the leaves as per Lin Yuan's instructions. It only furtively nibbled the stems when it noticed Lin Yuan busily attending to other matters. It seemed scared of Lin Yuan finding out that it was secretly the stem. This was about the intelligence level of a 6-year-old child. When the Lifespan Mouse heard Lin Yuan say that he was going to give it to someone else, the Lifespan Mouse started to scamper in circles in Lin Yuan's palm anxiously. It looked at Lin Yuan with sad eyes, questioning how Lin Yuan could bear to give such an adorable creature like itself away. Lin Yuan hurriedly circulated his spiritual power and released it to soothe the Lifespan Mouse through his palm. Yet the Lifespan Mouse looked even sadder. Tears welled up in its eyes and wet the orange fur around its eyes. Lin Yuan realized that the Lifespan Mouse was concerned that leaving him meant that it would not be able to feel such pure spirit chi anymore. This explained why the Lifespan Mouse looked even more hurt after it felt the pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan released. Lin Yuan caressed the Lifespan Mouse's soft yet firm fur and said, "Little one, you will still be able to receive abundant pure spirit chi when you're by your new master's side. You only have a year's worth of lifespan. If you don't quickly form a contract with a person and absorb spiritual ingredients that contain vitality, you still won't be able to receive any more spirit chi once the year is up. You'll be able to eat as many vitality-increasing spiritual ingredients as you want and continue living with your new master. You'll also be able to receive pure spirit chi whenever you want. Do you still remember the other phase chasing you in the forest? Once you form a contract with the new master, she will protect you. You will never have to spend another day running for your life." The Lifespan Mouse slowly calmed down and gripped Lin Yuan's finger with its 2 small paws. It gently tugged at his finger. It was obviously still reluctant to leave Lin Yuan. He smiled warmly and said, "Your new master is my master. I will be spending a lot of time with her, so we'll have plenty of opportunities to see each other. Once you're there, you'll also be able to become friends with a stingy carrot-loving rabbit. That rabbit is just as carefree as you are. The two of you should be able to get along happily." While Lin Yuan was speaking, Zishi was lazily spread out on a table. It had placed its carrot in the jade basin next to it. Zishi's eyes trembled as large tears spilled from its eyes. However, Zishi seemed to be afraid of people spotting its tears as it hastily wiped its face clean with its white paws. The carrot in the basin no longer interested Zishi. If Zishi knew that Lin Yuan was currently speaking to the Lifespan Mouse, it would have waved its carrot angrily at him despite his position as the Moon Empress disciple. "You're the carefree one. I eat carrots to train myself. You still haven't witnessed how powerful I am. I'm not stingy at all. Countless experts in this world are dying to get a whiff of my carrot, but they can only dream of doing so. Yet, you not only got to taste the carrot skin but even got to eat half of the carrot. My carrot still hasn't fully recovered. Humph. I'm angry." After Lin Yuan comforted the Lifespan Mouse, he went back to his room to shower. He had limited resources in the Divine Wood Federation and had not had the chance to shower at all. Lin Yuan's genes had been refined, and his skin had gained resistance to dust. However, he had a habit of showering daily, and missing just a day was enough to make his skin crawl. As he listened to the sounds of rushing water in the shower, he could calmly assess his recent experiences. During this trip to the Divine Wood Federation, he had smoothly established himself in the Startling Lines continent. He was now the honorary captain of the Sincere Merchant Group and had gained a medium through which he could trade in the Startling Lines continent. This also meant that he had his own native faction in the Great Lush Federation. Talei's Horseshoe Tribe allowed Lin Yuan to gain an official channel through which he could expand himself into the Iron Hammer Federation. Luo Ye, who came from a Class 2 family, was considered a member of the elite in the Divine Wood Federation. This would enable Lin Yuan to develop himself rapidly in the Divine Wood Federation. The progress in the Startling Lines continent was going smoothly. Once Su Irin arrived by his side, her status as a Dark Envoy would be able to aid in Lin Yuan's development greatly. As for the Marsh world, Lin Yuan never imagined that he would be able to subjugate an expert like Whitespeak. Whitespeak had taken over Dark Scorpion's territory, which was right in front of Lin Yuan's own territory. This essentially formed a barrier that separated Lin Yuan's territory from potential dangers. Rising Lizard, Wendy, and White Pavilion would be able to quickly increase their power and gain faith power through the never-ending stream of marsh crocodiles. Everything was thriving. This thought made Lin Yuan smile. It seemed that he needed to start something when he returned to the Divine Wood Federation. After showering, he put on light green and lunar yellow spirit chi clothes that Wen Yu had only designed recently. Most of Lin Yuan's spirit chi clothes were black, white, and blue. He almost never wore light green and lunar yellow spirit chi clothes like the ones he had just put on. The patterns on the light green and lunar yellow spirit chi clothes incorporated the dotting with Kingfisher's technique. Diamond bright light Oriole's tail feathers were stuck to the front of the spirit chi clothes that included metal as its base. Ice silkworm threads wove golden embroidery patterns of a cloud-covered sunset. The golden threads obscured the beauty of the bright light Oriole's tail feathers and made the entire spirit chi clothes appear exceptionally soft. The light blue sky that contrasted with the lunar yellow spirit chi clothes added a bright tinge to the spirit chi clothes. When it was paired with Lin Yuan's natural charisma, his already exceptional features were elevated even further. Lin Yuan looked at himself in the mirror but did not see anything different about himself. When he stepped out of his room, he ran into Lu Jie, who had just returned from the spirit guard's land. Lu Jie's eyes lit up, and he could not help but gasp to himself. There's no doubt about it. Lin Yuan is much more suited to wearing light-colored clothes like this over dark colors like black and navy. People who did not have good looks would only appear uglier when they wore light-colored clothes. In comparison, people who did not have the right charisma would appear bland when they wore light-colored clothes. Only people like Lin Yuan, who had both the looks and the charisma, would be able to carry off light-colored spirit chi clothes perfectly. Besides his charisma, he also had an air of freshness about him. Lin Yuan hurriedly said to Lu Jie, who was about to start preparing dinner, "Big brother Lu, I was just going to call you. I'm going to have dinner with Master tonight so you don't have to prepare my share. When you just ate some of the fishball noodles and grilled chicken wings you made this morning. She will probably sleep till tomorrow morning." Lu Jie nodded and replied, "The mother of Bloodbath didn't eat its fill after saving some of the chicken wings for Wen Yu. If only the mother of Bloodbath and I will be having dinner in the mansion tonight. I'll just make more chicken wings and other bird-type phase to stuff the mother of Bloodbath." Lin Yuan immediately used the ethereal jellyfish's node teleportation and traveled to the entrance of the Radiant Moon Palace. But from the moment he arrived, he sensed that something was wrong. Normally, the two silver stamen gold luster caches flourished and bloomed. In the evenings, the silver glow of the silver stamen gold luster caches even blanketed the afterglow of sunset. Yet now, all the silver stamen gold luster caches flowers had closed up, and their branches were sagging feebly. From Lin Yuan's knowledge, he concluded that the plant-type phase were grieving. But why were they so sorrowful? Could something have happened at the Radiant Moon Palace? Lin Yuan anxiously entered the lobby of the Radiant Moon Palace and saw that the 4 tea attendants were standing in the lobby as usual. It did not appear as though anything had happened. When the 4 tea attendants saw Lin Yuan, they hurriedly went up to greet him. They bowed and said, "Young Lord, the Moon Empress prepared the ingredients and cooked tonight's dinner herself. Mystic Moon should be tending to the fire now. The Moon Empress should be waiting for you in the inner palace." Lin Yuan greeted the 4 tea attendants before walking toward the inner palace. Their behavior put him at ease. Apparently, he had been worried for nothing. It must be that something was wrong with the silver stamen gold luster caches. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to mention the problem with the silver stamen gold luster caches to the Moon Empress. Before he entered the inner palace, he saw Mystic Moon with a troubled expression. Lin Yuan asked him curiously, "Mystic Moon, Kai Cha told me that you're in the kitchen. Are you waiting for me?" Mystic Moon took a step forward and said, "Young Lord, that drop of Earth Center fine milk." Before Mystic Moon could finish speaking, the Moon Empress voice traveled in from the inner palace. "Little Yuan, come into the inner palace and see the spirit siphon goldfish I nurtured." The Moon Empress amplified her voice using spirit chi so even people far away could hear her clearly. Only S-rank experts and above had this exclusive ability. Lin Yuan was only a C-rank spirit chi professional and did not have this ability. Thus, he could not reply to the Moon Empress using the same method. The Moon Empress voice cut Mystic Moon off mid-sentence, so all Lin Yuan heard was the part about the Earth Center fine milk. Lin Yuan had heard of the Earth Center fine milk. The Moon Empress had paid special attention to talking about the Earth Center fine milk when she explained precious spiritual ingredients to him. The 100 most precious treasures were listed down in a record. The Earth Center fine milk was number 17 on that record. Every precious treasure that made it onto the list had special abilities that the other treasures could not replicate. Hence, the rankings did not quantify the treasure's worth. Lin Yuan's life-form sacrificial fire did not make it onto the list. But what did the Earth Center fine milk have to do with Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan frowned at Mystic Moon's perturbed expression and said, "Uncle Mystic, something seems to be bothering you. Do you need me to do something?" Mystic Moon knew that the Moon Empress interruption was a warning to him. After all, there was nothing truly interesting about the spirit siphon goldfish. The butterfly telescope had evolved to suzerain grade and awakened their hidden bloodline, which allowed them to glide through the water as though they were fluttering butterflies. They were not important enough for the Moon Empress to call Lin Yuan over just to admire them. Mystic Moon's brow was still deeply furrowed as he smiled ruefully and shook his head. "Young lord, the Moon Empress is waiting to admire the fish together with you. Don't keep her waiting." When Lin Yuan and Mystic Moon arrived at the inner palace together, Lin Yuan saw the Moon Empress seated at a table. She smiled at him just as warmly as she usually did. Just when Lin Yuan was about to sit down next to her, he saw the stingy carrot-loving rabbit's listless manner and immediately thought of the lifespan mouse. He had planned on giving the lifespan mouse to the Moon Empress when he was about to leave. But now that he noticed how lethargic the rabbit seemed, he decided to give the lifespan mouse to the Moon Empress now so that it could start spending time with the rabbit. Lin Yuan took out the bronze Fey storage box that contained the lifespan mouse and said, "Master, can you contract this Fey? I think it suits you well." The Moon Empress was taken aback. She had prepared Feys for Lin Yuan numerous times and even had to come up with all sorts of reasons to convince him to accept them. Yet today he was the one giving her a Fey instead. The Moon Empress was at a momentary loss as she knew how little time she had left. As one of the strongest experts in the world, she had gathered and nurtured all her Feys herself except her first Fey, which that old man had given to her. She could not remember another time when someone had given her a Fey to contract. Back then, that old man had given her a bronze Fey storage box just like Lin Yuan was doing now. At that time, she had just become a spirit chi professional and was interested and curious in any type of Fey. But now that she only had 3 years left to live, it would be cruel to contract another Fey knowing that it would have to end its life 3 years later alongside her. As troubled as Mystic Moon was, he was still stunned by what Lin Yuan said. Besides Lin Yuan, there was no one else on Earth who dared to say such a disrespectful thing to the Moon Empress. Even the other members of royalty would be deemed as insulting her if they recommended a Fey to her. But since it came from Lin Yuan, it was an act of filial piety rather than an insult. Mystic Moon recovered when he saw the Moon Empress smiling back at Lin Yuan. After spending over 50 years by the Moon Empress side as a moon envoy, Mystic Moon was well aware of how powerful her spiritual energy was. Although she had already contracted many Feys, she still had more than enough spiritual energy left to contract another Fey. As he thought about the Moon Empress arsenal of Feys, Mystic Moon could not think of any Fey that she needed. Lin Yuan had said that the Fey in the Fey storage box was suitable for the Moon Empress. If the Moon Empress had more than 3 years left to live, she would have immediately contracted the Fey and started nurturing it out of her love for him. But now, she only had 3 years left to live and was already struggling to handle the Feys she already had. Hence, there was no way she would form a contract with this Fey that Lin Yuan was giving her. Lin Yuan still did not know that she only had 3 years left. But what would happen once 3 years passed? As he looked at the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan, tears welled up in his eyes for the first time in his life. The Moon Empress was about to reject Lin Yuan. However, when she saw his hopeful expression, the words died on the tip of her tongue. When she received the bronze Fey storage box from Lin Yuan, a surge of warmth that she only experienced after accepting Lin Yuan as her disciple washed over her. She was about to keep the bronze face storage box away when Lin Yuan said, "Master, Zishi looks a little lifeless. The little creature in the bronze face storage box is about the same size as Zishi, and they should be able to play together." Lin Yuan reached over to pat Zishi. He would often pat Zishi secretly when he was at the Radiant Moon Palace. When Zishi was in a good mood, Zishi did not show an adverse reaction to him because he was the Moon Empress disciple. It would just close its eyes and let it pass. But ever since Lin Yuan ate half of Zishi's carrot, Zishi would hop far away whenever he tried to pat it. Occasionally, it would even bat away Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan could not figure out what had happened to this stingy rabbit to make it act so coldly toward him all of a sudden. Given Zishi's listlessness, Lin Yuan felt that it would not be opposed to him petting it. When he reached out his hand, however, Zishi immediately leaped over to the Moon Empress and glared at him out of the corner of its eye. It seemed to be saying that it did not need any play buddy. "I'm having a difficult time because Xie only has 3 more years left to live. Who cares about a play buddy? Even if you spit out the carrot you ate now, I'll still be as sad as I am now." The Moon Empress did not look inside the bronze face storage box. Instead, she circulated her spiritual energy and summoned the lifespan mouse. The moment that she summoned it, she, Mystic Moon, and Zishi were dumbfounded. The lifespan mouse had spent all of its life in the Divine Wood Federation and was afraid of new people. Now that it was suddenly in a strange place, all its hair stood on end. Its eyes lit up upon spotting Lin Yuan, and it ran up his body to hide in the crook of his neck. Lin Yuan did not attend to the shivering lifespan mouse. He could not shake the feeling that something was off. If the issue was only with the 2 silver stamen gold luster caches, Lin Yuan would not dwell too much on it. However, Mystic Moon's troubled demeanor and Zishi's lifelessness were evidence of something serious. Moreover, at the center of their strange behavior was the same person, the Moon Empress. Could something have happened to his master? The Moon Empress recovered from her daze while Lin Yuan was deep in thought. She could not remember how long it had been since she was last dazed like this. As a Class 5 creation master, she immediately discovered the lifespan mouse's knotted lifespan ability. This moment automatically carved itself into the Moon Empress mind. The Moon Empress had been in a resigned state of mind. But now, a spark erupted into a raging flame within her. She finally did not have to live like a person about to expire. At that moment, she seemed to return to the person she was 10 years ago. Excitement, joy, and marvel bubbled up within her. They took control of her and caused her to start trembling slightly. Her feelings swirled within her in a tangled mess. Eventually, she pushed all of them down and smiled a small yet warm smile at him. She was just as quiet as when she had first found out that her life was coming to an end. Ever since the Moon Empress accepted Lin Yuan as her disciple, she regarded him as her crowning glory. There was nothing more important to her. Although she did not talk about her limited lifespan, she was extremely indignant about it. She was most upset that she would not be able to see the bright future that Lin Yuan would make for himself. But today, her indignance morphed into hope. Thanks to Lin Yuan, her lifespan was going to change. Somehow, in this strange reality, fate would align everything on its own. If someone had told the Moon Empress 10 years ago that her disciple would change her lifespan, she would teach them a lesson they would never forget for bringing up something so ludicrous. The Moon Empress of a decade ago could never imagine that she would accept a disciple one day. She had only decided to do so last year. But the moment she came up with the necessary criteria, Ling Xiao immediately found the right candidate. Up to the moment Lin Yuan appeared, the Moon Empress would never have believed that her disciple would one day change her lifespan. Lin Yuan constantly shocked her with things like the golden lotus brocade pearls and pure spirit qi, which were difficult for even a Class 5 creation master to produce. When she had first obtained the golden lotus brocade pearls, she determined that they were the same species as the flower brocade pearls. After gaining the pure spirit qi from Lin Yuan, she tried using it to activate the flower brocade pearls. Alas, the reaction was lackluster, and they did not evolve into the golden lotus brocade pearls. It was then she realized that the golden lotus brocade pearls were not related to the pure spirit chi. It was more likely that they had been mutated through a special process. The pure spirit chi and golden lotus brocade pearls were evidence that Lin Yuan had silently surpassed her in the field of creation master skills. The Moon Empress did not probe Lin Yuan about how he did it. She was just filled with pride and joy for him. But regardless of the fact that Lin Yuan had surpassed her in terms of creation master skills, the Moon Empress never expected him to be able to alter her lifespan. Yet, he was now presenting her with the lifespan mouse. The level of astonishment that the Moon Empress was feeling was different from when she received the golden lotus brocade pearls and pure spirit chi. There were many ways to evolve and mutate lifeforms. There were even several Class 4 creation masters who had mutated extremely valuable phase. If the Moon Empress creation master level were raised, the spirit chi she produced would also become purer. The golden lotus brocade pearls and pure spirit chi could produce feasible effects. However, the lifespan mouse could alter life itself. As far as the Moon Empress knowledge went, such phase that could increase a person's lifespan should not exist in this world. Once she formed a contract with the lifespan mouse, she would have fulfilled the dream of countless experts. Extended life. With Cicada Song's help, the Moon Empress had unlocked many secrets to unlock the heavenly road. Once her birth horoscope awakened 5 years later, she would have another chance to charge toward the heavenly path. After contracting the lifespan mouse, her lifespan would not be restricted to another 3 years. As the lifespan mouse continued to consume spiritual ingredients that contained vitality, the Moon Empress life would be further extended. As such, she would no longer have to be terrified about putting her lifespan at risk when she tried to break through again in the future. The Moon Empress glanced at the lifespan mouse before turning her gaze onto Lin Yuan. All her messy emotions dissipated when she saw his smile. At that moment, all she felt was happiness. The lifespan mouse would allow her to protect Lin Yuan forever and continue to ensure that his path was smooth. The second person to recover from their dazed state was Mystic Moon. The corners of his lips twitched, and he babbled to the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan. "Moon Empress, young lord, I better go and check on the situation in the kitchen." Before the Moon Empress nodded, he turned and rushed off to the kitchen. Lin Yuan had been deep in thought, but was interrupted by Mystic Moon's voice. Lin Yuan managed to catch the tremor in Mystic Moon's voice. A few of the words even sounded choked. Was Mystic Moon crying? Lin Yuan immediately shook his head. He had no clue that the moment Mystic Moon stepped out of the inner palace, tears started to well up in his eyes. Mystic Moon did not blink, and the tears did not spill out from his eyes, as he instantly evaporated them using his spiritual power. When he had heard about the Moon Empress condition from Cicada Song, he felt his world come crashing down. In the past 50 years that they had spent together, Mystic Moon never imagined the day would come that death would separate them. His eyes had welled up slightly when he had been in the kitchen. When he saw the way the Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan in the inner palace, his eyes immediately welled up again. However, he had held them back. But when he saw the lifespan mouse and realized that the Moon Empress' tragic fate of only having 3 years left was resolved, the overwhelming excitement broke the dam and allowed his elation to burst through. As his tears evaporated, Mystic Moon tried to collect himself multiple times. The feelings of excitement made the handsome Mystic Moon's face seem rather distended. His mouth had split so far that the corners were almost touching his ears, revealing a mouthful of pearly teeth. Silver patterns appeared on his teeth and seemed to be on the cusp of turning into dragon fangs. At that moment, Mystic Moon found it difficult to control his emotions. This expression of tears of joy made the exceptionally attractive Mystic Moon appear slightly ugly. Yet, the sorrow of knowing that the Moon Empress lifespan had been reduced to another 3 years could not vanish in an instant. Hence, Mystic Moon's uncharacteristic expression lasted till he arrived in the kitchen. Now that he had fully recovered, he could properly control his delight. He went back to carefully cooking the jade-eating blood swallow's bird nest and island whale's brain oil. Previously, he had cooked with a heavy heart and did it extremely unhappily, as he knew that they were meant to aid in Lin Yuan's absorption of the Earth Center fine milk. But now, he was cooking with a complete change of heart that was filled with gratitude. His body started to glow with silver light, and a blood pearl with silver and gold hues appeared in front of his chest. Mystic Moon placed the blood pearl into the cooking island whale's brain oil. The island whale's brain oil was very effective in nourishing and protecting the soul. Lin Yuan needed to consume it in order to absorb the Earth Center fine milk. The Moon Empress did not like to eat fish, and there was a fishy taste to the island whale's brain oil which was present in all aquatic lifeforms. Hence, the Moon Empress did not touch the island whale's brain oil when she dined. If the Moon Empress found out that he had added essence blood from his heart into the dish, she would definitely reprimand him. The more elite the dragon species phase bloodline, the more difficult it would be to extract their essence blood. A gold dragon species Fae could easily produce 200 to 300 drops of essence blood. However, it was difficult for a myth breed Fae to produce more than 10 drops of essence blood. At Mystic Moon's level, he would only be able to produce 3 drops of essence blood at most. The loss of essence blood was extremely damaging to a dragon species Fae. However, main dragon species Fae's essence blood could improve the effects of spiritual ingredients to the greatest extent. As such, the island whale's brain oil would be able to protect a soul much better now that a main dragon species Fae's essence blood had been added to it. Moreover, Mystic Moon was a double-type spiritual and soul-type dragon species Fae, so his essence blood already had spiritual and soul protection properties. Dragon species Faes loved their essence blood like how a mother would love her child. This was Mystic Moon's way of thanking Lin Yuan. Previously, he always felt that the Radiant Moon Palace was sheltering Lin Yuan. But now, Lin Yuan had essentially reshaped the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan was staring dumbfoundedly at Zishi, who had just been giving him the cold shoulder. He could not figure out what was going through the stingy rabbit's mind. It had been so against Lin Yuan touching it, but now, it held his hand using both its ears and placed his hand on its body. What was it trying to do? Was it inviting him to pet it? Lin Yuan experimentally gently patted Zishi. He was afraid that Zishi had been trying to bait him and slap his hand the moment he tried to pet it. But after he touched it, Zishi lay flat on the table and exposed its soft abdomen fur. The Moon Empress immediately picked up Zishi. Zishi could change into human form, but it felt more comfortable eating carrots in its animal form. Hence, Zishi never changed into its human form outside of battle. Nonetheless, Zishi was a female rabbit, and the Moon Empress could not stand to see it lay flat and expose itself in such a manner. Lin Yuan had questions for the Moon Empress. But just as he was about to ask them, he noticed that the Moon Empress aura had changed. Now, there was a slight wildness and a significant amount of hope in her eyes. Lin Yuan felt that there was no longer any need for him to ask. He picked up the lifespan mouse from his neck and said, "Master, this lifespan mouse has a small disadvantage. If you contract it, you can't show it to anyone you don't trust." The Moon Empress flipped over her hand, and a fruit that contained an overwhelming amount of vitality appeared in her palm. Lin Yuan had only been feeding the lifespan mouse with the soldier ration radish, which contained a significant amount of energy but a pitiful amount of vitality. Hence, the lifespan mouse had not been able to gain more lifespan. The lifespan mouse's original lifespan was only a year. In order to survive, the lifespan mouse madly sought out vitality-containing spiritual ingredients. The fruit that the Moon Empress had just taken out was the largest treasure that the lifespan mouse had ever seen in its life. However, it had a careful nature and did not immediately charge toward it. It chittered on Lin Yuan's hand and scampered about as though it was saying, "I want to eat that fruit so badly. Please take it for me." Lin Yuan said to the lifespan mouse with a smile, "Once you become Master's Fae, you'll be able to eat such vitality-containing spiritual ingredients as often as you want." He patted its orange fur and encouraged it. "Go over, little one." The lifespan mouse looked deeply into this young man's eyes who had saved it in the forest and transformed its life. It gently raised its small paws and shook them before chittering at him. It scampered over to the Moon Empress' palm. The Moon Empress circulated her spiritual energy and formed a contract with the lifespan mouse before giving it the fruit of the blue life jade pear that only bore fruits every 3 years. The lifespan mouse immediately started gobbling down the blue life jade pear's fruit. Once it was done eating, its vitality rose, and its lifespan increased from a year to 2.5 years. This meant that the blue life jade pear's fruit allowed it to live another 500 or more so days. Normal factions and experts would find it a huge burden to use such resources. There were even some factions that would not be able to earn one of the blue life jade pear's fruit after working for a year. However, this was nothing to the Moon Empress. The lifespan mouse's increase in vitality made the Moon Empress smile even wider. She flipped over her hand again, and a basket of blue life jade pear fruits appeared on the floor. The lifespan mouse immediately wanted to dive into the basket, but the Moon Empress grabbed it and said, "Little one, you can only eat more once you've digested the one you've already eaten. Eating more will make you uncomfortably bloated." The lifespan mouse shyly nudged the Moon Empress' palm. After the Moon Empress formed a contract with it, it felt automatically affectionate toward her. Lin Yuan started to chuckle when he saw the lifespan mouse's bloated stomach. The lifespan mouse had been extremely greedy when it ate the soldier ration radish's leaves and stem, and Lin Yuan had wondered when it would fix this bad habit. Luckily, mouse species phase digested quickly and could eat 3 to 4 blue life jade pear fruits without any problems. Now that the lifespan mouse had eaten its fill, it looked at Zishi and leaped onto it. Zishi would have immediately slapped it away with its ear if any other fae tried to touch it. However, Zishi did not do so to the lifespan mouse. It was afraid that it would accidentally kill the lifespan mouse, which could only remain at normal/normal forever. It was the Moon Empress source of lifespan, after all. All the worry that Zishi felt over the Moon Empress reduced lifespan turned into valuing the lifespan mouse. Zishi allowed the lifespan mouse to jump around on its back and even used its ears to make sure it did not fall off. When the Moon Empress' other fays, such as the Calamity Sun-swallowing fox, were around Zishi, they dared not even make a sound. Now, Zishi was protecting the lifespan mouse as though it was a baby. Zishi was not alone. All of the Moon Empress' other fays that had not been summoned all felt affection toward the lifespan mouse. The lifespan mouse did not know that it was already the most well-loved fae amongst all of the Moon Empress fays. It was as popular amongst the fays as Lin Yuan was in the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress watched Zishi playing with the lifespan mouse for a second before asking Lin Yuan seriously, "Little Yuan, have you heard of the Barren bloodline which only exists in fays in the Radiance Federation?" Lin Yuan suddenly thought about the meal he had together with Zhongzhe and the rest in Zhongzhe's residence. Zhongzhe and Gulang had mentioned the Barren bloodline. Long Tao, Zhongzhe, and Sun Ningxiang looked at Gaofeng, Lu Jie, and Lin Yuan enviously when they did so. That was the first time that Lin Yuan had heard of the Barren bloodline. He had learned from Zhongzhe that the Fiery Sky Ho had the Barren bloodline and that it was not fully mature yet. Lin Yuan remembered that Zhongzhe had wanted to talk more about the Fiery Sky Ho, but Zhongzhe had stopped after glancing at Gaofeng, Long Tao, and Sun Ningxiang. This had made Lin Yuan realize that Zhongzhe did not want to share more about the Fiery Sky Ho and the Barren bloodline with Long Tao, Gaofeng, and Sun Ningxiang. However, he clearly saw no need to be careful with Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and Gaofeng. Eventually, Zhongzhe did not mention the Barren bloodline again until the group dispersed. When Zhongzhe had brought up the Barren bloodline, Gulang said to Long Tao, "If you work hard, you'll have the chance to gain the Barren bloodline too." Lin Yuan only managed to gain a partial understanding of the Barren bloodline from the information provided by Zhongzhe and Gulang. As such, Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "Master, I don't know much about the Barren bloodline. All I know is that Zhongzhe's Fiery Sky Ho has it. I had planned on telling you about it when you're 20 years old and participating in the selection to become a Radiance Envoy. Today I prepared a drop of the Earth Center fine milk for you. Once you consume it, you'll be able to contract phase with the Barren bloodline," replied the Moon Empress. Now, Lin Yuan knew that phase with the Barren bloodline required its contractor to be of a certain age. The Earth Center fine milk could refine a person's body, soul, and spiritual energy if their body were cleansed of impurities. This meant that spirit chi professionals needed to be outstanding bodies, spirits, and souls to contract phase with the Barren bloodline. It was just like how people below 18 years old could not use their souls to form marrow contracts with sacred source life forms. However, Lin Yuan had not managed to learn what phase with the barren bloodlines were based on what the Moon Empress said. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan had gained a deep impression of the fiery sky ho's might during their fight. The life-changing fire beast and heaven crimson fire could produce such power because of the fiery sky ho. Without the fiery sky ho's fire elemental energy-increasing abilities and the dreamland of fire, Zhongzhe's overall power would be 20% weaker than what it currently was. Lin Yuan was also shocked that the Diamond X/Fantasy V Fiery Sky Ho had 8 high-grade strange flames within it. When combined, the 8 high-grade strange flames would be as powerful as a top-grade strange flame. The top-grade strange flame was far more powerful than regular fantasy breed phase. Lin Yuan had been silently stunned by the Fiery Sky Ho's talent and bloodline. The Fiery Sky Ho's power and abilities definitely exceeded all of Lin Yuan's phase. Lin Yuan's phase were evolved through the best methods. Now, Lin Yuan finally understood that the root of Zhongzhe's Fiery Sky Ho's power came from the barren bloodline. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask the Moon Empress how one would go about obtaining a Fae with the barren bloodline, she said, "Little Yuan, in another month, the group from the Azure Federation will arrive at the Radiance Federation to watch the Radiance 100 sequence selection. There are 4 Azure envoys amongst them. The 4th Azure envoy is from the Azure Cloud Leopard family, which is one of the 12 Azure families. The Azure Cloud Leopard bloodline only exists in the Azure Federation. The equivalent to that in the Radiant Federation is the Barren bloodline. Zhongzhe's Fiery Sky Ho and Zishi both have the Barren bloodline. In the Radiance Federation, the older generation can only gain a Fae with the Barren bloodline by becoming one of the members of royalty. It is slightly easier for the younger generation who have 3 methods of doing so. Firstly, they can become a disciple of a member of royalty before they turn 30 years old. Secondly, they can become a Radiance envoy. Lastly, they can become a Radiance knight. The Moon Empress words rendered Lin Yuan speechless. Previously, Lin Yuan only had a general idea of phase with the barren bloodline. But now, he truly understood their worth. Lin Yuan knew what the 12 Azure families signified in the Azure Federation from Lin's memories. They were completely different from the roles that top factions played in the Radiance Federation. Not even the top 3 top factions, Rhine Lifeform, Whale Ocean Commerce, and Cage of Brahma Insects combined, could combine to one of the Azure family's positions in the Azure Federation. There were no members of royalty in the Azure Federation. The leader of each of the Azure families was equivalent to one of the members of royalty in the Radiance Federation. All of them had the authority to speak in the meetings held in the Azure Federation's Imperial Court. This was because every member of the Azure families had their Azure beast patterns and could contract phase that had the Azure bloodline. Clearly, the phase with the Azure bloodline were extremely strong. By the same logic, given that phase that had the Barren bloodline and Azure bloodline could be compared, phase with the Barren bloodline were just as strong when it came to combat power. According to the conditions that the Moon Empress had said were necessary to contract a Fae with the Barren bloodline, there were many more types of Faes that could gain the Barren bloodline than there were Faes with the Azure bloodline. But in terms of quantity, fewer Faes could gain the Barren bloodline because every Spirit Chi professional that was part of an Azure family and had awakened their Azure beast pattern could immediately contract a respective Fae that had the Azure bloodline. The Moon Empress seemed to insinuate that he would be able to gain a Fae that had the Barren bloodline once he consumed Earth Center fine milk. Lin Yuan was immediately looking forward to this. But at the same time, he worried about his spiritual energy. Faes with the Barren bloodline were so powerful that they could not be spirit-locked by Morbius. It would be blasphemous for him to spirit-lock a Fae with the Barren bloodline. If he required a mammoth amount of spiritual energy to contract a Fae with the Barren bloodline, most of his spiritual energy was being used on Morbius. He only had enough to contract one normal Fae. If the Fae with the Barren bloodline needed more spiritual energy than a normal Fae, he would not be able to contract it. Hence, he asked the Moon Empress, "Master, what are the conditions to contract a Fae with the Barren bloodline? I don't have a lot of usable spiritual energy left." The Moon Empress knew about his alternate identity as Black, so she knew he had contracted many Faes. She was not shocked that he did not have much spiritual energy left. Despite his young age, Lin Yuan had already contracted many Faes. The Moon Empress felt that he was already far ahead of all his peers. As she looked at his worried expression, She explained to him seriously. One person can only contract one Fae with a barren bloodline, unlike sacred source life forms where a person can contract more than one, as long as their soul is strong enough. Once you form a contract with a Fae with a barren bloodline, it will bind together with all of you. While the barren bloodline is maturing, its contractor will be able to receive some of the bloodline power. The bloodline power will greatly strengthen the contractor's body. Little Yuan, don't worry. The Fae with the barren bloodline will only use up a small amount of your spiritual energy. The most important factors are your physique and the strength of your soul. You might be in a lot of pain during tonight's dinner, but you have to do your best to eat as much as possible. It will help you absorb the Earth Center Fine Milk's energy better, as well as give you an easier time later. While the Moon Empress was talking to Lin Yuan, Mystic Moon led the spirit attendants and served the dinner dishes. Jin Qi was holding the jade-eating blood swallow's nest. Its fragrance wafted into Jin Qi's nose and triggered the blood flowing within her. If its scent was enough to have such effects, Jin Qi could not imagine what the effects would be once it was eaten. In the past, Jin Qi had wanted to seduce Lin Yuan to raise her position in the Radiant Moon Palace. But as she gazed at the Lin Yuan standing next to the Moon Empress, she understood that her idea would only ever be realistic as a pipe dream. Jin Qi could not help but be envious of Wen Yu. But at the same time, she felt that Wen Yu was extremely stupid. Wen Yu spent every day by Lin Yuan's side and had ample opportunity to reap the benefits of her position. Yet, she never grabbed her chance and made Lin Yuan hers. If Lin Yuan had chosen Jin Qi, she might already be carrying his child and enjoying the life of being waited on hand and foot by the other spirit attendants. Naturally, this was only a fantasy she kept to herself. If she made this fantasy of hers known, she would probably be dumped into the sin-cleansing pool by Mystic Moon and be forced to reflect on herself. Lin Yuan noticed the spirit attendants serving the dishes and instinctively used true data. His jaw dropped. This was too ridiculous. He had thought of himself as extremely wealthy, given that heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were produced every minute in the spirit lock spatial zone. But all of his riches were only barely enough to buy one portion of island whale brain oil. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt that something was wrong. The island whale's brain oil was dark gold, which was not its normal color. The island whale had to be at least 600 years old to be able to produce brain oil of this color. Lin Yuan gulped. As he looked at this obscenely expensive brain oil, he saw himself as a pauper. Frankly, he could not use true data to check on many of the spiritual ingredients. This meant that they all came from immortal breed phase. Although he never scrimped and saved when it came to food, he could not help but continuously marvel at how opulent this meal was. But it was only when he started eating that he realized that opulence did not equate to taste. He had an agonizing time eating the food. The Moon Empress spooned a bowl of jade-eating blood swallow's nest for him. When it first touched his tongue, it was sweet and pleasant. It was as though he was kissing a pair of the softest lips. This was the first time that Lin Yuan was experiencing such a feeling. But once he swallowed it, the taste and texture disappeared. All Lin Yuan could feel was a raging heat that was enveloping him. His blood surged and thrashed. Lin Yuan felt as though his blood was flowing at 3 times its normal speed. At the same time, his heart started pounding like a drum, and large beads of sweat rose on his forehead. The Moon Empress said with a pained expression, "Little Yuan, once you're done drinking this bowl of bird's nest, down the island whale's brain oil immediately. Finally, eat as much of the rest of the other dishes as you can. The more you eat, the stronger you'll become. You have to use up all your determination now." Lin Yuan took a deep breath and gulped down the jade-eating blood swallow's nest as quickly as he could before holding up the jade bowl of island whale's brain oil and pouring it down his throat. He ate so quickly that the food could not settle in his body quickly enough to match the rate he was putting more food in. The jade-eating blood swallow's bird nest only started to take effect when Lin Yuan was done drinking the island whale's brain oil. His rushing blood made his blood vessels bulge out of his skin and made Lin Yuan feel a strange euphoria. This also increased Lin Yuan's eating speed. When he moved on to the other dishes, he felt as though an ocean had been stuffed into his soul. He felt so bloated that all the hairs on his body stood on end. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt that he had reached his limit. Suddenly, he thought of Morbius' Calm Mind. Calm Mind's effects were meant to be activated, but it could also be initiated. He used Calm Mind continuously and fought against his discomfort to continue gobbling down the food. As the Moon Empress watched Lin Yuan frantically stuff food into his body, she turned her gaze onto Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon retracted his neck and said softly, "Moon Empress, I did it for young Lord's sake." The Moon Empress sighed and said, "Once little Yuan is done eating the Earth Center fine milk, I'll ask him if he has more pure spirit chi. It must have been very uncomfortable to be bound by cicada song. With the pure spirit chi, your bloodline will probably improve. Once your bloodline is improved, you'll be able to get over that rut." The Moon Empress noticed that Lin Yuan was only left with the last dish, and she was silently shocked by Lin Yuan's resolve. Once Lin Yuan cleared the last dish, she said, "Mystic Moon, now is the time. Give the Earth Center fine milk to little Yuan now." If the Lifespan Mouse were not present, Mystic Moon would have hesitated to carry out this order. But now, he was more than willing to allow Lin Yuan to consume the Earth Center fine milk. After Lin Yuan swallowed the last mouthful, Mystic Moon's hand shook, and a drop of white liquid flew into Lin Yuan's mouth. When the drop of white liquid entered his mouth, he felt all his bodily functions being suppressed. If not for the white liquid's stickiness preventing him from swallowing it instantly, he might have started to exclaim, "Damn! This Earth Center fine milk is so disgusting." It had a stench and was salty and bitter at the same time. When he finally managed to swallow it and felt relief that his surging blood and bloated soul would be alleviated, he was plunged into what he could only describe as true pain. When he had first consumed the diamond silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar and cleansed his body of all impurities, he felt as though he was going through a slow death. When he had consumed the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, he felt as though his soul was being excruciatingly shattered. He had thought that such physical and soul pain was the greatest extent of pain that existed. But compared to the pain he was experiencing now, the physical and soul pain had been nothing. He was sure that if his body were sliced open now, it would immediately explode like a balloon, and blood would spurt out like a fountain. All of the medicinal effects of the food he had eaten rose from his surging blood and were injected into his flesh. It was so painful that Lin Yuan felt like he was becoming a large mulberry with a hatching parasite within it. As the parasite clawed its way outward, it started to drain the mulberry. When Lin Yuan ate the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, the physical pain slowed down his soul and dulled his sense of pain. But because of the island whale's brain oil and other spiritual ingredients, his soul was being overactivated. This greatly raised Lin Yuan's sense of pain. The Earth Center fine milk did not only affect his body but also his soul. Its medicinal effects significantly strengthened Lin Yuan's soul. However, the medicinal effects were too strong, and Lin Yuan's soul almost shattered in the process of absorbing the Earth Center fine milk. Moreover, both of Lin Yuan's souls were being affected simultaneously. This resulted in him experiencing twice the amount of soul pain. If he were only experiencing either one of the pains, it would have been too much for him. But now that both pains were mixed, they struck a strange balance between Lin Yuan's physical and soul pain. Lin Yuan could not faint as a form of relief even if he wanted to. At that moment, every passing second felt 100 times longer to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's activated soul enabled him to feel every single change in his body. He tried using Calm Mind again, but the two types of pain made him unable to control his body. Lin Yuan could only check on the condition within his body while the Moon Empress and Mystic Moon witnessed the changes to his exterior. At that moment, Lin Yuan looked as though he was completely covered in blood. Due to the jade-eating blood swallow's nest, he produced an endless stream of blood that formed a thick crust that sealed Lin Yuan within. Now Lin Yuan looked like a cocoon. The Moon Empress clenched her fist, and a pained expression came over her. Mystic Moon was the same. But when he saw the Moon Empress expression, he hurriedly tried to comfort her and said, "Moon Empress, young Lord will be able to ride out the effects of the Earth Center fine milk even if he didn't eat all those beneficial spiritual ingredients. Now that he ate them, you don't have to worry at all. He will be completely fine. The Moon Empress furrowed her brow even deeper. She knew that the Earth Center fine milk would only be beneficial to Lin Yuan, but she could not help but be in pain as she watched him suffer in anguish. Lin Yuan was currently undergoing a refinement of his genes and transforming himself. The Moon Empress could not help him out even if she wanted to. If she tried to alleviate his pain, it might halt his transformation. This would cause Lin Yuan to lose his opportunity. But she thought of all the dishes that Lin Yuan had eaten, and her brow relaxed. Given the time, the dishes should have been digested when the Earth Center fine milk took effect. The double pain from his soul and body had left Lin Yuan numb. He suddenly felt energy being released from within his stomach. Although the energy deepened Lin Yuan's pain, every atom of energy acted like a soldier that protected his body and soul from being destroyed by the Earth Center fine milk. The energy also increased the rate of Lin Yuan's absorption of the Earth Center fine milk. Lin Yuan also absorbed all of this energy. All he could do was helplessly hold on. A few short minutes in the outside world felt like several centuries in Lin Yuan's soul world. During this time, Lin Yuan collapsed, was plunged into despair, and picked himself up over 1,000 times. Finally, Lin Yuan slowly acclimated himself to the soul and physical pain. Lin Yuan no longer felt any despair. All he felt was happiness over his body's transformation and hope for a better future. As he fought against the pain, his mood lifted. It was said that the younger generation needed to have soaring ambitions but could not help but be pulled down by loneliness. Yet, Lin Yuan's ambitions had reached a level so high that they could not be deterred by anything unless it was worse than the pain he was currently experiencing. Suddenly, a burst of spirit took shape within Lin Yuan's heart. When he used spirit qi to strengthen genius and the lifespan mouse, they continuously lost and grew new fur. However, Lin Yuan did not lose his hair but his body's cells. His cells died and were created in an endless loop within Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan had lost count of the number of times his body died and revived. His marrow, skeleton, blood, tendons, nerves, nails, and hair were in a constant cycle of death and regrowth. After Lin Yuan's body went through the final cycle, a clean air that only belonged to life forms burst forth from the cocoon and filled the air in the radiant moon palace. The lotus species phase in the lotus pool swayed their petals and produced fog. The butterfly telescopes spread out their wing-like fins and tail and leaped out of the water as though there was something outside of the lotus pool that was calling to them. Inside the crust, Lin Yuan had finished his transformation. Just as Lin Yuan was about to use his hand to break out of the crust, he noticed that his clothes had been wrecked during the transformation. As such, he hurriedly took out a set of black spirit qi clothes and changed into them. He checked himself again and broke out of the crust once he was sure nothing was wrong. Mystic Moon and the Moon Empress had seen many members of nobility before, but when they saw Lin Yuan, they could not control the astonishment that surfaced. Lin Yuan's appearance did not seem very different from before, but his features had become fundamentally more striking. Previously, his features had been about 80 marks, but now it was above 90 marks. Once a person's looks reached above 90 marks, he would be considered to have reached the peak of attractiveness. If every person at the peak of attractiveness were judged against one another, the result of the judging would produce very different results. After all, beauty was in the eye of its beholder. However, Lin Yuan's point of appeal had always been his charisma and not his looks. Previously, his aura had already boosted his looks from 80 marks to more than 90 marks. But now that charisma was above 90 marks, he had an air of unexplainable nobility. He had continuously grown and increased his power in the past 8 months. His resources had also continually increased, and he even established his faction. The culmination of these experiences, luxurious clothes, and change in status in society already gave him an aura of eliteness. However, the air of nobility that rose from Lin Yuan now was different from his previous air of eliteness. This charisma of nobility was not obvious, yet it could not be overlooked. It was the same as how apostles were on a higher life form level than other dimensional life forms. Moreover, Lin Yuan's figure and skeletal structure had also changed. When Lin Yuan grew from 1.78 meters to 1.79 meters, he had hoped that he would be able to grow past 1.8 meters. Now, his dream had finally become a reality as he stood at 1.82 meters. He knew that he had grown taller. The clothes that Wen Yu had designed for him perfectly matched his previous figure and measurements. Although he had only grown by a few centimeters, the black spirit chi clothes he was wearing had obviously too tight and ill-fitting. Moreover, a person's bones and features changed over time due to their lifestyle and nutrition intake. For example, if a person often sat for long periods, their spine would naturally curve. But if they often lay flat, the back of their heads would flatten. If they always chewed on hard things, their jaws would become stronger. These changes were not obvious but could tangibly affect a person's looks and aura. Now that Lin Yuan's bone structure had transformed and his genetic model was at its peak, any changes to his body due to bad habits would be automatically recovered. Lin Yuan was about to greet the Moon Empress and Mystic Moon when his stomach started to rumble. He instinctively held his stomach. However, his stomach stopped after making the noise once. With his body's innate ability, Lin Yuan sensed an intense hunger. It was as though all the cells in his body were begging him to eat something. He hurriedly took out a soldier ration radish vine and was about to eat its leaves when the Moon Empress said, "Little Yuan, don't eat the soldier ration radish now. All your cells are encouraging you to take in nutrients. This means that you didn't consume enough nutrients from the dishes just now. You should eat some high-quality ingredients and make use of the aftereffects of the Earth Center fine milk so that your muscles will absorb another portion of nutritious energy." Mystic Moon suppressed his shock and said, "I'll go and make the preparations in the kitchen now and serve food to young lord within half an hour." He quickly marched off to the kitchen and instructed the spirit attendants to clear the empty dishes from the table. Mystic Moon could not understand how Lin Yuan's body managed to absorb so many nutrients and energy. The Moon Empress had already prepared a significant amount of spiritual ingredients for the previous meal, and he had even added a drop of his own essence blood. No matter how hard he thought about it, Mystic Moon could not come up with an answer to his conclusion. From the changes that had just happened to Lin Yuan's body, Mystic Moon felt that there was no more space for Lin Yuan to improve his physical self further. It was more likely that his state of hunger came from his soul's need for nutrients. Hence, Mystic Moon took out another portion of the island whale's brain oil and some other spiritual ingredients of the same quality as the island whale's brain oil that could also nourish souls and started cooking. Lin Yuan's stomach started to grumble, and he soon became embarrassed by the constant noise. The Moon Empress tried to find something to distract him as she knew that being in an extended state of hunger was a form of torture. It was 10 times more difficult to bear than normal hunger. She flipped her hand, and a golden egg appeared in her palm. She asked Lin Yuan solemnly, "Little Yuan, have you finished reading the catalog of mountains and seas that I gave you?" Lin Yuan hurriedly nodded and replied, "I finished it long ago." He always had the habit of reading. As such, he had thoroughly read the entire book within 3 days. However, he had found it rather confusing. He did not know why the Moon Empress wanted him to read a book that was published before the Spirit Chi awakening. The Catalog of Mountains and Seas was similar to the Classic of Mountains and Seas that Lin Yuan had read in his previous life. However, the Catalog of Mountains and Seas was much more believable. Nonetheless, such books of lore were still regarded as unrealistic no matter in what a believable way they were written. Lin Yuan responded to the Moon Empress while staring at the gold egg in her hand. There were swirling storm patterns engraved on the shell of the egg. It was as though the egg was the eye of a storm, and it looked like a concurrent mix of darkness and light. Somehow, it was as though a ferocious beast was looking out from within the storm. Additionally, the egg had a similar aura to Zhongzai's fiery sky hoe. This meant that there had to be a fae with the barren bloodline within the golden egg. This was very likely the fae with a barren bloodline that the Moon Empress had prepared for him. The Moon Empress smiled and replied honestly, "There is a legend in the Catalog of Mountains and Seas which mentions a bird with golden wings that only eats dragon lungs and drinks phoenix blood. Do you remember this legend?" Lin Yuan gulped and nodded before saying, "Of course, I remember it. Master, is the Fae with the barren bloodline in this egg the golden wings? When Lin Yuan had been reading the catalog of mountains and seas, he soon reached the part about the golden wings, and it had left a deep impression on him. He had not taken the catalog of mountains and seas seriously and brushed it off as mere legends. Hence, he had not thought too seriously about its contents. The first thought that came to Lin Yuan's mind about the golden wings was that it was picky. It only ate dragon lungs and drank phoenix blood. As long as a Fae had a drop of dragon species or phoenix species bloodline in them, it would become much more expensive than other Faes. The Faes that had awakened their dragon species and phoenix species bloodlines were sometimes worth more than money could buy despite not being true dragons or phoenixes. Lin Yuan wondered if the golden wing's pickiness had caused it to die of starvation. However, the existence of the golden egg was proof that the golden wings was real. It was likely that all the Faes recorded in the catalog of mountains and seas were Faes in the Radiance Federation that had the barren bloodline. As such, Lin Yuan's impression of the golden wings changed from picky to wonder as he imagined the power it would gain from such a diet. The Moon Empress nodded and replied, "You're right, the golden wings is in this egg. There is basic information about Faes with the barren bloodline written in Catalog of Mountains and Seas. Although you've consumed the Earth Center fine milk and both your body and soul have transformed, it will still be difficult for you to form a contract with the golden wings. I had a hard time when I contracted Zishi as well. Faes with the barren bloodline are wild. It's much harder to form a contract with Faes with the barren bloodline than it is to form a marrow contract with sacred source lifeforms. Your sacred source lifeform will be able to aid you when you're contracting the golden wings. You must remember to obstinately suppress the golden wings' willpower during the contraction process. Otherwise, the balance of power could be overturned. Once you form a contract with the Fae with the barren bloodline, it will accompany you for the rest of your life just like all your other Faes." The Moon Empress handed the golden wings egg to Lin Yuan. Soon, Mystic Moon led the spirit attendants and served another tableful of dishes. After Lin Yuan started eating, he no longer felt as uncomfortable. Soon, he realized that he no longer felt hungry once the uncontracted Fae in his soul absorbed its fill of nutrients and energy. Finally, his transformation was complete. Given that he would need to put his willpower against the Fae with the barren bloodline during the contraction process, he could not be disturbed. Thus, Lin Yuan went into his breeding room after the meal and shut the door. He followed the Moon Empress's directions and started to move his palms. His blood and soul energy simultaneously enveloped the golden wing's shell. At the same moment that the golden wing's egg absorbed Lin Yuan's blood and soul energy, he felt himself being transported into the eye of a storm. He could feel the fierce air currents around him and readied himself to unleash his willpower. Suddenly, he sensed an enormous beast awakening in the wind. The beast was staring at him through the howling winds. Lin Yuan's expression remained steady. He had just been in the breeding room in the Radiant Moon Palace. But he had appeared here after he used his blood and soul to engulf the egg. It seemed that his soul had entered the golden egg, and he was currently witnessing the scene within the golden egg. Lin Yuan remembered that the Moon Empress had said he would have to clash against the golden wings in a battle of willpower in order to contract it. Since it was a battle of willpower, it did not matter who made the first move. They were bound to duke it out. Hence, Lin Yuan just needed to steel himself. However, his chest tightened when he remembered what the Moon Empress said about him. Still having a hard time despite having consumed the Earth Center fine milk. She had not given him any such warning in the past when he consumed the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to cleanse the impurities in his body or the Earth Center fine milk to transform himself. Since the Moon Empress had given him a warning, it was likely that he would be in more pain than when he consumed the Earth Center fine milk. By the time the golden wing's willpower arrived, Lin Yuan had already released his willpower and filled the surroundings with it. Since Lin Yuan was within the golden egg, his body was a rendition of his soul. As he continued to release his willpower, a silhouette appeared behind him. This silhouette was in the image of Lin Yuan, only it was over 1,000 times larger than his normal body. Lin Yuan's willpower was powerful to start with, but after consuming the Earth Center fine milk, his willpower was strengthened to its peak. The enormous silhouette of Lin Yuan looked as though it was going to destroy the storm. He sensed the willpower silhouette behind him. However, he did not notice that a crimson bronze bangle had appeared on the wrist of the silhouette. A cry piercing enough to cut through metal broke through the storm at that moment. Clouds arose within the eye of the storm. Lin Yuan looked up and saw that an enormous bird that seemed to cover the sky was currently glaring down at him with its piercing eyes. Its body was sturdy and elegant, and its gold feathers were covered with wild patterns. Every movement of its feathers could form a raging tornado. The thousands of tornadoes weaved around the enormous bird and seemed determined to crash into everything. The enormous bird's dark gold eyes were piercing as it sneered contemptuously at everything. Its long and razor-sharp claws could easily slash out a dragon's heart. Its sharp beak could also rip a phoenix's neck to drink its blood. It was such an intimidatingly handsome bird. Lin Yuan felt that this description was not apartment. Lin Yuan's silhouette was giant, but in the face of the enormous golden-winged bird, he was like a child standing before an adult. This difference made Lin Yuan aware of how powerful the Golden Wing's willpower was. He remembered the Moon Empress saying that his sacred source lifeform could help him during the Battle of Wills. Hence, he called out to the sacred sword-wielding queen. Soon after, an even larger shadow appeared behind his silhouette. The shadow's skirt billowed, its eyes were shut, and its arms were crossed over its chest in a defensive pose. The Golden Wing's willpower was provoked when it saw the sacred sword-wielding queen's shadow that was almost half its size. It unleashed an even fiercer cry. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the Golden Wings trying to use its willpower to crush him. He had assumed that he would need to fight tooth and nail. But at this moment, the crimson bronze bangle on the wrist of his silhouette lit up and flew off its wrist. It shot toward the Golden Wing's prodigious figure. It looked like a piece of dust landing on a majestic eagle. When the unassuming crimson bronze bangle landed on Golden Wings, it started to grow larger until it fitted itself tightly around the Golden Wing's neck. The Golden Wing's willpower seemed to have been trapped by the crimson bronze bangle and prevented the Golden Wings from releasing any more of its willpower. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the Golden Wing's fear of the crimson bronze bangle. It was as though the crimson bronze bangle was on a completely different level from the Golden Wings. Lin Yuan had sensed this from the sacred sword-wielding queen before. As for the crimson bronze bangle around the Golden Wing's neck, Lin Yuan could not be more familiar with it. The crimson bronze bangle was none other than Morbius. Lin Yuan was astonished. As its contractor, Lin Yuan was well aware of Morbius' condition. Morbius was currently sleeping. Could this event be a natural reaction of Morbius' sleeping state? Moreover, Lin Yuan had made numerous guesses about what level of lifeform Morbius was. Morbius had reached Silver X/Fantasy I. At its current level, it still could not see its own genus. Moreover, Morbius type was mystery type. Besides Morbius, Lin Yuan had never encountered any other mystery type Fey or source type lifeform. At first, he assumed that he would have to engage in an intense battle of willpower with the Golden Wings. Yet, it seemed that the Golden Wings was completely under Morbius' control, and any struggle on its part would be futile. During the battle, Lin Yuan would use the opportunity to inject his willpower into the Golden Wings to suppress its willpower. Yet, he managed to easily suppress the Golden Wings' willpower with Morbius' help. After Lin Yuan suppressed the Golden Wings' willpower, all the rampaging winds around him turned into a warm breeze. The eye of the storm dispersed, and the time warp formed by the winds shattered. Lin Yuan also felt a sense of weightlessness. By the time he recovered, he found himself in the breeding room again, and the golden egg in his hand had cracked. As he listened to the pecking noises coming from within the egg, a small beak soon popped out. Eventually, a small golden-winged bird about the same size as Chimey pushed itself out of the egg. Lin Yuan hurriedly took out a handkerchief and placed it over the damp bird. The little bird could not even stand steadily, yet it had the same aura of the barren bloodline that the fiery Sky-Ho had. The catalogue of mountains and seas had other information about the Golden Wings besides its diet. When the Golden Wings spreads its wings, it will cover the skies. Its claws will slice through majestic altars and cleave mountains. Evidently, the Golden Wings was a gargantuan fae with the barren bloodline and mainly depended on its body to attack. However, there was a line in the description that said, fundamentally training its wings, its body will be swathed in light and darkness. Lin Yuan was utterly clueless. He understood it as the Golden Wings would be able to gain the ability to control light and darkness through various evolutions. But what did the light and darkness abilities mean specifically? No matter how hard he thought about it, Lin Yuan still came up blank. Lin Yuan was not the type to fixate. When he could not come up with an accurate answer with the information he currently possessed, he instinctively pushed the thought out of his mind. After all, the Golden Wings would eventually provide him with an answer as he continued to nurture it. He guessed that this small creature would soon grow exponentially on its dragon lungs and phoenix blood diet. It was likely that it would grow to the size Lin Yuan witnessed within the golden egg. However, his head ached when he realized the number of dragon lungs and phoenix blood that he would have to procure. Where would he go to secure the large stock that he needed? It would not be a one-time procurement, as the Golden Wings would only need more as it continued to grow. Lin Yuan had no choice but to continue to mull over this problem, as he needed it in order to enable the Golden Wings to grow. The catalogue of mountains and seas had also mentioned that the Golden Wings was a stickler for high-quality food. The creature that consumes dragon lungs and drinks phoenix blood cannot accept any careless form of sustenance lest its feathers degrade and it loses its wind. This line meant that the dragon lungs and phoenix blood all had to be fresh and of a certain quality. Otherwise, its feathers would lose their luster while the storm patterns on its feathers would disappear. It was evident that the Golden Wings was persnickety and difficult to maintain. Since the freshness and quality of the dragon lungs and phoenix blood would have an effect on the Golden Wings' health, Lin Yuan could only assume that the higher quality of food the Golden Wings consumed, the stronger it would grow to become. However, Lin Yuan did not have a good hold on differentiating the quality of dragon lungs and phoenix blood. Nonetheless, he was certain that Chimey did not meet the cut. Firstly, the Luan species was only a subcategory of the main phoenix species, and there was no guarantee that the Golden Wings would be able to maintain its health using impure phoenix blood. Moreover, Chimey's sound bird bloodline had devoured its Luan bloodline. As such, the proportion of Luan bloodline in its body was pitifully little. Although Chimey was not suitable, Blackie was a pure flood dragon species fae, and it would definitely be able to evolve into the main dragon species fae. It was likely that Blackie's lungs were large enough to meet the Golden Wings' needs, but Lin Yuan would not allow either Blackie or Chimey to sacrifice themselves. After mulling over the issue for some time, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up abruptly. Killing phoenix species fays was not the only way to obtain phoenix blood. Dark Cloud's bird shrine had many main phoenix fays. A top faction had limited resources, and they would have to hold back in some areas in order to branch into other markets. As elite as the main phoenix species fays bloodline was, their resource needs would increase at a much steeper rate as compared to other fays. Given that the Dark Cloud's bird shrine was trying to branch into another market rapidly, they did not have enough resources for their faction's main phoenix species phase. Lin Yuan felt that he would be able to trade with Dark Cloud's bird shrine for main phoenix species fae blood in exchange for resources. Under normal circumstances, no main phoenix fae would be willing to give up its blood. But if it were offered sufficiently attractive benefits, it would be able to give up its blood as a trade. Lin Yuan felt that it was unlikely that any problems would arise given his relationship with Li Xin. This method would allow Lin Yuan to affirm from the source that the phoenix blood drunk by the Golden Wings was fresh. Alas, Lin Yuan could not find it in himself to ask Long Tao directly for the dragon lungs. Coiling Dragon's Valley had many dragon species fays, and it would be easy for him to obtain dragon blood or even essence blood from Long Tao as they were reproducible. However, the lungs were an important organ that dragon species fays could not regrow. Once the lungs were removed, the dragon species fae would certainly die. Hence, it would be much more difficult to obtain the dragon lungs than it was the phoenix blood. Nonetheless, the most convenient method of obtaining the dragon lungs would be through Long Tao and ask if he had any ideas. Even if Long Tao did not have any ideas, Lin Yuan could still trade for some dragon species phase whose bloodlines could be easily evolved. Lin Yuan's army of 100 questions beasts would only grow stronger, and he would be overflowing with Creation Master resources. He could use his Creation Master resources to nurture high-quality dragon species phase and extract their lungs for the golden wings. As for the wind elemental energy and spirit chi that the golden wings would require during its growth, Lin Yuan did not need to worry. There was more than enough spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. Although there was no such thing as strange wind in the spirit lock spatial zone, he had enough wind elemental pearls for the golden wings. As he looked at the golden wings in his hand that would eventually deplete a mountain of resources, Lin Yuan could not help but sigh to himself. What kind of life is this? I contracted the source-type life-form Red Thorn, which is difficult to maintain, and the sacred source-wielding Queen, which is challenging to upkeep. Now, the golden wings will be even harder to nurture. If I didn't have the spirit lock spatial zone, all my phase, source-type lifeforms, and sacred source lifeforms would drain me dry. The golden wings in his hand was now dry. It pushed itself out of the handkerchief and looked at Lin Yuan warily. Since Lin Yuan had used his soul, blood, and spiritual energy to form a contract with the golden wings, it could grow by learning from the information in his soul. Just as he was about to greet the golden wings, it said, "Lin Yuan, give me a name. From now on, I will do my best to protect you." The golden wings flapped its wings as though it was showing off its strength. But before it lifted itself into the air, it noticed Morbius on Lin Yuan's wrist and immediately used its wings to cover its eyes in terror. Lin Yuan almost burst into laughter. The golden wings looked just like a small newly hatched chick. When it flapped its wings, it looked clumsy and unstable. Lin Yuan forced himself to hold his laughter back for fear of hurting the golden wings' pride. He could sense the golden wings' fear through his spiritual energy and hurriedly patted its soft feathers with his finger. "Don't be afraid. Morbius will be your friend now too," said Lin Yuan soothingly. As for choosing a name for it, Lin Yuan felt that this was his niche skill. He thought about the majestic golden wings that seemed to cover the sky that he had seen inside the egg and said, "From now on, your name shall be Shiny." He had wanted to call the golden wings Gold Shine, but it seemed inconvenient to say. Shiny was much easier. The sacred sword-wielding queen that had been scarfing world crystals down inside Lin Yuan's soul looked satisfied when it heard the name that Lin Yuan gave the golden wings. It felt that its name pill was better sounding than Shiny. Lin Yuan had named the sea burial lotus flower silver corona and the golden lotus brocade pearls as brocade zither, and sacred sword-wielding queen had been feeling that it was extremely unfair. But now everything was back to normal. With Lin Yuan's affectionate actions, the trembling Shiny slowly revealed its eyes. He used true data as he was curious to see what abilities a Fae with the Baron bloodline had. Lin Yuan wondered if this small creature that was eventually going to gobble up an enormous amount of resources would be able to make the expense worth it. Fae name: Golden Wings, Fae species. Baron/Featherwinged, Fae grade. Normal, 1/10. Fae type, Wind, Fae quality. Normal, abilities. Snapped neck falling death. When its sharp claws make contact with a target, the target's neck will be snapped. At the same time, the golden wings will extract the target's soul and absorb the soul into its feathers. The soul will imbue the storm patterns on the feathers with intelligence. Lin Yuan immediately thought of Zhongzai's Fiery Sky Ho. The Fiery Sky Ho was Baron species and Toothed Beast species. That was the first time that Lin Yuan had seen a Baron species Fae. Now, he was seeing another Fae with the Baron bloodline with the Baron species. From now on, he could use a phase type to determine if they had the Baron bloodline on top of identifying their aura. Given the description of the golden wings in the catalog of mountains and seas, Lin Yuan knew that the golden wings used its body as its main weapon. Its normal ability, Snapped Neck Falling Death, suited it very well. Snapped Neck Falling Death could significantly increase Shiny's damage power and give the Shiny the ability to kill its target with a single attack. The ability absorbed the target's soul into Shiny's feathers and imbued the storm patterns on its feathers with intelligence. This made Lin Yuan think of the thousands of twisting tornadoes on the shell of the golden egg. If all of the storm patterns gained intelligence, the tornadoes they produced would become extensions of Shiny's body. Snapped neck falling death enabled Shiny to strengthen its elemental damage ability, which would go hand in hand with its physical damage ability. Lin Yuan brought Shiny into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He realized that Genius was not in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and he assumed that it had gone into the marsh world to plant the soldier ration radishes. Chimey was not live streaming. Instead, it was in its nest on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and hard at work absorbing the energy from strange flames. When it spotted Lin Yuan, Chimey cheeped and flew over to him. At that moment, Shiny was stunned and stared unblinkingly at Chimey like a foolish young man who had just laid his eyes on a beautiful girl. Chimey landed on Lin Yuan's ear and happily snuggled against him. While Lin Yuan was talking to Chimey, he sensed Shiny's feelings. He did not know what he should say about Shiny's feelings. When Shiny first hatched, Lin Yuan noticed that it was male. Shiny truly was special. Fell in love right after stepping into the world. Unfortunately, falling in love early did not end well. Lin Yuan had come into the Spirit Mouth Peony to grow and harvest some of the Spirit Mouth Peonies for the Moon Empress. As such, he did not bother with the possibility that Shiny falling in love at first sight could end badly. He instructed Chimey to take care of Shiny before he crushed 3 Spirit Chi crystals and fed them to the Spirit Mouth Peonies. Previously, 1 Spirit Chi crystal had filled 10 Spirit Mouth Peonies with Spirit Chi. But now, 3 Spirit Chi crystals filled 40 Spirit Mouth Peonies with Spirit Chi. However, this also had to do with the fact that they had been absorbing the pure Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan plucked the 40 Spirit Mouth Peonies out and placed them into a platinum phase storage box before he left the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Once he exited his breeding room, he saw the Moon Empress and Mystic Moon waiting for him at the door. When he saw the Moon Empress' concerned gaze, he said with a smile, "Master, the Golden Wings is now my fae." The Moon Empress grinned and replied, "Little Yuan, do you know what you're going to do about the dragon lungs and phoenix bleed that you'll need to nurture the Golden Wings?" Lin Yuan honestly told the Moon Empress about all his plans. The more she listened to him, the more shocked she looked. After he was done speaking, there was a moment of silence before pride came over her expression. When Lin Yuan started talking about his plans to obtain the dragon lungs and phoenix blood, Mystic Moon knew that he would have no need for the dragon lungs and phoenix blood that the Moon Empress had prepared for him. Moreover, Lin Yuan's ability to use social connections for his own purposes allowed Mystic Moon to realize how Lin Yuan had been able to develop Sky City so rapidly without the Moon Empress' help. After the Moon Empress contemplated for a moment, she kept away the diamond phase storage box she was holding. Instead, she tossed a gold phase storage box to Lin Yuan and said, "Little Yuan, it's getting late. Why don't you stay the night in the Radiant Moon Palace and return tomorrow? There are a few bottles of main phoenix species phase blood inside the gold phase storage box and the organs of 1 dragon species phase that is 1 step away from evolving into the main dragon species. These should be enough to enable the Golden Wings to evolve to bronze grade. The Golden Wings should consume pure Spirit Chi and Wind Elemental energy alongside the phoenix blood and dragon lungs. Little Yuan, I didn't expect you to set such a high standard for the Golden Wings nurturing. I'm looking forward to seeing how strong the Golden Wings will grow to become." As Lin Yuan looked at the gold phase storage box that the Moon Empress had given him, he decided that he would immediately return to the breeding room to evolve Shiny. On the day that he had met Qin Luan and Qin Yu, he had comprehended a willpower rune formed from air currents. This willpower rune was like restless winds, and it suited Shiny exceedingly well. If Lin Yuan could evolve Shiny to legend, he would be able to evolve it to fantasy breed immediately. There was no Spirit Chi professional in this world that did not look forward to the evolution of his phase, and Lin Yuan was no exception. Moreover, Shiny was not an ordinary fae but a fae with the Baron bloodline. Lin Yuan was in a rush to head to the breeding room to nurture Shiny and thrust the platinum phase storage box that contained the 40 spirit-mouthed peonies to the Moon Empress. "Master, besides the lifespan mouse, the phase in this phase storage box are also for you." The Moon Empress received the phase storage box. She had been planning on asking him if he had any more pure spirit chi. Although she was willing to use all her precious spiritual ingredients on Lin Yuan and give him the Earth Center fine milk in spite of her limited lifespan, she still found it difficult to ask her disciple for things. She wanted to ask Lin Yuan if he still had any pure spirit chi because Mystic Moon had given a drop of his essence blood to Lin Yuan. Essence blood was the essence of a dragon species phase life, and the loss of even one drop could be extremely detrimental to Mystic Moon. The Moon Empress did not want the loss of this one drop of essence blood to affect Mystic Moon's potential. Moreover, by giving Lin Yuan a drop of essence blood, Mystic Moon did Lin Yuan a huge favor. Mystic Moon was the Moon Empress Moon Envoy, but the Moon Empress did not see him as her servant. Rather, she respected him greatly. The Moon Empress had to return this favor to Mystic Moon. It was natural for her to provide for Lin Yuan because she was his master. However, Mystic Moon was not Lin Yuan's master, nor did Lin Yuan know that Mystic Moon had given him his essence blood. As such, the Moon Empress wanted to use the pure spirit chi, which even she did not have to return the favor to Mystic Moon on Lin Yuan's behalf. When the Moon Empress looked through the platinum phase storage box that Lin Yuan had given her, she realized that she did not have to ask him for Lin Yuan as he had already prepared so much for her. At that moment, the Moon Empress felt a feeling that she had not felt in the last decade. Ever since she became a Class 4 Creation Master, her life had been consumed by her overwhelming lead over everyone else. Once she became a Class 5 Creation Master, countless people begged her to evolve their phase and heal their phase roots. This kind of life made her accustomed to wielding all the power and using her Creation Master skill to provide for others. When she laid her eyes on the Lifespan Mouse, she not only realized that the Lifespan Mouse would be able to change her limited lifespan, but also that she was the first person on Lin Yuan's mind as he journeyed through life despite not knowing that she only had 3 years left to live. The Moon Empress felt that no smart person would give away the secret to longevity. However, Lin Yuan gave the chance away to her. As a Creation Master, Lin Yuan must have witnessed countless miraculous transformations of Fey translations. Hence, he knew how precious his life was. Was Lin Yuan stupid? The answer was definitely no. In order to attain the power he possessed at such a young age, he had to be much smarter than others. Yet, he was willing to give away the chance at longevity to the Moon Empress. It went without saying how much Lin Yuan cared about the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress never needed Lin Yuan to prove anything, but the Lifespan Mouse was the best proof. She did not know how much pure spirit chi Lin Yuan possessed, but he managed to provide her with 40 spirit-mouth peonies in the short span of a few days. This was proof that Lin Yuan had constantly been making preparations for the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress could not obtain the Lifespan Mouse and pure spirit chi in the spirit-mouth peonies through her own means. Thus, they were both considered gifts. After receiving so many gifts, the Moon Empress was experiencing what it was like to depend on someone for the first time. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan's Creation Master abilities had exceeded the Moon Empress. However, she knew that he was not a Class 5 Creation Master as he did not have the specialties that Class 5 Creation Masters had. This meant that Lin Yuan was using a special method to produce the pure spirit chi. The Moon Empress was extremely curious, but she was not going to probe. Ever since she accepted Lin Yuan as her disciple, she instructed him to keep his secret weapons a secret. The last time that the Moon Empress received pure spirit chi from Lin Yuan, she had wondered what would happen if someone found out about how special Lin Yuan was one day. At that time, she had only had 3 years left to live and could not come up with an answer. But now she could. With the Lifespan Mouse, she would not have to worry about death as a result of her lifespan coming to its end. She could protect Lin Yuan forever. This thought made the Moon Empress even more resolute. She organized her thoughts and said, "Little Yuan, I'm planning on locking myself away to train until right before the selection for the Radiance 100 sequence begins. I will keep my phone with me. You can call me if any urgent matter crops up." Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "I don't think I'll have any urgent matters that I'll need to bother you with. I'll come and see you once you're out." Lin Yuan sat and drank tea with the Moon Empress for half an hour before returning to the breeding room. Mystic Moon, who was standing behind the Moon Empress, said softly, "Moon Empress, thank God for the young lord." The Moon Empress' cold eyes turned happy once Lin Yuan returned to the breeding room. She then glared at Mystic Moon and said, "Mystic Moon, how dare you use your essence blood so flippantly?" Mystic Moon's jaw dropped. He did not expect the Moon Empress to chew him out after Lin Yuan left. He racked his brain to try and come up with an answer as the Moon Empress went on to say, "Regardless, I have to thank you on little Yuan's behalf." She handed the platinum Fey storage box to Mystic Moon. "Little Yuan gave this to me, and I'll use the pure spirit chi inside to increase the purity of your bloodline." Although Mystic Moon was a Fey, he was also a genuine Pinnacle Class 4 creation master who could tell how pure the spirit chi within the spirit mouth peonies was. Mystic Moon immediately knew that his opportunity had come with the pure spirit chi. The Moon Empress stood up and said nonchalantly, "According to the Totem Moon's investigation, the wind sands from all 8 directions are congregating in the Radiance Federation." Mystic Moon once news that the group from the Azure Federation is coming to the Radiance Federation to watch the Radiance 100 sequence selection got out. The Freedom Federation also had the idea of sending out a convoy to the Radiance Federation. They have sent a request to the Radiance Imperial Court. Mystic Moon's expression hardened, and he asked after a moment of silence, "Moon Empress, do you need to tell the Imperial Court that your lifespan is no longer restricted to 3 years? The Moon Empress looked at her hands for a second before saying, "There's no need to let the Imperial Court know for now. Since the sand winds from 8 directions are congregating at the Radiance Federation, I shall use them to polish my crown. It's fine if they're coming with good intentions. But if they have a shred of ill intent, I'll make sure they won't be able to leave even if they try." Back in the breeding room, Lin Yuan hurriedly summoned Chimey and Shiny. While he was drinking tea with the Moon Empress, he had received multiple complaints from Chimey. After Lin Yuan left, Chimey returned to its nest in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to absorb its energy. It was working hard to change into human form so as to hold fan meetings. Shiny was like a child that clung to Chimey and pestered Chimey to play together. When Chimey turned it down, Shiny would continue to bother Chimey. Shiny had just hatched. Although it was learning from Lin Yuan's soul, it had not picked up social skills. As Shiny's contractor, Lin Yuan pulled it aside to teach it a stern lesson about how boys should behave. After Lin Yuan taught Shiny, it immediately rushed over to Chimey and bashfully apologized to it. Lin Yuan had never taught Chimey such a stern lesson before. In fact, Lin Yuan rarely spoke to it in a stern tone. Hence, Chimey assumed that its complaints led Lin Yuan to become angry at Shiny. Chimey apologized to Shiny as well and became more friendly toward it. This was also due to Shiny's change, as it was difficult for rowdy children to leave a good impression on others. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction when he saw the way Shiny and Chimey interacted. After Lin Yuan sent Chimey back to the Spirit Lock spatial zone to continue increasing its power, he took out the dragon lungs and phoenix blood and placed it in front of Shiny. Shiny's eyes lit up, and it turned to ask, "Yuan, can I eat these? I really like them." Lin Yuan placed his hand on Shiny's back and said, "Go ahead, these are all for you. Once you've eaten them, your power will increase." He tried injecting pure spirit chi into Shiny's body and realized that it quickly dissipated. This meant that Shiny's body currently did not need to absorb pure spirit chi. Meanwhile, Shiny had started feasting. Lin Yuan realized that Shiny's body slowly absorbed the pure spirit chi as it ate the dragon lungs and phoenix blood. While Shiny was eating, Lin Yuan did not forget about the wind elemental pearls. He crushed the wind elemental pearls and placed the powder beside the dragon lungs and phoenix blood so that Shiny could decide for itself if it wanted to eat the powder. As Shiny continued to eat, Lin Yuan could see its feathers slowly hardening until they became sharp golden shards. Shiny's young eyes slowly sharpened as it gained more power. Its body also expanded with every passing second. Lin Yuan intentionally suppressed its grade when its grade started to rise. He only allowed it to break through to bronze grade when it evolved to elite/epic. Once Shiny reached bronze grade, 3 exclusive skills appeared from which Lin Yuan could choose. Dragon Phoenix Shocking Food. While eating the dragon lungs and phoenix blood, it can swallow a large amount at once and increase its rate of digestion. It can also produce a mighty aura that is effective against dragons and phoenixes, which will increase its damage power against dragon and phoenix species phase. Lin Yuan frowned slightly when he saw the first exclusive skill. It was not that this first exclusive skill was bad, as it increased Shiny's rate of evolution and damage power when it had eaten its fill of dragon lungs and phoenix blood. If he chose this exclusive skill, he would be able to nurture Shiny quickly. Although phoenix species phase were the most prevalent species of phase amongst experts, they still faced restrictions. Lin Yuan had always been firm that he would only evolve his phase with the best methods rather than trying to nurture them in the shortest time possible. As such, this exclusive skill did not suit Lin Yuan's style. Lin Yuan looked at the second exclusive skill. Mountain and Sea in Abdomen. A small world will be opened in the Golden Wing's abdomen. The small world will be able to store dead creatures and living dragon and phoenix species phase. As the Golden Wing's grade increases, the size of the world will increase, and the creature stored inside can be turned into energy that the Golden Wings will be able to utilize. Lin Yuan did not know where to start criticizing the second exclusive skill. Mountain and Sea in Abdomen resembled the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, but it could not be compared to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone in the slightest. Lin Yuan felt that this exclusive skill was like a phase storage box combined with a dragon and phoenix phase storage area and an energy tank. Lin Yuan had more than enough diamond phase storage boxes and could find any breeding base to nurture dragon and phoenix species phase. The only appealing part of Mountain and Seas in Abdomen was that it could serve as an energy tank. However, there were many external ways to recover energy, and an exclusive skill was unnecessary. Since both of the exclusive skills did not meet Lin Yuan's fancy, he looked at the third exclusive skill. When he saw the third exclusive skill, Lin Yuan immediately broke out into a smile. Unset State. When interacting with another Fae, the Golden Wings can copy the Fae's exclusive skill and triggered abilities. Unset State will then turn into the copied exclusive skill and triggered ability. The abilities can only be switched out once every lunar cycle. Essentially, Unset State allowed Lin Yuan to envision boundless possibilities for Shiny. Unset State would allow Shiny to change its state to suit Lin Yuan's Fae configuration. Lin Yuan would also never have to be envious of other Fae's exclusive skills and triggered abilities anymore. As a creation master, Lin Yuan had evolved countless Faes and had come across many outstanding exclusive skills and triggered abilities. Amongst all the Faes that Lin Yuan had evolved, he still felt that Chu Si's Obsidian Iron Wild Bull had the best exclusive skills. Lin Yuan badly wanted the abilities Sacrifice and Annihilation Gaze. However, he wanted Sacrifice more than he did Annihilation Gaze. Given that Shiny depended on its physique to fight, its body was made to store a sea of vitality and be extremely damage resistant. If Unset State could be replaced with Sacrifice, Lin Yuan would be able to increase his defensive abilities and gain a powerful method of protecting his life. Spirit Chi professionals had 3 ways of protecting their lives. The first method was to use an external item to defend against damage. Most defense-type Spirit Chi professionals who used shielding abilities applied this method. Lin Yuan's use of Source Sand also applied this form of defense. Although the first method of defense was the most commonly utilized, it was the least reliable as it was unlikely to provide complete protection. The first method of defense would fail to defend against unexpected dangers. When Lin Yuan had been controlled within the Water World Dimensional Rift, he had been unable to summon Source Sand quickly enough to defend himself against sudden attacks. If Lu Jie had not been by his side, he would definitely have been seriously injured or even killed. After Lin Yuan formed a contract with the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen and Genius gained a new ability, he gained a second form of defense. The laws and willpowers on the Queen's skirt hem gave Lin Yuan resistance to all types of damage. Genius Spiritual Energy Expansion would allow Lin Yuan to deflect spiritual damage while protecting him with spiritual energy. Both of these were considered the second form of defense, which would be able to protect the Spirit Chi professional in a split second. Compared to the first form of defense, the second form was undoubtedly more effective. However, the second form of defense also had its limitations and could not be considered a traditional life-saving method. The Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's Sacrifice was strong and valuable because it belonged to the third form of defense. The third form of defense would genuinely increase the spirit chi professional's method of saving their life. If Lin Yuan instructed Shiny to use unset state to copy the obsidian iron wild bull's sacrifice, he would be able to obtain the third method of defense. This would turn Shiny into Lin Yuan's outstanding living shield. Unless the opponent had an attack that could kill Shiny in an instant, Lin Yuan would be able to save his life no matter how powerful the attack was. The Jasmine Lily's vitality imprint was also notable. It had been a long time since Lin Yuan last used the Jasmine Lily's vitality imprint, and he could sense how much vitality was stored in the vitality imprint on his forehead. He had not had the chance to use the vitality imprint during unexpected moments of danger. With Shiny taking the damage on his behalf, Lin Yuan would now have the chance to use the vitality imprint to heal himself continuously. He would also be able to use sacrifice to transfer vitality to the injured Shiny. Shiny's unset state provided Lin Yuan's defense system with a three-pronged approach and allowed him never to have to worry about defense again in the future. This new method of protecting himself made Lin Yuan feel much more at ease. Moreover, unset state could swap out the copied exclusive skill or triggered skill once every lunar cycle. One lunar cycle was 24 hours. Within 24 hours, Lin Yuan could mold Shiny in any way he saw fit. Lin Yuan could also swap out sacrifice for other combat-type abilities and exclusive skills during specific circumstances. This would enable Shiny's combat power to become stronger in a more obvious way. Nonetheless, he could not use unset state to copy exclusive skills and abilities flippantly. For example, he could copy Chime's Clear Sky without many qualms, but the Jasmine Lily's Vitality imprint, Blackie's Spirit Chi imprint, and Genius Connected Tails would not have any effects when copied. The Jasmine Lily and Blackie's powerful foundation came from a continuous supply of Vitality and Spirit Chi, which Shiny did not have access to. Even if Shiny copied Vitality imprint and Spirit Chi imprint, it would not be able to tap into a source of Vitality and Spirit Chi. As for Genius Connected Tails, it was based on the fact that Genius had a sea of knowledge stored in its head. Without the immense knowledge, Connected Tails effects would be cut in half to only being able to offer a perfect flow of communication. In general, Lin Yuan was pleased with unset state. When he first started evolving Shiny, Lin Yuan had stood next to Shiny. But now, Lin Yuan could only stand on Shiny's back to inject Spirit Chi into its body. Shiny's wingspan had reached 20 meters, and it was a truly giant creature. Lin Yuan no longer saw anything cute about Shiny. The size of Shiny's body exceeded Lin Yuan's expectation, and he had never encountered a Fae that could grow to such a large size at only bronze grade. He could not imagine how shockingly large Shiny would grow to become as it continued to evolve. Regardless, it seemed that Blackie would not be able to match up to Shiny. As Shiny continued to eat the dragon lungs, phoenix blood, and powdered wind-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, its quality steadily raised to epic. Lin Yuan immediately suppressed Shiny's grade so that it could focus on evolving its quality. When only a small portion of dragon lungs and phoenix blood was left, Shiny's quality finally reached legend. Lin Yuan said softly, "Shiny, Master said that Faes with the barren bloodline only start to reveal their power when they reach fantasy breed. Every Fae with the barren bloodline is recorded in the catalog of mountains and seas and possesses some form of special ability. Shiny, I want to see how powerful you become when you reach fantasy breed." Lin Yuan summoned the willpower rune of wind currents that seemed to have been created for Shiny. Shiny stopped eating when it sensed the willpower rune. With all of Lin Yuan's hopes on its shoulders, Shiny charged toward the willpower rune of wind currents. When it made contact with the willpower rune, a gust kicked up in the breeding room. Shiny let out a cry as it spread its wings and took to the sky, and danced in tandem with the wind currents. At that moment, Shiny slightly resembled the version of it that Lin Yuan had seen inside the egg. It was as though Shiny had become the heart of the winds. As it evolved to fantasy breed, the golden color of Shiny's feathers intensified while the storm patterns compressed even closer together. The brownish gold feathers on its neck also turned gold. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Shiny's golden feathers looked different from what Lin Yuan had seen inside the egg. The catalogue of mountains and seas did not mention that Shiny's brownish gold feathers would turn gold. Did this mean that the pure spirit chi strengthened Shiny's bloodline in the process of evolving it? When he had been drinking tea with the Moon Empress had intentionally told him that pure spirit chi would be beneficial to phase with the barren bloodline. Hence, Lin Yuan became increasingly certain that the change in the color of Shiny's feathers was linked to the pure spirit chi. Although Shiny's grade did not increase when it evolved to fantasy breed, it did grow in size from a 20-meter wingspan to a 35-meter wingspan. Thankfully, his breeding room was large. Otherwise, the fantasy breed golden wings would tear the breeding room apart. Slowly, Lin Yuan noticed that Shiny's golden wings also looked crystallized. Its eyes also darkened, and a shining golden circle appeared around its pupils. Its dark gold pupils started to spin, and startling storms appeared within them. As the winds around Shiny dissipated, it finally changed into a fantasy breed Fae. Lin Yuan immediately used true data to check on Shiny. Fae name: Golden Wings, Fae species. Barren/featherwinged, Fae grade. Bronze, 2/10. Fae type, Wind, Fae quality. Fantasy eye, abilities. Snapped neck falling death. When its sharp claws make contact with a target, the target's neck will be snapped. Simultaneously, the golden wings will extract the target's soul and absorb the soul into its feathers. The soul will imbue the storm patterns on the feathers with intelligence, flowing wind claws. When the wind elements in the golden wings feathers are released into the environment, it will be able to control the surrounding winds and manipulate them to attack its opponent. The attack target will feel like it is being slashed by claws. After attacking a target, the golden wings will also be able to inject wind element into its target through explosions and cause double the amount of damage. Exclusive skill. Unset state. When interacting with another Fae, the golden wings can copy the Fae's exclusive skill and triggered abilities. Unset state will then turn into the copied exclusive skill and triggered ability. The abilities can only be switched out once every lunar cycle. Wind's descendant. By placing itself as the heart of all wind elements, it will become the eye of a hurricane and control all of the surrounding wind elements. It will become the master while all other winds will become its disciple. Lin Yuan's eyes widened to the eyes of saucers, and he finally understood why Faes with the barren bloodline could become the Radiance Federation's representative Faes. The Faes with the barren bloodline were so powerful that they were worthy of carrying the reputation of the entire Radiance Federation on their shoulders. Wind's descendant cemented Shiny's control over wind elements. With Shiny around, any Fae that depended on wind elements would be weakened. Wind's descendant was a triggered ability, and it would improve as Shiny's power rose. Previously, Lin Yuan had been stunned by the Fiery Sky Ho's startling ability to amplify fire-type Faes. But now, Shiny's ability to overwhelm wind-type Faes was stronger than the Fiery Sky Ho's ability to aid fire-type Faes. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not have any pure wind-type Faes. The only Fae he had that was affiliated with wind-type was when Gray absorbed windy weather and gained a wind-type ability. Thus, Lin Yuan would not be significantly negatively affected by Shiny's ability to suppress wind-type combat Faes. Lin Yuan felt that once Shiny evolved to creation breed and formed the wind world, it would become the king of winds. As for flowing wind claws, Lin Yuan found it very familiar. After pondering over it for some time, he remembered that Long Tao's Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus had an ability called Sea Bite, which would enable the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus to bite its target underwater by controlling the water. This was very similar to the way in which Shiny's flowing wind claws attack targets. However, flowing wind claws also had an additional effect that Sea Bite did not have, which was to inject wind elements into its target using explosions. Sea Bite's attack was like a pistol, while flowing wind claws' attack was like a shotgun. Its true attacking power lay in this hidden ability rather than its surface ability. Wind element was known for its sharp cutting effects, flame element was known for its burning effects, and water element was known for its suffocating effects. When wind was compressed into a wound and exploded, it was like placing a meat mincer into the wound that would completely destroy that area of flesh. When high-pressure winds entered a blood vessel, it would also cause a chain effect that damaged the heart. If the attacked Fae had a weak heart, its heart would become an embolism of air and lead to a failure of circulation, resulting in death. While Lin Yuan was observing Shiny, he noticed Shiny was about to snuggle up to him. Lin Yuan hurriedly stopped it. All of the feathers on Shiny's neck shone with a metallic gleam. If Shiny got too near, his face would be sliced to shreds. Shiny looked at Lin Yuan sorrowfully and said, "Yuan, you're so tiny." Lin Yuan massaged his forehead and thought, "You're the tiny one. Your whole family is small." Lin Yuan's jaw dropped. "Wait, Shiny is my fae, so we're family now. That notion makes me come across as dumb." Lin Yuan coughed and instructed Shiny to eat the rest of the dragon lungs and phoenix blood. When Shiny was done eating the dragon lungs and phoenix blood, Lin Yuan returned it to the spirit lock spatial zone. Shiny was large and could not change its form. Unless it reached Myth 2 and changed into human form, Lin Yuan felt that he would not be able to summon it any other time besides during battle. When he left the breeding room and returned to his room, he took a bath and snuggled in for a good night's sleep. But in the deep stillness of the night, the Sea Bliss clan was in a complete mess. Every main member of the Sea Bliss clan sat fearfully in the meeting room. The spirit guards had sent word that the Meow family had just requested a blood pact ultimate fight with the Sea Bliss clan for the third time. According to the ultimate fighting ground rules, the blood pact ultimate fight would automatically go ahead after one party made 3 requests. Ever since Qi Haitao and Qi Wangyang angered Lin Yuan at Sky City's private faction territory, they had lost all hope. They also blamed themselves for being too ignorant and greedy and not offering all of the Sea Bliss clan's resources in exchange for a chance at survival. Qi Haitao and Qi Wangyang clung to a thread of hope. They had heard that the young liege of Midnight Palace had been refusing to see the Meow family ever since the incident at the Guard Yi banquet. The Meow family had tried to gain favor with the young liege many times but were all shot down and chased out by the spirit guards before they even had a chance to meet him. Moreover, a blood pact ultimate fight could only go through with the agreement of both the ultimate fighting ground and the spirit guards. Qi Wangyang felt that given the young liege of the Midnight Palace's attitude toward the Meow family, it was unlikely that the spirit guards would agree to let the blood pact ultimate fight go through. But now, the spirit guards had already sent word, which meant that the last hope they placed in Sky City had also been dashed. This was the first time that Qi Wangyang felt so close to death. All the main members of the Sea Bliss clan were silent and looking up at him with retracted necks. Anger intermingled with despair in the pits of Qi Wangyang's stomach. His fear set his fury alight, and he furiously banged his hand on the table before bellowing, "Each and every one of you only want to drain money from me. You'll come and pester me for rewards whenever you achieve something small. But now that we're on the brink of death, why are all of you so quiet? What happened to all your bravado when you're asking me for resources?" Qi Wangyang was still boiling with rage when an elderly man said, "I've been working in the Sea Bliss clan for about 5 years, but I'm just one of the pinnacle class 3 creation masters you hired. From today onward, I would like to dissolve our employment relationship." The elderly man's words made the words that were rising in Qi Wangyang's throat stop short, and Qi Wangyang started to splutter violently. He glared at the elderly man as he coughed. If his eyes held any power, the elderly man would be dead by now. Qi Wangyang screamed internally, "What the hell? How can you be so shameless? This old man was acting devotedly loyal to me when we were breaking into the offshore islands. He even promised to serve the Sea Bliss clan for the rest of his life in exchange for 3% of the island's shares. Not only did I give him what he wanted, but he's also taken a considerable amount of resources from the Sea Bliss clan during his time here. I was also the one who provided the resources to evolve his fae to myth breed. But now, he says he's only a creation master that the Sea Bliss clan hired. Damn you. He probably used more resources than the Zheng family's own creation masters?" After his coughing fit subsided, Qi Wangyang prepared himself to give the elderly man a good scolding when the elderly man went on to say, "Leader, you can't blame me. I have to continue living. You failed to ask Sky City for help and won't be able to defeat Connected Beast Park during the Blood Pact Ultimate fight. I wasn't supportive of you targeting Connected Beast Park in the first place. Your decision ruined this family's future. Many Class 1, 2, and 3 creation masters sounded out their assent. Even a Class 1 creation master would be able to receive respect. Thus, no creation master was willing to spend their entire life with a faction that they did not have any emotional ties. Before the meeting started, many hired creation masters had decided they wanted to leave the Seabliss clan. However, the low-class creation masters were afraid that the Seabliss clan would do something risky without strong group support during this desperate circumstance. Now that an Emperor-class Pinnacle Class 3 creation master that had a myth-breed Fae had spoken, it would be a good segue to voice the other creation master's intention of leaving the Seabliss clan. If Qi Wangyang forced them to stay in the Seabliss clan, the only future they had was death. When Connected Beast Park defeated the Seabliss clan in the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight and took over their resources, the Seabliss clan's Class 4 creation masters, who were willing to offer their loyalty, would be accepted by Connected Beast Park. This was also a rule of the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Besides the faction's high-class creation masters, the hired high-class creation masters were usually allowed to live. However, this was not the case for Class 1 and 2 creation masters. If the Seabliss clan was taking on another veteran faction in the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight, the other veteran faction might be willing to accept the Class 1 and 2 creation masters. However, Connected Beast Park was a top faction that specialized in creation master resources, and it did not make sense for them to nurture low-class creation masters. Thus, the hired Class 1 and 2 creation masters would probably be seen as burdens and eliminated by Connected Beast Park. With so many creation masters riding on the elderly man's train, Qi Wangyang started to tremble with rage. It was said that the sailors would abandon the ship once the captain was ruined. However, the Seabliss clan had not been ruined yet, but the creation masters were already ready to abandon ship. How dare they? Qi Wangyang's anger overtook his fear, and his gaze glinted evilly. Qi Wangyang stopped Qi Haitao, who was about to stand. He allowed the elderly man to lead the Class 1 and 2 creation masters as they continued to cause a din. Qi Wangyang waited until no one else voiced their desire to join the elderly man's camp before standing up and saying coldly, "All of you are pretty good at pushing down the falling wall, but don't forget that a falling wall can also crush you to death." The moment Qi Wangyang spoke, the faces of the group of creation masters that wanted to jump ship fell. Usually, there would be no need for the elderly man who was a Pinnacle Class 3 creation master to cause a disturbance because he would be accepted by Connected Beast Park even if the Seabliss clan lost to Connected Beast Park. However, he had insulted Connected Beast Park significantly when he had been trying to prove his loyalty to gain Qi Wangyang's favor. The elderly man was afraid that Connected Beast Park would hold that against him. Hence, he chose to fan the flames of disrest during the Seabliss clan's precarious moment between life and death. The elderly man needed the rest of the external Class 1 and 2 creation masters to cause a scene just as much as they needed to follow his lead. In order to curry favor with Qi Wangyang, the elderly man had spent a lot of time by Qi Wangyang's side and understood Qi Wangyang well. Qi Wangyang cared about his reputation. He would not burn any bridges unless he were pushed to his limit. This was why so many Class 1 and 2 creation masters dared to voice their desire to leave the Seabliss clan during this perilous situation. Now that Qi Wangyang was acting so mercilessly in a public setting, the elderly man felt a sense of danger creep up on him. Qi Wangyang turned and said something to a hunched-over elderly man beside him, who looked extremely frail and sickly. It was as though he would collapse at any moment. However, everyone present knew that this elderly man was not as weak as he appeared because he was the younger brother of the previous leader of the Seabliss clan and the uncle of Qi Wangyang, Qi Heng. As a Class 4 creation master, Qi Heng was the strongest creation master in the Seabliss clan and the center of all their martial power. "Uncle, please exterminate these parasites who want to betray the Seabliss clan." The elderly man trembled as he got to his feet and sighed before asking Qi Wangyang, "Wangyang, tell me, what do you want to do with these people? If you weren't the leader, these people would have died by my freeze-piercing double carp long ago." A concentrated murderous aura emanated from the elderly man, and everyone present froze. Qi Wangyang sneered, "I share the same sentiments as you. Normally, it wouldn't matter if the hired members left. Don't I usually give the hired creation masters bonuses when they leave and wish them the best of luck?" But now that the Seabliss clan is facing a life or death situation, leaving would only be detrimental to the Seabliss clan. All these people trying to damage the Seabliss clan now are the ones that are usually clamoring to display their loyalty and acting as though their only wish is to have the blood of the Chi family flowing through their veins. All these people who managed to grow by using the Seabliss clan's resources are all in such a hurry to break ties with us now. How ironic. I don't know if the Seabliss clan will be able to make it out of this quagmire, but even if we don't make it out, I will make sure that these ungrateful people bent on causing unrest will all die before I do. The moment that Chi Haitao finished speaking, two blue-haired Lolas appeared next to Chi Hung, and the meeting room was filled with a bone-piercing chill. An ice all pierced through the throats of each and every person who had voiced their desire to leave the Seabliss clan. This reduced 20% of the members of the Seabliss clan that were inside the meeting room. The Creation Masters who had not been attacked stared shell-shocked at the dead Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master and Class 1 and 2 Creation Masters. Chi Hung took note of all their gazes and postures. Although Chi Wangyang had made a show of talking about how well he treated the members of the Seabliss clan, they had been unable to obscure his murderous intent. The members of the Seabliss clan were completely divided and ready to leave. If Chi Hung had not mentioned the freeze-piercing double carp, the rest of the Class 3 and 4 Creation Masters would have asked to leave the Seabliss clan as well after the meeting. After all, being tied to a faction that was about to be ended by a blood-packed ultimate fight would not be able to compare to the freedom of being able to join another faction. Chi Hung sighed to himself. It's fine if none of them are loyal anymore, but their physical selves must remain with us. According to the information that Chi Wangyang had given him prior to the meeting, the City Lord of Sky City only ripped a new one into Chi Wangyang and Chi Haitao. However, he had not said that he would not help the Seabliss clan. It was a fact that Sky City and the Miao family were enemies. Chi Wangyang and Chi Haitao had been taught a lesson and chased out because they had not been sincere enough. If news that the members of the Seabliss clan left got out, the Seabliss clan's value would decrease significantly in the public's eyes. This would cause Sky City to devalue the Seabliss clan as well, and the Seabliss clan would have less to leverage in exchange for Sky City's help. Chi Hung could not accept this. As he looked around at the roomful of perturbed people and furious Chi Wangyang, Chi Hung rapped his cane on the ground and said, "Leader, I will go and speak to Sky City myself. What is your bottom line?" Chi Wangyang's face lit up with delight. If Chi Hung had the courage to take over this issue, Chi Wangyang could relax to a certain extent. "Uncle, I'm willing to give Sky City 80% of the Seabliss clan's shares at the most. At that point, the Seabliss clan will essentially become a branch of Sky City. I hope that when you're negotiating with them, you'll be able to gain their promise to provide the Seabliss clan with resources in exchange for 80% of our shares." The elderly man could not help but think of what his elder brother had said of his nephew. Wangyang will be able to develop the Seabliss clan, but will be unable to save the Seabliss clan from danger. Apparently, Chi Heng's brother knew his son like the palm of his hand. On the brink of life and death, he could not allow Chi Wangyang to do as he pleased any longer. Instead of responding to what Chi Wangyang had said, he turned to ask Chi Haitao, "Haitao, what are your thoughts on this?" Chi Haitao did not expect Chi Hung to mention him at such an event. He glanced at his father and hesitated for a second before saying, "If Sky City can promise to protect us, the City Lord of Sky City can make any request of us. This will be able to prove our sincerity to the greatest extent. If we offer a promise first, they won't be satisfied, and there's no way they will help us overcome this trial. After all, we have no ties with them and even tried to take advantage of them during our previous trade deal. Additionally, we shouldn't zero in on the enmity between Sky City and Connected Beast Park during the negotiation because it has nothing to do with us, and they don't need to make use of this blood-packed ultimate fight to attack Connected Beast Park. If Sky City truly wants to attack Connected Beast Park, they can issue a blood-packed ultimate fight challenge to Connected Beast Park directly." When Chi Haitao finished speaking, he bowed to Chi Hung and purposely evaded Chi Wangyang's gaze. Chi Wangyang's expression hardened as Chi Haitao had essentially stomped all over Chi Wangyang's method. Previously, he had been focused on the animosity between Sky City and Connected Beast Park and had not been willing to give up Seabliss clan's resources. Chi Wangyang felt that Chi Haitao was basically selling the family away. If the city lord of Sky City was allowed to make any request, there was no way he would leave room for the Sea Bliss clan to breathe. Unlike Qi Wangyang's grim expression, Qi Heng smiled in relief and said, "Haitao and I shall handle this matter. Leader Haitao has grown up. If the Sea Bliss clan makes it out of this crisis, you should discuss more matters with him in the future. He is clear-headed. If you had discussed with him from the beginning, our Sea Bliss clan wouldn't have fallen this deep." No one dared to speak after Qi Heng, and a harsh silence fell over the room. As silent as the room was, the people inside were all brimming with emotions that they dared not express. The next day, Lin Yuan awoke from a deep sleep and found that he was feeling completely different than before. When humans sleep, their bodies start to recover. Hence, they feel lazy when they have just awoken. But now, Lin Yuan's bodily functions had reached peak capabilities. He was fairly certain that it was linked to his transformation after consuming the Earth Center fine milk. Lin Yuan took a shower and changed into a set of spirit chi clothes. When he looked into the mirror, he realized that he could not tear his eyes away from the image of himself. He was not narcissistic, nor did he have any interest in men. However, the person in the mirror had undeniably breathtaking looks. A thought flashed through his head. Did I wake myself up with my handsomeness? Lin Yuan hastily shook his head to shake the ludicrous thought out of his head. Kai Cha, who was coincidentally walking by Lin Yuan's room and glanced at him in passing, could not help but gasp. My young lord is so impressive. I wonder what kind of lady is worthy of him. Given Lin Yuan's talent and status, finding a fitting match in the Radiance Federation would be difficult. To Kai Cha's knowledge, the Space Elder's granddaughter was suitable. However, her talent and power were far below that of Lin Yuan. Tianfeng's younger sister was the second Radiance envoy and had enough talent and power. But she was much older than Lin Yuan. As such, it seemed that only the granddaughter of that member of royalty would be able to match up to Lin Yuan in terms of status and talent. By now, Lin Yuan had spotted Kai Cha, and he quickly greeted her. He had no idea what was going through her head. But if he did, he would definitely have sighed ruefully. As someone who had crossed through space and time, he did not care for status and talent. Lin Yuan was confused when he saw Kai Cha carrying a tray of breakfast food. Normally, he should be dining with his master in the inner palace. He found out from Kai Cha that the Moon Empress and Mystic Moon had locked themselves away to train since last night. After eating breakfast, Lin Yuan did not rush to return to the mansion. Instead, he strolled down Leaning Moon Mountain against the backdrop of the early morning sun until he arrived at the royal capital's noisy city. Lin Yuan smiled as he looked around at the rolling mountains and rivers and sea of people around him. There was something about the brilliance of dawn that made him want to protect its beauty. At this moment, Lin Yuan spotted a stall selling cornmeal steamed buns nearby, and he immediately recalled the way Chu Ci would always insist on eating cornmeal steamed buns when she was young. He walked up to the stall to buy some to reminisce about the flavor. Lin Yuan was in such a rush that he did not notice that a group had gathered behind him and stole glances at him. After Lin Yuan bought the cornmeal steamed buns, he placed one in his mouth. But it was hard to swallow. Nonetheless, he slowly chewed until he swallowed all of it because the memories stored within this experience far outweighed the taste. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to return to the mansion, his phone started to ring. He saw that the call was coming from Zhongzhe, so he picked it up. Lin Yuan had asked Zhongzhe for help to see if he could retrieve the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle from the Whale Ocean Commerce's 10,000 source hall. At that time, Zhongzhe had agreed happily. But Zhongzhe had not contacted Lin Yuan since then. Lin Yuan assumed that Zhongzhe was contacting him now regarding the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle. But when Lin Yuan picked up the call, Zhongzhe said in an embarrassed tone, "Lin Yuan, do you still have any of the Fire-type Heavenly Maiden Sleep Pearls?" Lin Yuan was stunned. He did have one Fire-type Heavenly Maiden Sleep Pearl, but Hu Quan had used it to create the Chain of Pearls. Hu Quan had unleashed his talent as a spirit craftsman while crafting the Chain of Pearls and creating a bona fide work of art. But since Zhongzhe sounded anxious, Lin Yuan spoke honestly. "Big brother Zhong, I do have one Fire-type Heavenly Maiden Sleep Pearl." Zhongzhe was overjoyed to hear Lin Yuan's response and said candidly, Lin Yuan, it's great that you still have one. My fiery sky ho needs to increase the purity of its bloodline. To do so, it needs pure fire elemental energy as well as pure spirit chi. The pure elemental energy in the elemental pearl you gave me last time triggered the fiery sky ho's bloodline, and it has been using the fire elemental energy to refine its bloodline. Although the fiery sky ho doesn't need to consume fire-type heavenly maiden sleep pearls during the refinement process, it needs to experience pure fire elemental energy while homogenizing the fire elements in its body. One fire-type heavenly maiden sleep pearl contains sufficiently pure fire elemental energy but not enough of it, making it rather difficult for the fiery sky ho to homogenize the fire elements in its body. If you still have another fire-type heavenly maiden sleep pearl, I hope that you can lend it to me. Lin Yuan replied without hesitation, No problem. Are you in the royal capital now? I happen to have some time now. Why don't I send it over to you now? A surge of warmth washed over Zhongzhe. He was well aware of how precious the fire-type heavenly maiden sleep pearl was. Not even Chef Supreme was able to obtain it. Zhongzhe assumed that the Moon Empress creation master skills had elevated over the last couple of years to the point that she now surpassed Chef Supreme. He was sure that the Moon Empress had given the two fire-type heavenly maiden sleep pearls to Lin Yuan. Zhongzhe had already been more astonished when he received the fire-type heavenly maiden sleep pearl from Lin Yuan when he visited Zhongzhe's residence. Zhongzhe never expected Lin Yuan to give him such a magnificent gift. He had called Lin Yuan because he could not stand that the fiery sky ho was only one step away from increasing the purity of its bloodline. Usually, it was taboo to ask for goods of such a level, even from one's good friends. Unless the parties were truly best friends, they would not be willing to give up such goods. If any friend below the level of a best friend asked for such a good, they would be rejected without hesitation even if they did possess the good. Yet, Lin Yuan had immediately and honestly replied that he did have it and offered to send it over when he realized that Zhongzhe needed it. Such a gesture would move even the most cold-hearted person. Moreover, Zhongzhe was hoping to become true best friends with Lin Yuan. In the past few days, when Zhongzhe had been busy helping the fiery sky ho increase its bloodline's purity, Lin Yuan's strange fragrance occupied his mind. Due to his curse, his desire to battle had been pulsing. But once he thought of the fragrance, the burning urge would settle. At first, the thought of Lin Yuan was connected to the strange fragrance. But now, this matter made Zhongzhe aware of Lin Yuan's kinship toward him, and the idea of Lin Yuan in his mind was no longer linked to that soul-soothing scent. It seemed that he had gained another true friend beside Gu Lang. When Zhongzhe did not respond after Lin Yuan offered to send over the elemental pearl, Lin Yuan assumed that it was not a convenient time for Zhongzhe. Big brother Zhong, if this is not a good time, I can send it over through Ostrich Logistics as well. Don't forget to sign for it yourself. This is my last fire-type heavenly maiden sleep pearl. Zhongzhe recovered from his trance and said with a smile, Lin Yuan, I've never been to your place. I can come and collect it from you directly and deliver the wind crystal precious bottle to you at the same time. Big brother Zhong, I'll text you the address now. I'm returning home from Master's place now. Lin Yuan hung up the call. After sending the text, Lin Yuan no longer had any desire to continue shopping. Zhongzhe should be arriving at the mansion soon. As the mansion owner, it was only right to arrive in advance and greet Zhongzhe instead of having Zhongzhe wait for him. Hence, Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's node teleportation to flash himself to the mansion entrance. The moment he arrived, he saw Wen Yu looking at the documents in her hand with bemusement. Lin Yuan asked with a smile, Was someone from the Seabliss clan lying in wait for you on Starweb this morning? Wen Yu hurriedly stood up and handed her documents to Lin Yuan as she replied, Young master, Big brother Lu has informed the spirit guards, and they sent a final notice to the Seabliss clan to confirm the blood-pact ultimate fight between the Seabliss clan and Connected Beast Park. What are your plans? Instead of responding to her question, he asked, What conditions did the people from the Seabliss clan ask of you this morning? When you pointed at the information on the documents and said, Young master, the leader of the Seabliss clan might appear to be Qi Wangyang. But there is someone higher ranked than him in the Seabliss clan. This person is his uncle Chi Hung. This time, Chi Hung and Chi Haitao came to see me. They didn't list any conditions. All they said was that the Seabliss clan will do its best to meet any request that Sky City makes. Lin Yuan nodded. It seemed that the people from the Seabliss clan finally understood their circumstances and knew they had to keep their tails between their legs. However, it would not benefit Lin Yuan in any way for the City Lord of Sky City to help the Seabliss clan to defeat Connected Beast Park. Instead, it would affect his chances of using Connected Beast Park to learn more about 10,000 flags trading. Lin Yuan also had another important goal, which was to gather faith and increase the amount of faith power in his shrine. Thus, he had to contemplate the best way to gather the most faith power possible. After thinking for some time, Lin Yuan could not come up with an ideal plan and decided to tell Wen Yu about the issue to see if she might have any constructive suggestions. He had to tell Wen Yu about his goal first to ensure that her suggestions would not clash with his aim. If so, there would be no point in him asking for her opinion. "Wen Yu, have you heard of faith power?" asked Lin Yuan. After mulling over the question for a moment, she was certain that she had never heard of faith power and shook her head decidedly. She was confused by Lin Yuan's sudden question, but she knew that he had to have his reason for mentioning it. Since when you shook her head, Lin Yuan went on to explain, faith power is a type of worship that one life form expresses toward another life form. The feelings of admiration will turn into faith power. One of my phase power is linked to the strength of the faith power I receive. Lin Yuan paused before continuing. If we help the Seabliss clan to win their blood-pact ultimate fight, we'll have to handle the organization or their resources. Previously, I asked you to look into 10,000 flags trading, and you discovered that they are hiding a huge problem. Recently, Whale Ocean Commerce has been seeking to work with Connected Beast Park. My identity as the City Lord of Sky City has a deep enmity with the Miao family, but they are dying to gain favor with my original identity. There's an item that I want to gain from Whale Ocean Commerce by using Connected Beast Park. It will negatively affect my plan if I end Connected Beast Park now. Moreover, I don't think this is the way to gain the most faith power. Many people on StarWeb are speculating that Sky City will issue a blood-pact ultimate fight to Connected Beast Park as revenge. Furthermore, Sky City demonstrated incredible power during the blood-pact ultimate fight against the Zheng family by killing the veteran Thearch-class experts Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan in an instant. Thus, it will not be shocking if Sky City destroys Connected Beast Park. Now, when you understood what faith power was and understood both of Lin Yuan's aims, it did not take long for her to come up with an idea. But before she brought it up, she had to confirm something with Lin Yuan. Young master, you mentioned that faith power comes from the feelings of worship and admiration. Does this mean that you only need more people to notice this incident and understand more about your power without directly tying it to one of your specific identities? Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Somehow, that made him sound like one of the celebrities from his past that was trying to increase their popularity. But basically, what she said was right. My current identities are the City Lord of Sky City, Black, the Combat Class Spirit Chi Professional, and my original identity. When Chimey caused trouble a while ago, Black received a significant amount of faith power as a result of it. Wen Yu's eyes lit up, and she was assured that her idea could work. Instead of explaining it straight, she guided Lin Yuan so that he would understand the logic behind her idea. Young master, when Pinru and I were setting up Pinru's home, we had the idea of using popular influencers on StarWeb to promote ourselves once our garments became available. This allowed Pinru and I to gain an understanding of some of the most popular personalities on StarWeb. There is a group of them that aren't outstanding but have legions of fans that will rush to protect them during any scandal that they might face loyally. Now, she asked him, Young master, have you heard of blind sheep fans? Any respect, admiration, or worship that arises as a result of an incident will only be temporary. It will fade with time and become diluted as other incidents take place. By contrast, blind sheep fans will be able to deepen these feelings. During my observation, I discovered that these below-average yet popular StarWeb influencers like to insert themselves into situations that do not concern them. They constantly place themselves in the spotlight and throw in occasional displays of weakness to attract pity. This enables their fans to link several varieties of emotional ties to them. I think that this concept can be applied to your goal of receiving as much faith power as possible. Firstly, I think you should set up a seemingly infallible enemy for the City Lord of Sky City. This enemy should step in to save Connected Beast Park. This way, we won't have to worry about Connected Beast Park. You said that all your identities are able to receive faith power on your behalf. I think that all your identities can use a boost in exposure. If Lin Yuan still did not understand what she meant, he would be a fool. Connected Beast Park had been eager to cling to him ever since he gave them 7 law crystals to produce 7 new Thearch-class experts. In a quest to secure power in Connected Beast Park, Miaozhua and Miao He pestered Lin Yuan all day. If Sky City helped the Sea Bliss clan to win their blood-packed ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park, the latter would certainly turn to Lin Yuan as their last hope. If he helped Connected Beast Park by saving them from Sky City's wrath, he would become their savior. At that time, everyone from Connected Beast Park would be clamoring to express their gratitude to him, and it would be easier than easy for him to use them to fulfill his goal. Moreover, by using his identity as the Moon Empress disciple to save Connected Beast Park from Sky City, other factions and the general public would assume that the Moon Empress disciple was at odds with Sky City. That was why when you explained the concept of blind sheep fans to him, after deliberating this idea, he agreed that it was very feasible. By having 2 of his identities be the cause of the incident, Lin Yuan would be able to reap significant benefits. Firstly, he would be able to control the event. Secondly, 2 of his identities would be able to have a large spotlight beating down on them. As long as the incident persisted, 2 of his identities would be able to gain an enormous amount of faith power. When Yu was nothing short of a top strategic genius, she was able to solve the issue that Lin Yuan had been butting heads with just a few statements. Lin Yuan picked up the teapot on the table and brewed a pot of 3 treasures tea. He added the cinnabar sweet osmanthus nectar into the tea and ignited the Hade-textured agarwood. When Yu Zhongzhe is coming to visit, he should be here soon. Let's go and greet him at the entrance together, said Lin Yuan. When Yu agreed softly before the pair walked toward the mansion's entrance together. When Yu was still a spirit attendant, she was always nervous when she had to greet important people like Zhongzhe, who was Chef Supreme's youngest disciple. But now that she had been by Lin Yuan's side for some time, her horizons and knowledge had increased by 10-fold from a year before. Given that she spent every day with outstanding younger generation members like Lin Yuan and Lu Jie, Zhongzhe dimmed by comparison. She suddenly remembered that Lu Jie had called this morning and said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, Big Brother Lu said he would return from the Spirit Guard's land this afternoon to cook for us. I will call him now to ask him to buy more ingredients." The moment the last word left Wen Yu's lips, a magnetic chuckle sounded out from the space next to Lin Yuan. Master's dragon within pond opened recently. The crabs in the pond are at their fattest and strongest now. I brought several fresh crabs inside my diamond face storage box. Let me cook lunch, Lin Yuan thought. Zhongzhe must also have a spatial type Fey that enables him to teleport. When Lin Yuan turned to greet Zhongzhe, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Zhongzhe's eyes shone with a dim dark red, and there was an aura of an overwhelming desire for battle being suppressed. Lin Yuan remembered that a curse plagued Zhongzhe. The possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen was produced in the spirit lock spatial zone at a quick rate, and a box was filled every 2 weeks. Wang Fuxiang went through 1 box in about 25 days. Hence, Lin Yuan still had more than enough possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen for Zhongzhe. However, this was not a good opportunity to give the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen to Zhongzhe. Zhongzhe had just offered to cook lunch. This meant that he treated Lin Yuan as one of his friends. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "I've been missing your cooking ever since our last meal. Come in and let's talk." Zhongzhe spotted the almost complete submerged flood dragon lake as they walked into the mansion. Zhongzhe could not help but marvel at the beauty of the submerged flood dragon lake. As Chef Supreme's youngest disciple, Zhongzhe had seen more than his fair share of opulent mansions and landscapes. However, the Rainbow Lake, half filled with large lotus leaves that had flower-covered pavilions built atop them, was a testament to the mansion owner's artistic taste. The moment Zhongzhe entered the mansion, his eyes were drawn to the red sandalwood longevity fish tank. Unlike the rest of the people who had visited the return from faraway mansion, Zhongzhe was not admiring its value but its design. While Lin Yuan poured a cup of tea for Zhongzhe, the latter handed 2 brocade boxes to Lin Yuan and said, "One of these is my gift to you as a guest. The other is the wind crystal precious bottle that you asked me to procure." Lin Yuan received the 2 brocade boxes and removed the string of pearls from around his wrist. He gave it to Zhongzhe and said, "Big brother Zhong, take this chain of pearls and use it. You can return it to me whenever you're done." Zhongzhe had only intended on borrowing the heavenly maiden sleep pearl from Lin Yuan. But now that Lin Yuan was handing the chain of 108 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to him without hesitation, Zhongzhe's heart skipped a beat. Since Lin Yuan wore the chain around his wrist, it had to be one of his treasured items. Zhongzhe had intended on taking the fire-type heavenly maiden sleep pearl back with him before using it on the fiery Skyho. However, he felt that it was inappropriate for him to take Lin Yuan's treasured item back with him. Zhongzhe summoned the fiery Skyho and said, "Luckily, my fiery Skyho is only 1 step away from increasing the purity of its bloodline. Why don't I instruct the fiery Skyho to sense the pure fire elemental energy inside the 2 elemental pearls to increase its bloodline's purity?" After the fiery Skyho was summoned, it squeaked in greeting at Lin Yuan while perching itself on Zhongzhe's shoulder. Zhongzhe gestured for it to leap onto the table. Shortly after, a wave of fire elemental energy flowed out from its body and wrapped around the 2 heavenly maiden sleep pearls in Zhongzhe's hand. At this moment, the silhouette of the heavenly maiden inside the pearls seemed to solidify. Lin Yuan noticed that the fire elemental energy flowing from the fiery Skyho started to change as well. With a shake of Zhongzhe's hand, several cooked dishes appeared. Zhongzhe placed the dishes in front of the fiery Skyho and instructed it to consume them to gain pure spirit chi. These dishes had been made by the Class 5 Creation Master Chef Supreme. The Moon Empress Creation Master path was defined by her concoction of scents, while Chef Supreme's path was defined by cooking. Lin Yuan studied the dishes curiously. He used true data and found out that the spirit chi within the dishes was about 57% of the concentration of the spirit chi within the spirit lock spatial zone. As such, Lin Yuan discovered the difference between the pure spirit chi concocted by Chef Supreme and that of the spirit lock spatial zone. At first, Lin Yuan waited for the fiery Skyho to complete the purifying of its bloodline while drinking tea. But at that moment, something unexpected happened to the fiery Skyho. Suddenly, its flesh started to split open and raging bursts of fire elemental energy intermingled with blood energy spilled forth from the cracks. The fire elemental energy that was meant to be under the fiery Skyho's control now became a weapon that was hurting it. Zhongzhe did not look panicked by this development because he knew that it would happen. Since the dishes cooked by Chef Supreme did not contain a high enough concentration of spirit chi, they were unable to enable the fiery Skyho to evolve its body at the same time as it evolved the fire elemental energy in its body. But since the fiery Skyho was a fae with the barren bloodline that had the ability to control fire, it would be able to endure this. Due to the insufficient concentration of spirit chi, the fiery Skyho's bloodline could not be purified to perfection. Nonetheless, this was a conundrum that all spirit chi professionals who possessed faes with the barren bloodline had to face. At that moment, Lin Yuan reached out his hand toward Zhongzhe. There were 2 flower buds in his palm. "Big brother Zhong, there is extremely pure spirit chi inside these 2 flower buds. They should be helpful to the fiery Skyho." Zhongzhe received the flower buds and studied them. The ever-present stony expression on Zhongzhe's face melted away. Then his eyes bulged, and he looked utterly astonished. He raised his head and looked at Lin Yuan with a touched expression as he asked, "Lin Yuan, these flower buds." Before Zhongzhe could finish speaking, Lin Yuan said anxiously, "Big brother Zhong, if you don't give the spirit chi to the fiery Skyho now, it will finish its evolution with the flawed spirit chi." Zhongzhe took a deep breath and stared at Lin Yuan for a moment before throwing the 2 flower buds at the fiery sky hoe and ordering it to consume them. The fiery sky hoe fought against the pain of its body splitting open and leaped over to catch the 2 flower buds with its mouth. When the fiery sky hoe swallowed the flower buds, its torn skin sealed itself shut, and the glow of a flame ignited at the ends of its fur. The flame started to spread and elongated the fur of the fiery sky hoe. It released the howl of agony that it had been suppressing. A red crystallized curved horn grew out of the center of the fiery sky hoe's forehead. Its exposed fangs also grew longer and were covered by a red transparent substance. The fiery sky hoe's body had been about the size of 2 palms, but now it had grown to a length of 1 meter. The fiery sky hoe's changes made Lin Yuan think of the description he had read in the catalog of mountains and seas. Tail like a fan, wide mouth, posture as straight as a board, covered in red fur, long body, savage beast that spits fire. When he found out that the contents of the catalog of mountains and seas were not mere legends but actual descriptions of fays with the barren bloodline, he had been curious about why the fiery sky hoe's description seemed different. Apparently, it was because the fiery sky hoe's bloodline had not been purified yet. The fiery sky hoe's appearance now matched the catalog of mountains and seas description. Zhongzhe was over the moon about the fiery sky hoe's changes. He knew that if it had not been for Lin Yuan's pure spirit qi, the fiery sky hoe's changes were not solely due to the purification of its fire elemental energy, but also the complete transformation of its body. Counting the time Lin Yuan had visited Zhongzhe's residence and had given him the heavenly maiden Sleetle Pearl, Lin Yuan had now provided Zhongzhe with 2 unexpected opportunities. When he was young, Chef Supreme had told Zhongzhe that even the people he regarded as his good friends could put an end to his opportunities, and that he needed to treasure the friends that actually provided him with opportunities. If someone gave him opportunities without asking for anything in return, he would have to marry her if she was female and ask him to be his blood brother if he was male. Before Zhongzhe could mull over Chef Supreme's words, 8 high-grade strange flames shot out from the fiery sky hoe's abdomen. The 8 strange flames swirled around its body in a beautiful dance. If the fiery sky hoe had not been controlling the 8 strange flames and preventing them from spreading to the surroundings, all of Lin Yuan's jade-textured furniture would be burnt to ashes. Lin Yuan shivered when he saw the 8 high-grade strange flames. During the fight on the martial arts stage, Lin Yuan had witnessed the power of the fiery sky hoe's strange fire 8 refinement. When Zhongzhe used the fiery sky hoe to attack a target, it would release the 8 strange flames in its abdomen to cause layered damage to the target. The final attack that hit the target would be the strongest strange flame. Currently, the fiery sky hoe was wielding and purifying the fire elemental energy in the 8 strange flames. When one of the strange flames was being purified, the flame would take on a crystal hue, and the other 7 flames would result in faint waves of heat. The beautiful red flame twisted the space. From this, it was evident that the temperature of the high-grade flames had risen significantly. At this moment, Zhongzhe ordered, "Fiery sky hoe, keep the red plum falling fire, and use tempering of fire to temper the red plum falling fire through the other 7 flames." The fiery sky hoe moved and summoned a flame that looked like a blooming red plum. The other 7 strange flames were immediately attracted to it and sailed into the red plum of a flame. The red plum falling fire grew stronger as it consumed the purified strange flames. After consuming 5 strange flames, the red plum flowers and frosted snow seemed to appear around the red plum falling fire. Lin Yuan thought, "It looks like Zhongzhe wants to use the other 7 strange flames to evolve the high-grade red plum falling fire to top grade. If the red plum flowers that blossomed and frosted snow that appeared were successful, the red plum falling fire would be able to turn into a true top-grade strange flame." Only top-grade flames appeared alongside unforeseen events. Zhongzhe flipped over his hand, and a brocade pouch appeared in his hand. He opened the brocade pouch, and Lin Yuan saw that it was filled with fire-type defined life pearls. Zhongzhe tossed the fire-type elemental pearl to the fiery sky hoe one by one, so that it could use the pure fire elemental energy within to nourish and absorb the red plum falling fire strange flame. It was not a last-minute decision for Zhongzhe to use the red plum falling fire to consume the other 7 strange flames. The red plum falling fire was the most effortless strange flame that Zhongzhe had encountered. The red plum falling fire did not start off as a high-grade strange flame, but as a mid-grade strange flame that had a much higher temperature than other strange flames. As such, Zhongzhe instructed the fiery sky Ho to use tempering of fire to endlessly strengthen the red plum falling fire until it became a high-grade strange flame. The high-grade red plum falling fire did not disappoint Zhongzhe. When the high-grade red plum falling fire released its absolute temperature, its beauty surpassed that of some top-grade strange flames. High temperature was the most important factor that Zhongzhe required from his fire elements, because it would be able to increase the damage power of Heaven Crimson Fire and life-changing Fire Beast. Moreover, the red plum falling fire's highest temperature would be able to affect an entire area. At that moment, Zhongzhe's fists were tightly clenched as he waited with bated breath for the red plum falling fire's temperature to rise once it evolved to a top-grade strange flame. Zhongzhe had been afflicted by bad luck ever since he was young, and had become accustomed to using his spirit to suppress the boiling battle urge. Previously, Zhongzhe had built a large dam within himself to keep the battle urge at bay. However, the emotions he felt as a result of what Lin Yuan did caused the dam to tremble. Now, the sense of hope had cracked the dam even further. The smallest of things had the biggest of effects. Zhongzhe's battle urge seeped through the cracks and eventually eroded the dam away. At that moment, red stained the pupils and whites of Zhongzhe's eyes. With the remnants of his sanity, Zhongzhe thought, "Oh no!" He had experienced instances when his battle urge ran rampant. He would find a place to release his battle urge during such occurrences without holding back until he utterly tired himself out. Every time his battle urge was loose, he would release most of it so that he would be able to keep his cool for the next 2 weeks. But this was Lin Yuan's mansion, and he would wreck Lin Yuan's mansion if he released his hold on himself now. However, he did not have time to continue worrying as his last thread of sanity snapped. When his battle urge swallowed his conscious mind, Zhongzhe let out a beast-like roar. When you jumped, and the fiery sky Ho stopped strengthening the red plum falling fire. Lin Yuan said to Wen Yu, "Don't worry. I know what to do." He said hastily to the fiery sky Ho, "Fiery sky Ho, leave this to me. Calm yourself and continue evolving the red plum falling fire. Otherwise, all of Zhongzhe's hopes will be dashed. I'm sure you don't want Zhongzhe to wake up and be disappointed that the red plum falling fire failed to evolve to top grade." Lin Yuan returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone and grabbed a handful of the mature possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen. He left the Spirit Lock spatial zone and tossed it at the rampaging Zhongzhe. Zhongzhe breathed the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen in. Although his eyes remained red, he quieted down. Lin Yuan returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone again and grabbed another handful of possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen. This time, instead of tossing it at Zhongzhe, he crushed and scattered it all over the jade-textured wood on the crane-shadowed sensor, so that the scent would permeate the air. Lin Yuan placed the crane-shadowed sensor next to Zhongzhe so that the scent would engulf him. After the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen started to burn, Zhongzhe's battle urge was suppressed, and he could rebuild another dam to keep the battle urge at bay. Lin Yuan frowned when the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen started to run out. According to the rate that Zhongzhe used up the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen, Lin Yuan could tell that Zhongzhe's bad luck was much more serious than Wang Fuxiang. Luckily, Zhongzhe's bad luck would eventually be cleared as he continued to use the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen. However, it would take at least 6 months and even up to a year. After Zhongzhe regained his faculties, he saw the red plum's outreached branches changing shape. As the plum branches continued to stretch, beautiful red plum flowers bloomed and fell in a continuous loop. The red plum flowers wilted the moment they reached their peak of beauty. A red flame that looked like a blooming red plum flower burned at the center of the unforeseen event. However, instead of focusing on the top-grade red plum falling fire that he had been looking forward to or the worried fiery sky Ho, his eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan. Ever since he was young, Zhongzhe was terrified that the battle urge caused by his bad luck would take control of his mind. Aside from the burning sensation that came with the battle urge, He had been training to be an expert ever since he was young. As such, he hated not being in control of any situation, much less losing control of his own body. Not even Chef Supreme knew that this curse resulted in him having nightmares. Thus, he not only had to suffer through the curse in reality but even had to experience it again in his nightmares until he scared himself awake. This overwhelming battle urge that took over him had always been an issue to which he could only grapple but could not find a solution. Ever since he smelled Lin Yuan's scent at the Gargi banquet, a sweet-smelling figure that could soothe his battle urge started appearing in his nightmares. This figure made Zhong Zhe dread his nightmares less. Just now, he had smelled that fragrance when he had succumbed to the battle urge. The scent made Zhong Zhe wonder if he was dreaming. However, the fragrance was much stronger than it was in his dreams, and it enabled him to regain control over himself. It was only when he rebuilt the dam to block the surging battle urge that he realized this was real life and not a dream. Zhong Zhe did not know what that fragrance was, but he could guarantee that it did not come from Lin Yuan but from something that Lin Yuan possessed. Zhong Zhe had visited the purple bamboo forest with Chef Supreme a while ago and heard that the Moon Empress had brought medicine that removed Wang Fuxiang's bad luck. Chef Supreme had gone to beg the Moon Empress afterward but had been rejected. Zhong Zhe was sure that the fragrant medicine was the same one that the Moon Empress had given Wang Fuxiang. When Lin Yuan saw Zhong Zhe looking at him silently, he said, "Big brother Zhong, congratulations on your red plum falling fire evolving to a top-grade strange flame." A surge of warmth flooded Zhong Zhe's heart. The fiery Sky Ho had communicated to Zhong Zhe through their spiritual connection about what Lin Yuan did. Given Zhong Zhe's understanding of the fiery Sky Ho, it would have completely stopped evolving the red plum falling fire out of concern for him if Lin Yuan had not comforted it. Lin Yuan had played an important role in the red plum falling fire evolving to a top-grade strange flame. Zhong Zhe remembered Chef Supreme saying that if a man provided him with many opportunities without asking for anything in return, he should regard that person as his blood brother. But what should he do if that person also saved him from peril? Zhong Zhe carried the fiery Sky Ho and said solemnly, "Brother, words can't express my gratitude." Lin Yuan patted Zhong Zhe's shoulder and said, "You already addressed me as brother. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me." Lin Yuan thought about the possessed star intelligent dark cloud's rate of production and the current circumstance of Zhong Zhe's curse. "Big brother Zhong, can you explain your bad luck to me?" asked Lin Yuan. Zhong Zhe replied without hesitation. "I was attacked when I was young and nearly died. That was when this bad luck afflicted me. Master has tried many ways to remove my bad luck but to no avail. In recent years, the bad luck's impact has grown stronger. At first, I used to be able to suppress the battle urge for at least 4 months. But as I grew older and my spirit became stronger, I'm only able to suppress it for a month at most now. Moreover, this is only if nothing triggering takes place during the month. Master did a test and found that the battle urge will overcome me 3 times a month despite my best efforts to suppress it when there are external triggers." A pained expression came over Zhong Zhe's face. This was the memory he hated dredging up the most. If Lin Yuan had not asked him, he would never choose to reopen this scar. When he found out that the fragrance came from a medicine that could suppress his bad luck, Zhong Zhe wanted to ask Lin Yuan about it. He hoped that he would be able to obtain some of the medicine from Lin Yuan since the Moon Empress had rejected Chef Supreme. If nothing was done about his bad luck, he would be completely engulfed by the battle urge in less than 3 years and become a mindless battle machine. Before Zhong Zhe could ask, Lin Yuan said, "Big brother Zhong, I can help you with your bad luck. However, it will require you to undergo at least half a year and at most a year of treatment." Zhong Zhe froze. He never expected Lin Yuan to offer to cure him of his bad luck. He had told Lin Yuan that his gratitude could not be expressed through words, and now even more so because it would be an insult to Lin Yuan's gesture. If Lin Yuan were able to treat Zhong Zhe's bad luck, even if it took decades or could not be cured completely, it would give Zhong Zhe a renewed life and free him from the torture. He no longer had to suffer nightmares every night nor be afraid when he was increasing his power that he would one day fall completely prey to the battle urge. He did not have to be afraid that his efforts to increase his power would harm the people closest to him. Brother, if you need me for anything in the future, I will be willing to do absolutely anything. Lin Yuan thought of the spirit-settling silver or vein the Vaneland imp had discovered at the border of the Divine Wood Federation. He had thought about recruiting people to turn the spirit-settling silver ore into weapons and selling them. Although weapons made of the spirit-settling silver ore were used commonly by creation masters and would always be in demand, there were not enough spirit craftsmen from the Heavenly Craft Pavilion to perform the job. Lin Yuan did not want to create another team for the sole purpose of creating the spirit-settling silver or weapons, because this would expand Sky City's members to too large of an extent. Besides the fact that it would require Lin Yuan to invest many resources and effort, he would be at odds with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's role. This was not what Lin Yuan wanted. Moreover, the Vaneland imp was like a walking mineral vein. As such, it might be able to discover other mineral veins besides the spirit-settling silver or vein. In order to match up with the speed at which the Vaneland imp dug through the mineral veins, Lin Yuan would have to form a group with more members than a top faction, as not even a top faction would be able to harvest a mineral vein in a short span of time. After mulling over this problem, he decided to go into the business of the mineral itself. Big Brother Zong, I do have something to ask of you. Have you heard of any faction that has a project that requires a large number of minerals? Zhong Zhe raised an eyebrow and thought, could Lin Yuan have discovered a mineral mountain? It is forbidden to harvest from mineral veins without permission in the Radiance Federation. All the mineral veins within a 10,000-kilometer radius of each of the 32 major cities belong to all the cities collectively, and factions were only allowed to harvest from mineral veins beyond that radius. Top, veteran, and rising factions had already taken ownership of all the areas not under the jurisdiction of the major cities. There was barely any cake left to go around. As for a project that required a large number of minerals, Zhong Zhe knew of one. The top faction Furnace Stone Metal had a metal spiritual ingredient role, and their supporter was Chef Supreme. Hence, Furnace Stone Metal often gave newly discovered mineral mountains to Chef Supreme in exchange for the chance to evolve phase. Chef Supreme had left these mineral mountains to Zhong Zhe. Gu Lang was in a similar situation. Thus, the two of them had formed a faction specifically meant to harvest minerals from mineral mountains. This faction had close to 10,000 spirit craftsmen as its members. The Creation Master team that Zhong Zhe had formed provided a large amount of Creation Master resources to this faction annually. If Lin Yuan had a large number of minerals that he wanted to use up, Zhong Zhe would be able to take them all. Zhong Zhe remembered that he owned half the ownership of this faction and said, Lin Yuan, Gu Lang, and I started a faction 7 or 8 years ago. The faction only works for the two of us, so it doesn't even have a name. This faction turns metal spiritual ingredients into weapons and other instruments or molds them into various sized cubes that can be sold in the market. Why don't I give you 25% of the ownership, and you can use this faction to handle any metal spiritual ingredient in the future? When you looked shocked when she heard what Zhong Zhe said, no matter how busy she was, she never stopped collecting information for Sky City and knew of the faction that Zhong Zhe and Gu Lang owned and all the resources and finances it possessed. Although Sky City possessed a sizable amount of resources, it was likely only worth half of what this faction owned. After all, this faction gained its resources from natural sources. If Zhong Zhe was giving Lin Yuan 25% ownership of the faction to Lin Yuan to express his gratitude, when you felt that it was too much. No one expressed their gratitude in such a way when you used to be a spirit attendant, but she also could not imagine someone handing out such wealth so easily. By giving Lin Yuan 25% ownership of the faction, Zhong Zhe was going the equivalent of Mystic Moon cutting open the Radiant Moon Palace's money bag and giving it away. Lin Yuan hastily shook his head and said, Big Brother Zhong, we might be brothers, but you can't give me shares for nothing. But if you have a faction that can make use of a large amount of metal-type spiritual ingredients, I would like to work with you. When Zhong Zhe seemed intent on giving Lin Yuan the 25% of the shares, Lin Yuan hurriedly added, I'm sure you won't take advantage of me if we work together. As such, Zhong Zhe could only say vexedly, If I work with you, I won't let you suffer even if I have to suffer myself. Lin Yuan thought for a moment before saying, Big Brother Zhong, I was at another land to train. When I was at the other land and found a dimensional rift, I stumbled on a vein land imp. This vein land imp found a spirit-settling silver or vein. I would like to establish a deal with you based on all the spirit-settling silver or in the vein. Zhongzhe thought. All of these coincidences that happened to Lin Yuan seem almost uncanny. Not only had Lin Yuan found a spirit-settling silver or vein, but even a vein land imp. With the vein land imp, Lin Yuan would have countless opportunities to access mineral veins in the future. Previously, Zhongzhe only wanted to help out Lin Yuan. But now it felt more like Lin Yuan was helping him. As the mineral veins were continuously harvested, the quantity of minerals within them would reduce. Additionally, it was difficult to discover new mineral veins. As such, the spirit craftsmen in Gulang and Zhongzhe's faction only needed to work about 6 hours a day. If Lin Yuan could supply them with many mineral veins, the spirit craftsmen only had to work longer to generate tremendous wealth. Lin Yuan, I said that I'm giving you 25% of the ownership. But after working with you, I think I should give you at least 30%. This number purely came about based on transactional value and not at any other reasons. Zhongzhe paused for a moment before continuing. Lin Yuan, do you want to join this faction by taking over some of the shares? If you do, I'll contact Gulang so we can split the shares evenly. Lin Yuan found Zhongzhe's suggestion more than acceptable. This was the most convenient option for him, and he could collect earnings in the future based on the divided shares without much worry. Hence, he nodded and said, "Fine, Big Brother Zhong. Why don't we call Zhongzhe over so we can all talk face to face?" Zhongzhe immediately called Gulang. After the call rang for a moment, Gulang picked up and said, "Hey Zhe, you said in your last call that you're going to lock yourself away to train. Are you out already?" Zhongzhe looked shocked when he heard Gulang's voice. It was not the words that Gulang said that surprised Zhongzhe, but the heavy weariness of Gulang's voice. Moreover, there seemed to be another person talking next to Gulang. But the person's voice had been too soft for Zhongzhe to make out what was said. Before Zhongzhe could reply, Gulang seemed to pull his phone away and snap at someone. "I'm on the phone. We'll talk once I'm done." The voice silenced itself. Gulang smiled apologetically and said, "Zhe, I came to Cold Frost City for some business. I thought that a Class 5 marsh dimensional rift had opened in Cold Frost City, so I came to catch a few black marsh fly dragonflies. But not only did I come up empty, but I even bumped into an he." Zhongzhe frowned. He was calling Gulang to discuss the ownership of shares. As such, he had put the call on speaker so Lin Yuan could hear Gulang as well. Lin Yuan had never met an he, but he was not unfamiliar with the name. Among the 13 members of royalty in the Radiance Federation, one managed an association that encompassed all of the lifestyle class spirit chi professionals besides the Creation Master Association. This member of royalty was Long Lamplight. Long Lamplight was the most low-profile of all the 13 members of royalty. However, he could not remain completely under the radar because his first disciple was the third Radiance Envoy. Although Long Lamplight's first disciple did not have Creation Master talent, he was an extremely talented healing-type spirit chi professional. And he was Long Lamplight's youngest disciple. He had powerful healing-type spirit chi professional talent, just like his senior. And he had also obtained an Order of Radiant Light, which gave him the right to participate in the Radiance Envoy selection 2 years later. Although Lin Yuan and he had never crossed paths, he knew Gulang's temperament well. Gulang was very mild-mannered and would not speak sternly unless he was on his last nerve. Hence, there had to be a serious wedge between Gulang and he. "Lang, did you fight with he again?" Gulang replied vexedly. "We didn't start fighting, but this meeting caused me to be unable to explore the Class 5 Marsh Dimensional Rift freely. His men stole the sacred source life form. Luckily, I managed to obtain 3 portions of high-grade marsh soil. Otherwise, I would have made this trip for nothing." Zhongzhe clenched his fist tightly. Apparently, and he was not on his list of favorite people either. Gulang changed the topic and said, "Zhe, what's up? If you want to vent your battle urge by fighting with me, I won't be able to make it. I'll need at least 10 days to reach the royal capital." Gulang was 1 year older than Zhongzhe. When Zhongzhe was young, he was closed off and did not like speaking to others. But after that incident, he started speaking even less. Hence, it was usually Gu Lang who sought out Zhongzhe. If Zhongzhe took the initiative to seek out Gu Lang 9 times out of 10, it would be to ask Gu Lang to fight. Zhongzhe's expression softened, and he said, "Lang, Yuan has a way to cure my bad luck completely. I won't ask you to fight me to suppress my battle urges anymore." A smile broke out on Gu Lang's weary face. When Gu Lang found out that the Moon Empress medicine could cure Wang Fuxiang's curse, he immediately thought of Zhongzhe, who was also afflicted by bad luck. Since the medicine could remove Wang Fuxiang's bad luck, it would definitely be able to remove Zhongzhe's bad luck as well. Gu Lang had wanted to mention this to the bamboo monarch more than once, but he had not been able to bring himself to raise the topic. After all, Wang Fuxiang's bad luck had not been completely removed yet. It would be offensive for him to ask for the medicine. Now that Gu Lang knew that Lin Yuan could cure Zhongzhe's bad luck, he was over the moon for Zhongzhe. As the disciple of a member of royalty, Gu Lang had been bootlicked by other factions and received special treatment ever since he was young. It was difficult for him to make friends in such an environment. The only friend he had made in his childhood was Zhongzhe. During the gathering, Lin Yuan had given the arch bamboo shoot to Gu Lang without any conditions attached, thereby opening up Gu Lang's future as a creation master. Now that Lin Yuan was going to save Zhongzhe, Gu Lang was even more grateful to Lin Yuan than before. When he heard Zhongzhe address Lin Yuan as Ayuan, Gu Lang knew that Zhongzhe now regarded Lin Yuan as a brother as well. Just as Gu Lang was about to express his joy, Zhongzhe said, "Lang, I'm at Yuan's place, and this entire call has been on speaker. I called you to discuss the ownership of shares of our faction." Gu Lang assumed that Zhongzhe wanted to give part of his shares to Lin Yuan. He thought about the help that Lin Yuan had given him and said, "Why don't we each give up 25% of our shares and give them to Yuan?" Lin Yuan looked exasperated again. Did all the disciples of big shots like to give away shares? Before Zhongzhe could respond to Gu Lang, Lin Yuan hurriedly cut in and said, "Big brother Gu, why do the both of you want to give me shares?" Big brother Zhong called to talk about a collaboration. "From what you said just now, you seem to be in need of the black marsh fly dragonflies from the marsh world. I can get a few for you." The black marsh fly dragonfly was a rare marsh dimensional life form. It was similar to the marsh ground sphagna in that it could not even defeat a normal 100 questions beast when it was young. However, its slow start also meant that it had unimaginable peak potential. Given enough resources, it would be able to defeat its natural enemy during its adolescence. The black marsh fly dragonfly evolved its grade much easier than other dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan remembered that Gu Lang nurtured the snake change medusa. It was likely that Gu Lang wanted the black marsh fly dragonflies because of the snake change medusa's natural skill. That was the only reason that Lin Yuan could come up with to explain why Gu Lang would want the black marsh fly dragonflies. Lin Yuan could enter the marsh world through Klein Hub at any time. No matter how rare the black marsh fly dragonfly was, it would be easier for Lin Yuan to search for it than it would be for Gu Lang to wait for Class 5 marsh dimensional rifts to open. Gu Lang's exhaustion dropped by half when he heard what Lin Yuan said. If Lin Yuan could find the black marsh fly dragonflies, the snake change medusa that Gu Lang had obtained with much difficulty would finally be usable. Given that this was something Gu Lang truly needed, he did not hold back and said, "Lin Yuan, thank you. The black marsh fly dragonflies are of great use to me." Gu Lang knew that Lin Yuan would not take the shares without giving anything in return. After all, Lin Yuan had already rejected Zhongzhe. Hence, Gu Lang did not offer to give Lin Yuan shares again. Instead, he used a proper business attitude to discuss the division of shares amongst the three of them. Eventually, Zhongzhe and Lin Yuan took 33.3% of the shares, while Gu Lang took 33.4% of the shares because he put effort into managing the faction's operations. When they were done discussing, Zhongzhe checked the time and headed to the kitchen to fish out the crabs he had taken from the dragon within pond. When you looked at Lin Yuan with admiration, as the faction manager, she knew how difficult it was to accumulate resources. Yet, Lin Yuan had managed to seal such an immense deal with a few statements. While Wen Yu's eyes were shining, Lin Yuan said to her, "Wen Yu, the shares have been settled. You can communicate with Gu Lang directly in the future." Wen Yu smiled and replied, "Don't worry, young master. I will pay close attention to this and make sure I do my best." While Wen Yu was speaking, Lin Yuan saw that Lu Jie had returned carrying numerous fresh spiritual ingredients. But the moment Lu Jie stepped into the house, his nose picked up the aroma of crabs. He looked at the sofa. He immediately knew that Zhongzhe was here when he saw the transformed fiery Skyho. At first, Lu Jie felt an unexplained animosity toward Zhongzhe. Even he had no idea where this animosity was coming from. During the gathering, Lu Jie and Zhongzhe had cooked together and had shown off their cooking skills. They had become friends ever since. When they ate at Zhongzhe's residence, Lin Yuan had praised Zhongzhe's cooking skills more than once. Since Zhongzhe had cooked Kitchen Fragrance Palace's secret 300 dishes, all Lu Jie could do was assist Zhongzhe. But today, Lu Jie finally had the chance to compete against Zhongzhe. Now that Zhongzhe had started cooking, Lu Jie would follow suit. This way, he would be able to serve his dish to Lin Yuan alongside Zhongzhe so Lin Yuan could decide whose cooking was better. Lin Yuan scratched his head when he saw Lu Jie make a dash for the kitchen. He could not figure out why Lu Jie was suddenly bursting with energy. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan greatly looked forward to the meal cooked by two amazing chefs. Lin Yuan had not had one good meal during his trip to the Divine Wood Federation. The meal he had had at the Radiant Moon Palace was also traumatic. Finally, he could fill his stomach with a delectable feast. No matter how careful the amazing chefs were, they served up dishes quickly. Moreover, the only people in the mansion were Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Lu Jie, and Zhongzhe. The mother of Bloodbath, who had the largest stomach capacity, had gone out to meet its fellow glutton friends. The mother of Bloodbath was definitely missing out. Lin Yuan estimated that Zhongzhe and Lu Jie would walk out of the kitchen in less than 40 minutes. He did not know what took place in the kitchen, but in a shocking result, they used almost the exact same ingredients with only slight differences in cooking methods. Zhongzhe excelled at steaming and stewing, whereas Lu Jie's forte lay in frying and deep frying. Zhongzhe steamed the crabs before dousing them in vinegar and cooking them over a small flame. The crabs freshly caught from a lake in spring were filled with potent sweetness and would leave a hint of spiciness on the tongue. Adding vinegar and cooking them over a small flame would enable the vinegar to seep through the shell and penetrate the flesh while cohesively working with the taste of the flesh itself to produce an incredibly fresh taste. Zhongzhe applied the cooking principle that sourness was king. Meanwhile, Lu Jie first removed the crab legs before digging out the roe. He used the roe as the base ingredient as he fried it together with other seasonings before adding a spicy touch to tie the ingredients together. Finally, he covered the dish with the crab legs to cook them using the heat rising from the food underneath. This would enable the crab meat to absorb and combine with the fragrance of the seasonings and roe. Each dish was excellent in its own way, and ranking them would only be a matter of personal taste. Those who liked lighter flavors would prefer Zhongzhe's dish, while those who liked heavier flavors would go for Lu Jie's one. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu were baited by the aromas and failed to notice the competitive aura between Zhongzhe and Lu Jie. They also did not think to compare whose cooking skills were better. While Lin Yuan and Wen Yu tucked in happily, Zhongzhe and Lu Jie scrutinized them carefully to see which dish was being cleared quicker. Wen Yu had a large appetite and usually put away about 4 bowls of food. Lin Yuan's appetite also expanded after he consumed the Earth Center fine milk, and his body transformed. His body could now digest food at a rapid rate. Thus, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu ate almost all of the food. As they gobbled down the food, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu were embarrassed when they noticed that Zhongzhe and Lu Jie practically had not touched their chopsticks at all. It was only when Zhongzhe and Lu Jie declared that they could not eat any more that Lin Yuan and Wen Yu continued shoveling food down their throats without worry. Zhongzhe and Lu Jie could not help but exchange a glance when they saw the clean plates. They scratched their heads simultaneously. Now that all the food had been eaten, Zhongzhe and Lu Jie's competitive spirit dissipated as they decided to call it a tie. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Big brother Zhong, did you notice anything different about 10,000 Source Hall when you went to collect the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle?" Lin Yuan asked Zhongzhe this as he wanted to know whether anything out of the ordinary was happening with Whale Ocean commerce. Whale Ocean Commerce had to know that 10,000 flags trading had killed Sea Sky Nurture. It would be very strange if nothing were amiss about 10,000 Source Hall. Moreover, Lin Yuan wanted to find out more about Whale Ocean Commerce. Since they were one of the top 3 top factions and were supported by Chef Supreme, Zhongzhe, who was one of Chef Supreme's disciples, should know a lot about them. Zhongzhe did not rush to reply and started to think deeply. Although he had not known Lin Yuan for long, he knew that Lin Yuan always spoke with intention. One did not need to ponder and puzzle over his true intentions. Hence, Lin Yuan had to have his reasons for mentioning Whale Ocean Commerce. While he was thinking, he decided to first tell Lin Yuan about the relationship between Kitchen Fragrance Palace and Whale Ocean Commerce. Brother, the relationship between Whale Ocean Commerce and Kitchen Fragrance Palace is very different from what it used to be. They have not come to Kitchen Fragrance Palace to ask for Creation Master resources from Master in 3 or 4 years. However, they still provide offerings so that the outside world assumes that they are still close to Kitchen Fragrance Palace. If I were to bring up anything special that has happened to Whale Ocean Commerce recently, it would be that Di Wanqing has gained immortal power. Whale Ocean Commerce themselves revealed this piece of news. Zhongzhe paused for a moment before saying, as Rhine lifeform and cage of Brahma insects developed over the last few decades with the help of the Moon Empress and Bamboo Monarch's resources, they must have gained more than one Thearch-class expert with immortal power. However, Rhine lifeform and cage of Brahma insects have never revealed any of them. Compared to Rhine lifeform and cage of Brahma insects, Whale Ocean Commerce is exposing itself. At the same time, it's understandable because Di Hao has decided to participate in this year's Radiance 100 sequence selection. Di Wantian only has one son, so Di Hao has secured the title of young leader. Di Hao is already 25 years old this year. There can only be one reason he's suddenly participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection after not participating for years. Di Wanqing wants to use the Radiance 100 sequence as a stepping stone to the Radiance Envoy selection 2 years later. This is the only reason to explain why Whale Ocean Commerce is making such a public move after keeping a low profile for so long. Lin Yuan immediately felt that something was wrong with Whale Ocean Commerce. If Whale Ocean Commerce revealed their 2 experts with immortal power in order to brandish their power and disrupt the balance between the top 3 top factions, 10,000 flags trading did not need to wipe out Sea Sky Nurture, which mostly consisted of Creation Masters. Whale Ocean Commerce's overall Creation Master resources had been depressed by killing off Sea Sky Nurture. This seemed the complete opposite of what Di Hao wanted. The members of top factions usually were not assessed before they participated in the Radiance 100 sequence selection as they had the support of an entire top faction. However, every person would have to be thoroughly checked by the Radiance Sacred Hall before they were allowed to participate in the Radiance Envoy selection. Lin Yuan was not certain if his identity as the City Lord of Sky City would be revealed, but he knew that his identity as Black would not be able to be kept under wraps. The Radiance Sacred Hall would certainly discover that 10,000 flags trading had despicably killed Sea Sky Nurture. A faction's internal conflict that resulted in murder would have a huge negative impact on that faction if the news were released. There was no way that Di Hao would be able to become a Radiance Envoy with this hanging over him. Whale Ocean Commerce had to be aware of this. Hence, it was much more likely that Whale Ocean Commerce was making such big waves, and Di Hao was suddenly participating in the Radiance 100 sequence to draw as much attention to these 2 events as possible to cover up their other shady activities. But no matter how hard they tried to hide it, Di Hao would not be able to participate in the Radiance Envoy selection 2 years later. Whale Ocean Commerce's high-profile actions had also caught the eye of the members of royalty. It seemed that Whale Ocean Commerce was, in a roundabout way, trying to stall the 2 years. However, Lin Yuan did not understand what good stalling would do. What would they be able to achieve in the next 2 years? Regardless, this was only Lin Yuan's speculation. From what Zhongzhe said, Lin Yuan was sure that Zhongzhe had no clue about the specifics of what had taken place within Whale Ocean Commerce. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan had genuinely obtained information from Zhongzhe about Whale Ocean Commerce that he had not known before. In order to find out Whale Ocean Commerce's endgame, the best option for Lin Yuan would be to understand the collaboration between Whale Ocean Commerce and Connected Beast Park. In the upcoming blood-packed ultimate fight between the Sea Bliss clan and Connected Beast Park, The latter would fully lean on Lin Yuan's identity as the Moon Empress disciple. Once they were completely reliant on him, he would be able to use them to learn what was exactly going on with whale ocean commerce. After lunch, Zhongzhe readied himself to bid goodbye to Lin Yuan. His bad luck was now solved, and the Fiery Sky Ho's bloodline had been purified. Since the Fiery Sky Ho's 8 high-grade strange flames had combined into one top-grade strange flame, it could now consume another 7 types of strange flames. Given that it could wield the red plum falling fire, it was only expected that the Fiery Sky Ho would also be able to control other top-grade strange flames. If he could gain 8 top-grade strange flames, the Fiery Sky Ho's combat power would shoot upward. An idea popped into his head. Since the 8 high-grade strange flames had combined together to form a top-grade strange flame, it indicated that top-grade strange flame was the pinnacle of strange flames. He wondered what would happen if he used the Fiery Sky Ho's tempering of fire to temper and produce 8 top-grade strange flames. With this thought, Zhongzhe's motivation swelled. But even if he was Chef Supreme's disciple, it was not possible for him to obtain 7 top-grade strange flames in a short period. Hence, his venture into the abyssal world through the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift would be the crux to turn his dream into reality. He was extremely confident about venturing into the abyssal world as Gao Feng, Long Tao, and Sun Ningxian had all played their roles well. Zhongzhe also had no worries about Lin Yuan's provision of Creation Master resources. Zhongzhe would definitely be able to reap the benefits of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Even if the faction formed by him, Lin Yuan, and the rest did not manage to find any top-grade strange flames but other factions did, he could approach them and offer resources in exchange for the top-grade strange flames. The Heaven Crimson Fire and Fiery Sky Ho needed strange flames badly. When the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift was open to all the factions, he would be able to increase his power rapidly using the strange flames produced in the abyssal world. Zhongzhe, who had been plagued with the curse ever since he was young, finally realized that looking forward to the future was blissful. When Zhongzhe stood to leave, Lin Yuan hurriedly rose as well to send Zhongzhe to the entrance of the mansion. The moment that Lin Yuan stepped out of the mansion, he saw a yellow avian-type fae with a delicate appearance perched on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Lin Yuan could tell that it was a type of swallow from the avian-type fae's scissor-shaped tail and nail-shaped beak. The yellow avian-type fae looked delighted to be on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Moreover, since his mansion was in the royal capital, rarely any wild faes visited. Lin Yuan instinctively used true data to check on the yellow swallow. Fae name: Fortuitous Blessing-Carrying Swallow, Fae species: Feathered Swallow/Swallow, Fae grade: Silver, 3/10. Fae type: Wood. Fae quality: Normal. Abilities: Contract Fortune: Find a plant-type Fae with fortune properties and nest there. The Fortuitous Blessing-Carrying Swallow's quality will change to match that of the plant-type Fae. Fortune Source Drain: Consume the leaves and flowers of the plant-type Fae on which Contract Fortune was used and drain the fortune aura inside the leaves and flowers into the nest. As long as the nest is not destroyed, the fortune aura within it will become increasingly concentrated. Explosion of Fortune: Once the fortune in the nest reaches a certain amount, the nest will start releasing fortune into the surroundings to increase the luck of those who have been blessed. Exclusive skill: Unsullied Swallow: Before the contract with the fortune plant-type Fae is removed, the Fortuitous Blessing-Carrying Swallow cannot form a contract with any type of life form. The contracted fortune plant-type Fae will be able to share in the fortune aura of the nest. When he saw the Fortuitous Blessing-Carrying Swallow's true data, Lin Yuan immediately realized that the fortune that Jifeng had predicted would befall every person in the mansion was here. This small yellow swallow seated on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus was the fortune that would shine down on every person in the mansion. Lin Yuan was shocked by the Fortuitous Blessing-Carrying Swallow as he had never heard of it. He guessed that it came from a mutation of a certain type of fortune swallow species Fae. He had come across various fortune Faes in his day like the mountain river eternal life carp he had nurtured. One of them would be able to protect an entire mountain, river, and all the creatures that lived within them. But from the Fortuitous Blessing-Carrying Swallow's abilities, it was not any weaker than the mountain river eternal life carp. In fact, to a spirit chi professional, the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was much more useful than the mountain river eternal life carp. After Lin Yuan witnessed Zhongzhe and Wang Fuxiang's curses, he learned that bad luck truly existed. But since there was bad luck, there had to be good luck too. By showering good luck on every person in the mansion, the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was essentially draping all of them in an armor of good luck and ensuring that they would have good luck accompanying them in all their endeavors. Lin Yuan watched as the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow started piling twigs together on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus and thought, "Is the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow planning on creating its nest on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus?" The fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was so delicate that Lin Yuan would be left helpless if it did not decide to build its home in the mansion of its own accord. Its exclusive skill Unsullied Swallow guaranteed that the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow would not be able to form contracts with any other spirit chi professional. It was common knowledge that fortune fays were difficult to maintain, and forcing them in any way could result in their death. Moreover, the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow needed to fill its nest with sufficient fortune aura to bless everyone in the mansion with good luck. Even if the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow were unwilling to build its nest, eat, and stock up on fortune, it would be useless to force it. Since the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow had reached Silver 3, it had to have formed a contract with a fortune plant-type fae before. As for the reason for the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow removing the contract, it had to be that either the fortune plant-type fae died, or that the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was interested in another plant-type fae. Nonetheless, the cinnabar sweet osmanthus was the best choice for the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow as it bloomed often and flourished with thick foliage. Since the cinnabar sweet osmanthus was a cinnabar species fae, it had a naturally clean aura about it. Moreover, its calming, spirit-gathering, and evil-shielding abilities would make the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow feel comfortable. As such, there was no reason for the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow not to like the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. More importantly, the cinnabar sweet osmanthus was legend quality. This meant that when the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow used contract fortune to form a contract with the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow would only reach legend quality. The evolution of quality was appealing to any fae, and the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was no exception. A creation master needed to expend a Herculean effort into evolving a fae to legend quality. It would be near impossible to find a legend fae in the wild. Additionally, the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow did not just need any legend fae or legend plant-type fae, but a legend fortune plant-type fae. The fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow must have searched for a long time before it found the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Lin Yuan felt that no matter what, there was no reason for the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow to turn away the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. The blossoming springtime was slowly turning warm, and people were starting to shed their bulky, insulated clothes for thinner garments. Today's weather happened to be clear skies, and the puffs of clouds resembled cotton candy laying on the plate that was the sky. As the sunlight pierced through the fluffy clouds, it did not feel scalding when it beat down on people's skin. Rather, the warm sunlight reflected off each person and caused them to shine with transparent light. Lin Yuan was swathed in sunlight as he observed the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow, which peered back at him curiously. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had consumed the Earth Center fine milk and transformed his body, but the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was not afraid of him. It flapped its wings and flew over to his shoulder. At first, the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow looked like an unassuming yellow swallow. It was only when it spread its wings and took to the air that it was revealed that it had about 4 or 5 light superfluous yellow feathers. One of these superfluous feathers stood out as it was at least 5 times longer than the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow's body. The light yellow superfluous feathers glinted with a crystal hue. Lin Yuan immediately noticed a deep injury on the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow's abdomen. This was unsurprising as an avian-type fae with no attack skills, and such an eye-catching appearance would definitely attract the attention of predators. Moreover, the lovely superfluous feathers would also slow down its flying speed. It was likely that the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow had recently been hunted, and it had flown to the mansion to seek help and healing. Lin Yuan did not immediately turn to the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow when it landed on his shoulder because he could sense that it had not found solid footing yet, and he could not feel its weight pressing down on his shoulder. He was afraid that turning his head too quickly would scare the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow off. Lin Yuan silently circulated the jasmine lily's heel, and vitality flowed from his shoulder to heal the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow's injury. After Lin Yuan made this kind gesture, the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow slowly let down its guard. Lin Yuan finally felt the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow's weight on his shoulder a moment later. Evidently, it had finally lowered its guard. Although the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow did not exactly trust him, it was unlikely that it would be startled if he made small movements. Hence, Lin Yuan slowly turned his head and noticed that the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was looking at him with its head cocked. Fear, curiosity, and faint gratitude could be seen in its gaze. Lin Yuan smiled brightly when he saw the adorable fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow. A breeze blew by and messed up Lin Yuan's hair. His hair fell over his eyes, so only his curved lips could be seen. When a young man smiles, a bird of fortune will descend from the sky. The young man's smile looked like a painted portrait beneath the sun. When Yu, Lu Jie, and Zhongzhe were unspeakably taken aback by this scene. The three of them all felt that his features had suddenly become more exquisite. At first, they thought that it was only their imagination. But after taking a closer look, even when Yu and Lu Jie, who saw Lin Yuan often, were certain that his appearance had transformed. Both his features and bone structure had noticeably changed. Such changes were usually due to an improvement in the genetic model. As such, it was evident that Lin Yuan's genetic model had improved during his overnight stay at the Radiant Moon Palace. Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and when you all felt pressure come crashing down on them, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled a legend as he looked at the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow. If the legend was true, it was not the people at the mansion or the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow that would benefit the most but the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. According to legend, the number 1 fortune osmanthus fey was the crimson jade osmanthus, which mutated from the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. In the past, this legend had led to crazy inflation in the price of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus of upward of 5 times its original price. But in the end, all the hopeful people who had bought the cinnabar sweet osmanthus to evolve it into the crimson jade osmanthus had ended up sorely disappointed as the cinnabar sweet osmanthus stubbornly refused to show any signs of mutation no matter what was used to coax it. That was until one Class 4 creation master discovered that the cinnabar sweet osmanthus flowers would turn redder when it absorbed fortune aura, indicating that fortune aura would be able to trigger its evolution. By that time, the cinnabar sweet osmanthus value had fallen after the widespread failure of its mutation. When the Class 4 creation master posted his findings in a thesis on Star Web, those who had bought the cinnabar sweet osmanthus with the dream of nurturing it into the crimson jade osmanthus started cursing profusely. Fortune aura was fundamental to fortune phase evolution and one of the reasons they were so expensive. If the fortune power within fortune phase were extracted, it would be as good as killing the fortune phase. If those who had bought the cinnabar sweet osmanthus had the disposable income to buy large numbers of fortune phase, they would not have to try to garner wealth through evolving the cinnabar sweet osmanthus in the first place. Eventually, the hype surrounding the cinnabar sweet osmanthus cooled. The Class 4 creation master who had made the discovery broke his bank to buy fortune phase to extract their fortune aura and prove his finding. Each time the cinnabar sweet osmanthus absorbed a certain amount of fortune aura, it would transform. Unfortunately, even after extracting the fortune aura of over 1,000 fortune phase, the Class 4 creation master failed to trigger the cinnabar sweet osmanthus evolution into the crimson jade osmanthus. The Class 4 creation master ended up chopping down the cinnabar sweet osmanthus and posting the video of the chopping onto Star Web, turning himself into the laughingstock of the year. At that time, Lin Yuan had not started using Star Web. However, mocking comments about the Class 4 creation master had been posted on forums that Lin Yuan frequented. Hence, he was aware of this incident. Through the sea of knowledge that genius had gained, Lin Yuan could guarantee that fortune aura would be able to incite the cinnabar sweet osmanthus to evolve. Its appearance changes after absorbing fortune aura were proof of this. Lin Yuan guessed that the Class 4 creation master had failed because he had not used enough fortune power. Once the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow made its nest in the cinnabar sweet osmanthus and used its ability to share fortune aura with the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus would have the opportunity to evolve eventually. Lin Yuan would gain another mountain of wealth to mine if the cinnabar sweet osmanthus could truly evolve into the number 1 of the 10 fortune osmanthus phase, the crimson jade osmanthus. The crimson jade osmanthus flower sap could slow aging and whiten skin. When the crimson jade osmanthus nectar was applied to one's face for an extended period, it could enable one to regain the appearance of a 20-year-old. This effect was enough to drive any female spirit chi professional crazy. However, it was still unconfirmed if the legend was true that the cinnabar sweet osmanthus could evolve to the crimson jade osmanthus. Regardless, the cinnabar sweet osmanthus evolution was a good thing. Since Wen Yu was a Class 2 creation master, she could not immediately see the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow's abilities. On the other hand, Zhongzhe was almost a Class 4 creation master. The moment he realized how special the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was, he immediately stopped Lu Jie and Wen Yu and told them to remain calm. When he saw the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow let down its guard with Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe said, Yuan, congratulations on having such a fortuitous guest visit your mansion. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, I have you to thank as well. If you hadn't decided to leave at the right time, this little fella and I wouldn't have been able to cross paths. Lin Yuan was not speaking superficially but rather voicing his true thoughts. The fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow's abdomen was injured, but the cinnabar sweet osmanthus abilities could only target the spiritual level. Hence, it would not be able to heal the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow's physical injury. In order to speed up the healing of the injury, it was likely that the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow would leave the mansion to find a way to heal itself. Even if the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow imprinted on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus and came back eventually, it was likely that the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow's superfluous feathers would attract trouble to it. If the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow died someplace else, all the fortune that was supposed to descend on the mansion's people would be gone. After sending Zhongzhe off, Lin Yuan activated the source sand. The source sand produced many black feathers that formed a pair of wings on Lin Yuan's back. Lin Yuan flapped the wings and carried the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow with him to the main branch of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. He determined the most stable spot on the branch and tried to grab the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow from his shoulder. But before his hand even touched the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow, it hopped onto the branch itself. Lin Yuan realized that although the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was no longer wary around him, he still needed to maintain a safe distance from it. Lin Yuan did not mind this and picked some suitably sized branches and used one of his feathers to cut the branches into 7 or 8 centimeter twigs. He used these branches to create a simple nest before returning to the ground and retracting the black feathers. Lin Yuan knew that the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow would not live in the nest he had built. Still, he had done so as a gesture to show the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow that it could live comfortably without a worry in the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. He also wanted it to know that it could go to him if it had any problems. The fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was an exceedingly cautious avian-type fae and would not build its nest while being watched. As such, Lin Yuan dragged Lu Jie and Wen Yu back into the mansion. When Lin Yuan saw Lu Jie and Wen Yu's astonished expressions, he explained the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow's abilities to the confused pair. Lu Jie and Wen Yu did not expect such a huge opportunity to unfold right under their noses. If Lin Yuan had not discovered this opportunity and Zhongzhe stopped them from doing anything, they might have accidentally scared it away. Lu Jie thought, it truly is easier for creation masters to seize opportunities. Meanwhile, Wen Yu once again realized how vast the gap between her and Lin Yuan's creation master levels was. She needed to touch fays in order to sense their abilities, while Lin Yuan only needed to look at them. After night descended, Lin Yuan walked out of the mansion with light footsteps and saw that the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow had kicked the nest he had made to the ground. A nest made of broken branches and light yellow feathers sat where the nest he had made used to be. Lin Yuan did not disturb the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow that was happily consuming the cinnabar sweet osmanthus nectar and turned to return to the mansion to hit the sack. The next morning after breakfast, Lin Yuan went to Star Web and saw Qi Heng and Qi Haitao, who had been waiting for a day. He put on a resolute face and cut straight to the chase. Yesterday, the two of you told me to make any request I want and promised to fulfill it. Does that still stand? Qi Heng and Qi Haitao exchanged a look, and Qi Heng took a step forward and said, City Lord, you're right. Please feel free to make any request you want. The Sea Bliss clan will do our best to meet your request. While Qi Heng spoke, he kept a smile hanging off his face. Yet his gaze was stony. From the way Lin Yuan spoke, Qi Heng could tell that Lin Yuan had lost patience with the Sea Bliss clan and was definitely not going to give the Sea Bliss clan any room for negotiation. He was exactly right as Lin Yuan said, if so, give all of the Sea Bliss clan's properties and resources to Sky City. As the City Lord of Sky City, I promise you that I will win the blood-packed ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park on your behalf, thereby allowing you to continue living. You can decide what you will do from then on yourselves. Regardless, you just have to hand over everything the Sea Bliss clan has to me. Qi Heng was dumbfounded by what Lin Yuan said. He had assumed that Lin Yuan would allow every person from the Sea Bliss clan to remain there, at least to continue managing the Sea Bliss clan. However, Lin Yuan had deemed every member of the Sea Bliss clan as useless and only wanted the resources. This meant that even if Sea Bliss clan won the blood-packed ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park, they would still be kicked to the streets. Qi Heng anxiously said, City Lord, why don't you? But before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan cut in and said, the condition I stated is my final offer. If you find it unacceptable, you can face the blood-packed ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park yourselves. Once your blood-packed ultimate fight is over, Sky City can just issue another blood fight ultimate fight challenge to Connected Beast Park. Then all your resources will still be mine. Meanwhile, I'm sure you're aware of what state all of you will be in. Lin Yuan stood up and looked as though he was about to leave. Qi Haitao instantly fell to his knees and spoke to Lin Yuan. City Lord, we see your requests and will do everything as you say. However, I have a piece of news. May I trade this information with you for enough resources that will allow the Sea Bliss clan to rebuild? Lin Yuan lowered his head to look at the kneeling Qi Haitao. He became interested as Qi Haitao had to have a big piece of news to muster up enough courage to propose a trade. If this news is valuable, I will give the Qi family 5 million radiance dollars to rebuild when you leave the Sea Bliss clan, said Lin Yuan nonchalantly. Qi Haitao's eyes flashed. The last time he had come to Sky City's Star Web private faction territory, he had been discussing business with the City Lord as an equal. But now they were desperate beggars before the City Lord. It was not up to Qi Haitao but Qi Heng whether he would accept Lin Yuan's offer. As such, Qi Haitao fixed his gaze on Qi Heng. Qi Heng nodded helplessly. The source of information came from the few islands that the Sea Bliss clan had bought. Sky City would discover this secret once they took possession of the islands. If they revealed it now, they would be able to receive resources in return. Hence, this was the best option. However, 5 million radiance dollars was too little. One bronze/epic Fey was already worth 30 million radiance dollars. Given that Qi Heng was a Class 4 creation master, he would be able to generate 5 million radiance dollars worth of income in 1 or 2 days. Essentially, he could not accept Lin Yuan's offer. However, Qi Heng knew that the Sea Bliss clan was in no position to negotiate with the City Lord of Sky City. If he tried to negotiate and ended up aggravating the City Lord, he might decide not to help the Sea Bliss clan at all. The Sea Bliss clan would be well and truly finished if that happened. Qi Haitao said, City Lord, a huge whale fall took place not long ago near the islands our Sea Bliss clan bought. Lin Yuan's eyes immediately widened. Damn, what was going on? Why was he running into one opportunity after another these days? A whale fall was a naturally occurring source of nourishment for the ocean. One small whale fall would be like a feast to the creatures on the seafloor, much less a large one. When hundreds of whales died, and their carcasses were left at the bottom of the seafloor, it would result in an unimaginable amount of nourishment for the ocean. It would be enough to turn the area into a super fish farm for deep-sea fish species Fays. Any fish species Fay living in the area would grow up rapidly. As the carcasses of the whale species Fays decomposed, the currents would propel a large amount of nourishment to the surface of the sea. This nourishment could even trigger mutations in the aquatic phase living at the surface of the sea. However, a large whale fall was not solely beneficial for fish species phase, but could even provide a major opportunity for the floating island whale in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. If Chi Haitao was speaking the truth, his floating island whale could use this opportunity to use the energy from the whale fall and hatch sooner than expected. He would also be able to obtain many unhatched island whales from where the whale fall was. Lin Yuan looked at Chi Haitao solemnly and said, "If you're telling the truth and there truly is a large whale fall near your islands, I can promise to keep the Chi family safe for 3 years. 3 years is enough time for the Chi family to rise from the ashes and start another rising faction. At that point, your enemies will have to issue another blood-packed ultimate fight challenge to you if they want to go after you. This way, you'll have time to prepare." Chi Haitao and Chi Hung were utterly confused as they did not understand what Lin Yuan meant. Once Sky City destroyed Connected Beast Park, the Chi family would still retain their combat power despite losing all their resources. It was impossible that anyone would target them at that point. Hence, both Chi Haitao and Chi Hung did not take Lin Yuan's words seriously. Nonetheless, they both looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude. Now that the matter was settled, Chi Hung and Chi Haitao prepared themselves to leave. But, Lin Yuan said, "Connected Beast Park has struck up a relationship with Whale Ocean Commerce, and they are currently working together. You must have heard that Whale Ocean Commerce already has 2 experts with immortal power. Don't reveal the news that Sky City is helping the Sea Bliss clan with the blood-packed ultimate fight. It'll be best if only the 2 of you know and return home acting as though Sky City rejected you. The more people are involved, the looser their lips will be. If the Sea Bliss clan leaks the news and Connected Beast Park catches wind of it, they can go to Whale Ocean Commerce for help. If that happens, your ending can only be death even if Sky City helps you." Chi Haitao and Chi Hung immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant. The Sea Bliss clan was currently a wreck, and some might have joined the Miao family secretly. If Connected Beast Park heard about this, the results would be disastrous. However, Lin Yuan's tone was too merciless. He only mentioned that the Chi family would end up dead. Wouldn't the Thearch-class experts dispatched by Sky City to help the Sea Bliss clan be killed too? Or could it be that the City Lord did not care if his faction's Thearch-class experts lived or died? Was it because Sky City had so many Thearch-class experts that it did not matter if a few died? Or was it that the City Lord was just downright evil? The misunderstood Lin Yuan was not afraid of Connected Beast Park seeking help from Whale Ocean Commerce at all. This was because he had received word from the invisible demon before he came to Starweb that it hoped to go through the source-type cleansing as soon as possible to evolve into a Class 12-dimensional lifeform. There was only 1 day left before the blood-packed ultimate fight between the Sea Bliss clan and Connected Beast Park, which was more than enough time for the invisible demon to go through the source-type cleansing. Thus, the invisible demon would have reached Immortal level when it was helping the Sea Bliss clan with their blood-packed ultimate fight. Even if the news was leaked at that time and Connected Beast Park went to borrow Immortal experts from Whale Ocean Commerce, the invisible demon would still stand a fighting chance. Lin Yuan would recall it back into his shadow if it really could not hold out. Given the invisible demon's hidden abilities, even experts of the same level who were skilled at investigating Immortal breed phase would find it difficult to detect the invisible demon. Even if the news that Sky City was helping the Sea Bliss clan in their blood-packed ultimate fight was leaked and Connected Beast Park went to borrow experts with immortal power from Whale Ocean Commerce, Lin Yuan would not be afraid. Chi Hung hurriedly said, "Don't worry, City Lord. It is the Sea Bliss clan's greatest honor to receive your help. Naturally, we won't cause Sky City any trouble. When we return home, I'll say that Sky City rejected our plea for help. I'll fill in 3 random names on the list of members who'll be participating in the blood-packed ultimate fight. When Lord Guhan asks if these are the confirmed participants, I'll swap out Haitao at the last minute with your expert. I'll also be able to use the opportunity to see which members of the Sea Bliss clan are loyal." At this point, Chi Hung no longer cared about the Sea Bliss clan's original honor. Instead, he was focused on coming up with a way to rebuild after the blood-packed ultimate fight. This disaster would also be the Sea Bliss clan's touchstone through which Chi Hung would be able to look into the hearts of all the members of the Sea Bliss clan. Connected Beast Park had issued the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight to the Sea Bliss clan because Chi Wangyang was too arrogant to see the situation for what it was. Even if Connected Beast Park lost 2 Thear-class experts to Sky City and received crushing public criticism from the public afterward, the Sea Bliss clan was a mere veteran faction that should never provoke the top faction Connected Beast Park under any circumstances. Yet it was ironic that as the leader, Chi Wangyang did not understand that even if the elites were somehow slipping, they would still remain as his betters. Chi Haitao's adaptable nature made him appear more suited to be the Sea Bliss clan's leader in Chi Heng's eyes. Chi Wangyang should have taken responsibility for his mistake after that incident. A few days after Chi Wangyang went after Connected Beast Park, Chi Hung became certain that it was not Connected Beast Park that had bought up all the Aurora pollen on the market. Connected Beast Park was always at odds with Condensed Fairy Orchard, and plant-type phase were Condensed Fairy Orchard's role. Thus, Connected Beast Park did not have much authority in the plant-type Fey market. After some investigation, Chi Hung unearthed that Condensed Fairy Orchard was the one who had been controlling the supply of spiritual ingredients like Aurora pollen and using their expansive storage to create the farce that there was still sufficient Aurora pollen in the market. This was why the Sea Bliss clan, who had been focused on their far-off fish farms, did not notice that something was off about the supply of Aurora pollen in the market. Chi Hung also realized that besides Condensed Fairy Orchard, the purchase with no loss store, which was popular on StarWeb, was also involved. This StarWeb store used blind trading to secretly increase their store of Aurora pollen. There was no point for a faction to buy so much Aurora pollen unless it bred Angelfish of Bliss. Moreover, even if they did breed Angelfish of Bliss, they would not require such a humongous amount of Aurora pollen. Additionally, it was not easy to store Aurora pollen as it would get moldy after 2 years. If a Fae as delicate as the Angelfish of Bliss consumed moldy Aurora pollen, it would quickly fall sick and die. Hence, it was all but certain that the shortage of Aurora pollen in the market was part of a scheme conducted by both the purchase with no loss store and Condensed Fairy Orchard. After Chi Hung found this out, he had not even had time to become enraged at Condensed Fairy Orchard, and the purchase with no loss store before Connected Beast Park issued a Blood Pact Ultimate Fight challenge to the Sea Bliss clan. Now that Sky City's City Lord promised to help the Sea Bliss clan, the matter was all but settled. Chi Hung thought that he would move on to hating Condensed Fairy Orchard and the purchase with no loss store. However, he felt intense terror instead. Despite all that had happened to Condensed Fairy Orchard over the last few years, they still steadfastly held onto their status as a top faction. This meant that they had to have a Thear-class expert holding down the fort. Moreover, the Sea Bliss clan had personally witnessed Sun Ningxiang standing amongst the disciples of the members of royalty at the Guard Yi banquet. No matter how brave Chi Hung was, he would not dare to cross such a person. Since Condensed Fairy Orchard was willing to collaborate with the purchase with no loss store, it meant that there was an extremely important person behind the purchase with no loss store. It was also no secret that Condensed Fairy Orchard and Sky City were on good terms. If Chi Hung went after Condensed Fairy Orchard for revenge, Sky City might step in to end the already doomed Chi family to protect Condensed Fairy Orchard. Chi Hung only hoped that Condensed Fairy Orchard and the purchase with no loss store would let the Sea Bliss clan off when they tried to rebuild and stop scheming against them. He was even willing to personally beg Condensed Fairy Orchard and the purchase with no loss store for forgiveness if they felt that the problem lay with him. At the brink of life and death, Chi Hung realized that even a veteran faction that he had been proud to be a part of was actually much less impressive than he had initially thought. If they crossed people they had no business crossing, they would be wiped from existence as well. Now that Chi Hung understood what he meant, Lin Yuan gave the order to kick them out. Lin Yuan's focus was on the invisible demon's imminent breakthrough. If the invisible demon could evolve to Class 12, Lin Yuan would finally gain immortal power under his control. This would allow Lin Yuan to do whatever he wanted in the future without needing the Moon Empress' help. Immortal power was considered peak combat power in the Radiance Federation. Moreover, the invisible demon would not just be evolving to a Class 12 dimensional lifeform. When 9,900 units of source-type power was used on the invisible demon during its source-type cleansing, its life would reach a whole new level. Once the invisible demon became an apostle, it would gain a second natural skill, and both its power and abilities would be transformed. When Qi Haitao and Qi Hang left Sky City's private territory, Lin Yuan removed the access prohibitions and left Star Web. He returned to his room and flashed himself into the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan said to the waiting invisible demon, "Shadow, I've prepared the source-type power needed for your source-type cleansing. From now on, it's all on you. Given my current power, I might not be able to help even if you run into danger during the transformation." The invisible demon was so excited that it fell to its knees and said, "I'm privileged to receive your source-type power. I definitely won't disappoint you and successfully evolve to Class 12. After all the time they had spent together, Lin Yuan knew that the invisible demon was very cautious and would not attempt to do anything that it did not have the confidence to achieve. Otherwise, it would have jumped at the chance to go through the source-type cleansing the last time Lin Yuan offered instead of waiting until it could evolve to Class 12 and use the source-type cleansing to kill two birds with one stone. But now that the invisible demon was taking the initiative to ask for the source-type cleansing, it meant that it was confident it would succeed. Lin Yuan had asked Whitespeak if dimensional lifeforms would encounter any risk when they evolved from Class 11 to Class 12. Whitespeak had responded that there was a chance the evolution would fail. But even if it did fail, it would not result in death. Hence, Lin Yuan had nothing to worry about now. He took the invisible demon into the Marsh world through Klein Hub so that it would be able to evolve its class in the Marsh world. It was not convenient to take the invisible demon into the abyssal world to evolve its class. But at least the Marsh world was also a dimensional world, and it would still be a better choice than the main world. When Lin Yuan entered the Marsh world, he realized that only 2 days had passed. In the distance, someone had already planted several fruit trees. It seemed that his words had an effect on the spirit craftsman. It just so happened that in the past 2 days, Lin Yuan had found the time to produce the bronze/epic phase requested by the spirit craftsman. It was effortless on Lin Yuan's part to produce bronze/epic phase, and it did not take a long time either. The only part which took more time was producing the bronze/legend Fei for Lu Tong. One of the Medusa snake demons was currently planting decorative plants on the marsh ground Sphagna not far off from Lin Yuan. He decided to call it over and instruct it to fetch Lu Tong so that he could give all the bronze/epic phase to Lu Tong to hand out. At first, he thought that the Medusa snake demons would be terrified of him and it would be difficult to communicate with them. Yet, when he called out to the Medusa snake demon, it looked at him with admiration and respect. Lin Yuan found this slightly odd. He had not spent any time in the Marsh world connecting with the Medusa snake demons in just 2 days. So why wasn't it afraid of him? What had happened was that when Lin Yuan left for the Spirit Lock spatial zone the last time he was in the Marsh world, news that he was a dictator spread like a wildfire amongst the Medusa snake demons in the territory. To these Medusa snake demons, apostles were already magnificent in their eyes, much less the legendary dictator. These Medusa snake demons could not believe how lucky they were to be able to live in the same territory as the dictator and be able to gaze upon the dictator's face so often. After receiving Lin Yuan's instruction, the Medusa snake demon acted as though it had just received an order from a god and immediately stopped what it was doing to slither away toward where the spirit craftsmen were working solemnly. Lin Yuan turned and entered the breeding room where the 50 questions beasts were working. The breeding room looked very bare and unimpressive. However, the space was extremely large. 100 questions beast could take up about 100 square meters of space, and the room was also equipped with top creation master instruments. When Lin Yuan checked on the 100 questions beast's progress, he was not disappointed by a single one of them. Almost every 100 questions beast produced 5 bottles of grade 3 spirit fluid in 2 days. The fat ginger cat had produced 7 bottles of grade 3 spirit fluid. This amounted to a total of 281 grade 3 spirit fluids in 2 days. Lin Yuan was extremely satisfied with this productivity. After he set up some cat toys in the breeding room, Lin Yuan left the breeding room. When he stepped out of the breeding room, he ran into Lu Tong, who was covered in mud and standing with ramrod straight posture 20 meters away from the structure. Lu Tong rushed up to Lin Yuan and said with a big grin, "Lord, in less than a week, we'll be done with the construction of the light room that your cat Fei asked us to build." Lin Yuan reached out his hand to brush some of the mud off of Lu Tong's chest and mud as he replied, Lu Tong, try to put more thought into the construction. Here, these are the phase all of you requested. I've brought all of them with me with time. He handed a diamond phase storage box to Lu Tong. Lin Yuan was aware of the light room that Lu Tong spoke of. This was a job that Genius had given the spirit craftsman the last time it came into the marsh world to plant soldier ration radishes. The light room would aid in the soldier ration radishes' growth. Hence, it was the best option to halt all other work and focus on building the light room first. Lu Tong was shocked by what Lin Yuan said, and he dared not receive the diamond phase storage box. It was no lie that he was delighted by this. As the one who was going to receive all the benefits first, he was undeniably happier than the other spirit craftsmen because he was receiving a bronze/legend Fae instead of a bronze/epic Fae. But at the same time, he felt more shocked and touched than happy. In 2 days, the city lord he had pledged his loyalty to had produced 34 bronze/epic Faes and 1 bronze/legend Fae. This was not just an injection of resources but also proof that the city lord he had pledged his loyalty to did not look down on them just because they were only spirit craftsmen. Instead, he kept his promise to them and fulfilled it in the shortest time possible. This feeling of being respected caused Lu Tong's heart rate to speed up. When Lu Tong did not receive the diamond phase storage box, Lin Yuan shook his wrist and said, "Take a look and see if there are any problems with any of the phase. If any problems are discovered when you're handing them out, report them to me. There are some phase whose bloodlines mutated during the evolution, and so they differ from the original request. However, all the mutations and evolutions are positive, so I didn't swap any of them out." Lu Tong immediately realized that he was frozen. Lu Tong hurriedly received the diamond phase storage box and thought, "I wonder who the lucky ones are to receive phase that underwent positive mutations." It was rare for bronze-grade phase to undergo positive mutations, and it would delight any person to know that this had happened to one of their phase. No one would turn away a Fae that had undergone a positive mutation. After Lin Yuan finished speaking to Lu Tong, the latter took the diamond phase storage box with him and went back to work. The Kill Food Sky butterfly flew over to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion aren't in the territory. They've gone out to train. If you need them for anything, I'll bring them back to you immediately." Lin Yuan shook his head. Since Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion were all apostles, they should not remain idle but go out to train whenever they could. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not have any business with them this time and did not need to call them over. The last time Lin Yuan had spoken to White Speak, he found out how the marsh region was divided. Lin Yuan silently set the Marsh East Palace as the battleground of the marsh world. Hence, he needed the apostles under his wing to grow up as soon as possible. Kill Food Sky Butterfly, let them continue to train. I won't call them back unless something urgent comes up. By the way, how has the recovery of your bloodline been coming along? Thanks to the Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls you gave me, my bloodline has healed completely. Moreover, I still need some time to get used to my sovereign power. But it will take some time before my power increases again in the future by undergoing a new trial of world creation. The Kill Food Sky butterfly sounded slightly frustrated, and it could not help but let out a sigh. Given that it possessed one of the top 3 bloodlines amongst butterfly species phase, the Kill Food Sky butterfly had always felt responsible for the rate at which its power increased. During its time in the marsh world, it had seen how dimensional lifeforms increased their power and realized how much more difficult it was for phase to increase their power. The dimensional lifeforms that increased their class through consuming flesh reminded the Kill Food Sky butterfly of back when it was the Kill Food Worm. Now that it had transformed into the Kill Food Sky butterfly, it could not use the same methods it did when it was the Kill Food Worm to increase its power. The Kill Food Sky butterfly had thought about asking Lin Yuan for some law crystals. It had used many law crystals to force its power to increase to the level of creation breed. However, it was Lin Yuan who had given it the law crystals. Now, it was thinking about asking Lin Yuan instead. The Kill Food Sky butterfly was too embarrassed to bring itself to ask. At that moment, Lin Yuan gave the Kill Food Sky butterfly a small wooden chest. When it opened the wooden chest, it was almost blinded by the light of all the law crystals within. "There are 2,000 law crystals here. Use them." Once you're done, you can ask Purple Afterglow to inform me to prepare more for you. I'll continuously provide you with law crystals until you reach Creation V. Once you reach Creation V, you'll need world crystals to increase your power. As of now, it's slightly difficult for me to obtain world crystals. Hence, you'll have to work hard on your own once you reach Creation V. Lin Yuan could not help but think back to the world source crystal and 2 world crystals he had given the sacred source-wielding queen. The sacred sword-wielding queen was already done absorbing the world source crystal, but it needed 7 days to absorb each of the world crystals. The Miao family had sacrificed 2 world crystals to Lin Yuan in order to save Zhang Kaiyuan and Miao Ji. One of the world crystals came from the Sovereign I/Creation I Sacred Cure White Deer, while the other came from the Sovereign III/Creation II Submerged Sea Blue Whale. After the sacred sword-wielding queen was done absorbing the world source crystal, it would definitely be more interested in absorbing the Sacred Cure White Deer's world crystal first because it had never absorbed a wood-type law or world crystal before. But in the end, Lin Yuan had decided to instruct the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb the submerged sea blue whale's world crystal first. Lin Yuan had the healing-type Fey Jasmine Lily which fulfilled most of his healing needs. Thus, regardless of the sacred Cure White Deer's world crystal having strategic significance, Lin Yuan wanted the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb it after it absorbed the submerged sea blue whale's world crystal first. There was an endlessly changing sea and the ability to shift between water and ice within the submerged sea blue whale's world crystal. As such, the submerged sea blue whale's world crystal would be able to provide Lin Yuan with both water and ice immunity and add a sword skill that combined both water and ice. This sword skill would suit Dark Blue well. In 3 days' time, the sacred sword-wielding queen would be done absorbing the submerged sea blue whale's world crystal. Lin Yuan itched with anticipation to see the submerged sea blue whale's submerged water world and the new sword skill. The Kill Food Sky butterfly silently received the chest. It was anxious to increase its power as soon as possible so that it would be able to protect Purple Afterglow better. Moreover, the Kill Food Sky butterfly had witnessed how wealthy Lin Yuan was. Hence, it was not shocked by the 2,000 law crystals in the chest. Regardless, it was still as happy as it could be. Apart from the law crystals, the Kill Food Sky butterfly was even happier that they had come from its father-in-law. It was delighted that Lin Yuan cared so much for it. The Kill Food Sky butterfly immediately left to find a place where it could start absorbing the law crystals. Now that everything else was settled, Lin Yuan lowered his head and said to his shadow, "Invisible demon, let's begin." The moment Lin Yuan spoke, the invisible demon's figure appeared 15 meters away from him with an austere expression on its face. Lin Yuan shook his hand, and the 9,900 units of source-type power he had instructed the sacred sword-wielding queen to prepare started flowing into the invisible demon's body. No natural phenomenon occurred once all the source-type power entered the invisible demon's body. Rather, the ground and sky were suddenly covered with a layer of shadows with invisible demon as its center. The enormous shadow spilled forth from the invisible demon, and a pained yet ecstatic expression appeared on its face. But shortly after, the delight on its face disappeared as the shadows seemed to become knives that turned it into a hornet's nest from the inside out. Although its body had become a hornet's nest, the shadows continued to spill out from its body. The invisible demon's body was continuously destroyed and put back together. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the invisible demon's experience during this evolution was very similar to his experience when he consumed the Earth Center fine milk, as his body had also undergone a continuous cycle of destruction and rebirth after he consumed the Earth Center fine milk. His body had completely transformed during the cycles, but it had been so excruciating that he had not been able to move at all. However, the invisible demon was still able to move its body in spite of the agonizing pain. The invisible demon scratched its body wildly with its 3-inch-long purplish-black nails in order to alleviate some of the pain. The sharp nails tore the invisible demon's already wrecked body even further apart, stinging Lin Yuan's heart. But after a few scratches, one of the invisible demon's purplish-black nails would fall off and be replaced by a pure black nail that was even sharper and thinner than before. The pure black nails continued to rip through the invisible demon's body. As the number of injuries on the invisible demon's body increased, the shadows flowed out from the invisible demon's body at a quicker rate. At that moment, the invisible demon's body fused with the shadows, and everything turned dark. Nothing happened in the dark world for a few hours. Just as Lin Yuan was becoming worried about the invisible demon and was going to call out to it, the invisible demon emerged from the shadows 15 meters away from Lin Yuan. At that same moment, all the shadows that had taken over seemed to find their rightful place and returned to the invisible demon's body. The fully transformed invisible demon's appearance was revealed. If Lin Yuan was not already aware that this was the invisible demon, he would not be able to imagine that this dimensional lifeform had transformed from the invisible demon. When it had been Class 11, the invisible demon had been light purple with a humanoid silhouette. But now, the invisible demon was emanating an aura of malevolent carnage and could only be described as a wild beast. Perhaps it was because the invisible demon had spent some time amongst humans and became accustomed to human appearance and was intentionally imitating human appearance, but it looked exactly like a spirit chi professional in every way besides its face. The invisible demon was around 1.8 meters tall. In spite of its skinny physique, its muscles had the same sturdiness that was characteristic of all abyss-dimensional lifeforms. But now that it was Class 12, it was only around 1.7 meters tall, and its body had become even skinnier and bonier than before. All the strength of its muscles had been hidden under its skin. This height and size were more suitable for the invisible demon, whose main attacking method had an assassination style. This was not the only part of the invisible demon's appearance that had changed. Its body no longer had any traces of purple or green. Only black and white were left. The invisible demon's skin, hair, and eyebrows were white, while its eyes, lips, and nails had become pure black. It was the same black as the shadows. Although its teeth were still the same as they peeked through the invisible demon's black lips, the transformed invisible demon now fit human beauty standards much better than it used to. Lin Yuan felt that the invisible demon was much easier on the eyes now. A totem of 2 eyes covered by shadows appeared on the back of the invisible demon's right hand. This totem symbolized the invisible demon's status as an apostle. The invisible demon felt slightly conflicted as it observed its appearance. It had been bullied heavily in the abyssal world due to its small size. Its greatest wish in life was to become as mammoth as the horned demons and win over the respect and affection of other demons with its strength and heft. Yet, it was even smaller now despite becoming stronger. Wait, it had become shorter and skinnier. It was like a person who had received a raise but went bald at the same time. This perfectly described how the invisible demon felt at that moment. The invisible demon was afraid that its looks would repulse Lin Yuan, and it thought, will Lin Yuan want to keep his distance from me just like the other abyss demons did because I'm even skinnier and shorter now? Lin Yuan walked over to the invisible demon at this moment while saying, Shadow, you look much better now. All you need is a mask to cover your mouth, and you won't stick out no matter where you go. Shadow let out a breath of relief. It seemed that Lin Yuan did not despise the new appearance it gained after transforming. Lin Yuan's praise also made Shadow less upset about its height and size changes, as nothing was more important to it than Lin Yuan's happiness. Lin Yuan took out a set of spirit chi clothes and tossed it at Shadow. Shadow hurriedly thanked Lin Yuan and carefully put on the clothes in case its nails ripped the cloth. Now that Shadow was Class 12 and had gained immortal power, Lin Yuan knew that he would not be able to use true data to check on its characteristics. But at the same time, he was still extremely curious about the potential changes to Shadow's original natural skill and any new natural skills it might have gained. Shadow had pledged its loyalty to Lin Yuan and had no reason not to tell Lin Yuan about its natural skills if he asked. As such, Lin Yuan asked, Shadow, now that you're an apostle, did your natural skill improve in any way? Shadow hurriedly replied, Lord Dictator, Hidden Shadow/Killer Shadow can now allow me to hide within the shadow of any item. Hidden Shadow does not seem to have improved by much. I can still only sense targets up to 2 levels higher than me. But in the Killer Shadow state, I'm able to attack the shadows of other targets. When I attack the shadow of a non-living being, I will be able to shatter the body of the non-living being. When I attack the shadow of a living being, the living being will experience many times the inflicted damage. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. According to Shadow's reply, Lin Yuan now knew that the improvement in the ability of Hidden Shadow/Killer Shadow lay in that it now enabled Shadow to shatter non-living beings and inflict multiplied damage on living beings. Shadow used an assassination style of combat. The changes to Hidden Shadow/Killer Shadow increased Shadow's damage power and enabled it to attack targets that were stronger than it was effectively. When Shadow saw Lin Yuan's expression, it knew that he was very satisfied with the improvement in Hidden Shadow/Killer Shadow. This delighted Shadow and spurred it on to prove itself even further. Before Lin Yuan asked Shadow what the new natural skill it obtained was, Shadow said, "Lord Dictator, the new natural skill I gained when I evolved to Apostle is called Shadow-Piercing Back Hibernation. It's much stronger than Hidden Shadow/Killer Shadow. It will allow me to lock a shadow-possessing target within a set area. I will appear behind the target through its shadow and assassinate it. When I'm using Shadow-Piercing Back Hibernation on a target, the other shadow-possessing targets in the area will be blinded by shadows. When I stab a target with my nails, I'll also be able to extract the target's vitality to heal my wounds." Lin Yuan almost started clapping for Shadow. If what Shadow said was true, Shadow-Piercing Back Hibernation seemed almost too powerful. It would allow Shadow to move freely behind targets in a set area using shadows. Normally, the back of every lifeform was their blind spot, and it was the place that the lifeform would be least able to respond to in the shortest time possible. This position might not be the target's weak spot, but it would still greatly increase Shadow's attack success rate. Moreover, Shadow could achieve this even without activating Shadow-Piercing Back Hibernation. But when Shadow did activate Shadow-Piercing Back Hibernation, it would be able to blind all other targets in the area and prevent them from going to the aid of Shadow's current target. This also greatly increased Shadow's attack success rate. Meanwhile, the ability to drain a target's vitality to heal itself would increase Shadow's endurance during combat and enable it to stand toe-to-toe against stronger opponents by killing other targets and continuously healing its wounds. Lin Yuan felt that Shadow-Piercing Back Hibernation fit Shadow's physique perfectly and allowed it to become an even better assassin. This would enable Shadow to strike fear into any life form of the same grade. Lin Yuan looked down at the shorter Shadow and stretched out his hand to ruffle its white hair as he said with a smile, "Shadow, you're now strong enough to defeat 10 of your past selves. If we ever have a chance to enter the abyssal world in the future, you can accept any life form that catches your fancy as your believer. Alternatively, if you see any interesting dimensional life form in the marsh world, you can accept it as well." Shadow was shocked. It had been the most scorned creature in the abyssal world not long ago. It had still been a captive within the purple golden cage a month ago. But now it had increased not only its power but also become an apostle, which it had never dreamed that it would become. This all came from the dictator standing before him. Along the way, a feeling besides respect rose within Shadow. Actually, Shadow had already decided which believer it was going to accept. Rather than the horned fire element-wielding demons it had used to envy, it preferred to accept many of its kind. It wanted to declare loudly to the entire abyssal world that the invisible demons were not pathetic creatures. It wanted to use its army of invisible demons to gain the respect of all other demons. Hence, Shadow told Lin Yuan about its idea candidly, "Lord Dictator, I only want to accept invisible demons as my believers and favored believers. I will create a team of assassins to serve you." After some thought, Lin Yuan found Shadow's idea to be achievable. Sky City's white-clothed followers were more like soldiers and could not perform the job of assassins. It was inevitable that Sky City needed to spill blood in order to expand. Hence, Sky City needed a sharp dagger that could perform jobs in the dead of night. The team of invisible demon assassins formed by Shadow would be able to fulfill this job. Although invisible demons were rare in the abyssal world, it would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to achieve this. All he had to do was ask Long Tao to look out for invisible demons when he ventured into the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. At that moment, Lin Yuan thought about the ability Faith Gift or Robbery, which Dark Blue had gained the previous night. Faith Gift or Robbery would enable Dark Blue to inject faith power into a target to strengthen its faith power. This was the gift part of the ability. The robbery part of the ability would allow Dark Blue to use the faith power in its body as the standard to drain faith power from targets with less faith power than it had. But as strong as faith gift or robbery was, the amount of faith power in Dark Blue's body was limited. However, Dark Blue also had the ability Faith Application, which allowed Lin Yuan to inject faith power into Dark Blue when they were fused together. This would enable Lin Yuan to use faith gift or robbery in the fused state as well. If so, the amount of faith power in Lin Yuan's body would become the standard, and he would be able to give or take faith power from targets with less faith power than him. Lin Yuan decided to test faith power gift or robbery when he saw the totem in Shadow's hand. He had already turned into a mermaid once in front of the Shadow the last time he used faith application. Hence, he had nothing to be embarrassed about doing it a second time. As such, Lin Yuan used faith application to fuse with Dark Blue. Shadow had been slightly embarrassed when Lin Yuan tousled its hair. It was about to say something when it saw Lin Yuan transform into its dictator's body. The last time Lin Yuan transformed into the dictator's body, Shadow had only dared to peek at him once before averting its gaze as it was afraid that staring would be regarded as blasphemous. But that one glance had etched the magnificence of Lin Yuan's dictator's body into Shadow's mind. Now that it was looking at Lin Yuan's dictator's body again, Shadow was just as shell-shocked as before. But at the same time, it felt nervous as it thought that something had happened to Lin Yuan. According to legend, dictators only used their dictators' bodies when they needed to flaunt their might. Shadow, I want to use you to test one of my abilities. It won't put you in any danger, so you don't need to be scared. If you feel uncomfortable in any way during the experiment, let me know immediately. At the same time, I'll observe your situation carefully, said Lin Yuan. Shadow anxiously said, Lord Dictator, use me to test whatever you need. I might be small, but I'm as strong as can be. Shadow stood at attention, completely unguarded, as it awaited for Lin Yuan to do whatever he wanted. It was its honor to be experimented on by its dictator in Shadow's mind. Lin Yuan flicked his tail, and faith power gushed out from the shrine in his soul. His liquid-like long hair changed from dark blue to vibrant amber, and 12 pillars of amber water shot out from the ground near his feet toward the sky. All the faith power within the pillars of water made Shadow's eyes widen to the size of sockets. It was astonished by the ocean of faith power possessed by Lin Yuan's dictator's body. Lin Yuan pointed at Shadow, and the 12 pillars of amber water combined into one belt of water that shot into Shadow's body. Shadow noticed that the totem on the back of its hand was starting to grow warmer. Since Shadow had only recently evolved to Apostle, the faith power within its totem was at the level of extremely weak. In the short span of a few seconds, the faith power in Shadow's totem started to rise in power until it became higher wheel. As Shadow felt the faith power surging within its totem, it thought, how could this be uncomfortable? I've never been more comfortable. Faith power was the source of all apostles' power. Shadow had heard of how powerful dictators were, but it had never heard of any dictators who were able to use their faith power to strengthen the faith power of the apostles. Before Shadow could revel in this blissful feeling, it experienced what it could only describe as true discomfort. The moment that the faith power rose from higher weak to below average, it felt the totem on the back of its right hand twist violently. It was as though the pillars of water were trying to push air into a balloon that had already been stretched to its limit. If any more air were pushed into the balloon, it would burst. Lin Yuan had been observing Shadow throughout. When he noticed a strange expression come over its face, he immediately stopped using faith gift or robbery to inject faith power into Shadow. Judging from the results of Shadow's experiment, Lin Yuan was able to estimate the limits of faith gift or robbery. Although he still had more than enough faith power left in his shrine, he would not inject faith power into Shadow when it could not take any more. It was likely that using such an ability would only be able to strengthen the faith power of the apostles by one large step before it started endangering the apostles. After Lin Yuan stopped injecting faith power into Shadow, it said with shock, Lord Dictator, I can now use my source sacred body. This immediately piqued Lin Yuan's interest. He remembered both White Speak and the Dark Scorpion using their source sacred bodies during their fight. The source sacred body was the second ability that apostles had, and it could only be used when the apostles' faith power reached below average. Both White Speak and Dark Scorpion had changed into human form when they used their source sacred bodies. Not only did their power increase, but they could also use a power known as Sacred Absolute ability. Shadow, since you can use your source sacred body now, use it once so I can see what your Sacred Absolute ability is. During his conversation with White Speak, Lin Yuan had learned that Dark Scorpion's Sacred Absolute ability was disintegration. When the ability made contact with a life form, the life form cells would separate rapidly. This would cause significant damage to the life form. White Speak had been able to swallow Dark Scorpion's Sacred Absolute because White Speak's Sacred Absolute ability was replay. This meant that White Speak would be able to swallow the Sacred Absolutes of apostles that did not have a stronger faith power than it did. It would only be able to swallow a portion of the Sacred Absolutes of apostles that had stronger faith power than it did. It would then spit out the Sacred Absolutes it had swallowed to attack its targets. The Sacred Absolutes of apostles all had unique abilities. Thus, Lin Yuan was almost uncontrollably curious about Shadow's Sacred Absolute. Frankly, Lin Yuan was not only curious about Shadow's Sacred Absolute, but the appearance of its sacred source body. Now that Shadow already looked almost indistinguishable from humans, what changes would it undergo when it used its source sacred body? Shadow immediately activated the faith power that Lin Yuan had injected into its totem. The white parts of Shadow's body slowly became transparent while the black parts turned into shadows. It was as though Shadow had disappeared right before Lin Yuan's eyes. However, he could sense through the faith power he had injected into Shadow that it had not moved an inch. Lin Yuan thought, Shadow's source sacred body turns it into an actual shadow. This greatly increases its ability to conceal itself. While Shadow was using source sacred body, he realized that the faith power he had injected into Shadow was slowly depleting. Shadow deactivated its source sacred body and exclaimed, Lord Dictator, my Sacred Absolute allows me to fuse with any shadow and explode at will to inflict damage on the main body casting the shadow. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Shadow's Sacred Absolute seemed to increase its ability to attack from a distance. This enabled Shadow not to have to be near a body in a battle to attack it. Lin Yuan noticed its flaw after understanding what shadow-piercing back hibernation was all about. This seemingly invincible ability actually had a fatal weakness. When Shadow was facing off against targets like the yellow jadeite golden butterfly, it would be grievously hurt by being rebuffed by the shield even before it managed to land a hit on its target. This seriously limited the attacking range of Shadow's Sacred Absolute. Shadow, you gained a new method of attacking with this Sacred Absolute, and it will definitely be effective during battle. I'm going to continue testing my ability now. Once again, Lin Yuan used Faith Gift or Robbery on Shadow. But this time, he used the robbery part of the ability. When Lin Yuan used the ability, a giant silhouette of faith power appeared behind the mermaid that Lin Yuan had transformed into. When the amber silhouette and Lin Yuan pointed at Shadow, the latter realized that it could no longer control its faith power. When Lin Yuan used the robbery part of Faith Gift or Robbery, he did not take back the faith power he had injected into Shadow. This meant that Lin Yuan could use his faith power to keep apostles trapped at below average and cause them to lose control of their faith power. This was basically the same as lowering an apostle's life rank back to a dimensional life form. Moreover, given the strength of Lin Yuan's faith power, he would be able to suppress apostles with stronger faith power than below average. This ability had significant strategic significance for Lin Yuan as he continued to expand into the different dimensional worlds. After testing Faith Gift or Robbery, Lin Yuan released his control over Shadow's faith power while retrieving the faith power he had injected into its body. Shadow would be able to replenish its depleted faith power, but Lin Yuan could not. Thus, he could not use up his faith power carelessly to strengthen the faith power of his apostles. Shadow, Rising Lizard, Wendy, and White Pavilion should depend on themselves to strengthen their faith power, while using him should be reserved as secret weapons to be used against powerful opponents. White Speak had decided to follow him because it believed that he was a dictator and that Dark Blue's faith water was his dictator's prize. As long as Lin Yuan was careful not to expose himself and allow White Speak to realize that he was not actually a dictator, White Speak was the strongest combat power he possessed. He would be able to use faith gift or robbery to strengthen White Speak's faith power to its maximum extent to reach the pinnacle of what apostles could achieve. If he helped White Speak, he would even be able to challenge the Marsh East Palace in the Marsh East Circle. Lin Yuan badly wanted the sacred source lifeforms in the Marsh East Palace. After handing a ball of faith water to Shadow, he left the marsh world. In Miao Zhinshan's study, Miao Zhua and Miao He sat on either side of Miao Zhinshan as they reported to him. As Miao Zhinshan listened to Miao Zhua's report, he nodded with satisfaction. It was undeniable that Miao Zhinshan preferred Miao Zhua over Miao He. However, Miao Zhua's soul was injured, which prevented him from becoming a Class 4 creation master. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to make the others accept Miao Zhua as the next family leader. Ever since Miao Zhinshan singled out Miao He, the latter no longer wasted his days away and started taking things seriously. However, Miao He clearly lacked some of the deviousness and bravery that Miao Zhua had. Miao Zhinshan asked Miao Zhua, "Zhua, how high of a chance do you think that Sky City will help the Sea Bliss clan with their blood fight ultimate fight against us?" Miao Zhua knew that his grandfather had been bothered by this problem over the past few days. Miao Zhinshan had decided of his own accord to issue the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight Challenge to the Sea Bliss clan. Hence, he definitely did not think that Sky City would help the Sea Bliss clan. However, Miao Zhua did not say what his grandfather wanted to hear, as it would only bring his father temporary joy. It would also be impractical, and his grandfather would think of him as a short-sighted person when he failed. After thinking for some time, Miao Zhua felt he needed to give his grandfather some form of warning, even if the warning might displease his grandfather. "Grandfather, I think we need to be on our guard against Sky City. It would be unsurprising if Sky City came after us for revenge after we helped the Zheng family with their blood pact ultimate fight against Sky City." Miao Zhinshan frowned and turned to ask Miao He, "What do you think?" Miao He chortled maniacally to himself after listening to what Miao Zhua said. Why is Miao Zhua setting up more roadblocks for grandfather at such a time? Grandfather was the one who decided to go ahead with the Blood Pact ultimate fight. By saying this, he might as well slap grandfather across the face. "Grandfather, you've thoroughly investigated the matter of the Aurora Pollen. The Sea Bliss clan started their scheme regarding the Aurora Pollen long ago, and Condensed Fairy Orchard's Sun Ningxiang is also personally involved. Condensed Fairy Orchard is on good terms with Sky City, but at the same time, Condensed Fairy Orchard is also at odds with the Sea Bliss clan. There's no reason for Sky City to help the Sea Bliss clan by this logic. Moreover, we placed many spies in the Sea Bliss clan decades ago. It's possible that the Sea Bliss clan discovered one or two of them over the years, but we placed more than 20 spies there. All the news they sent back says that Sky City rejected the Sea Bliss clan's plea for help. The Sea Bliss clan's internal situation is a mess now, and Qi Hend has started settling matters his way. It seems that he wants to drag Qi Wangyang down from his position as the leader of the Sea Bliss clan and replace him with Qi Haitao instead. Obviously, he has gone mad. I think that Big Brother's words came from a place of fear. Miao Zhua decided not to rebuff Miao He and chose to ignore him. Miao Zhinshan did not reply, so Miao Zhua knew that his grandfather was still unconvinced by either side. Miao Zhinshan's grandfather was playing a dangerous game of chess. It was so perilous that he was not even able to trust either Miao Zhua or Miao He with certainty. "Grandfather, if you're still worried, I can ask Lord Lin Yuan to look into the matter, or you can go to Whale Ocean Commerce. Whale Ocean Commerce has already settled their deal with us. There's no way they'll deny a request for help from us now. With an immortal expert on our side, we won't have to be afraid even if Sky City does decide to help the Sea Bliss clan." Miao Zhua's words struck Miao Zhinshan deeply, but eventually he decided to take one final gamble and placed his bet that Sky City would not help the Sea Bliss clan with their Blood Pact ultimate fight. If his gamble fell through, he still had enough time to seek help from the Moon Empress Disciple or Whale Ocean Commerce. Either way, he would have to owe one of them a favor. As such, there was no need for him to take preventive measures. It should be good news that Connected Beast Park had gained 7 new Thearch-class experts. Alas, Some of them became arrogant after their power increased, which greatly displeased Miao Zhinshan. They used to be mere emperor-class experts who had climbed up the ladder using Connected Beast Park's resources. The source of their development came solely from the Miao family. However, a few of them were so pompous that Miao Zhinshan was sure that Miao Zhua and Miao he would not be able to hold down once he died. Hence, Miao Zhinshan decided to send these people out to participate in the Blood Pact ultimate fight against the Sea Bliss clan. It would be fine if Sky City decided not to help the Sea Bliss clan. But even if they did decide to step in, Miao Zhinshan would not be overly distraught over sacrificing these few Thearch-class experts. While Miao Zhinshan was engulfed in his anxiousness, the Blood Pact ultimate fight between Connected Beast Park and the Sea Bliss clan officially began. Lin Yuan had no intention of attending the Blood Pact ultimate fight. He did not think that the City Lord of Sky City needed to participate in such a spectacle personally. He was fully focused on the new sword skill he was about to receive and the whale fall near the islands that the Sea Bliss clan owned. As such, he instructed Shadow to attend the Blood Pact ultimate fight itself. A few hours later, Shadow would bring back the bodies of the Creation Breed Phase and World Crystals. Lin Yuan did not care about whether the experts from the Sea Bliss clan had survived. He ordered Shadow to manipulate the experts from Connected Beast Park to summon their phase and attack them so that he would be able to gain more rewards. Although Lin Yuan did not care about the Blood Pact ultimate fight between Connected Beast Park and the Sea Bliss clan, the other factions did not share his sentiment. Connected Beast Park helping the Zheng family with their Blood Pact ultimate fight had already caused hysteria to sweep through the public, much less this Blood Pact ultimate fight between a veteran and a top faction. Sky City and the Sea Bliss clan immediately became trending topics on Star Web, and almost all trending posts were about this matter. Even news about the main member of a top faction being cheated on or the daughter-in-law of a veteran faction being abused suddenly became insignificant by comparison. Lin Yuan needed to garner faith power from the main world. Hence, he only cared about the posts regarding Sky City. Star Web was like another world in the Radiance Federation, and many Spirit Chi professionals were even professional tabloid reporters on Star Web. Professional reporters usually reported the facts. However, tabloid reporters would latch onto any morsel of gossip and start spreading it throughout Star Web to attract as much attention and speculation as they could. Lin Yuan found these salacious topics to be ironic because if he was not the person in question, he would have been fooled by them and assumed they were true. These tabloid posts included topics such as Sky City's City Lord berates Connected Beast Park in a meeting room, so stuck up. A real man would help the Sea Bliss clan. Shocking. Sky City's best combat power falls at Connected Beast Park's feet according to sources. Connected Beast Park and Sky City have settled the matter privately. There were both positive and negative comments under these posts, but Lin Yuan did not think of removing them because they were advertising Sky City in a way. In fact, Lin Yuan wanted to thank these tabloid posts for boosting Sky City's popularity and mentioning the City Lord numerous times. It could be said that the Blood Pact ultimate fight between Connected Beast Park and Sea Bliss clan had become the main topic of conversation in the entire Radiance Federation. Even non-Spirit Chi professionals discussed the matter when they were grocery shopping for the usnias and jasmine lilies in the morning markets. The moment the Blood Pact ultimate fight started, 3 Thearch-class experts flew out from Connected Beast Park side. The veteran and rising factions who were knowledgeable about Connected Beast Park had been shocked to see the 3 Thearch-class experts. They had assumed that Lu Yenshan and Han Tianhe's deaths were almost unrecoverable blows to Connected Beast Park. Yet, Connected Beast Park managed to produce 3 new Thearch-class experts in the blink of an eye. It seemed that Connected Beast Park's well of resources ran deeper than they originally thought. By contrast, when the Sea Bliss clan's 3 participants stepped out, the spectators' excitement deflated. The Sea Bliss clan's 3 participants were clearly feeble. Neither Qi Heng nor Qi Wangyang was present, and Qi Haitao led the team. It was clear that this team was a far cry from being a match for Connected Beast Park's experts. But, when Gu Han did his round of participant confirmation, the downtrodden-looking Qi Haitao suddenly requested to be swapped out. Soon, Gu Han announced the official start of the Blood Pact ultimate fight between Connected Beast Park and the Sea Bliss clan, with a strange look on his face despite there being seemingly no one who stepped up to take Chi Haitao's place. This caused the scene to fall into a peculiar silence. The situation resembled the blood-packed ultimate fight between Sky City and the Zheng family almost uncannily. It had also been 2 versus 3, and the side with 2 was almost ridiculously outmatched. It did not take long before the astonished gasps broke the silence of the spectators. Damn! What's going on? There are clearly only 2 members of the Seabliss clan left, but I definitely heard that young man who left say that he would be swapped out. Where's the substitute? I'm sure the Seabliss clan is done for either way. The person that was swapped out was their young leader Chi Haitao. I heard that Chi Haitao was gutsy, so I didn't expect him to back out almost immediately. Moreover, Lord Guhan should have raised the issue of them lacking a substitute. But instead, he went directly to announcing the start of the blood-packed ultimate fight. Can history really be repeating itself? Is Sky City helping the Seabliss clan with the blood-packed ultimate fight? After all, Sky City is amazing. Connected Beast Park is so pretentious that they should be taught a good lesson. Miao Zhinshan was personally leading the team for Connected Beast Park because he had been unsure if Sky City would end up helping the Seabliss clan. When he saw the situation over on the Seabliss clan side, his face fell, and alarm bells rang in his head. He released his pinnacle Thearch-class expert aura and was sweeping through the entire ultimate fighting ground. His unrestrained aura affected the audience. Guhan coughed lightly while releasing his aura as a warning to Miao Zhinshan. Miao Zhinshan had released his aura to investigate whether there was another expert on the Seabliss clan side. After a thorough check, he became certain that he could not sense even a hint of anything strange going on. However, this made his heart sink instead of filling him with joy. Previously, he had only arrived in time to see Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's corpses, but not who from Sky City had killed them. Now that the same situation was unfolding, an ominous feeling overwhelmed Miao Zhinshan. Could Sky City have immortal power? If so, there would be no point in Connected Beast Park trying to win against Sky City. After scheming and plotting against Sky City for so long, it had been for naught. Connected Beast Park was like an ignorant mouse playing right into the hands of the cat that was Sky City. But no matter how depressed Miao Zhinshan felt at that moment, he still had to express his apologies to Guhan immediately. Guhan had the support of the chief guard of the Spirit Guards and Iron Prison. As such, Miao Zhinshan could not afford to get on the wrong side of Guhan. Miao Zhinshan and the spectators were not alone, as the 3 Thearch-class experts from the Miao family had also sensed something was wrong. They immediately summoned their main combat phase with grim expressions. The 2 King-class experts from the Seabliss clan had come resigned to what they thought was their inevitable deaths because Chi Hung and Chi Haitao had told neither of them about what was going to happen. When they saw the 3 creation breed phase summoned by the experts from Connected Beast Park, the 2 King-class experts could not even muster the courage to summon their own phase. As per Lin Yuan's instruction, Shadow did not attack immediately after Connected Beast Park's Thearch-class experts summoned their creation breed phase. Instead, it waited for them to summon more of their phase. Shadow would feel that it had failed Lin Yuan if it only managed to bring back the corpses of 3 creation breed phase and 3 world crystals. The 3 Thearch-class experts from the Miao family stared at the 2 King-class experts from the Seabliss clan warily, and they dared not make the first move. The 2 King-class experts from the Seabliss clan had completely lost the courage to fight back. If their sphincter had not strengthened after becoming A-rank spirit chi professionals, they would have already soiled their pants. One side was on guard while the other was terrified. The blood-packed ultimate fight was at a stalemate. The buzzing noises of chatter intensified, and Connected Beast Park's 3 Thearch-class experts exchanged looks. Each of them summoned a myth breed fae that they would use to attack the Seabliss clan experimentally. However, the moment they summoned their myth breed phase, a black shadow that had been positioned a distance away from the ultimate fighting ground for some time flashed through the ultimate fighting ground. 9 flashes later, the corpses of 3 Thearch-class experts, 3 creation breed phase, and 3 myth breed phase littered the ground of the ultimate fighting ground. Just like before, the bodies of the 3 dead Thearch-class experts were split cleanly in half while the bodies of the dead creation breed phase and myth breed phase remained intact save for a hole on their backs. Previously, Shadow had not been aware that the Fey corpses would be useful to Lin Yuan, and it had felt guilty for some time about splitting the two creation breed phase bodies into halves. Thus, Shadow took special care not to damage the bodies of the phase bodies this time. It stored the phase bodies into a diamond phase storage box and turned to return to the return from faraway mansion so it could report back to Lin Yuan. Shadow's orders had been to kill the 3 Thearch-class experts and win the Blood Pact ultimate fight on the Sea Bliss clan's behalf. It had performed the job perfectly. After Shadow left, the spectators remained silent. Although they had already guessed that Sky City was helping the Sea Bliss clan with the Blood Pact ultimate fight, they still found it hard to quickly come to terms with it when it happened right before their eyes. Connected Beast Park did not just lose 3 Thearch-class experts as according to the rules of the Blood Pact ultimate fight. The lives of the members of Connected Beast Park were in the hands of the Sea Bliss clan. Could this spell the end of the mighty top faction Connected Beast Park? All the Star Web reporters present started racking their brains for the best way to report on this Blood Pact ultimate fight. Many of the people who had come to watch the Blood Pact ultimate fight between Connected Beast Park and the Sea Bliss clan live were famous. When they recovered from the shock, some of them immediately logged onto Star Web to post about the results of the Blood Pact ultimate fight. Sky City's popularity shot up as the gossip mongers spread the news throughout Star Web. At that moment, Lin Yuan and the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow were looking at each other. Suddenly, he felt the faith power within the shrine increase by at least 5%. However, this was just the beginning, a Kickstarter. Lin Yuan felt that his identity as the City Lord of Sky City would be able to multiply the amount of faith power within the shrine. Excitement bubbled up uncontrollably within him. The increase in faith power also notified Lin Yuan that the Blood Pact ultimate fight between Connected Beast Park and the Sea Bliss clan had ended and that Shadow should be back soon. Sure enough, Shadow appeared in front of him the moment the thought entered his mind. Shadow handed the diamond phase storage box that Lin Yuan had given it that morning back to him as it said, "Lord Dictator, there are a total of 3 Class 11 lifeforms and 3 lifeforms below Class 11 in this diamond phase storage box. Take a look." Lin Yuan smiled at Shadow's expectant expression as he received the diamond phase storage box. He did not need to look inside to know that the 3 creation breed phase and 3 myth breed phase corpses were complete within the diamond phase storage box. As a demon from the abyssal world, Shadow was merciless. But at the same time, it was new to feelings which resulted in an adorable side. Seeing how innocently excited Shadow was, Lin Yuan had to play along. As such, he praised Shadow generously. When he saw Shadow's toothy smile of contentment, Lin Yuan felt that dimensional lifeforms and phase shared many similarities. The biggest similarity was that they approached feelings with a very simple approach. Lin Yuan could not help but think about how the Radiance Federation and Abyssal World would be linked through the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift once it opened. It was possible that Abyss demons would become helpers to Spirit Chi professionals or be tamed by them so that they would eventually move over to the main world. After praising Shadow, Lin Yuan carefully checked the Fey corpses within the diamond Fey storage box. Previously, at the Miao family, Lin Yuan had taken the creation world ley lines of the 7 Thearch class experts phase while they were undergoing the trials of world creation to evolve to creation breed. He had gained 7 new golden pearls through this. Hence, Lin Yuan was well aware of what the 7 Thearch class experts creation breed phase were. They had all been Pinnacle Emperor class, and their main phase had been picked carefully. As such, Lin Yuan badly yearned for these creation breed phase law worlds. When he was done checking the 3 creation breed Fey corpses, his eyes suddenly lit up. One of them was the Fey that he wanted the most. It was the Prism Snapping Turtle. The Prism Snapping Turtle's law world was the simulation world, and it could be used to imitate other Feys and their abilities and exclusive skills. Although the Prism Snapping Turtle could not overwhelm stronger Feys by imitating them, it would be able to use this to defeat weaker Feys. Lin Yuan took out the Prism Snapping Turtle's world crystal. A large silver turtle with a mirror for a shell lay within the world crystal. It looked very ordinary and could not compare to the scene within the sacred heel white deer or the submerged sea blue whale's world crystals. But upon closer inspection of the Prism Snapping Turtle's world crystal, Lin Yuan noticed that there seemed to be a world tucked within each of the scoots on its back. As the scoots overlapped, they formed an ever-evolving world. The prism-snapping turtle flawlessly fit into every one of the worlds and became an essential part of them. Lin Yuan did not know what type of sword skill the sacred sword-wielding queen would gain after it absorbed the simulation world. But regardless, it was sure to be acrobatic and versatile. The other two creation breed phase law worlds were not bad, but not as impressive as the prism-snapping turtle simulation world. The shadow-tide mesmerizing snake's world crystal was full of faint shadows that looked as though they were about to die out as they spread their woe throughout the world. These shadows turned into nooses every once in a while that tried to loop around anything they could. The dead expert's shadow-tide mesmerizing snake would eventually become a burden that tied to every tangible item. The giant snake with long horns on its head, sharp grayish-purple scales, and a wooden horn growing out of its head was twirling around on a stone pillar as though it wanted to strangle the stone pillar. Its law world was the shadow-tide world, which enabled it to control shadows during combat like Shadow could. However, Shadow attacked like a strong assassin, while the shadow-tide mesmerizing snake's attack would act more like a shadow being puppeteered by a wizard. Moreover, the shadows from the dead would have some level of spiritual combat ability. Lin Yuan guessed that the sacred sword-wielding queen would be able to gain a controlling sword skill when it consumed the shadow-tide world crystal. Yet, Lin Yuan did not want the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb the shadow-tide world crystal so soon, unless it no longer had any other world crystals to absorb. Shadow was born from darkness, and the shadow-tide world crystal was a dark-type world crystal. When the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the shadow-tide world, Lin Yuan would gain resistance to dark-type. However, he already had the dark death world for this. Lin Yuan preferred a more comprehensive development rather than specialized resistance against dark-type. The third world crystal was the Scorching Sun world crystal that came from the Blazing Sun Dragon Cricket. The Blazing Sun Dragon Cricket was both fire and light type, and the Scorching Sun world would give Lin Yuan defense against fire and light type. This would provide Lin Yuan with the second type of defensive ability. After the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the Scorching Sun world crystal, Lin Yuan would have a much easier time fighting against Zhongzhe. Of course, this would be the case if the fiery Sky Ho had not purified its bloodline. Now that it had improved its barren bloodline and gained the top Strange Flame's red plum falling fire, Lin Yuan was not confident that the fire elemental resistance provided by the sacred sword-wielding queen would be enough. The Blazing Sun Dragon Cricket was a damage-type fae that purely used wide-ranged attacks. It was exceedingly similar to Han Tianhe's Earth Core Dragon Snail. After the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the Scorching Sun world crystal, Lin Yuan would also gain a sword skill that would be powerful against a group. It was not easy to gain world crystals. Once the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed all the world crystals that Lin Yuan had, he would have to try to come up with a way to use the golden pearls formed from creation world ley lines. These golden pearls should be used to strengthen the law worlds on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt, and Lin Yuan needed to think carefully about how he would go ahead in utilizing them. Every part of myth breed and creation breed phase bodies was precious, and Lin Yuan intended to give the corpses of these myth breed and creation breed phase to the mother of bloodbath, so that it could absorb the blood energy within them before separating them into spiritual ingredients that would be useful to creation masters. The flesh would be given to Purple Demon so that it could grow quickly. According to Lin Yuan's plan, after helping the Seabliss clan win their blood-packed ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park, he was going to take Lu Jie, the mother of bloodbath, and a few spirit craftsmen with him through the space tunnel to the Divine Wood Federation to continue training. But after the news that Chi Haitao had given him, Lin Yuan decided to scrap this plan, as going to the islands owned by the Seabliss clan to check on the exact situation of the whale fall was of a higher priority now. Chi Hong had left his phone number with Lin Yuan before leaving Sky City's Star Web private territory. The Seabliss clan had just won the blood-packed ultimate fight and were about to hand over all of their resources to Sky City. Chi Hong definitely had many things to do now. Lin Yuan did not want to wait for Chi Hong to contact him so that he could stall. As such, he called Chi Hong immediately. At that moment, Chi Hong was standing in the Seabliss clan's tent at the ultimate fighting ground and basking in the crowd's attention. When he saw Miao Jinshan standing some ways ahead of him, he suddenly felt that he was better than Miao Jinshan. However, this feeling only lasted a fleeting moment because he knew that the Sea Bliss clan was not the one who had defeated Connected Beast Park in the Blood Pact Ultimate fight. It was actually Sky City that deserved the credit. The Sea Bliss clan was a loser, just like Connected Beast Park, and both sides had lost all their resources to Sky City. Sky City, which had remained in the shadows, was the true victor of this incident. For some reason, when Chi-Hung thought back to Sky City's City Lord's calmness when they met at Starweb's private faction territory, he had a feeling that Sky City was pulling the strings behind everything. At the end of the day, the Chi family would be a rudderless boat once they left the ultimate fighting ground. Chi-Hung could not help but feel uncontrollable resentment when he saw Chi Wangyang's ecstatic expression. At that moment, Chi-Heng's phone rang. When he looked at the screen, he saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Given the timing, Chi-Hung could guess who the call was coming from. He dared not hesitate before he answered the call, and a clear young voice on the other end of the call said, "The Sea Bliss clan has won the Blood Pact Ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park. Sky City has kept up our end of the deal. Now, it is time for the Sea Bliss clan to keep up its end." Chi-Hung circulated his spiritual power and molded the spirit Chi into a vortex beside him. Next, he used his sleeve to cover his mouth before saying, "Lord, the Chi family will not return to the Sea Bliss clan residence after the Blood Pact Ultimate fight. You can come and take over our resources at any time. If you don't want the spirit Chi professionals working in the Sea Bliss clan, please give me 1 day to dismiss them." Lin Yuan nodded to himself. He was satisfied with the way Chi-Hung conducted business. Someone will go over to the Sea Bliss clan to take over the resources and handle the spirit Chi professionals working under the Sea Bliss clan. You don't need to worry about it. However, you should still remember what you said in Sky City's Star Web private faction territory. Now, take me to see the large whale fall near the islands. Chi-Hung momentarily froze when he heard what Lin Yuan said, because he knew that Sky City's City Lord was calling to ascertain the truth of Chi Haitao's news. Sky City would keep its promise to the Chi family if it were true. If it turned out to be fake, Sky City would probably make the Chi family pay. However, Chi-Hung had nothing to be afraid of because there truly was a large whale fall near the islands. But any large whale fall would be protected by powerful sea beasts and experts from the sea clans. Thus, Chi-Hung dared not touch the large whale fall in spite of its close proximity to the Sea Bliss clan's islands. He had only made use of the nutrients swept to the surface by the currents. Although Chi Haitao had not mentioned this, Chi-Hung was sure that the City Lord of Sky City would understand this. "Please give me an hour. I will wait for you at the entrance of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce then. I would like to use the hour to settle some of the Chi family's internal problems." Lin Yuan made a noise of acknowledgement before hanging up. This journey to Raging Wave City would be a long one. Lin Yuan's ethereal jellyfish had not placed any tentacle nodes along the route to Raging Wave City, and Lin Yuan could use this journey to do so as it would make his future journeys to Raging Wave City much easier. When you had wanted to go on this journey as well. But when she remembered her power and all the matters that needed to be attended to in Sky City's Star Web private territory, she eventually decided to stay in the mansion. Given that this would be a long journey, Lu Jie and the mother of Bloodbath immediately started to make preparations. Ji Feng would stay to watch over the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. It was still not convenient for him to move around in his current situation. If he summoned his phase and displayed his power, people would link him to the young leader of the faction Sea Sky Nurture that had disappeared over a decade ago. When Chi-Hung put down the phone, he looked at Chi Wangyang, who was waving madly at the crowd, and coughed. Chi-Hung pulled Chi Wangyang over and told him about the deal between Sky City and the Sea Bliss clan that he and Chi Haitao had made on Star Web. Chi Wangyang's expression changed abruptly and hardened. He had been overjoyed when he saw the Black Shadow kill the 3 Connected Beast Park Thearch-class experts during the Blood Pact Ultimate fight. He silently blamed Chi-Hung and Chi Haitao for not telling him about such a serious matter. Chi Wangyang had expected Chi-Hung and Chi Haitao to pay a heavy price, but he did not expect that it would cost the entire Sea Bliss clan. 5 million Radiance dollars is useless. Can't even buy a few angelfish of bliss of decent quality. Is the city lord of Sky City treating us like beggars that need to be patronized? Before Qi Wangyang could say anything, Qi Hung summoned a giant bear covered with blue flames and slapped Qi Wangyang's head. This sudden slap was not forceful, but Qi Wangyang still fainted. A spark of blue flame also entered Qi Wangyang's head when he fell unconscious. This slap shocked every member of the Qi family, including Qi Haitao. The people from Connected Beast Park, Guhan, the audience, and the influencers and reporters from Star Web were all taken aback as well. The Star Web reporters took photos while the influencers from Star Web immediately posted about this on Star Web. Anyone would want a piece of such juicy news. Qi Hung ignored the reactions and used his spiritual power to create a wall around the Qi family before he turned and said to Qi Haitao, "Haitao, you're going to be the leader of the Qi family from now on. Your father caused the Qi family to fall and gave away everything the Seabliss clan built over the past decades. He forced us to become beggars that are desperately looking for a way out. A person like this isn't fit to be the leader of the Qi family. My death flames curse bear hit Qi Wangyang's head with a curse. As long as his spiritual energy doesn't exceed mine, he won't be able to break free of the curse." Qi Hung paused when he noticed Qi Haitao's conflicted and worried expression before continuing. After Qi Wangyang wakes up, he won't be able to use his spiritual energy to summon phase. I need to go to the sea for some time. You can decide how you want to handle your father during this time. If anyone in the family pushes back against you, I will settle it for you when I return. Qi Hung cast a cold look at the rest of the Qi family as he had meant for them to hear what he said as well. Actually, none of the rest of the Chu family felt that there was anything wrong with what Qi Hung intended. Rather, they felt happy instead. Qi Wangyang's decision had doomed them to waiting for inevitable death, and all of them hated him. Hence, none of them truly treated him as the leader. Qi Haitao became the leader of the Qi family, while Qi Wangyang became an ordinary person who could not even summon phase. The other members of the Qi family all felt that this was the best decision, and they assured Qi Hung they would not go against him. Qi Hung turned and left the ultimate fighting ground. While he was talking, the audience, Star Web reporters, and influencers all went into a frenzy. Qi Heng's spiritual power shield was soundproof, so no one else heard what he said. However, it was clear that what he said was related to him knocking Qi Wangyang unconscious. In the span of a short few minutes, many posts about how Qi Hung knocked Qi Wangyang unconscious were posted onto Star Web. All of them were about guessing the reason behind Qi Heng's action. Every single one of the posts increased the popularity of this blood-packed ultimate fight, and many more people started paying attention to Sky City because of it. Qi Hung noticed the three people standing at the entrance of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. The masks they wore confirmed their identities. Qi Hung calmly looked at one of them wearing white and blue Spirit Qi clothes and Sky City's mask. When he was previously at Sky City's private faction territory, Qi Heng's mind had been filled with thoughts about what he should do to convince Sky City to help the Seabliss clan with their blood-packed ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park. Hence, he had not paid much attention to the city lord. However, that call had suddenly made Qi Hung aware that Sky City's city lord was young, as his voice sounded a lot like that of an adolescent boy. A ludicrous idea popped into Qi Heng's head. Can Sky City's city lord actually be very young? But how is such a young person able to maintain such a powerful secret faction? The more carefully Qi Hung observed, the more certain he was that the city lord could not be older than Qi Haitao. This realization not only made chills run up Qi Heng's back, but he also suddenly felt as though the Radiance Federation where he had been born and bred seemed foreign. But no matter how many complex thoughts were running through Qi Wangyang's head, he dared not offend Sky City's city lord at this time. Qi Hung rushed up to greet Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and the mother of Bloodbath as he said, "All credit goes to the city lord of Sky City for helping the Qi family win the blood-packed ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park. Thank you again." A faint smile appeared on Qi Heng's face. Lin Yuan did not think that Qi Hung was thanking him. He did not bother with small talk and took out a phone to call for the Platinum Divine Travel Black Swallow. Qi Heng's jaw almost dropped when he saw Lin Yuan ordering a flying Fei. What was going on? Why did Sky City's city lord need to rent such an inferior flying Fei when he traveled? Chi Hung felt that he needed to prove himself now. City Lord, I have the Diamond V/Fantasy V Red-Necked Kiteswan that is one step away from evolving to Myth Breed, and the Suzerain/Fantasy 6 Pinnacle Myth Breed Giant Winged Wombat. It would be much more comfortable to ride the red-necked kiteswan but slower as well. The giant winged wombat will be able to fly faster, but it won't be as comfortable. However, it will still be much more comfortable than riding on the Platinum Divine Travel Black Swallow. Why don't you pick between the red-necked kiteswan and the giant winged wombat? The mother of Bloodbath scoffed and said, Why are you showing off? Is the red-necked kiteswan that quick? I doubt so. I'll believe you if you say the red-necked kiteswan is tasty. Chi Hung immediately shut his trap as he could sense that the red-haired woman who spoke was the pinnacle Myth 2 Fae in human form. Judging from the red-haired woman's aura, it had to be a spider species Fae. More accurately, a bird-catching spider species that consumed avian-type Faes. Chi Hung was afraid that the red-haired woman would swallow the red-necked kiteswan with one gulp if he summoned it. He did not know how he should react at such a moment. Even if he bit back at what the red-haired woman said, he might not be able to save the red-necked kiteswan and might lose his own life. Chi Hung had learned something when he watched how Sky City helped the Sea Bliss clan defeat Connected Beast Park during the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. He learned that he should not cross Sky City no matter what. Otherwise, he could end up being split in half as well. During the time that the mother of Bloodbath was speaking to Chi Hung, the Divine Travel Black Swallow that Lin Yuan ordered arrived. The group climbed aboard the Divine Travel Black Swallow and rode off toward Raging Wave City. Raging Wave City was about the same distance from the royal capital as Indigo Azure City was. It was just that they were in opposite directions, as Indigo Azure City was toward the east while Raging Wave City was toward the west. Previously, it took Lin Yuan about a week to travel from Indigo Azure City to the royal capital while riding on the Diamond Divine Travel Black Swallow. But on the Platinum Divine Travel Black Swallow, it would take at least 2 weeks. Thus, Lin Yuan had no intention of relying on the Platinum Divine Travel Black Swallow to travel to Raging Wave City. He had already communicated with Purple Afterglow and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. He would summon the Kill Food Sky Butterfly once they left the vicinity of the royal capital's factions so that it could take the group to Raging Wave City. As his power grew, Lin Yuan understood how precious time was. He wanted to spend the smallest amount of time traveling if it was possible. The Platinum Divine Travel Black Swallow flew for an hour until it left the royal capital's district and arrived at the outskirts. Lin Yuan ordered everyone to climb down from the Divine Travel Black Swallow and pressed Completed Order on his phone to officially end the Divine Travel Black Swallow's job. Next, with a wave of his hand, he summoned the Kill Food Sky Butterfly back to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone through Klein Hub and then out of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. The mother of Bloodbath immediately frowned when it saw the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, and a look of high alert appeared on its face. Although the mother of Bloodbath knew that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had become Lin Yuan's protector, it had also been the Kill Food Sky Butterfly that almost killed the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer when it was still the Kill Food Worm. As such, the mother of Bloodbath found it difficult to completely let its guard down around the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Lin Yuan noticed this and was about to say something when the Kill Food Sky Butterfly went over to the mother of Bloodbath and said softly, I haven't had the chance to apologize to you in Endless Summer after I changed into human form. Now we're both a part of Sky City, and I hope we can get along well from now on. The mother of Bloodbath pursed its lips and replied, Okay. Then it fell silent. Lu Jie and Lin Yuan, who had spent a lot of time with the mother of Bloodbath, noticed that its ears had turned slightly red. They had noticed that this would happen to the mother of Bloodbath whenever it felt proud. Thus, it seemed that it was feeling proud again. But at the same time, the mother of Bloodbath's reaction showed it acknowledged what the Kill Food Sky Butterfly said. Although the mother of Bloodbath had not said much, it was not difficult to figure out at all. After Lin Yuan summoned the Kill Food Sky Butterfly in its human form, Chi Hung discreetly observed it. But because it was more powerful than Chi Hung, he could not see it through it at all. But judging from its appearance and the way it appeared, Chi Hung instinctively knew that it was a Fae in human form. After all, very few humans had natural blue hair. Even its eyebrows and eyes were blue. At the same time, Chi Hung studied Lin Yuan again in astonishment. Was this clearly young city lord actually able to contract myth-breed phase in human form? What kind of genius was he? Obviously, Chi Haitao would not be able to match up to him. But even the main members of the other top factions could not hope to have a myth-breed fae in human form at just over 20 years of age. The kill food sky butterfly turned back into its original body after greeting Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and the mother of Bloodbath. Now that it was in its original form, it emanated its sovereign/creation aura. When Chi Hung sensed the kill food sky butterfly's creation breed aura, he almost collapsed to the ground. He gulped as he glanced at Lin Yuan. At that point, he was sure that Lin Yuan was not a young man but an ancient monster that could imitate the voice of a young man. There was just no way that such a young man could have a creation breed fae. Chi Hung still felt slightly dizzy when he was riding on the kill food sky butterfly. He never expected himself ever to be riding on a creation breed fae. The kill food sky butterfly flew at a rapid rate. With world power in its hands, it could travel 10 kilometers with one flap of its wings. Lin Yuan had found out from the kill food sky butterfly that it would only take the kill food sky butterfly half a day to arrive at Raging Wave City. Chi Hung, who had only just gotten used to riding on the kill food sky butterfly's back, gnashed his teeth and prepared to describe the exact situation at the islands to Lin Yuan. But before Chi Hung could do so, he suddenly found himself unsure of how to begin. He was afraid that he would be pushed off the kill food sky butterfly when he revealed the exact situation of the whale fall. Chi Hung knew that they would reach the islands soon, given the kill food sky butterfly's speed. Since he was already teetering off the edge of the cliff, he had no choice but to say something now. Chi Hung coughed and said, "City Lord, the Sea Bliss clan wasn't the one who discovered the whale fall." Lin Yuan turned to look deeply into Chi Heng's eyes. Chi Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he continued anxiously. Not long ago, a few Sea Clan experts appeared from the sea and proposed to trade with the Sea Bliss clan. They told us that there's a large whale fall near the islands, and asked us not to allow anyone more than 500 meters below the surface of the sea. He carefully observed the changes in Lin Yuan's expressions as he spoke. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "A large whale fall will benefit the entire area of the sea. It's unsurprising that there are experts protecting it. But since it was a deal, what did they give the Sea Bliss clan in return? Don't forget to give it up too." Chi Heng's expression immediately became complex, and he said with a pained voice, "City Lord, the Sea Clan experts gave us the sea source grass when we agreed to their request." He took out a spiral-shaped seagrass with dark blue leaves and carefully presented it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan received it and coughed lightly before replying, "I see the Sea Bliss clan isn't very honest. Why didn't you mention the sea source grass before?" "I guess it's because the sea source grass will enable the Sea Bliss clan to have a much smoother comeback." He did not expect the Sea Clan experts to have burnt such a large hole in their pocket for the whale fall. They were willing to give the Sea Bliss clan a treasure like the sea source grass to ensure that nothing would go wrong. The sea source grass was a very special fae. Although it did not have many combat abilities, its abilities and exclusive skill could change the area of water or sea when it was planted in that area. It could nourish any fae within the area of water or sea. Since the Sea Bliss clan relied on nurturing such special aquatic faes, the sea source grass would be a very important resource for them. Chi Hung jumped in fear when he heard Lin Yuan's level tone. He fell to his knees and started to explain, "I mentioned the deal between the Sea Bliss clan and the Sea Clan experts so that I could give you the sea source grass. You saved the lives of everyone in the Sea Bliss clan. How could I ever dare to hide anything from you?" Lin Yuan revealed an all-knowing smile and replied, "You better be. I saw your expression of hesitation. If there's anything going on, why don't you tell me now? Otherwise, if we arrive at the islands and find out that you haven't been truthful, I'll have to reconsider how Sky City plans to treat the Chi family in the future." Chi Hung steeled himself and said, "City Lord, the Sea Bliss clan burned the bridge between Connected Beast Park and us to buy the islands. We were afraid that Connected Beast Park would use top combat power to ruin our development of the islands and then kill us. As such, we paid a large sum to hire the 5 the Arch soldiers to protect the islands. Actually, the arch-soldiers were also there during the deal. Chi Heng's voice slowly turned into a whisper as he went on. City Lord, I don't know if you're aware, but Long Lamplight supports the arch-soldiers. He might already know about the large whale fall. It was likely that Long Lamplight already knew about the large whale fall. Lin Yuan knitted his brow tightly. He was not surprised to hear that the Sea Bliss clan had hired the arch-soldiers, as when Yu's investigation had already uncovered that information. However, he did not expect the arch-soldiers to remain on the islands or that they knew about the whale fall as well. Lin Yuan would not be afraid in the slightest if only the arch-soldiers were involved. Although the arch-soldiers and Coiling Dragon's Valley were on good terms, Lin Yuan would not show them mercy when something like the whale fall was at stake. However, all the factions in the Radiance Federation were intertwined, and half of the 50 top factions were supported by the 13 members of royalty. For example, the Moon Empress supported the Cage of Brahma insects, Chef Supreme supported Whale Ocean Commerce, and the Bamboo Monarch supported Coiling Dragon's Valley. In the same way, the arch-soldiers were supported by Long Lamplight. Moreover, every relationship between a member of royalty and the faction they supported was different. The name the arch-soldiers came about from the 5 Thearch-class experts in the faction. 2 of the 5 Thearch-class experts used to be Long Lamplight's assistants, but they eventually left Bright Light Building for some reason. But regardless, they remained on close terms with Long Lamplight. When Long Lamplight held the 10,000 Lamps Temple Fair 6 years ago, not only had he invited these 2 Thearch-class experts, but they were even seated in the special guest section. As such, Lin Yuan did not think it unlikely that the arch-soldiers would tell Long Lamplight about such an opportunity. So, it would not be good news. Lin Yuan regretted not immediately rushing to the whale fall when he heard about it from Chi Haitao and Chi Hung in Sky City's private territory. At that moment, Chi Hung was holding his breath as he looked at Lin Yuan with tightly pursed lips. However, he did not regret telling Lin Yuan the truth. This matter concerned a member of royalty. Although Chi Hung had witnessed Sky City's powerful martial force, he still did not think Sky City would dare fight over resources with a member of royalty. Chi Hung had no idea what was coming next. While Chi Heng's imagination was running wild, the young man who had been silently standing behind Lin Yuan took a step forward and asked him, "Do you know when the Sea Clan experts arrived on the island to negotiate with the Sea Bliss clan and the arch-soldiers?" Chi Hung went through his memories before replying honestly, "Lord, this didn't happen that long ago. According to my memory, it happened last Tuesday at 7 p.m. Lu Jie turned to say to Lin Yuan, "Young master, today is Monday. If it happened last Tuesday at 7 p.m., then it happened 6 days ago. I heard that Long Lamplight rushed to the outskirts a week ago. Hence, there's no way Long Lamplight doesn't know about this matter." Chi Hung did not feel much when Lu Jie calculated the time. But when Lu Jie mentioned the part about Long Lamplight's journey, Chi Heng's eyes widened. The members of royalty in the Radiance Federation all had incomparable power, and their travel plans were kept secret. There was no way that outsiders would know about them. Not even the 2 Thearch-class experts amongst the arch-soldiers were privy to Long Lamplight's travel plans. So how did this mask-wearing man know? He had heard about it. Where would you go to hear about such a thing? Moreover, Chi Hung had noticed that the mask-wearing young man had addressed Lin Yuan as "young master" instead of "city lord." This meant that the mask-wearing man was not just a member of Sky City but one of Lin Yuan's servants. From another angle, it could also be said that the city lord of Sky City had an even more impressive identity. This identity had to be impressive enough that even his servant knew about the movements of a member of royalty. When this thought entered his mind, Chi Hung felt that his imagination was not sufficient because he could not fathom what kind of person in the Radiance Federation would have such capabilities. Lin Yuan's brow relaxed when he heard what Lu Jie said. The members of royalty did not need to report to anyone where they went. But when they wanted to head to the outskirts, they needed to let the spirit guards know first. The spirit guards had no say over where the members of royalty went, but they needed to provide the spirit guards with a report. Since Lu Jie was Night Leaning Moon's disciple, he was able to access the information on where the members of royalty went. As long as the matter did not concern the member of royalty himself, Lin Yuan would not yield and fight for the whale fall till the end, because it would help the floating island whale to hatch quicker and enable Lin Yuan to produce a true sky city. Young Master, Long Lamplight is not the only one not present in the Radiance Federation. There are also 5 Radiance envoys who aren't here. If the 5 the Arch-soldiers need to report to Long Lamplight, they'll most likely have to report to He, who's still in the Radiance Federation, said Lu Jie. When Lu Jie mentioned He, Lin Yuan remembered the call Zhongzhe made to Gu Lang a few days ago. At that time, Zhongzhe and He had been clashing at the Class 5-dimensional rift outside of Cold Frost City. From what Gu Lang said, Zhongzhe had called when the fight was at its tail end. Gu Lang had gone to the Class 5 Marsh dimensional rift to search for dimensional lifeforms, so he had to have a few experts with him. Yet, he still could not defeat He easily. This meant that He had to have had experts with him as well. Lin Yuan felt that the invisible demon might not be able to defeat He's experts even with its immortal power. But any martial force used during the fight for the large whale fall would result in strange consequences. After thinking for some time, Lin Yuan decided to communicate with Red Thorn through his spiritual energy and instruct it to use its tongue of relinquish to control Lu Yenshan so that he could be manipulated to go to White Speak. If there were no other choice, he would have to release White Speak out of the marsh world. Currently, Morbius was unable to read the data of immortal lifeforms. Hence, Lin Yuan could not investigate White Speak. But according to what the invisible demon said, once White Speak reached Pinnacle Class 12, it would have the power of an Immortal 9 Fae. Although the experts with immortal power were overwhelmingly powerful and could unlock a higher level of strength momentarily, White Speak was an apostle that could use its sacred source body. The strength of the sacred source body came from the power of its faith power. The faith power in Lin Yuan's shrine was still increasing continuously due to the Blood Pact ultimate fight. Lin Yuan felt that if he used his faith body and faith gift or robbery to help White Speak would be able to stand a fighting chance against He as long as he did not have any immortal experts by his side. He looked out toward the distance and said softly, "My faction must have the large whale fall. Not even He, the disciple of Long Lamplight, will be allowed to take it from me. Cold Frost City isn't far from Raging Wave City. And he will rush over if he hears about the large whale fall," said Lu Jie. While he spoke, the aura of combat rose from Lu Jie. Qi Heng, who had lived for so long and gained an inordinate amount of knowledge, was stunned by Lin Yuan's statement. What does he mean? Do you dare to clash against He, who's the disciple of Long Lamplight? Is Sky City tired of existing in the Radiance Federation? How can he speak so haughtily? No matter how strong Sky City was, Qi Heng did not think that they were able to win over the disciple of a member of royalty, as it would essentially mean opposing a member of royalty. Long Lamplight was famous for his protectiveness. If Sky City ever won over He, Long Lamplight would definitely bring the sword of punishment crashing down on Sky City. Qi Heng did not know what the city lord of Sky City was thinking, but at the same time he was also secretly pleased. If Sky City truly clashed with He and were later punished by Long Lamplight, the Seabliss clan would no longer have to keep their promise to Sky City. Qi Heng only hoped now that the 5 the Arch-soldiers would tell He about the large whale fall, so that they would turn the imminent confrontation into a doomed event. While the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was streaking through the sky toward Raging Wave City, Miao Zhinshan, who had just returned to the Miao family's manor, slammed his hand down forcefully on his treasured tiger bone desk. This caused small cracks to appear on the tiger bone desk and caused Miao Zhua and Miao He, who had just walked in, to jump. A pained look came across Miao He's face as clear fright and panic shone in his eyes. Miao Zhua's eyes showed a flurry of emotions. He was not frantic. Although Connected Beast Park had lost the Blood Pact ultimate fight to the Seabliss clan, and the latter now held the lives of the Miao family in their hands and could take over all of Connected Beast Park's resources, the Seabliss clan could not absorb all of Connected Beast Park. Since his grandfather had dared to make such a bet, he definitely would have planned for the consequences. It was likely that his grandfather was already making plans. When his grandfather had asked them questions before the Blood Pact ultimate fight, Miao Zhua had said that he felt Sky City would help the Seabliss clan. In this respect, he had won over Miao He. Miaozhua steeled himself and asked Miao Zhinshan, "Grandfather, have you decided what we'll do from now on? Should I try to contact Lord Lin Yuan?" Miao Zhinshan turned to look at Miaozhua and Miao He. He noticed that Miaozhua was calm while Miao He was lost in his panic. He frowned slightly and set his eyes on Miaozhua. He did not pay Miao He any attention at all. When Miao Zhinshan thought that the Sea Bliss clan had defeated the mighty Miao family in the blood-packed ultimate fight, his mind went blank, and his heart grew cold. It seemed that, after getting used to prosperity, the family members had lost their ambition. He needed to hammer this into them again when the Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift opened. Otherwise, the Miao family would crumble and eventually be lost to time as another meaningless speck of history. Miao Zhinshan was impressed by Miaozhua's suggestion. But after dealing with Lin Yuan the last time, Miao Zhinshan knew that he would have to pay a heavier cost in order to obtain anything from Lin Yuan. Thus, Miao Zhinshan preferred to work with Whale Ocean Commerce rather than using Miaozhua's connection with Lin Yuan. Di Wanqing and Di Wantian of Whale Ocean Commerce both had immortal power. Whale Ocean Commerce was unmatched, and they could even keep the cage of Brahma insects and Rhine lifeform in place. Miao Zhinshan felt that Whale Ocean Commerce would definitely help Connected Beast Park as long as he offered enough benefits. He said to Miaozhua, "Zhua, let's not rush into asking the Moon Empress disciple for help. I know what to do." Miao Zhinshan took out his phone and called Di Wanqing. His voice was friendly, but he ended the call after exchanging a few words. After he put down the phone, he clenched his teeth tightly. Miao Zhinshan had been under the impression that Whale Ocean Commerce would agree immediately. However, Di Wanqing had told him to wait for news. How could the Miao family afford to wait now? The Sea Bliss clan would not be able to absorb all of Connected Beast Park on their own. If Sky City helped the Sea Bliss clan, they would have to clash with the Miao family. Miao Zhinshan was not afraid of this happening. Although the Miao family would break the rules by protesting, they would have their own story to break if the matter was presented to the spirit guards. Nonetheless, the Miao family could not be a sitting duck waiting for slaughter. When the other factions won a blood-packed ultimate fight and started to absorb all the resources of the other faction, it was seen as a necessity to kill the faction's members. Miao Zhinshan was most afraid of what was being said on Star Web. If Connected Beast Park did not come up with a plan to deal with this now, they would truly become the laughingstock of the entire Radiance Federation. Miao Zhinshan did not even dare to go onto Star Web to read the reports about the blood-packed ultimate fight. Meanwhile, within the Whale Ocean Commerce residence, Di Wantian was perusing through a scroll. Di Wanqing sat beside Di Wantian and asked in confusion, "Big brother, helping the Miao family with this will deepen our relationship with them. It might even cause them to go below the radar. This is what Third Sister and 10,000 Flags Trading want. The bodies of the creation masters from Sea Sky Nurture have already decayed and are of no use to Third Sister. She badly needs fresh creation master bodies and souls. Why aren't you seizing such a big opportunity? Are you afraid that Sky City won't pay their respects to us?" Di Wantian handed his scroll to Di Wanqing and said, "Wanqing, read what the fourth line of the sixth paragraph says." Di Wanqing lowered his head to look at the scroll as he did not understand what his brother was getting at. The fourth line of the sixth paragraph was an idiom, and Di Wanqing read it out softly. "The more known you are, the more likely you are to have your name smeared. Brother, you've become more and more anxious in the way you do things because of Third Sister. It's not exactly bad to be anxious. Under normal circumstances, we will attract the attention of the members of royalty if we reveal that 2 of our experts have immortal power. But I revealed the news because Sea Sky Nurture has been absent for too long. Chef Supreme mentioned Sea Sky Nurture the last time I went to see him. If we reveal that we have 2 experts with immortal power, the attention being placed on Sea Sky Nurture will be shifted onto us. Additionally, it will help us when we're doing as high profile as recruiting creation masters. I told how to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection and leaked the news that he will be fighting for an opportunity to become a Radiance envoy to calm down some of the members of royalty. Now that the Radiance 100 sequence is upon us, and the Azure envoys are here to watch it, the members of royalty don't have time to focus on Whale Ocean Commerce. Now that the blood-packed ultimate fight between the Sea Bliss clan and Connected Beast Park has become the center of chatter in the Radiance Federation. We will join the topics of conversation if we join in now. Then, Iron Prison, who handles faction roles, will immediately zero in on us and start investigating us thoroughly. We cannot handle such a consequence. Before Third Sister succeeds, the only end for us will be the sin-cleansing pool if we are exposed. Di Wanqing now knew what Di Wantian and the idiom meant. It was true that whale ocean commerce was too noticeable now, and any movement would attract scrutiny from all directions. No matter how badly whale ocean commerce wanted to seize the opportunity that Connected Beast Park was offering, they could not. Di Wanqing sighed and said, "Big brother, I'll return the call to Miao Jinshan before going to see Third Sister." Di Wanqing strode out of the room, and Di Wantian continued reading quietly. When he got to the last line that said, "walking into a trap," he frowned and lost the mood to continue reading. Di Wantian actually had another reason for saying all that to Di Wanqing. The important reason was that Connected Beast Park had formed a deep relationship with the Moon Empress disciple. This was the only way that Connected Beast Park could have gained 7 new Thearch-class experts in such a short span of time. According to Whale Ocean Commerce's investigation into Connected Beast Park, the 3 Thearch-class experts that had participated this time used to be only Pinnacle Emperor-class experts. It seemed that it was no longer a safe choice for Whale Ocean Commerce to target Connected Beast Park's creation masters. If they attracted the attention of the Moon Empress disciple, it was possible that Whale Ocean Commerce would slip up and reveal something. At that moment, Di Wantian suddenly thought about the impressive Sky City. He had heard that Sky City had just as many creation master resources as Connected Beast Park. Moreover, Sky City was shrouded in secrecy, and not much was known about them. As such, it would not attract much attention if Sky City lost some creation master resources now. Di Wantian decided to look into Sky City and find an opportunity to interact with the City Lord of Sky City. Something flashed past Di Wantian's eyes. Miao Jinshan did not have to wait long before he received Di Wanqing's response. It was fair to say that it disappointed him greatly. There were only 2 paths Miao Jinshan could have gone down. One of the paths was to use their connection with Whale Ocean Commerce, and the other was to use their link to the Moon Empress disciple. Since the route involving Whale Ocean Commerce was no longer viable, only one option was left. Miao Jinshan turned to Miao Zhua and said, "Zhua, go and contact Lin Yuan. Agree to whatever he asks for." Miao Zhua hurriedly replied, "Grandfather, I will get to it now." Miao he hastily added, "Grandfather, I can also contact Lord Lin Yuan. Lord Lin Yuan and I." Before Miao he could finish speaking, Miao Jinshan cut in and said, "Go and call everyone in the family for a meeting in the meeting room. Your brother will handle contacting Lin Yuan." Miao he made an embarrassed noise of acknowledgement and reluctantly turned to fetch the rest of the family. Miao Zhua had only reached the doorway and had heard what Miao Jinshan said. He knew that he was now 1 step ahead of Miao He and that his grandfather placed more importance on him despite his inability to evolve to a Class 4 creation master. Lin Yuan was currently directing Red Thorn to organize the Wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. He smiled knowingly when the phone rang. He looked at his phone and saw that the call was coming from the Miao family. When he saw that it was Miao Zhua and not Miao He who was calling him, he knew that Miao Zhua now deserved a better seat at the table in Miao Jinshan's books. After picking up the call, Miao Zhua anxiously described Connected Beast Park's current situation. Given that Lin Yuan was pulling the strings behind all of this, he knew the Miao family's situation better than anyone. However, he did not interrupt Miao Zhua. Rather, he acted like he was completely ignorant and listened intently. After listening to Miao Zhua for some time, Lin Yuan became certain that Miao Zhua was trying his best to curry favor with him. Miao Zhua told Lin Yuan every single detail candidly. "I've been busy these few days and don't have much time to spare." Miao Zhua's heart promptly sank when he heard Lin Yuan, and small beads of sweat rose on his forehead. If Lin Yuan did not help, the Miao family would truly be doomed. Just as Miao Zhua's throat started to close and he was at a loss for words, Lin Yuan added, "It won't be difficult to resolve this matter. I will help you once I'm done with my own matters." Lin Yuan hung up the call. Qi Hong had perked up his ears from the moment Lin Yuan picked up the call. However, he could not glean any useful information. He would never have expected this young man standing before him to be the Sea Bliss clan and Connected Beast Park savior. Miao Zhui heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what Lin Yuan said. Since Lin Yuan gave his word, he would definitely be able to do it. This meant that Connected Beast Park was saved. However, Lin Yuan had said that he would only help Connected Beast Park once he was done with his matters. But if this matter were dragged on any longer, Connected Beast Park would become public enemy number 1. Miao Zhuo was unsure if the call ended on a good or bad note, but regardless, he would have to report it to Miao Zhinshan. Lin Yuan could have solved Connected Beast Park's problem immediately, as it would only take one word. After all, the City Lord of Sky City was also the Moon Empress disciple. However, he intentionally did not do so because he wanted the matter to blow up to a greater extent online. He wanted more people to learn about this incident, and StarWeb was the only way he could garner as much faith power as possible. Once the matter unfolded to its climax, Lin Yuan would use his identity as the Moon Empress disciple to do the Miao family a favor and add even more fuel to the flame that would push the popularity of this incident to greater heights. Through this, he could gain a large harvest of faith power. Moreover, this would place the City Lord of Sky City at odds with the Moon Empress disciple and attract even more attention. It would also generate more debate about it online between supporters of both camps. These heated debates would only cement the faith that these supporters had and solidify themselves as a source of faith power for one of Lin Yuan's identities. Lin Yuan did not care about Connected Beast Park's ruined reputation. By this time, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had flown for half a day. Lin Yuan could make out the faint outline of a majestic city that slowly became clearer as they approached. This was Raging Wave City, which Lin Yuan had never been to before. Although both Raging Wave City and Indigo Azure City were by the sea, they had completely different atmospheres. Indigo Azure City had a more relaxed and romantic seaside feeling to it, while Raging Wave City seemed much more metropolitan. Shallow waters surrounded Indigo Azure City, so they only needed to defend against dimensional rifts that could open any time. They did not have to be worried about the threat of large sea creatures because they would be beached in the shallow water. After some time, the sea creature's life would be in danger from being out of water for too long. There was not much shallow water in Raging Wave City's vicinity. Instead, they were surrounded by 1,500-meter deep water. With waters of such depth, it was common for large sea creatures to pass by the city. However, this geographical environment also allowed Raging Wave City to produce so many rare deep-sea creatures. This also provided a suitable area to build a harbor, which increased Raging Wave City's ability to trade and enabled them to gain another flow of income. Raging Wave City was often known as the #1 seaside city. In order to reduce the chance of attack by sea creatures, Raging Wave City invested a lot of money into fortifying its defenses. Raging Wave City was the only seaside city in the Radiance Federation that had an 800-meter outer wall. When one looked down from atop the wall, any movement on the surface of the water could be seen clearly. The wall was 20 meters thick and was embedded with many sturdy metal spiritual ingredients so that no tsunami would be able to breach the wall and enter Raging Wave City as long as it was not higher than 800 meters. At that moment, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly said, "City Lord, we're headed toward the islands now. Or, would you like to take a rest at Raging Wave City?" Lin Yuan fell silent. Normally, when factions needed to report to cities about the exchange of territory if the territory lay within the jurisdiction of a city, Lin Yuan needed to report to Raging Wave City before successfully taking over the islands from the Sea Bliss clan. During the journey, Lin Yuan had heard from Qi Hang that because the whale fall had just begun, it would take 2 or 3 days for the island whale embryo to form. The sea factions would definitely try to protect the whale fall during this time. Currently, everything was calm within Raging Wave City. This was enough to prove that the whale fall was still untouched. Since it would take a few days for the island whale embryo to form, Lin Yuan would just be waiting if he went to the islands now. Thus, it was better to spend the time in Raging Wave City to complete the handover of the islands from the Sea Bliss clan to Sky City. Since the whale fall was directly below the islands, it was considered part of the island's area. After the handover was over, Sky City would have reason to claim ownership of the whale fall if anyone contested them. No matter who tried to take over the large whale fall, it would be considered a provocation. Since he made his decision, Lin Yuan turned to say to the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, "Kill Food Sky Butterfly, let's go to Raging Waves City first." Lin Yuan turned to Qi Heng and said, "Qi Heng, after establishing yourself as a veteran faction in Raging Waves City for so long, you must be familiar with the city. I'm sure you are familiar with the guards here. The Sea Bliss clan is now at the height of popularity after winning the ultimate blood pact fight against Connected Beast Park. I'm sure the Raging Waves guard captain won't reject an invitation to meet you now. We're going to process the handover of the islands now." Qi Heng nodded in agreement and replied, "Yes, City Lord. I am old friends with the guard captain of the Raging Waves guards. He will meet with me if I call him as long as he isn't busy." Qi Heng's agreement was not fake. He genuinely hoped that the Sea Bliss clan would hand over the islands to Sky City as soon as possible. Lin Yuan's request to speed up the handover meant that Sky City regarded the whale fall as a necessity. As long as he set his eyes on the whale fall as well, both parties were bound to clash. Moreover, if he did not complete the transaction now in Sky City's City Lord and he ended up butting heads, and he would ask Qi Heng to choose a side. At that point, he would be stuck between a rock and a hard place. No matter which side he chose, he would be offending the other party. It would be better if he handed over the islands to Lin Yuan now to save himself from being forced to make such a decision. Lu Jie walked over to Lin Yuan and whispered, "Young master, let's split up later. I will handle matters first. If a fight truly breaks out, the Sea Clan experts might endanger the safety of Raging Waves City." Lin Yuan nodded. He knew that Lu Jie was headed for the Spirit Guards branch in Raging Waves City. The Dimensional Rift active period had just ended, and the guard envoy stationed in the major cities had not returned to the main Spirit Guards branch in the royal capital yet. This was the time when every Spirit Guards branch was at its strongest. Lu Jie arranged for the guard envoy to lead the Spirit Guards in defense. This would prepare for any incidents that took place while the group was fighting for the whale fall on the islands. Ever since the Mother of Bloodbath climbed aboard the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's back, it started absorbing the blood energy in the corpses of the Prism Snapping Turtle, Blazing Sun Dragon Cricket, and Shadow Tide Mesmerizing Snake. The moment the Kill Food Sky Butterfly landed, the Mother of Bloodbath opened its eyes, and it could not contain the excitement in its voice. "The blood energy in my body has reached its full extent. I can't absorb any more blood energy. I can break through to Myth 3 at any time." Lin Yuan's face lit up before he said with a hint of worry, "Hold it off for now. I will find you a good place to go through the breakthrough once I'm done with what I have to do." The Mother of Bloodbath breaking through to Myth 3 was a big deal to Lin Yuan. This not only concerned whether the Mother of Bloodbath would be able to evolve to a heavenly family fae but also the safety of its life. If the Mother of Bloodbath failed to evolve and awaken its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline, it could die from the impact. Hence, Lin Yuan had to be extremely careful about the Mother of Bloodbath's evolution. After the Kill Food Sky Butterfly landed on the ground, it did not return to the marsh world. Instead, Lin Yuan sent it to the Spirit Guards branch with Lu Jie. This was to protect Lu Jie's safety, and so that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly could act as Lin Yuan's representative in matters that he could not attend to himself. Qi Heng had finished speaking to the captain of the Raging Waves Guards. Since the Sea Bliss clan was a native faction from Raging Waves City, Raging Waves City cared significantly about the Blood Pact ultimate fight between the Sea Bliss clan and Connected Beast Park. This was because it concerned a large chunk of Raging Waves City's resources. Hence, the captain of the Raging Waves Guards immediately agreed to Qi Heng's request to meet. However, the Dimensional Rift's active period had just ended, and the captain had too many things on his plate. As such, he asked to meet Qi Heng at the area where he was currently working. Qi Heng walked ahead to lead the way while Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath followed him. Along the way, they admired Raging Waves City's scenery while listening to Qi Heng talk about the situation in Raging Waves City. Previously, Lin Yuan had gained benefits from working with the captain of the Indigo Azure Guard and the City Lord of Ascending Dragon City. Given that Raging Waves City was deemed the #1 seaside city, Its resources were much more bountiful than that of Indigo Azure City. In order to increase their defenses and protect themselves against sea beasts, Raging Waves City invested a large number of resources into the Raging Waves Guard every year. A large portion of the invested resources went toward hiring creation masters. Although the Radiance Federation had many more creation masters than other federations and only the Freedom Federation came close to matching the quantity, this did not mean that the Radiance Federation had no lack of creation master resources. The number of people in the Radiance Federation to the number of creation masters was disproportionate. Moreover, creation masters were often employed by the major factions. The creation masters that were employed only worked for that one faction. Hence, the tightly stretched creation master resources only became more scarce. The major factions were constantly competing against each other as they developed. As such, they did everything they could to swallow up all the creation master resources available on the market. Lin Yuan also wanted to ask the captain of the Raging Waves Guard if he was willing to work together. Lin Yuan would provide the Raging Waves Guard captain with creation master resources in return for items that Lin Yuan needed. It was a win-win deal. It did not take long for Qi Heng to lead Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath to the residence of Raging Waves City's City Lord. The Raging Waves Guard captain was working directly beside the City Lord's residence. Before arriving at the entrance, Lin Yuan spotted a tall, skinny man striding out. He smiled broadly and said with a deep laugh, "Qi Heng, congratulations on the Sea Bliss clan's win in the Blood-Pact Ultimate Fight. Do you plan on transferring Connected Beast Park's resources to Raging Waves City?" Qi Heng had been gleeful thinking about the confrontation between the City Lord of Sky City and Anhe. However, when he heard what the tall and skinny man said, Qi Heng's face immediately fell. "He sure knows how to rub my nose in it. I would love to transfer Connected Beast Park's resources to Raging Wave City, but it will need Sky City's City Lord's approval. All of the Sea Bliss clan belongs to Sky City now. Sky City might even pull out all of the Sea Bliss clan's resources from Raging Wave City too." While the tall and skinny man spoke to Qi Heng, he cast a look at Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath. His eyes lit up when he saw the masks they were wearing. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was also sizing up the tall and skinny man. He assumed that this was the captain of the Raging Waves City Guards. Through the conversation between the Raging Waves Guard captain and Qi Heng, Lin Yuan knew that the Raging Waves Guard captain really hoped Qi Heng would transfer Connected Beast Park's resources to Raging Waves City. With a large influx of resources, Raging Waves City's progress would be pushed forward. However, the captain of the Raging Waves Guards would be sorely disappointed. Qi Heng hurled insults at the captain of the Raging Waves City Guards while preparing to introduce Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath to him. However, the Raging Waves Guard captain was one step ahead as he cheerily walked over to Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath and said, "The two of you must be from Sky City. I heard Feng Dong mention Sky City while on a call with him." The Raging Waves Guard captain reached his hand out to Lin Yuan. When the Raging Waves Guard captain greeted Lin Yuan in such a friendly manner, Lin Yuan knew that the Raging Waves Guard captain wanted to strike up a relationship with him. However, Lin Yuan had no clue who the Feng Dong the Raging Waves Guard captain was talking about. When Lin Yuan did not speak after catching the Raging Waves Guard captain's hand, the Raging Waves Guard captain immediately realized Lin Yuan might not know who Feng Dong was and hurriedly explained, "Feng Dong is the Indigo Azure Guard captain. I heard him say that the Indigo Azure Guards have been working together with Sky City to nurture phase." Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "That's right. Sky City and Indigo Azure City have always worked together to nurture phase. Actually, it's not just with Indigo Azure City. We also work with Ascending Dragon City to nurture phase. But compared to working with factions, we much prefer to work with City Lords. This way, we'll be able to give back to the cities slightly." While listening to Lin Yuan, Wang Su also started to grin. Ever since the City Lord of Raging Wave City handed Wang Su the job of establishing the Raging Waves Guard 3 years ago, he had been bothered by the issue of Creation Master resources. Wang Su went to the Creation Master Association often to assign jobs and had also recruited some Class 2 and 3 Creation Masters. However, tens of Class 2 Creation Masters and 2 Class 3 Creation Masters were not enough. He occasionally recruited a Class 4 Creation Master, but they demanded such high prices that Wang Su could not accept it. The Raging Waves Guard needed to be fair when dispensing resources. During the active period of the Dimensional Rift, every Raging Waves Guard laid their lives on the line to protect Raging Waves City. Every one of them was a hero who deserved equal credit. If the Class 4 Creation Masters demanded too high of a price, Wang Su would be unable to give every Raging Waves Guard a Bronze/Epic Phase. This would cause the Bronze/Epic Phase to become meaningless. Biased dispensing of resources would mess up the team. This was a major taboo when leading a team. Wang Su also tried seeking out top and veteran factions like Coiling Dragons Valley and Connected Beast Park, who had Creation Master roles. However, he once again hit a wall due to the cost. Not long ago, the Indigo Azure Guard Captain Feng Dong had called and let it slip how the Indigo Azure Guards had been able to produce hundreds of Bronze/Epic Hot Spring Snails during the active period of the Dimensional Rift. When Wang Su threatened to expose Feng Dong's dirty laundry on Star Web, he finally learned about the deal between the Indigo Azure Guard and Sky City. He also learned that Sky City only needed law source crystals but not radiance dollars or any other precious resources. This was unsurprising as Indigo Azure City was a large level below Raging Wave City and would not be able to afford resources that Raging Wave City could not afford. Hence, Wang Su immediately took the initiative to make Lin Yuan's acquaintance. Lin Yuan guessed what Wang Su was thinking. This was why he mentioned Sky City working with Indigo Azure City and Ascending Dragon City. He wanted Wang Su to know that if Raging Wave City was willing, they could also work with Sky City. Naturally, Wang Su understood what Lin Yuan meant. He waved and said, "Valued guests, why don't we head inside to have a taste of Raging Wave City's specialty? Sea Valley tea?" Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "I've long heard about the Sea Valley tea tree in Furious Raging Sea Gorge. I heard that its taste is marvelous. I must fill my stomach with this new taste." The mother of Bloodbath suddenly appeared next to Lin Yuan. It went wherever Lin Yuan went. It did not like socializing and had not said a word during the journey. However, it was a glutton and greatly looked forward to tasting the Sea Valley tea. Qi Heng had almost gone pale. He was supposed to be the middleman and had arranged this meeting. Yet he seemed like an outsider now. He had not said anything after his first statement. Ever since Wang Su figured out who Lin Yuan was, he understood why Qi Heng had called to meet. Although he was the captain of Raging Wave City's guards, Qi Heng was a main veteran member of one of Raging Wave City's native factions. The two of them often met at big events. It was considered gentlemanly for them to help each other out with small favors. However, they were not close enough for Qi Heng to look for him immediately after the Sea Bliss clan won the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight to share his joy. Since Sky City had helped the Sea Bliss clan to win their Blood Pact Ultimate Fight against Connected Beast Park, the Sea Bliss clan would have to pay a high price. It was possible that all of the Sea Bliss clan belonged to Sky City now. Wang Su wanted to talk about the collaboration with Lin Yuan, but he also wanted to glean information from Lin Yuan to see if he was planning to take all of the Sea Bliss clan's resources out of Raging Wave City. If so, Raging Wave City's finances and prosperity would be severely affected. Given the nature of the Sea Bliss clan's resources, they would definitely have to be shifted to another seaside city. Although Raging Wave City was crowned the #1 seaside city, other seaside cities like Sea City and Icy Wave City were looming in the shadows. If the Sea Bliss clan's resources were transplanted into Sea City or Icy Wave City, Raging Wave City could lose its title. This was the last thing that Wang Su wanted. Just as Qi Heng was about to step into the house as well, the mother of Bloodbath turned and obstructed his path. It pointed at an area not far off where some Raging Waves guards were training and said, "Go and stand there. When the city lord is done with his discussion, I'll come and fetch you. Don't run off and don't call anyone to leak any news. I will be watching you." With a wave of the mother of Bloodbath's hand, a fingernail-sized red crystal spider landed on Qi Heng's head. Qi Heng trembled with anger, but he was helpless. As a pinnacle Emperor-class expert, he was much stronger than the mother of Bloodbath. But he had no choice but to listen to what it said and even kept the red crystal spider on his head. However, at the thought of the impending clash between Sky City and Anhe, all of Qi Heng's anger vanished. Inside the house, Wang Su warmly invited Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath to sit. He took out 2 cups carved from freezing shells and poured freshly brewed Sea Valley tea into them while saying to Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath, "Freezing shell cups are best suited for Sea Valley tea. It can cool down the Sea Valley tea quickly, but the cold taste won't result in freezing either. The Sea Valley tea has a slight odor to it, but it also has the freshness of seagrass. After drinking the tea, the cooling taste will start to rise, but it will also be sweet at the same time. Have a taste." The mother of Bloodbath took a tentative sip, and its eyes immediately lit up. The taste of the Sea Valley tea pleased the mother of Bloodbath greatly, and it quickly took more gulps. After drinking the Sea Valley tea, Lin Yuan agreed that it had a pleasing taste, but it was so fresh that he felt as though he was drinking vegetable soup. Lin Yuan preferred the faint bitterness of the Three Treasures tea over the freshness of the Sea Valley tea. Both were sweet, but the bitterness of the Three Treasures tea contrasted against its sweetness. This gave the Three Treasures tea an even more complex flavor. Since it did not suit Lin Yuan's taste, he set the freezing shell cup down on the table after one sip. Wang Su started to talk about the main topic. "I heard from Feng Dong that Sky City asked the Indigo Azure Guard for law source crystals in exchange for the bronze/epic hot spring snails. Was he lying to me?" Wang Su held his breath while he spoke. Lin Yuan did not expect Feng Dong to tell Wang Su about this. It seemed that they were on very good terms. Lin Yuan did not have any reason to hide this. Although he had no lack of law source crystals now, the sacred sword-wielding queen would eventually run out given the rate that it absorbed them. Law source crystals were useless to others but exceedingly precious to Lin Yuan. If it was possible, he preferred to trade for law source crystals over other resources. Sky City did trade for law source crystals with Indigo Azure City. The rate we used was 5 law source crystals for 1 bronze/epic fey. If Raging Wave City wants to trade with Sky City, I can offer the same rate. Wang Su was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "I would like to trade for 1,000 law source crystals with Sky City." He flipped over his hand, and a purplish-black shell covered with spikes appeared in his hand. Wang Su gave the shell to Lin Yuan and said, "This is the Steel Spike Iron Oyster, which is the standard fey of the Raging Waves Guard. I'll order someone to gather 200 Steel Spike Iron Oysters now. I hope that Sky City will be able to nurture them as soon as possible. I'm not trying to rush you, but our losses during the Dimensional Rift's active period were too heavy. Moreover, the Imperial Court just ordered the 36 cities to use our own resources to build the main cities within the Abyssal World when the Class 6 Abyss Rift opens. Without the high-quality bronze steel spike iron oysters, we will suffer even more losses while building the main city within the Abyssal World. As the captain of the Raging Waves Guard, I don't want to see my brothers fall right before my eyes." His eyes and face flushed. Evidently, emotional ties were important to him. There was no reason for Lin Yuan not to agree to Wang Su's request. He only needed a few minutes to evolve a bronze/epic fey in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He would be doing a good deed if he could help the Raging Waves Guard to reduce their losses. "I will try to finish the order as soon as possible. Sky City's creation master resources have been idle for some time. Hence, we accumulated a large number of spirit fluids. If I use them, I'll be able to finish the order in 10 days. Besides quickly nurturing the Steel Spike Iron Oysters, I can also evolve all of them to Elite/Epic and choose their exclusive skill. However, the choices might not be suitable for combat. Hence, you can give me some Steel Spike Iron Oysters that have already chosen their bronze exclusive skill." Wang Su immediately looked touched. Lin Yuan's words had all been spoken in consideration of the Raging Waves Guard, and this left a good impression on Wang Su. But at the same time, he was silently shocked by what Lin Yuan had said. What did he mean by Sky City's creation master resources had been idle for some time? Is it even possible for creation master resources to be idle? Sky City was also working with Indigo Azure City and Ascending City, which were both large cities. Sky City seemed to have even more creation master resources than Wang Su had initially thought. He was intent on cementing a good relationship with them. When they started building the main city in the Abyssal World, Raging Wave City would often require Sky City's creation master resources. It was even possible that Raging Wave City could use Sky City's creation master resources to gain a step ahead and earn the praise of the members of royalty. This could enable Raging Wave City to obtain even more resources from the members of royalty. I would like to thank Sky City on behalf of all my brothers of the Raging Waves Guard. I shall replace wine with tea and toast to you. Wang Su downed his cup of Sea Valley tea. Although Lin Yuan did not fancy the Sea Valley tea, he hurriedly followed suit. The mother of Bloodbath also raised its cup but realized that it was empty. There was nothing for it to drink. When Lin Yuan finished his cup of Sea Valley tea, Wang Su guffawed and said, "Great pride! Wait for me here, and I'll go and fetch the steel spike iron oysters." Lin Yuan nodded. He had been thinking about what Wang Su said about the imperial court ordering every major city to build their main city in the abyssal world. This was the first time that Lin Yuan heard about this, but it also allowed him to understand how determined the members of royalty were about venturing into the abyssal world. Once the 36 major cities were built in the abyssal world, it would be as though a copy of the Radiance Federation had popped up in the abyssal world. The abyssal world would become the third version of the Radiance Federation after Starweb. Lin Yuan saw a huge business opportunity in this. A Class 1 abyss-dimensional rift could reach temperatures of up to 40 degrees. A Class 3-dimensional rift could commonly reach temperatures of up to 50 degrees. As such, the temperature in the abyssal world had to be even higher. As such, the first problem that Spirit Chi professionals would have to face in order to live in the abyssal world was the high temperatures. It was likely that the Imperial Court had only given out this order recently, and news had not reached the major factions. But regardless, the price of Ice-type phase was already skyrocketing. For example, the ice crystal grass, which used to cost 300 Federation dollars, now cost 2,400 Federation dollars. The cost had inflated by 8 times. The price of the Ice-type phase that had a small capacity to affect their environment had increased by 15 times. Lin Yuan had never thought about doing business in this area before. But if the abyssal world truly became the third world of the Radiance Federation, the price of the Ice-type phase would only continue to shoot upward. Lin Yuan decided to try and see if he could use the Spirit Lock spatial zone to nurture a Fae that would be suited to the abyssal world's environment, did not require maintenance, and would be able to change the abyssal world's environment to a large extent. Since Wang Su had not returned, Lin Yuan lowered his head and started to study the steel spike iron oyster. Since the Raging Waves Guard had chosen it, it had to have impressive defense-type skills. Lin Yuan used Morbius to check on the steel spike iron oyster, and he was delighted to see that it suited Chu Si's current phase system well. The steel spike iron oyster's normal abilities Iron Thorn Cross had a similar effect to the yellow jadeite golden butterfly's counterattack tremor. The difference was that counterattack tremor would reflect a portion of the damage sustained to the shield regardless of whether it was magical or physical damage. However, Iron Thorn Cross would shoot out many iron thorns while holding out against the damage. When the iron thorns made contact with a friendly target, it would cause the target's bloodthirst level to rise. But if it made contact with an enemy target, it would become even sharper, resulting in even more serious damage. This meant that if the steel spike iron oyster used Iron Thorn Cross on a target, it would also cause added effects to surrounding targets, and friendly targets would benefit from being attacked. Iron Thorn Cross was enough to qualify the steel spike iron oyster to join Chu Si's Fey team. It would fortify Chu Si's defensive ability while pushing forward the Iron Bucket plan. With the steel spike iron oyster, Lin Yuan felt that he would be able to start Plan 4.0 to turn his sister into an iron bucket. Since Lin Yuan had sealed such a large deal with the Raging Waves Guard, he was certain that Wang Su would not turn him down if he asked for 1 bronze steel spike iron oyster. At that moment, Wang Su returned holding a gold Fey storage box. There are 200 steel spike iron oysters in here. 100 of them are bronze grade while the other 100 are normal quality and elite quality. Wang Su smiled sincerely and added, all the creation masters who worked for the Raging Waves Guard had invested their efforts into evolving Fey grades and qualities. It's inevitable for the Raging Waves Guard to run into danger while out on assignment. The Fays whose roots are injured also need a large amount of creation master resources to heal them. There are only 100 bronze steel thorn iron oysters, but they are our treasures. All of them are equipped with an exclusive skill that's suited for external terrain combat. Lin Yuan received the Fey storage box and looked through the box. He saw that all the steel spike iron oysters were truly exceptional. With Iron Thorn Cross, they could produce above-average defensive skills. This would enable them to return damage to their attackers even if their defense fell short while still aiding their teammates. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed a purple-pink steel spike iron oyster amongst the sea of purple and black. It was considerably more ostentatious than the other steel spike iron oysters. Additionally, it was not a mix of pink and purple but a gradient from pink to purple where the colors slowly became lighter from the outside in. This made the steel spike iron oyster appear mystical. The black and purple steel spike iron oysters looked like coarsely dressed middle-aged women, while the pink and purple gradient steel spike iron oyster looked like a little princess dressed in a flowing skirt. Lin Yuan flipped over his hand and plucked out the pink and purple steel spike iron oyster before using true data to check on it. Fey name: Pink Piercing Crystal Oyster. Fey species: Folded shell / steel shell. Fey grade: Bronze, 4/10. Fey type: Water / spiritual. Fey quality: Elite. Abilities: Iron Thorn Cross. Add a shield to protect targets while shooting out many iron thorns. When the iron thorns make contact with friendly targets, their bloodthirst will be raised. When they make contact with enemy targets, the targets will feel affection, and their desire to battle will be lowered. Bubble Crystal Shield. Rapidly shoot out bubbles from within the shell. The bubbles can form a shield as a final attempt to hold off damage or aid when the target's defensive abilities are falling. Exclusive skill: Tool Transformation. Capable of transforming into a tool for the contractor to use. Lin Yuan was overcome with excitement when he saw the pink piercing crystal oyster's true data. It basically had Chu Si's name written all over it. Compared to the steel spike iron oyster, the pink piercing crystal oyster's iron thorn cross was different. The steel spike iron oyster's iron thorn cross would result in damage to a certain area. This would be very useful in a low-grade fight. But in a high-grade fight, the effects would not be as impactful as Feys that excelled in defense would be able to overcome the attacks easily. On the other hand, the pink piercing crystal oyster's iron thorn cross area of attack had a mesmerizing effect instead. The stronger Lin Yuan became, the more he understood the importance of willpower during combat. Those with stronger combat willpower were able to create miracles that those who were weaker could not. However, the difference in Iron Thorn Cross was not the only reason Lin Yuan felt that it suited Chu Si. Bubble Crystal Shield was practically made for Chu Si's battle system. Chu Si's Burning Sunflower Twins and Obsidian Iron Wild Bull were not defense Feys in the traditional sense. The only Fey in Chu Si's team that could produce a shield was the yellow jadeite golden butterfly. Moreover, its shield only covered individuals. The pink piercing crystal oyster's bubble crystal shield would improve the shielding of Chu Si's team. She would no longer have to specialize in one-on-one combat. Rather, she would gain a team protection ability that defense spirit chi professionals needed. When Bubble Crystal Shield was used with the yellow jadeite golden butterfly's explosive shield counterattack, it would produce a magnified killing effect as Bubble Crystal Shield would not only be able to protect many targets but also be stacked in front of an individual. If many layers of bubbles could be stacked in front of one target, they could still produce serious reflective damage. However, Tool Transformation was a pain in the neck as too many outstanding Feys had fallen because they chose Tool Transformation as their exclusive skill. As such, Lin Yuan wanted to ask Wang Su what the pink piercing crystal oyster could transform into. While Lin Yuan was studying the pink piercing crystal oyster, Wang Su could tell that Lin Yuan was interested in it. Before Lin Yuan could ask, Wang Su knocked on the pink piercing crystal oyster's shell and said, "Pink piercing crystal oyster. Use Tool Transformation." The pink piercing crystal oyster had been nurtured a long time ago but had always remained in the Raging Waves guard storage. Although Wang Su was not a creation master and had not nurtured the pink piercing crystal oyster personally, he had personally fed all the steel spike iron oysters in the Fey storage box, including the pink piercing crystal oyster. Hence, the pink piercing crystal oyster listened to him despite him not being its contractor. However, it decided to defy him now. It snapped its shell a few times in Lin Yuan's hand. Wang Su was embarrassed as he did not expect the pink-piercing crystal oyster to disobey him right in front of Lin Yuan. How humiliating! Wang Su could easily kill the pink-piercing crystal oyster, but he could not force it to use tool transformation if it was unwilling. He scratched his head and said, "When the pink-piercing crystal oyster was just nurtured, we tested its normal and elite quality abilities. Its normal ability is slightly different from that of the other steel spike iron oysters. Its elite ability is a group defense ability and is considered rare. It only appears in 1 out of 5,000 steel spike iron oysters. However, it is slightly resistant to tool transformation. Otherwise, I would have contracted it a year ago." Wang Su looked frustrated. Clearly, he was vexed by the pink-piercing crystal oyster's tool transformation. When Lin Yuan heard Wang Su's sigh of lament, his chest panched. Could the pink-piercing crystal oyster really be that resistant to tool transformation? If so, Lin Yuan had to think twice about letting Chu Ci contract it, regardless of how much it suited her combat system. If the pink-piercing crystal oyster's tool transformation was something useless, it would essentially have one less exclusive skill. This would greatly lower its value. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan decided that he wanted to see for himself what the pink-piercing crystal oyster's tool transformation was. He faintly activated the spiritual power in his body, and an almost unnoticeable burst of spirit chi flowed from his hand into the pink-piercing crystal oyster. "Pink-piercing crystal oyster, use tool transformation," ordered Lin Yuan. The pinkish-purple pink-piercing crystal oyster in his hand started to glow when Lin Yuan spoke. It started to become narrower and longer until it became an 80-centimeter long pink and purple sword. Including the hilt, it was exactly a meter long. The sword was even more beautiful than the pink-piercing crystal oyster had been, and the pink-purple gradient of the sword was half-crystallized. The half-crystallized sword also shone with a milky glow that was characteristic of oysters. The spikes on the shell had turned into markings engraved on the sword. The sword's hilt curved backward and could protect the wielder's hand well. Lin Yuan was not the pink-piercing crystal oyster's contractor and could not wield the sword. But given his knowledge of other fays that had become swords after tool transformation, Lin Yuan could be sure that the wielder would be able to use Iron Thorncross and Bubble Crystal Shield. When the sword made contact with a target or was used to defend against damage, Iron Thorncross would be used automatically. Lin Yuan felt a mix of emotions as he looked at the sword in his hand. Wang Su's words had made Lin Yuan lose hope in the pink-piercing crystal oyster. But now that he was looking at the sword that the pink-piercing crystal oyster had transformed into, he felt that its tool transformation complemented Chu Ci well. Chu Ci had been practicing sword work for half a year out of interest. At the All-Star match, Chu Ci had used her sword to produce explosive shield counterattack and defeated Dragon Gate Guild Club's Chen Hongfeng. But on the other hand, Lin Yuan wanted to find a solely defense-type fey for Chu Ci. However, the pink-piercing crystal oyster could enable Chu Ci to compete in close combat battles. It seemed that Chu Ci was only going to become more impulsive. Hence, Lin Yuan felt that his Plan 4.0 to turn his sister into an iron bucket had run into bumps not long after it started. Lin Yuan silently came up with Plan 5.0. Under Plan 5.0, he was determined to iron out her impulsive personality. While encouraging Chu Ci's impulsivity, the pink-piercing crystal oyster also raised the overall attractiveness of Chu Ci's phase. When Chu Ci used the pink-piercing crystal oyster sword during the S tournament or the Radiance 100 sequence selection, she would be able to rid herself of the nickname Princess Iron Bull, which had never sat right with Lin Yuan. At that moment, Wang Su said with shock, "Wow! The pink-piercing crystal oyster is very stubborn. It will never do anything that goes against its wishes. Why is it so obedient to you? It used tool transformation just because you told it to." Wang Su had identified Lin Yuan as the City Lord of Sky City immediately from his mask. He had guessed that Lin Yuan could be a creation master. But even if he was, he would have to use spirit fluid to coax positive feelings from a fae in order to get it to submit. However, Lin Yuan had not taken out anything. In fact, he had barely moved. Thus, why did the pink-piercing crystal oyster listen to Lin Yuan's order? Since Lin Yuan had decided to allow Chu Ci to contract the pink piercing crystal oyster, he would have to obtain it from Wang Su first. Perhaps this little thing is fated with me. I really like it too. Is it possible for me to trade for it with you? Lin Yuan's words gave Wang Su pause. The steel spike iron oyster was the standard fei of the Raging Waves Guard, while the pink piercing crystal oyster was the only known mutation of the steel spike iron oyster. Although the sword that the steel spike iron oyster never suited Wang Su, he never thought about trading it away. When Wang Su's expression soured, Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "The sword that the pink piercing crystal oyster transforms into doesn't suit traditional defense-type spirit chi professionals. It goes against the pink piercing crystal oyster's usual role as a defense-type fei. All the Raging Waves Guards are hot-blooded men, and very few of them are willing to wield such a sword. How about this? Sky City will provide the Raging Waves Guard with another 10 bronze/epic steel spike iron oysters for free in exchange for this pink piercing crystal oyster. What do you think?" Lin Yuan had said what he said to strike a chord with Wang Su before stating his true intention. He felt that 10 bronze/epic steel spike iron oysters were enough to trade for the pink piercing crystal oyster. All of Wang Su's hesitation was wiped off his face, and he replied, "Deal. If you can nurture 210 bronze/epic steel spike iron oysters for the Raging Waves Guard, the pink piercing crystal oyster will be yours." Wang Su immediately drafted the contract. While he was drafting it, he asked Lin Yuan nonchalantly, "Let's move on from work. I haven't asked you and Qiheng why you're here. If you need my help, you only need to say the word." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "The Sea Bliss clan will give all of their resources to Sky City. We came to collect." Wang Su's chest panched. He did not expect his guess to be right. He gathered his thoughts before saying, "It'll be easy to collect the resources. But I wonder what Sky City plans to do once you collect the Sea Bliss clan's resources? If Sky City would like to invest some of the resources into Raging Waves City, I can communicate with the higher-ups and try to gain more benefits for Sky City to help with your development. 70 leagues away from the islands that the Sea Bliss clan bought, there's an even larger island. The Sea Bliss clan didn't have the means to buy that island. If Sky City is interested and decides to invest resources into Raging Waves City, I can guarantee you a 30% discount. After Sky City purchases the island, I will make sure to dispatch Raging Waves Guards to patrol the area. If a water world dimensional rift opens up there, they will take care of it." Lin Yuan immediately realized what Wang Su's worries were. If no faction bought the island, it would belong to Raging Waves City. To a seaside city like Raging Waves City, the island was just a huge expense that they would not mind selling off. Wang Su was offering to lower the price and had promised many added benefits to find out if Lin Yuan would pull the Sea Bliss clan's resources out of Raging Waves City. Lin Yuan had long decided to hand over the Sea Bliss clan's resources to Gao Feng. Lin Yuan and Gao Feng held equal shares of Gao Feng's faction. If Lin Yuan gave the Sea Bliss clan's resources to Gao Feng, he would not have to worry about them or have to assign anyone to handle them. All he had to do was sit back and wait to collect the harvests. Lin Yuan had not discussed with Gao Feng how they were going to develop the Sea Bliss clan. However, he felt that Gao Feng would not pull out the Sea Bliss clan's resources from Raging Wave City. Wind Mist City was one of the less illustrious cities of the 36 major cities. The only top faction there was the Gao family. The Gao family took up half of Wind Mist City's sea resources and was at the top of the food chain there. It could be said that the Gao family had developed to their full extent in Wind Mist City. If the Sea Bliss clan's resources were moved to Wind Mist City, Gao Feng would be using the Sea Bliss clan's resources to compete with his own family's resources. This would negatively impact both sides. Thus, Raging Wave City would definitely be the best stepping stone for Gao Feng. After Wang Su made his proposal, he started to observe Lin Yuan carefully. When Lin Yuan did not immediately look convinced, Wang Su became uneased. Just as Wang Su was about to ask again, Lin Yuan said, "Sky City won't handle the Sea Bliss clan in the future. I can't give you a definite answer." Wang Su immediately became anxious. Lin Yuan went on to say, "Have you heard of the young leader of Wind Mist City's Gao family, Gao Feng?" Wang Su was stunned and did not understand what Lin Yuan meant. What did this have to do with Gao Feng? Gao Feng's name was famous amongst the major factions and city lords. He had been accepted to become Cicada Song's disciple right in front of all the main members of the major factions at the Guard Yi banquet. After the incident, every faction was dying to curry favor with the Gao family. Neither Gao Feng nor the Gao family were secretive about Gao Feng being accepted as Cicada Song's disciple. Hence, the news spread far and wide. Under normal circumstances, rising factions had no right to learn about any members of royalty who had accepted disciples. However, the Gao family had been so open about it that even rising factions had heard about it. Although Cicada Song did not hold the disciple acceptance ritual after the Guard Yi banquet, nor did he tell the 36 city lords about his decision, Cicada Song had jurisdiction over all the 36 city lords. As such, they all privately tried their best to learn as much about Cicada Song as possible. Since Wang Su was the captain of the Raging Waves Guard and was second in position in Raging Waves City after the City Lord, he also knew all about Gao Feng. Could Gao Feng be the one who would take over the Sea Bliss clan? But if that was the case, why was Sky City the one to handle the takeover? Could Sky City be connected to Gao Feng? This thought made Wang Su's throat close. A moment later, he made a noise of acknowledgement. From Wang Su's expression, Lin Yuan knew that Wang Su was aware of Gao Feng being the disciple of a member of royalty. As such, there was no need for further explanation. Lin Yuan wrote down Gao Feng's number and gave it to Wang Su before saying, "This is Gao Feng's number. Over the next few days, I will be handling some business on the Sea Bliss clan's islands. There will be some repercussions. I've already notified the Spirit Guards branch in Raging Wave City, and they will protect Raging Wave City. I'm just giving you a warning." Lin Yuan paused for a moment before adding, "I hope that no matter what happens the next few days, the Raging Waves Guard will ignore everything that happens on the islands." Wang Su immediately became anxious. He never imagined that he would have the chance to be in contact with Cicada Song's disciple. Additionally, he was shocked by what Lin Yuan said about the possibility of there being an event that could shake up Raging Wave City happening sometime over the next few days. The Sea Bliss clan's islands were the furthest islands within Raging Wave City's boundaries, as they were about 800 leagues apart. With such a distance between them, the event had to be tremendous in order for its effects to be felt in Raging Wave City. But at the same time, Wang Su was also shocked that Sky City could order the people from the Spirit Guards around with one letter. The Guard Envoy was not even obligated to help when Raging Wave City's City Lord personally went to make the request. The Guard Envoys reported to the Chief Guard directly. There were even some of them who did not have to heed the words of Chief Guard's left and right-hand men. Raging Wave City's Guard Envoy was one of them. Apparently, Sky City had not only ties to Gao Feng but also the Spirit Guards. This meant that Sky City, which was currently the center of all conversation, actually already had the support of 2 members of royalty. It was hard not to be intimidated by such a faction. Wang Su nodded, saying, "I will work with the Spirit Guards. If whatever Sky City does on the island causes too large of a commotion and threatens Raging Wave City's safety, you will have to provide us with an explanation afterward." Lin Yuan replied solemnly, "I only informed the Spirit Guards as a warning. Threatening the safety of the people within Raging Wave City is a line I won't cross." He had instructed Red Thorn to inform Whitespeak so as to prepare stronger power to stand toe-to-toe against the Sea Clan experts and Inhe's experts, but also to make sure the effects were contained for the safety of Raging Wave City. After settling the deal with Wang Su and completing the handover of the Sea Bliss clan's resources, Lin Yuan prepared to leave to meet up with Lu Jie and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Once they stepped out the door, the Mother of Bloodbath asked Lin Yuan, "City Lord, now that the matter is settled, we no longer have any use for Qi Heng. What do you plan to do with him?" Lin Yuan followed the Mother of Bloodbath to the statuesque Qi Heng standing on the training ground and said, "Mother of Bloodbath, tell Qi Heng to return to the royal capital to clean up the mess that is the Sea Bliss clan. Tell him the 5 million Radiance dollars are waiting for him once he's done." The Mother of Bloodbath flashed itself next to Qi Heng and said, "Your involvement will end here. Return to the royal capital now. I won't recall the red crystal spider on your shoulder, so I can use it to continue to keep a close eye on you. After you're done cleaning up the mess of resources, Throw out all nasty ideas brewing in your head. It flashed itself back to Lin Yuan's side, and they left together. Qi Heng's expression was extremely sour, but he was completely helpless. All he could do was scuttle back to the royal capital. He was disappointed that he would not be able to watch the clash between Sky City's City Lord and He thought, no matter how strong Sky City is, you'll definitely die after clashing against the disciple of a member of royalty. As the clouds lazily sailed by the faintly red sunset, 7 rays of light shone through. When one followed the light, they would trace back to an exceptionally extravagant fey carriage. This fey carriage looked like a temple. The shape of the fey carriage was unusual. However, the most shocking part was that there were 7 lanterns in front of the carriage. If one took a closer look at the lanterns, one would realize that they were each lit with 1,000 fireflies. Evidently, each of the 7 lanterns contained 1,000 firefly-type fays. A young man with mid-length hair toyed with a ball of rainbow light within the fey carriage. His eyes were as sharp as a falcon, but the mole under his right eye softened his gaze. 2 middle-aged men were sitting next to this young man. There was also an elderly man standing behind the young man. The elderly man's eyes were half closed, but he kept his aura locked around the young man. Although the elderly man was not seated, the 2 middle-aged men were very respectful toward him. One of the middle-aged men looked at the smiling young man and said, "Young building lord, this fight between you and Gu Lang didn't even last 10 minutes. You'll definitely be able to clinch one of the top 3 places in the Radiance Envoy selection that's happening 2 years later." Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, the young man shot him a glare and flipped over his hand to store the rainbow light inside the lantern-shaped bangle around his wrist. "Uncle Chung, I told you many times not to call me young building lord. Senior brother is the rightful young building lord. By calling me that, you're disrespecting him. Gu Lang didn't go all out during our fight. He only used the cuttlefish of days past. He didn't use his Fae with the Baron bloodline nor his sacred source lifeform. His Fae with the Baron bloodline is stronger than the cuttlefish of days past. His true strength is unleashed when he uses his sacred source lifeform to support his Fae with the Baron bloodline to produce explosive power. Since he didn't use his true power, there's nothing for me to be happy about over winning the fight," snarled the young man. The middle-aged addressed as Uncle Chung smiled ruefully while forcing down his vexation. "Why can't I remember to call him young Lord He? He has needled me at least 20 times about not calling him young building lord. With my lousy memory, it's no wonder that he doesn't like me. Why can't I improve my memory? Can anyone teach me how to filter my words before I say them out?" The other middle-aged man looked out at the scene outside of the Fey carriage before checking the time and saying to He, "Young Lord He, we're going to reach Raging Wave City in a few hours." However, the large whale fall occurred within Raging Wave City's territory. "Should we notify the city lord of Raging Wave City first?" And he picked up a fruit from the table and took a bite before replying, "Uncle Jiang, isn't the whale fall below the Seabliss clan's island? Since the Seabliss clan bought the island, it has nothing to do with Raging Wave City anymore. We don't have to notify Raging Wave City's city lord. Uncle Chung, Uncle Jiang, there should be several people from your 5 the Archsoldiers who are stationed on the Seabliss clan's islands. Go and contact them. If anyone from the Seabliss clan is on the islands, I'll discuss trade with them first. If none of them is on the islands, we can go and take over the whale fall without any trouble. It's not like the Seabliss clan has the ability to hold out against the Sea clan experts. Since they already made a deal with the Sea clan experts not to touch the whale fall, what's wrong with us laying a hand on it?" Zhang Chang and Sun Jiang were stumped by what He said. What logic was this? Although he technically was not wrong, the Seabliss clan had gone through the official channels of Raging Wave City's city lord and the spirit guards when they bought the islands. Cicada Song and Night Leaning Moon would definitely hear of it if they truly started fighting over the whale fall. Cicada Song was on good terms with Long Lamplight and would probably keep one eye closed for Long Lamplight's sake if he heard of the commotion. However, Night Leaning Moon and Long Lamplight had always gotten along as well as water and fire. They never even bothered to offer each other pleasantries in the imperial court. Hence, if Night Leaning Moon found out about the matter, she would relentlessly sink her teeth into it. Nonetheless, Zhang Chang and Sun Jiang knew about Anhe's temperament. He would not listen even if they tried to persuade him now. As such, they decided to find another way to convince him. Otherwise, if the matter truly blew up and Long Lamplight returned to the Bright Light building, he would spare the rod for Anhe, whom he adored, but make sure that Zhang Chang and Sun Jiang were taught a lesson they would not soon forget. We heard about the whale fall from our subordinates. They did not manage to learn about its exact scale. If it's also the burial ground of old whales on top of one large whale, Sea Kings will definitely be amongst the Sea Clan experts that have come forward to protect it. The Sea Kings have immortal power. Due to their environment, they become much stronger. Young Lord He, if you plan on using the whale fall to temper your sacred source lifeform, it will affect the formation of the island whale embryo. I'm afraid that if the Sea Kings are riled up, they'll be able to use the power of the four seas to threaten the safety of the far-off raging wave city, said Sun Jiang. And he acted in a cavalier manner. He tossed the spirit fruit seed into the trash and said, regardless of whether it's a burial ground for the island whales, I'm not worried even if it attracts Sea Kings. Grandfather Gu will handle it. With him around, the Sea Kings won't have any chance to summon any tsunamis. Unless any of the Sea Kings have power that exceeds Pinnacle Immortal, I will definitely make the whale fall mine. I'm going to use it to temper my sacred source lifeform. At the very most, the newest formed island whale embryos will fail to be formed. The Sea Clan experts only care about whether the island whales will hatch, but not if the island whales will fall under anyone's control. As long as I promise to protect the whale fall and allow the island whale embryos to hatch, I'm sure the Sea Clan experts won't oppose me. The elderly man behind Anhe opened his eyes and said, young Lord He, when we arrive on the island, I will seek out the strongest Sea Clan expert protecting the whale fall and have a talk with them. You can focus on tempering your sacred source lifeform. If you can evolve your sacred source lifeform to 4 stars and enable it to gain its second ability before Lord Long Lamplight returns, I'm sure it will please him. After hearing what Anhe and the Path Protector that Long Lamplight assigned to watch over Anhe said, Zhang Chang and Sun Jiang knew there was no choice trying to step on the brakes. The Sea Bliss clan had won the blood-packed ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park with Sky City's help. There was no way that Sky City had helped the Sea Bliss clan out of the goodness of their heart. It was all but certain that the Sea Bliss clan had offered Sky City significant benefits. Thus, the question was, did the Sea Bliss clan tell Sky City about the large whale fall? If they did, Sky City would definitely be unable to resist the allure of the whale fall and come forward to participate in the fight for it. Zhang Chang and Sun Jiang had personally witnessed the blood-packed ultimate fight between Sky City and the blood-packed ultimate fight. As such, the two of them were certain that Sky City had to possess Thearch-class combat power at the very least. When Miao Zhinshan did not cause trouble after rushing to the scene, it indicated that the hidden expert from Sky City was more powerful than Miao Zhinshan. Sky City was a mysterious faction that seemed to have popped out of thin air. They not only had a mountain of Creation Master resources that enabled them to produce a bronze/epic Fae per day, but also the combat power of a top faction. Given how deeply mysterious Sky City was, it was not unlikely that they had an immortal expert amongst their ranks. If they did have an immortal expert fighting for them from the shadows, it would cause trouble for Anhe. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chang decided to give Anhe a warning. Young Lord He, have you heard of Sky City? And he tossed a grape into his mouth in annoyance while shaking his head. This made Zhang Chang feel very awkward. Since Anhe did not know of Sky City, Zhang Chang was momentarily at a loss about how he should start telling Anhe about Sky City. When Zhang Chang mentioned Sky City, the elderly man behind Anhe frowned slightly and said to Anhe in an austere tone, I talked about Sky City with Lord Long Lamplight some time ago. I wouldn't have thought about it if Zhang Chang didn't mention it. Young Lord He, you best be prepared. Sky City could rise and cause trouble during the matter of the whale fall. And he spat out the grape seeds irritatedly and said, Grandfather Gu, you know I don't like to go onto Star Web. I haven't logged in ever since I competed and made my way into the Celestial Stairway Hall. What is Sky City? Who will tell me about it? The elderly man knew that Anhe would ask about this. Amongst all the young men of the younger generation, and he was the most conservative of them all. He did not go onto Star Web, visit forums, or even use his phone. When he was at the Bright Light building, he remained there for 2 years straight without leaving. It was only half a year ago when Long Lamplight decided that and he needed character building that he left to forge his own path instead of continuing to be cooped up in the Bright Light building. After listening to Long Lamplight mention the rising factions that had cropped up over the last year and the names of the disciples that the Moon Empress, Chief Guard Yi, and Cicada Song once, and he soon forgot all of them. Long Lamplight had wanted to take he to the Guard Yi banquet as he was the right age to participate in the martial arts stage. However, when he returned to the Bright Light building after training for a few months, and he had obstinately refused to move or leave to attend the Guard Yi banquet. In the end, he refused to go with Long Lamplight. It was due to this reason that Long Lamplight, who always indulged in he, became determined to iron out he's character. After being taught a lesson and training for another few months, and he was kicked out of the Bright Light building again. At first, the elderly man was going to personally tell he about Sky City. However, Zhang Cheng and Sun Jiang took up the mantle instead. And he listened to them while nodding slightly. He did not puff up his ego as the disciple of a member of royalty and say anything like Sky City was not fit to fight over the whale fall with him. Instead, he calmly said, "If Sky City truly wants to fight over the whale fall with me, we'll just have to pit our abilities against each other. If Sky City lacks the capability, they will end up paying the price of being pushed aside by me. If Sky City has what it takes to take the whale fall from me, they can go ahead and do so. I can't blame anyone else for my inability." Perhaps it was because he had eaten too many fruits, but his mouth stretched into a yawn. He gestured to Zhang Cheng and Sun Jiang to keep silent before saying to the elderly man behind him, "Grandfather Gu, I'm so sleepy. I want to take a nap. Wake me up when we arrive at the island." And he closed his eyes while the elderly man behind him pursed his lips. The elderly man looked at Zhang Cheng and Sun Jiang, who dared not utter a word inside. He had experienced his temper when he was woken up. His biggest hobby was sleeping. Whoever woke him up would be served a chilling glower. The elderly man pointed at Zhang Cheng. When Zhang Cheng looked back at the elderly man pointed at the sleeping he. Zhang Cheng immediately understood what the elderly man meant and nodded happily. And he was ticked off by Zhang Cheng for his slip of the tongue. And he needed to do a good job of getting back into his good books when he woke up later. Zhang Cheng pressed his hand to his throat to silently practice the best way to waken he up. He was so excitedly caught up in practice that he did not notice the elderly man's apologetic gaze. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was at a hotel in Raging Wave City that Lu Jie and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had rented. Lin Yuan had already been in Raging Wave City for 2 days. When Lin Yuan met up with Lu Jie and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly 2 days ago, Lu Jie had ordered the Insect Queen to produce 20 hurricane owlet moths. He instructed them to fly to the Sea Bliss Clan's islands. The hurricane owlet moths were skilled at controlling the strength of winds and could fly even faster in the wildest air currents. Moreover, each of them was only about the size of a fist and could easily hide as they conducted surveillance on the island. From Lu Jie's reports, Lin Yuan understood what the humans on the island were doing. Besides the 2,000 members of the Sea Bliss clan placed there to nurture the angelfish of bliss, there were 4 king-class experts and 1 emperor-class expert from the 5 the arch soldiers. The emperor-class expert had noticed and killed a few of Lu Jie's hurricane owlet moths. The Sea Bliss clan had hired the 5 the arch soldiers to watch over the island. The Sea Bliss clan had definitely informed the 5 the arch soldiers about their fight with Connected Beast Park. An Emperor-class expert would not be enough to protect the island from a secret attack from Connected Beast Park. Lin Yuan guessed that the Thearch-class experts from the 5 the arch soldiers were not on the island because they had gone to deliver news to Long Lamplight. It seemed that it was inevitable that Lin Yuan would clash with people from Long Lamplight's party. Suddenly, the sacred sword-wielding queen's voice sounded out in Lin Yuan's head. "Master, I've finished absorbing the vast ocean world crystal." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as this was the moment he had been waiting for over the past few days. He returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone and summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen. Lin Yuan noticed that the sacred sword-wielding queen had changed significantly after absorbing the vast sea world crystal. But this time, the changes were not contained to its skirt like before. Instead, the changes were to the sacred sword-wielding queen's general aura. Ever since the Dark Death Law transformed into the Dark Death World, it took the form of a bat embroidered on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. After the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the vast sea world crystal, the large whale embroidered on its skirt was enough for Lin Yuan to know that it had perfectly gained control of the vast water world. Compared to the changes to the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt, the change to its aura was more obvious as it had become much more mature than before. This was not maturity in its looks. Previously, it seemed like a sheltered princess. But now, it seemed more like a princess that had been declared to and was ready to take over the reign and become a queen. The sacred sword-wielding queen's aura was full of dignified pride, and there was contempt in its gaze. This indicated that the sacred sword-wielding queen had evolved from 2 stars to 3 stars. Lin Yuan thought, if the sacred sword-wielding queen continues to evolve at such a rate, will it start to act more and more like a queen? While Lin Yuan was observing the sacred sword-wielding queen, it said, Master, I have 2 things to give you. The sacred sword-wielding queen gave Lin Yuan 2 light gold crystal items. Lin Yuan was unfamiliar with the items that the sacred sword-wielding queen had just handed him, but he knew they were treasures. These 2 light gold crystal items were world crystals that Creation V and above phase would be able to absorb and break through its quality. The sacred sword-wielding queen waited expectantly to be fed the world crystals. Lin Yuan smiled dolefully and handed the prism snapping turtle's world crystal back to the sacred sword-wielding queen as he said, absorb the simulation world crystal from the prism snapping turtle next. Once you're done, I'll have you absorb the scorching sun world crystal next. After you absorb the shadow tide world crystal, you can absorb the world crystal from the sacred cure white deer world crystal. The sacred sword-wielding queen did not voice any opinion and delightedly received the simulation world crystal from Lin Yuan. It was not picky when it came to world crystals, as it would eventually be able to eat all of them. It felt that no one treated it better than Lin Yuan did. At that moment, Lin Yuan used true data to check on the sacred sword-wielding queen's characteristics. Sacred source name, sacred sword-wielding queen, sacred source species. Source genus / sacred source species, sacred source star grade, 3 stars, sacred source type, main water type / mixed type, abilities, queen form : 1, queen's skirt hem, able to absorb the willpower runes from the bodies of dead phase or source type items. The willpower runes or law runes from myth breed phase law crystals will be carved on the queen's skirt. The law crystals which have their laws absorbed will become law crystals that possess pure law power. Sacred sword form : 1. Blade of sacred sword. When the spirit chi in the body is depleted, the blade will pierce the skirt hem to unleash all the laws and willpower stored within. Sword form: Dark Death World Night Crow Wither attack. Inject all the power from the Dark Death World into the sacred sword. The sacred sword's blade will change into 28 night crows with dark death power. The contractor can attack with the sacred sword 28 times. If the attacks are launched consecutively, every attack will have an additional withering effect. Every 14 layers of withering effects will be released towards the target, and the 56 withering effects from the 28 consecutive attacks will cause the target to start withering truly. Sword form: Vast Water World attack of the Sea Leaping Whale. Inject all the power of the vast water world into the sacred sword, so that it will be configured with the power of water. According to the water surrounding the sacred sword-wielding queen, the sword form can either be diminished or amplified. When the contractor wields the sacred sword, it can summon an enormous whale out of the water as an attack. During the attack, the wielder of the sacred sword can decide the state of the enormous whale, can rile up giant waves that switch between water and ice. Lin Yuan was right that the sacred sword-wielding queen had evolved to a 3-star sacred source life form and changed its type from main dark type / mixed type to main water type / mixed type. Its previous type had been main dark type because dark type world, laws, and willpowers were the majority in the sacred sword-wielding queen's body. However, the vast water world crystal's vast water world had 2 creation world ley lines, which was one more than the dark death world. Although the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt also had a myth 3 dead dream law, it could not compete with the 2 creation world ley lines in the vast water world. Compared to the sacred sword-wielding queen's sacred source type, Lin Yuan was more attracted by the new sword form that the sacred sword-wielding queen gained, Attack of the Sea Leaping Whale. After Lin Yuan scrutinized the description of Attack of the Sea Leaping Whale, he realized that it was highly dependent on its environment. Without water or with a lack of water, using Attack of the Sea Leaping Whale would only result in minimum damage. But what if he used Attack of the Sea Leaping Whale in the sea? Every area of seawater was connected. As long as there was not a particularly large piece of land separating the bodies of water, Lin Yuan would be able to make use of the seawater to its full extent. If Lin Yuan used Attack of the Sea Leaping Whale in the sea, the damage it caused would be unimaginable on a horrifying scale. The enormous whale that could be summoned using Attack of the Sea Leaping Whale could produce a wave that shifted between water and ice. Lin Yuan felt that Attack of the Sea Leaping Whale could be used as a controlling and defensive method on top of an attack. When the enormous whale used the wave of ice, it would be able to trap a target within. When faced with a strong attack, turning the entire whale to ice would also enable it to be used as a shield. Although Attack of the Sea Leaping Whale was highly dependent on its environment, it covered all bases of attack, defense, and control. As such, Lin Yuan was more than satisfied with Attack of the Sea Leaping Whale. Lin Yuan was happy yet amused as he watched the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbing the simulation world crystal. He had to invest enormous resources into nurturing the sacred sword-wielding queen. Yet, it had only just reached 3 stars and was still in its young stage. Lin Yuan wondered how much longer it would take for the sacred sword-wielding queen to reach 4 stars and the adolescent stage so that it could gain a new ability. Suddenly, Lin Yuan remembered that he still had 3 world crystals and tens of thousands of world source crystals. This immediately filled him with confidence. Given his resources and ability to procure resources, it was only a matter of time before the sacred sword-wielding queen reached 4 stars. Lin Yuan left the spirit lock spatial zone. But before he even had time to take a sip of water, someone knocked on his door. He rushed to open the door to see Lu Jie standing stoically there. When Lu Jie saw Lin Yuan, he hastily said, "Lin Yuan, according to reports from the hurricane owlet moths, a fey carriage is on its way to the island. Judging from the shape of the fey carriage, it must be in he who Chi Hung mentioned. Big brother Lu, let's fetch the kill food sky butterfly and the mother of bloodbath. Since the people who will be fighting with us over the whale fall are here, it's time for us to make a move too," replied Lin Yuan. And he was currently yawning as he sulkily stepped out of the fey carriage. He glanced at the blinding sun, and his lethargic eyes immediately turned sharp. With a wave of its hand, he summoned a light purple worm, and he looked at 2 moths flying above the island and said, "Earth-covering dormant insect, seek out everything on this island that shouldn't be here." The light purple worm immediately wiggled out of Anhe's hand and onto the floor. Soon, the entire island started to tremble, and 10 wavy stone pillars shot out of the ground. A mouth similar to that of the light purple worm grew out of the end of the pillars. It only took a moment for the stone pillars to seek out and kill all 27 of the hurricane owlet moths. They picked up the bodies of the hurricane owlet moths with their mouths and deposited them by Anhe's feet. Lu Jie, who accompanied Lin Yuan to fetch the mother of bloodbath and the kill food sky butterfly, saw this happen. His eyes slightly darkened before the spark of combat was set alight in his gaze. He had not intended for the hurricane owlet moths to engage in combat when he created them. Since they were scouts, he had focused all the energy in their wings so that they were much larger than the ordinary hurricane owlet moth. As such, they did not possess many attacking or defensive abilities. Moreover, Lu Jie was limited as he was instructing them from 800 leagues away. This was the maximum distance that Lu Jie could handle while still keeping them in his control. Given the speed of the soaring stone pillars, the light purple worm had to be at least Diamond X/Fantasy V. As of that moment, Lu Jie had lost all sense of the situation on the island. He immediately told Lin Yuan about the last thing he had been able to see. A day ago, Red Thorn had controlled Lu Yenshan and found White Speak. White Speak was currently waiting to receive an order at the edge of Klein Hub. When Lin Yuan needed White Speak, Purple Afterglow would inform White Speak, and it would be immediately summoned. Since it was already confirmed that he had arrived at the island, a nail-biting fight would be inevitable. However, Lin Yuan was not worried. Since Sea-Clan experts were protecting the whale fall, and he would definitely start fighting against them first when he arrived. Both of them were experiments that would allow Lin Yuan to gauge the strength of the Sea-Clan experts as well as He's experts. After he understood their capabilities thoroughly, it would be easier for him to handle them later. As they headed to the islands on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's back, Lu Jie whispered to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, I won't be much help in the fight later. However, I can clear out the surrounding environment." Lu Jie had talked in detail about the whale fall with Lin Yuan 2 days ago. He had wanted to call over Zhuo Ming so that he could quell hidden dangers. But Lin Yuan had already made preparations for this. Hence, Lu Jie did not go through with this plan. Zhuo Ming was Night Leaning Moon's left-hand man and represented her wishes to a certain extent. Once Long Lamplight's experts saw Zhuo Ming, they would definitely recognize him. Zhuo Ming's appearance would change the matter at hand from one surrounding a fight for resources to a fight between two members of royalty. The fight between members of royalty would certainly result in a butterfly effect. There was no guarantee that this effect would be positive. Even if Lin Yuan had made all the preparations, Lu Jie needed to do all he could as Lin Yuan's retainer. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Big brother Lu, it would be great if you could clear the surrounding shores. Do what you can to chase away some of the weaker aquatic lifeforms from the vicinity of the whale fall." He was afraid that if he used attack of the sea-leaping whale, the weaker aquatic lifeforms would immediately be decimated. Lu Jie gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up, and the dimensional light moth that contained the insect queen appeared next to Lu Jie. He circulated his spiritual power, and the spiritual power around him started to fluctuate violently. Numerous hurricane owlet moths spilled forth from the dimensional light moth's abdomen. Lu Jie ordered the insect queen to summon 2 insect species carcinoma phase that he had not used before. One of them was like a small light bulb that had soft, thin fur growing on its limbs. Its abdomen was covered with a turbid white mucus. The other one was like a grayish-brown rock, and it looked very unimpressive. However, its front had 2 pincers growing out of it and a pair of sturdy tails growing out of the end of its body. Both its pincers and tails were covered with sharp mouthparts. It looked like it was made to eat. After Lu Jie summoned the 2 insect species carcinoma phase, he took out a few protein silkworm chrysalis and tossed them to the 2 insect species carcinoma phase. These 2 insect species carcinoma phase started to produce eggs rapidly. All the hurricane owlet moths were released by this point. The dimensional light moth was like the mothership, while the hurricane owlet moths were like smaller fleets. The army of insect species carcinoma phase efficiently entered the sea. When Lin Yuan saw the 2 new insect species carcinoma phase, he did not need to use true data to know what they were. He never expected Lu Jie to be able to control such terrifying creatures. The white light bulb-like insect species carcinoma phase was called the quiet floating hat insect, and it was extremely compatible with water. The insects produced by the quiet floating hat insect spread out in the sea and covered every visible surface of water. The small quiet floating hat insects would split and multiply when it absorbed the energy from the environment. The multiplied quiet floating hat insects would line up to form a fused entity that took up an area of 100 square meters. It greatly resembled a gathering of jellyfish. However, the quiet floating hat insects were not as simple as jellyfish. When they entered the water, their limbs, which seemed soft and slender on land, would extend and become strong. As long as there was water, the limbs would continue to grow. The insect's sturdy limbs also secreted an extremely sticky glue that acted like a holeless web that could trap every life form within the sea. With the quiet floating hat insect, the insects it produced could float on the surface of the sea, and any weaker life form would be trapped within the glue. In an instant, the sea would be cleared. The glue was actually the quiet floating hat insect's method of storing sustenance. In order to ensure the freshness of the sustenance, the glue would provide basic nutrients to the trapped lifeforms. Lu Jie would be able to use this method to bring the weaker lifeforms away from the seashore. Once the event was over, Lu Jie could order the insect queen to kill the produced insects. At that point, the glue would rapidly lose its stickiness. This was a chance for the weaker aquatic lifeforms to survive the event. The other rust-colored insect species Carcinoma Fae that looked like a stone was called the grounding louse. It produced many young that hatched around 50 meters below the water's surface. Once the young hatched, they would quickly change their body to adapt to the depths of the sea. When they reached the bottom of the sea, they would start to quickly consume the rocks there while producing a strong and calcified item. When the calcified items were stacked together, they would form a tall and steep stone peak. The grounding louse had appeared on the shores of Raging Wave City, and it was rumored that the spirit guards had captured it. At that time, the grounding louse had almost put a stop to Raging Wave City's economy. The rock towers they produced were so tall that they even protruded out of the sea's surface. They almost turned Raging Wave City from a seaside city to a land city. The grounding louse was able to reclaim land, but Raging Wave City did not want the rocks that it produced. Raging Wave City used to be amongst the top 12 of the 36 major cities. But due to the grounding louse, Raging Wave City's finances had dropped to almost zero within a year. This had also caused the Gao family's ranking amongst the top factions to fall. Raging Wave City's finances only started to recover after 5 years of relying on resources from the sea. However, they were unable to regain their position as part of the top 12 cities of the 36 major cities. It was not an exaggeration to say that the grounding louse had been a nightmare for Raging Wave City. It was possible that this grounding louse that the insect queen controlled was the same one that had terrorized Raging Wave City. Lu Jie had absolute control over the insect queen and the grounding louse. Since the young produced by the grounding louse could produce calcified items and then eat them afterward, Lu Jie's actions would not have any impact on Raging Wave City's resources. The stone towers produced by the grounding louse could also protect the creatures at the bottom of the sea. The quiet floating hat insect could keep a lock on the surface of the sea while the grounding louse would be able to handle the bottom of the sea. With these two insect species Carcinoma Faes working in tandem, no seaside city would be able to stand against them. The grounding louse that had brought Raging Wave City to its knees was only silver grade, while the one that the insect queen was controlling had reached Diamond X. As such, their powers could not be compared. As Lin Yuan watched Lu Jie wield the army of insects, he felt that Lu Jie resembled more like a walking disaster as time passed. However, Lu Jie's method proved that every coin had two sides. The two insect species Carcinoma Faes that could bring doom upon a shore were now guarding its safety. Perhaps Night Leaning Moon wanted Lu Jie to contract Carcinoma Faes because she wanted him to become both a walking disaster and an almighty wall. Meanwhile, and he was happily playing with the bodies of the hurricane owlet moths. Zhang Cheng, Sun Jiang, and the elderly man had climbed out of the carriage. Zhang Cheng was dumbfounded. He had practiced for more than an hour to soften his tone to its most gentle form. So why didn't he still glare at him murderously when he woke and he up? The elderly man caught sight of Zhang Cheng's expression and silently expressed his apology before bending down to pick up one of the hurricane owlet moths. He peered at it before asking Sun Jiang, "Are there creation masters amongst the 5 the Arch-Soldiers members on the island? Tell him to come over to take a look at what this insect species Fae is." Sun Jiang looked slightly awkward as he replied, "We have 2 Class 4 creation masters, and they're both in the main branch. Class 4 creation masters were treasures to 5 the Arch-Soldiers. It had not been long since the 5 the Arch-Soldiers was established, and they depended on their martial force to climb the ranks of the top factions. This was why they chose to butter up Coiling Dragon's Valley." Suddenly, the glimmer of an idea shone in Sun Jiang's gaze. Since this was where the Sea Bliss clan nurtured Faes, they had to have stationed creation masters here. As such, Sun Jiang decided to set out to find them. But before he could begin, he stopped him. And he was not a creation master and could not tell what the hurricane owlet moth was. But he was not keen to know what they were, as they should not have appeared on the island in the first place. And he knew that it was likely that the hurricane owlet moths had appeared because they had been sent as scouts ahead of whoever was headed for the island. Whoever was surveilling the island had to have their reasons. If they were also after the large whale fall, they would eventually have to show their face. And he lowered his head and said to the light purple earth-covering dormant insect, "Earth-covering dormant insect, start absorbing the energy from the island's ground and turn into a cocoon." The earth-covering dormant insect's body went stiff. Soon after, it started to throb violently, and the sound reverberated throughout the island. Soon after, the earth-covering dormant insect's body started to writhe wildly as it spat out light purple sap that turned into sticky threads. The cocoon of an insect that was only about 4 centimeters long should only be about the size of a fist. However, the cocoon formed by the earth-covering dormant insect was even larger than the breeding room that the Seabliss clan had built on the island. And he was dwarfed by the 20 meters wide and 25 meters tall cocoon. After the giant cocoon was produced, the sound of a beating heart sounded out again. But this time, the ground started trembling in rhythm with the rhythm of the heartbeat. It was difficult to imagine what would spring forth from the cocoon, and he gently patted the cocoon before saying to the elderly man behind him, "Grandfather Goo, let's make haste. Go and fetch the strongest Sea Clan expert protecting the whale fall." Just as the elderly man was about to nod, he narrowed his eyes in the direction of the far-off seashore. A giant vortex had appeared at the seashore. At the same moment, the color of the seashore changed from brilliant blue to murky navy. An energetic yet gentle voice that was still filled with fury said from within the vortex, "I knew the humans would try to stake a claim on the whale fall. Do you really think we from the Sea Clan are weak?" Small waves started rolling across the murky navy water. They overlapped and stacked together until they crashed onto the island as a large roll of seawater. The giant wave engulfed half of the island, smashing apart the Seabliss clan's fish farm as well. Many of the angelfish of bliss took the chance to flee into the sea. The elderly man behind and he shouted, "A Navy Sea! I can't believe the shores near the Radiance Federation belong to a member of the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. May I ask which clan you're from? Please reveal yourself. Young lord, he has something to discuss with you." Someone sneered menacingly from within the vortex. "A pathetic human like you has no right to gaze upon someone of my status. The whale fall is nature's gift to the ocean, and all of it belongs to the Sea Clan. You humans have no right to desire it. Leave now, or the sea will become your final resting place." And he waved his hand, and a beast even larger than the island appeared in the sea. It had the shape of a cow but was covered with grayish-blue scales. The gigantic beast was like a mountain that had sprouted from the bottom of the sea. It let out an ear-splitting bellow when it was summoned. The noise it produced was like thunder. Its bellow silenced the entire sea. All the seawater that had slammed onto the island retreated back into the sea as the vortex continued to spin. And he said to the vortex, "I don't think an unimportant member of the 8 clans of Sea Emperors has any right to be so proud. If you were important to them, you wouldn't have been given territory so near to the Radiance Federation. The Radiance Federation and the Sea Clans have an agreement. According to that agreement, all the resources within a 1,000-kilometer radius around the Radiance Federation belong to the Radiance Federation. This whale fall is directly below Raging Wave City's island. By the agreement, the whale fall belongs to the owner of the island. Not everything in the sea belongs to the Sea Clans. If something from the sea belongs to the Radiance Federation, you can't take it." While he was speaking, a small figure appeared within the vortex. It was dressed in a silvery blue long robe with silvery blue hair reaching its feet. It had blue eyes and a pair of long horns almost the same length as its body protruded from its forehead. The strange horns were not hard or sharp. Instead, there were more like silvery blue fins that had a clear golden line running down the middle of each of them. There were 2 human-like middle-aged women behind this girl. One of them was rotund while the other was skinny. Both of them clearly had the characteristics of aquatic lifeforms. The slimmer middle-aged woman had translucent hair and was wrapped in an icy aura. The chubbier woman had bright red scales on her menacing face, and several sharp spikes protruded from her back. However, both of them shared the same grim expression. The fae that he had summoned was a declaration of his identity. It was easy to recognize the aura of Fays with the Baron bloodline and only the members of royalty, their disciples and Radiance envoys. Moreover, disciples of members of royalty only had limited access, and not every one of them could obtain one. Radiance envoys mostly worked in groups, and it was rare for them to act alone. Hence, it was all but certain that this young man with the Fae with the Baron bloodline was the disciple of a member of royalty. If so, then it would be bad news. However, this whale fall was too important. The silvery blue-haired girl decided that she would not allow the young man to snatch away the whale fall no matter what, even if he was the disciple of a member of royalty. The silvery blue-haired girl's resolution came from her duty as a member of royalty but also for her own benefit. The elderly man behind and he frowned when he saw the silvery blue-haired girl with 3-meter-long fins sprouting from her head. And he noticed this, but he did not care and snapped. "I see you're from the First Emperor Cutlass clan. I heard that the First Emperor Cutlass clan's members had been locked in a constant fight. The First Emperor Cutlass clan dropped from the top 3 clans to the bottom 5 clans a century ago, and is only continuing to slip. Now I understand why. The golden color on your fins is so vibrant, and your bloodline is so elite. Yet, the First Emperor Cutlass clan gave you a piece of the sea so close to the Radiance Federation to force you to fight for resources with the Radiance Federation. It looks like you're just collateral damage to the First Emperor Cutlass clan." The elderly man's lips twitched. It was fine that young master he noticed all this. But did he really have to say it out loud? He's clearly touching the nerve of this girl from the First Emperor clan. The elderly man sensed that the girl from the First Emperor Cutlass clan was weaker than him. She was only Immortal 3 and was even weaker than the 2 Sea King experts standing behind her. However, this did not make the elderly man relax in the slightest. This was because Sea King experts could produce explosive combat power that was 5 to 6 times stronger than their regular level. The elderly man's main Fae was at Pinnacle Immortal, and he had more than enough power to take on 2 Sea King experts and a Sea Emperor. However, the sea was too vast, and he would not be able to attack effectively if they deliberately tried to hide from him. If the Sea Emperor secretly attacked alongside the 2 Sea King experts, he might not be able to protect and he in time. If he focused on the girl from the First Emperor Cutlass clan while Zhang Chang and Sun Jiang handled the 2 Sea King experts, they would definitely struggle against the 2 Immortal 4 Sea King experts in their element even with their Sovereign 6/Immortal 4 and Sovereign V/Immortal V main phase. If any more Sea King experts arrived, and he would be plunged into peril. No matter how strong and he was amongst the younger generation. His Fae with the Baron bloodline, the country governor Kuei, was only Diamond V/Fantasy V. It was not even Myth breed. And he could even be killed by an offshoot of the battle, much less a dedicated attack from a Sea King expert. With each word that fell from Inhe's lips, the silvery blue-haired girl's expression soured even further. He had poured salt right on her most painful wounds. The decaying of the First Emperor Cutlass clan from the inside caused anguish for the girl. She was indeed nothing more than collateral damage to the First Emperor Cutlass clan. The girl had essentially been abandoned by being placed in this area of the sea. But even if she agreed with him, she could not allow Inhe to ridicule the First Emperor Cutlass clan casually. As the girl's expression soured, the calm sea started to thrash again. The waves caused the country governor Kuei to sway unsteadily from their contact, and he could sense that the waves were bringing the country governor Kuei agony when they made contact with its body. But he still did not recall the country governor Kuei. Instead, he gave it the order, "Country Governor Kuei, use roar of the mountain and stubborn drought dried up land." The country governor Kuei released 2 thunderous roars, and a mountain almost 2,000 meters tall arose on the island. The heartbeat-like thumping of the light purple cocoon also seemed to be diminished. The island's ground started to dry up and crack before it started to absorb the seawater. Suddenly, Inhe's expression shifted. There should have been mountains emerging from the surface of the sea. The sea should have turned into a mass of land formed by mountains that linked back to the main island. So why was nothing happening? While Inhe was confused, a large number of rust-colored insects had covered the seabed. These insects were the grounding lice that Lu Jie had produced. They had produced 3-meter-thick calcified rocks that covered the bottom of the sea. They were not made of an earth element but a product of the grounding louse's body. This barrier caused the country governor Kuei to lose contact with the earth element at the bottom of the sea. The silvery blue-haired girl stepped lightly through the air and led the two middle-aged women onto the island. The agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors clearly states that the Radiance Federation isn't allowed to interfere with the formation of the island whale embryos. In fact, the Radiance Federation is supposed to help hatch them if possible. The island whale embryo below the island isn't stable yet. Even if you are a disciple of a member of royalty, you can't touch the whale fall as per the agreement. Otherwise, it will be counted as the Radiance Federation openly breaking the agreement. At that point, the Radiance Federation will become the enemy of every aquatic life form. And he smirked derisively and replied, "You said it yourself. The island whale embryo has already been formed. As such, it won't be counted as breaking the agreement even if I take the whale fall now." Over the years, creation masters from the Radiance Federation have hatched countless island whales and helped them return to the ocean. We've always been kind to the sea clans. One whale fall can't produce more than 10 island whale embryos. All 10 island whale embryos will start fighting for nutrients until only less than 5 survive. Even if I take away the source of nutrients that is the large whale fall, I only need to produce a third of the island whale embryos as thanks for the sea clan's help. No matter who we go to, I will be recognized as right. If you dare to interfere, you'll be fighting for resources with the owner of this island and be taken as the one who's breaking the agreement. 17 years ago, the 8 clans of Sea Emperors was the one who suggested forming the agreement with the Radiance Federation. If you wreck the agreement, will the 8 clans of Sea Emperors take your side or give up your life? I'm sure you know the answer better than anyone. So, the one who should leave is you and not me. If you leave of your own accord now, we might still be able to work together in the future. The silvery blue-haired girl's expression changed again. She had invested a lot of effort into this whale fall. However, she did not expect the dying whale to swim more than 250 leagues to enter the vicinity of the Radiance Federation. Hence, she had no choice but to remain in the Radiance Federation's territory to watch over the whale fall. If the girl guided the island whales to hatch from the whale fall, it would bring a transformation to her barren territory. However, there happened to be an island right above the whale fall, and people had even built a Fae breeding base on the island. As such, she immediately sent people to negotiate with the people on the island. In order to prevent the information from leaking, she had even given away the sea source grass. Alas, who could have predicted a disciple of a member of royalty to arrive on the island? The girl dared not break the agreement because she understood how the 8 clans of Sea Emperors felt toward the Radiance Federation. On the one hand, if she broke the agreement, the 8 clans of Sea Emperors would not support her. On the other hand, she was a member of the First Emperor Cutlass clan, and breaking the agreement could cause the First Emperor Cutlass clan to be dragged down with her. This would cause the other clans that coveted the First Emperor Cutlass clan to find a legitimate opportunity to attack the First Emperor Cutlass clan. Thus, the girl had no choice but to keep her head down. She thought about what the disciple of the member of royalty said about working together, and took a deep breath before asking, "Is your master the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, or Bamboo Monarch?" And his countenance darkened, and he growled, "My master's name is Ji Chongdeng.